Chapter 1. Struck by a train in the realm of the primordial deity. My name is Lin Mo, age 20. Occupation: undefined, capable of various tasks. Income: consistent, irrespective of the job undertaken. Hobbies: fond of everything except for physical exertion. One of the idle souls of the new era, not languishing in despair, merely adhering to the whims of fate. As an ordinary individual devoid of remarkable talents, and an orphan at that, my plight is slightly more dismal than most. The sole source of pride I possess is my decent appearance, though alas, beauty does not provide sustenance. During my school days, life was somewhat bearable. However, in the brief span of a year and a half post-graduation, I had become quite haggard, and why previous aspirations of leveraging my looks to ensnare a wealthy benefactor have evaporated into thin air. Fortunately, I do not have extravagant expenses, and over the course of a year, I have managed to save a modest sum, allowing me to stand a bit taller. I had envisioned a simple existence, merely passing through this world, yet I was astounded to discover the existence of a primordial deity, a concept typically confined to the realm of fiction. It was rather peculiar. Perhaps it was due to a head injury sustained when a clothes drying rack fell upon me while doing laundry that I, in a daze, accepted without much thought. I was subsequently transported to a pitch-black realm, where a grand luminous orb awaited. This orb proclaimed that I possessed a unique talent, and by fulfilling the tasks it set forth, I would earn rewards with all desires attainable within this domain. Having perused countless novels and cinematic works, I was skeptical, yet regardless of its veracity, one must invest significantly to reap rewards. After all, this is the realm of the primordial deity. Isn't it merely a transition from an ordinary laborer to an infinite one? From a pragmatic perspective, I have indeed profited. I can escape the mundane, tedious existence and explore boundless worlds, reaping immense rewards. As for danger, where in this world is it absent? One could choke while drinking water. Opportunities must be seized if one fears death. It is better not to be born, for death is an inevitable fate. Unencumbered, I shall follow the directives of the primordial deity surely. It is a far more enticing prospect than languishing in the dreariness of reality. Ahem. With a unique talent at my disposal, it seems unlikely I shall perish too swiftly, does it? Upon entering the realm of the primordial deity, I received a reincarnation tablet. Isn't this a bit too simplistic, primordial deity? Is there not a beginner's package or something of the sort? Before I could finish my inquiry, a beam of light whisked me away. But I had intended to inquire about a tutorial, considering my utter lack of familiarity with this place. Surely, I am not to embark on missions in other worlds immediately? It felt akin to boarding a pirate ship from which escape is impossible. Nevertheless, the transportation was rather pleasant, granting me a sensation of levitation. I mused. While I was still reveling in the comfort of this transport, a streak of light suddenly zipped past me, and I felt as if I had suffered a drop in blood sugar, my vision fading to black. Just before losing consciousness, I managed to discern what it was. A train? With confusion enveloping me, I succumbed to unconsciousness. Warning. The transport array is damaged. Destination cannot be reached. Transmission interrupted. Immediate search for a crash landing site required. Searching. Warning. An unknown error has occurred. Danger. Danger. Initiating contingency plan, forcibly activating the reincarnator's talent. Uncertain of how long he had been unconscious, Lin Mo gradually regained awareness in a dense forest. Ugh. Pain. The mere act of lifting his eyelids sent a jolt of agony through his entire face. The sensation was unbearable upon waking. His body was overwhelmed with discomfort, his head heavy, akin to the disorientation one experiences after an excessive bout of drinking. In a word, it hurt. Everywhere hurt. He recalled arriving in the main god space, and then it seemed he had been struck by a vehicle. Wait, how could there be a vehicle in the main god space? Ugh. His movements were too vigorous, causing him to grimace in pain. After approximately half an hour, Lin Mo managed to sit up with great difficulty, leaning against a nearby tree, as lying down was too tormenting. It felt as if something was pressing uncomfortably against his abdomen. Once he somewhat acclimated to the pain, he noticed the object he was pressing against, a tattered, pitch-black trinket. What is this? The reincarnation table? Lin Mo gazed in astonishment at the dilapidated item on the ground, then glanced at his smooth left arm. Although its appearance had significantly deteriorated, the patterns on it undeniably matched those of the reincarnation table on his left arm. Main god. Lin Mo struggled to retrieve the reincarnation table. After calling out for a while without any response, it seemed that this object was now rendered useless. What is this? He had anticipated that the main god space would allow him to experience novel and exhilarating adventures, but before he could even take a step, it had been rendered inoperative. Lin Mo was bewildered, not understanding what had transpired, and he had lost contact with his superior. Moreover, he was entirely unaware of his whereabouts, uncertain if he was still in his original world, as he leaned against the tree with a bitter smile. I'm only 20 years old. I haven't even begun to explore the wonders of the world yet. What a loss. Crack. A faint sound reached Lin Mo's ears, heightening his alertness something was approaching. Yet, realizing that he could not move, he resigned himself to inaction. What is meant to be will be. If misfortune is unavoidable, let it come. Perhaps a mushroom-picking maiden will discover him. As Lin Mo gazed hopefully, a wolf's head emerged from the underbrush. The creature, approximately 1.3 meters tall with gray-black fur, stepped cautiously from the thicket, sniffing the air. Oh heavens, not like this. Lin Mo's heart raced, his eyes fixed intently on the wolf. This creature was larger than a large dog. What sort of world was this? I'm doomed. Nervously, Lin Mo observed the giant wolf. After a while, he noticed that it did not approach to attack. Instead, it was sniffing around as if searching for something. The wolf wandered nearby, utterly ignoring Lin Mo, focused solely on its quest. Until it even passed between Lin Mo's legs without sparing him a glance, as though he were invisible. Eventually, the old wolf gave up. It had clearly detected the scent of meat, but could not locate the source, and in disappointment, it departed. Lin Mo held his breath throughout the encounter, daring to move only 10 minutes after the wolf had left. Wow, that was intense. Wiping away the non-existent sweat, Lin Mo finally processed the experience. Lin Mo stared in astonishment at his right hand. It had been agonizing just moments ago. Yet now, he felt naught but relief. Suddenly, Lin Mo realized that the pain had vanished entirely from his body. Overjoyed, he stood up and stepped away from the tree behind him, only to collapse once more. Ouch! 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 The intense pain forced Lin Mo back to the base of a tree, where the discomfort inexplicably dissipated. What is going on? He attempted to distance himself from the mighty tree again, only to be overwhelmed by sharp pain that compelled him to retreat. This left him utterly bewildered. What could possibly account for the absence of pain while leaning against the tree? Lin Mo scrutinized the great tree closely. It bore no distinguishing features compared to the surrounding trees, and in fact, it was not even the tallest among them. This makes no sense. Why does this tree? Just as his confusion deepened, he noticed something peculiar. He observed that the trunk seemed to emanate delicate, transparent ripples, most pronounced where his hand made contact. These ripples possessed a peculiar distortion, reminiscent of the bark's texture. Upon further examination of these ethereal waves, Lin Mo discovered that similar ripples adorned his own body, with the most vivid manifestation occurring on his right hand, where it touched the tree. Chapter 2. Simulation, Life Waves? What on earth is this? After numerous trials, Lin Mo discerned that these transparent ripples were not transferring from the tree to him. Rather, it appeared he was somehow mimicking the tree's own waves that s long as he maintained contact with the tree. The simulation of these ripples alleviated all his pain. Lin Mo had no understanding of how this ability had manifested or its underlying principles. It was as though he possessed this talent innately. How marvelous! The moment his hand left the great tree, the pain surged back, yet upon returning it, he was instantly free of discomfort. Remove it, pain. Replace it. No pain. Remove it again, and the pain returned. Replace it. Unable to rise, Lin Mo continued to experiment with his newfound power. The sensation was truly extraordinary, as if he had become a part of the tree itself. Given that he was currently unable to engage in any other activities, he thought it wise to savor this peculiar feeling and explore any additional effects. As he rested his hand against the great tree, he felt a transformation into the tree itself, coupled with the earlier encounter with the old wolf that had ignored him. Lin Mo surmised that this ability allowed him to mimic the tree, leading it to accept him as one of its own. Wow. With this realization, this ability seems rather splendid. Is this the special talent the master spoke of? While it may lack combat prowess, possessing such a stealthy capability is indeed advantageous. Moreover, after prolonged contact, Lin Mo noted that upon removing his hand from the tree, it took approximately a second for the ripples on his body to fade. Ah, how intriguing! Could it be that his body retained the memory of these ripples? Having previously felt aimless, Lin Mo suddenly understood what he ought to do. As dusk descended, Lin Mo ceased his activities within the forest. With darkness encroaching, he needed to find a secure refuge. Additionally, he was famished, having not eaten for half a day. Lin Mo's hunger intensified, especially after exerting himself in a struggle against the tree. After considerable effort over time, he has managed to maintain a transparent ripple around himself for approximately 10 seconds. However, he must refrain from making large or rapid movements, as this would disrupt the ripple, exposing the wounds on his body, which would render his existence unbearable. During this period, he also experimented with other trees and discovered that he could replicate the ripple effect from them as well. Yet, each tree produced a subtly distinct ripple, necessitating a brief period for simulation. Then, a rather peculiar scene unfolded in the forest. A solitary figure ambled slowly from one tree to another, embracing each tree for several minutes before proceeding to the next, an endless cycle. After about an hour, darkness enveloped the surroundings. He estimated that he had traversed less than 100 meters. He owed this progress to the abundance of large trees in the forest, as he realized that different species of trees exhibited vastly differing ripples. For those with significant discrepancies, he would need to start the simulation anew, which was exceedingly time-consuming. With the night fully settled in, he acknowledged that he could not continue his journey that day and sought refuge in the largest tree nearby. To prevent himself from slipping away while asleep, he ingeniously found a vine and climbed up to bind himself within the tree's branches. Perfect, but it seems I must endure a bit of hunger tonight, he muttered to himself, lamenting his unfortunate belly that would suffer both from starvation and the constriction of the vine. Good night, dear belly. Clutching the sturdy branch, he drifted off into slumber. The following day, in a miraculous twist, he awoke against his usual biological clock before dawn. He roused around 5 o'clock, still shrouded in darkness, but hunger had stirred him from his slumber. He finally grasped the true meaning of the phrase, to be hungry from not eating. Perhaps it was the strain of his simulation efforts the previous day, or some other factor, but his hunger was so intense that he felt as though his eyes were turning green, saliva pooling uncontrollably. He could no longer endure. If this continued, he might resort to gnawing on tree bark. Despite the absence of light, he discovered that his night vision had remarkably improved, allowing him to perceive his surroundings with clarity that exceeded that of daylight. Food, he thought, scarcely pausing to contemplate the cause of his enhanced vision. His immediate desire was to find sustenance. With an insatiable hunger, he ventured toward the opposite side of the forest, sensing that there lay what he sought. After approximately 20 minutes of walking during which he refrained from touching any tree, she noticed a reduction in his bodily aches, perhaps due to having rested. Although traversing the forest without simulating the tree ripples was perilous, he could not concern himself with that anymore. If he failed to find food soon, he might not even possess the strength to walk at last. He stumbled upon a grove filled with unknown berry bushes, adorned with green, yellow, and orange fruits, roughly the size of small dates. Rather than climbing the trees, he rummaged through the underbrush, discovering that the ground was littered with ripe berries. Without regard for whether the berries were spoiled or infested, he scooped them up and stuffed them into his mouth, hastily consuming the bounty that lay at his feet. There were only 7 or 8 berry bushes in total, and the ground bore few fallen fruits, most still clinging to the branches above, after indulging in an abundance of berries. Lin settled down to rest for a while. Once he regained most of his senses, he incredulously patted his stomach. These berries were remarkably juicy and substantial, having consumed all that lay on the ground. He estimated he had ingested at least 20 pounds, yet he still felt hunger gnawing at him, and his stomach remained unimproved in as if he had not eaten at all. Continue eating. His body yearned for the sustenance these fruits provided. Placing his hands upon the berry tree, Lin began to attune himself to its rhythmic vibrations. Once he harmonized the waves emanating from his body with those of the tree, he commenced his ascent. This was a discovery made the previous day. If his body's vibrations synchronized with the trees, climbing would become an effortless task. He noted the sharp thorns on the berry tree, reminding himself to ascend with caution. Once atop the tree, Lin embarked on a new culinary adventure, this time savoring the flavors of the berries rather than hastily consuming them. However, he remained oblivious to the fact that the thorns had pricked his arm, leaving merely a tiny white mark, not even breaking the skin. After satiating his hunger, Lin did not descend. Instead, he indulged in a brief slumber. As he drifted into deep sleep, his body, replenished with energy, began to transform. The waves surrounding him grew chaotic, resonating with the berry tree, while other trees nearby responded to his vibrations. Like waves stirred by a sea breeze, one after another, Lin stood as a lighthouse amidst the sea, guiding the surrounding trees towards his evolution. As he led them in their transformation, torrents of vitality surged from the neighboring trees into Lin form, continually nourishing him and supplying the energy necessary for his evolution. This slumber was the most comfortable Lin had ever experienced. It felt as though he had only slept for 2 hours, yet he awoke feeling remarkably refreshed. Upon waking, he plucked some berries for breakfast and was astonished to discover their sweetness had significantly increased. Upon closer inspection, he realized something was amiss. The previous day, the berries on the tree were comprised of 50% green, 40% yellow, and 10% orange. Now, they had all transformed into yellow and orange, devoid of any green. What is happening? As he approached the tree, Lin Mo experienced a peculiar sensation, as if the tree had grown larger. Is it just my imagination? Observing the other fruit trees, he noticed they too had undergone changes. Most of their fruits had ripened, and the closer they were to the tree where Lin Mo had slept, the more they had matured. Chapter 3. Strength gained from sunlight. A sudden attack by the old wolf. Indeed, it is certain that this change is a result of my influence. Listening to the words of the main deity, who claimed he possessed a unique talent, it now seemed that his gift leaned towards the realm of botany. Have I undergone any changes myself? Lin Mo examined his hands, finding them unchanged compared to usual. Wait a moment, my clothes seem smaller, and so do my shoes. Lin Mo realized he had grown considerably taller. He had always purchased clothes a size larger, yet now they felt snug. He glanced at a nearby boulder, nearly 2 meters wide and half his height, and approached it, gripping its sides with determination. It moved with a vigorous effort. Lin Mo unexpectedly overturned the stone. Goodness, it must weigh several hundred pounds. Here I was, previously weary from merely lifting a bucket of water, yet I managed to accomplish this feat. In the ensuing moments, Lin Mo took the time to assess his newfound abilities. It was evident that his strength had significantly increased. However, without a reference point, the extent of this enhancement remained unclear. Nevertheless, he felt capable of delivering a single blow that could vanquish his former self from the previous day. The changes in speed were less discernible, and oddly, he found himself slightly unaccustomed to the increased physical strength. He was no longer as agile as before, yet his reflexes had improved considerably. Notably, his dynamic vision had sharpened. He could distinctly perceive the intricate textures and patterns on the stones he hurled. Moreover, his defensive capabilities had evidently enhanced. He could palpably sense that his physique had become considerably more robust. The once prominent belly had vanished, and while he did not possess defined abdominal muscles, his midsection had transformed into a firm expanse. His simulation ability had also advanced initially. He could only replicate the ripples on the surface of a grand tree, merely mimicking its exterior. Now, upon touching the tree's bark, Lin Mo felt as though he had transformed into the colossal tree itself. Like a colossal humanoid tree, Lin Mo's defensive capabilities have significantly enhanced, and his strength has also seen a considerable increase. The sensation of pain has been greatly diminished, thereby substantially augmenting Lin Mo's combat prowess. However, this transformation is not without its drawbacks. While his defense and strength are elevated, his agility and bodily acuity are compromised. His form resembles that of an actual tree, becoming stiff and rigid, making each movement arduous. Yet, in light of the augmented strength and defense, this slight diminishment is inconsequential. Furthermore, Lin Mo has discovered that he can now activate the simulation without direct contact with the tree. However, transitioning into the trance state requires a lengthier preparation time, which can be mitigated through diligent practice. Taking his newfound extraordinary powers with utmost seriousness, Lin Mo engages in repetitive training of the trance form. Exploration and observation of the world must be postponed. Enhancing his strength and elevating his survival chances is paramount. The disconnection from the main deity remains ambiguous. Yet he must hasten his self-improvement. As Lin Mo practices entering the trance form, the sun quietly ascends into the sky, prompting him to cease his movements not due to the sun's intrusion, but because he senses an overwhelming wave of joy in his surroundings. What is happening? Cautiously leaning against the tree, he assumes the trance form and surveys the area. A sudden, inexplicable surge of happiness wells up within him, a pure, unadulterated joy, the source of which eludes him. Such a feeling is unprecedented. As the sunlight graces Lin Mo's face, his tense demeanor begins to ease. He gradually comprehends that the jubilant emotions emanate from the trees around him. Is their elation derived from basking in the sunlight? Immersed in the joyous atmosphere, Lin Mo, in his trance state, is irresistibly drawn to partake in this sunrise celebration. The sun's rays envelop him, evoking a sensation akin to soaking in a warm bath during winter. As the sunlight nourishes his being, under its radiant glow, he feels the cells within his body rejoicing. The natural energy that once lay dormant within his heart, now radiating outward, growing ever more potent. This sensation enthralls Lin Mo. Basking in the sun to gain strength is an exquisite experience, perfectly suited for a slothful individual like him. Indeed, there was a reason for his previous laziness. And this innate talent is the explanation. At this moment, Lin Emo finally felt the extraordinary power of his unique abilities, simulating plants, enhancing his physical constitution, and listening to the whispers of flora. There was also the remarkable phenomenon of gaining strength from basking in sunlight. Although the surge of energy was but a mere trickle, it could accumulate over time. Relishing the warmth of the sun, Lin Emo unconsciously shed his tree-like form, realizing that even without his arboreal disguise, he could still absorb sunlight to grow. Just as he began to revel in this newfound freedom, a glimmer of cold light caught his attention, swiftly followed by a shadow lunging directly at him. In a moment of panic, Lin Emo raised his left hand to shield his neck and leaned back, attempting to press against the tree. The massive wolf clamped down on his arm, its sharp fangs piercing through his flesh, the feral beast glaring menacingly, ready to rend Lin Mo's flesh. Fortunately, Lin Emo had already leaned against the tree, activating his tree-like form. Damn it! Initially startled, Lin Mo's gaze turned fierce as he fixed his eyes on the old wolf, gripping its upper jaw with his right hand. Sensing danger, the wolf attempted to withdraw, but Lin Emo would not allow it. His injured left hand seized its chin, and he exerted all his strength to hold it fast. At this moment, Lin Emo discovered yet another remarkable ability of his treant form. His feet seemed to be rooted firmly to the ground, immovable even without exerting any force. The old wolf could not budge him. Realizing its futile struggle, the old wolf began to thrash desperately, its claws raking across Lin Mo's body, but only managing to leave superficial scratches, mere abrasions that could not truly harm him. In his treant form, Lin Mo remained unperturbed by the wolf's attacks. He clamped the wolf's jaws with his left hand while his right hand clenched into a fist, delivering powerful blows. Bang, bang, bang. With a series of 7 or 8 strikes, energy surged within Lin Mo, a violet glow emanating from his right hand. The final punch shattered the old wolf's skull. Disposing of the lifeless creature, Lin Mo collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath. After calming his racing heart, he reverted from his treant form, only to feel an intense itch emanating from the wounds on his left hand and body. Approximately 10 minutes later, most of the minor wounds had healed, and the rows of punctures on his left hand began to scab over. Is this recovery ability a bit excessive? Lin Mo felt a surge of joy, quickly followed by a wave of hunger. It appeared that such regenerative prowess came at a cost. With that thought, Lin Mo climbed the tree to forage for fruit. However, after a short while, he descended again. Gazing at the wolf's corpse before him, Lin Mo fell into deep contemplation. Starting a fire was out of the question. He had no smoking habit and could not possibly carry a lighter at all times. As for creating fire by friction, you expect a social recluse like me to master such a sophisticated skill? Lin Mo hung the wolf's carcass from a tree and then grasped the torn hide on the wolf's head, pulling with all his might. He certainly did not intend to skin it, but he believed that sheer strength could work wonders. In no time, a tattered piece of wolf hide was ripped away. Tossing it aside, Lin Mo surveyed the exposed carcass, momentarily uncertain of how to proceed. Indeed, he resolved to consume it directly. Eating raw meat had only been a passing thought before, but now he was inclined to give it a try. He sliced open the wolf's abdomen, discarding the inedible parts to the side, and extracted the wolf's heart. Let us start with this, Lin Mo murmured. Although he was not particularly keen on eating such a thing, food was scarce and waste was not an option if he did not consume the wolf's body today. It would surely spoil by nightfall. Taking a bite, Lin Mo chewed on the wolf's heart, discovering it was not as repulsive as he had anticipated. His enhanced physique granted him significant biting strength, enabling him to chew through it with ease. Chapter 4. Infiltrating the Village, Refugees. Certainly, the taste of this fare cannot be deemed exquisite. Rather, it is merely palatable, sufficient to be swallowed. Thanks to his enhanced physique, Lin Mo possesses a commendable set of teeth, having consumed nearly all the meat from the wolf, leaving behind a scattering of remains and himself splattered in crimson. Nonetheless, the energy derived from the wolf's flesh is quite substantial. Now, he seeks a source of water to cleanse himself, while simultaneously conducting a cursory exploration of his surroundings. 2 months have elapsed, and Lin Mo has diligently surveyed this woodland, discovering no formidable adversaries remaining. That old wolf likely hailed from another region, as he has encountered no other wolves within the forest. In the past 2 months, aside from foraging for sustenance, he has devoted himself to honing his abilities. Presently, his circumstances appear quite promising. With the aid of suggestive movements, he can nearly instantaneously transform into his arboreal form. After absorbing sunlight for 2 consecutive months, the vitality within him has multiplied several times over. Indeed, Lin Mo refers to this capacity as life energy, for it enables him to heal from injuries and temporarily augment his strength. Moreover, as he encounters an increasing variety of tree species, he senses that his mimicry of trees becomes more robust, enhancing his prowess. However, his movements remain comparably slow, which seems to be a deficiency. Attaining strength and defense necessitates the sacrifice of speed. Gradually, his ability to listen to the whispers of plants has evolved into a means of communication with them. Naturally, these plants possess exceedingly low intelligence and lack eyesight, rendering it impossible to rely on them to seek targets within the forest. At best, they can provide companionship and alleviate his boredom, though most have little to say. For 2 continuous months, Lin Mo refrained from venturing beyond the forest's confines, but today, he resolved to explore the outside world. Having spent so long in this woodland, he felt on the verge of madness. Although he often bathed by the lake, his attire had deteriorated to a tattered pair of black trousers, while his short-sleeved shirt and shoes had long since succumbed to wear. Now, he was draped in makeshift garments fashioned from leaves, resembling a wild man. With a newfound capability for self-preservation, he felt compelled to venture forth and explore this novel realm. With a large sack filled with various fruits gathered from the forest, Lin Mo set out on his journey. After approximately 3 days of travel, he finally encountered signs of civilization. It appeared to be a village. Emerging from the mountains, Lin Mo was filled with exhilaration at the prospect of meeting other people. However, he did not rush into the open. Instead, he gathered a multitude of branches and leaves to conceal himself and raised a small tree to shield his form. Then began to simulate the rippling effect of a thicket. This is the camouflage ability he has honed while wandering through the forest, which significantly diminishes his presence, allowing him to move silently without being detected by creatures. In the past, he had utilized this skill to approach an animal resembling a spotted deer, managing to capture it without the slightest realization on its part. However, he is uncertain if this ability would prove effective against humans. Stealthily, Lin Mo advanced towards the village. As he neared the entrance, he suddenly overheard voices, prompting him to halt. 2 individuals approached, chattering incessantly in a language he could not comprehend. Yet, he discerned that it was Japanese. Lin Mo was taken aback, as he had never contemplated the barrier of language before. As for how he recognized it as Japanese, well, that is a matter best left unexamined. As the 2 individuals paused momentarily beside Lin Mo, a sudden wave of anxiety washed over him. One of them chattered inquisitively, while the other, with a hearty laugh, patted his companion on the shoulder before they both continued on their way. Phew, he had not been discovered. Despite the language barrier, Lin Mo resolved to remain. After all, it was a rare opportunity to encounter others. Thus, he stealthily blended into the village. Fortunately, the abundant greenery provided ample cover, preventing his exposure. Otherwise, the sudden appearance of a tree within the village would have raised suspicion. What unfolded next was a rather intriguing scene. A wild man adorned in branches and leaves stealthily traversed the village path, clutching a small tree, while the villagers seemingly ignored his presence. After wandering for a while, Lin Mo discerned that this was merely an ordinary, underdeveloped village, devoid of any extraordinary elements. There was not a hint of modernity, suggesting it might belong to an ancient world. Nevertheless, the presence of people was reassuring. Reflecting on how to engage with them, Lin Mo noted, after a day of observation, that the village's population was sparse, predominantly comprised of young adults. Moreover, the dilapidated state of the houses hinted at an illogical demographic scenario. There were far too few elderly individuals, and children were particularly scarce. In this era, such a phenomenon could stem from 2 primary reasons. Either instability in life discouraged larger families, or, more grimly, the population had faced violent demise. In this world, turmoil and chaos prevail, or perhaps the authorities neglect their duties, allowing bandits to wreak havoc. Regardless of the circumstances, it is evident that this village is exceedingly insular, and one must possess a respectable identity to integrate within. A thought strikes me. Lin Mo stealthily exited the village and adorned himself appropriately. In Aodian village, a villager hurriedly rushed to the village chief's abode. Chief, a peculiar individual has arrived in our village. You must come and see, the villager exclaimed while knocking on the door. The elderly chief, frowning, opened the door. Quickly, lead me to him. Upon reaching the village entrance, the chief noticed a throng of villagers gathered, seemingly encircling something. Make way, make way. The chief is here. A villager called out, parting the crowd for the chief. As the villagers dispersed, the chief beheld the figure within the circle. Clad in tattered trousers, his appearance was disheveled, with dirt smeared across his body and hair in disarray. He clutched a stick in one hand, the other end adorned with a pouch made of some unknown animal's hide, presumably containing something within. His eyes darted nervously among the villagers, and he clutched the pouch tightly, resembling a refugee. Observing this unkempt man, the chief fell silent. "What is your name?" he inquired. Before the man could respond, another villager interjected, "Chief, it seems he cannot speak. He appears to be unable to comprehend our words." Indeed, another villager chimed in. "We asked him questions, and he merely babbled in response." "Is that so?" The chief gazed at the pitiful figure before him and let out a deep sigh. He had witnessed this scenario far too many times before. The village lay in ruins, its inhabitants perished, and the survivors often descended into madness. Was war upon them once more? The old village chief pondered. "What shall we do with this man?" a villager inquired. The chief glanced at the man huddled on the ground, whose anxious gaze met his own, and a wave of compassion washed over him. If his grandson had survived, he would likely be of a similar age. "I shall take him in," he declared. "Everyone else, disperse. Return home and prepare provisions. In the event of an emergency, we must ensure a swift evacuation." The villagers hastily scattered. In these tumultuous times, they understood the implications of encountering a refugee, prompting them to gather supplies. The old chief then led the distressed man back to his home. Chapter 5. Departure and Pursuit. The man in question is undoubtedly Lin Mo. Although he is no longer a youth, his appearance remains quite delicate. However, with his face smeared in dirt and his posture hunched, he embodies the essence of a young refugee. Alas, to blend into the village requires such measures. After all, this is the first step to understanding this new world. One must tread lightly, starting from the very bottom. Upon being brought to the elder's home, it became evident that this elder was likely the village chief, the most esteemed figure among the villagers. It was imperative for Lin Mo to perform his role well, ensuring his true identity remained concealed. At the very least, he needed to grasp the local language. Understanding the spoken word was essential, even if mastering the written form was beyond his immediate reach. Before he could even cross the threshold, the village chief led him to the cattle pen. As Lin Mo stood in bewilderment, the chief entered with a bucket of water and a peculiar brush-like implement in hand. Was he to be scrubbed? Naturally, Lin Mo could not merely stand idle. To swiftly gain the trust of others, he needed to evoke a sense of conquest in them, presenting himself as a figure of vulnerability. Only by allowing them to feel they had subdued him would they refrain from doubting his subsequent actions, as they would subconsciously believe they held power over him. Ouch! That hurts. The commotion in the cattle pen escalated, with Lin Mo pinned to the ground by the elder, who vigorously scrubbed him with the brush. Lin Mo grimaced in exaggerated pain, his youthful cries mingling with splashes of water and the chief's reprimands. The ruckus continued for a full half-hour before the household finally fell silent. Exhausted, the elder collapsed onto a stool, while Lin Mo, now clad in his grandson's old clothes, wore an expression of dismay. Observing his forlorn demeanor, the village chief chuckled. "He resembles my grandson so much." Thus, Lin Mo settled into life within the village. During this time, the chief began to teach him the local language. Being the only literate individual in the village and seemingly treating Lin Mo as his own grandson, the elder was dedicated in his instruction. Lin Mo recognized the elder's goodwill and, as a result, learned quite effectively. Initially, he feared that acquiring the language would take an extensive period, but as he immersed himself in his studies, he made remarkable progress, achieving a basic level of communication within a mere month. However, writing remained a challenge, as the village lacked the resources for such practice. When Lin Mo discerned that this world resembled that of Naruto, a shiver of apprehension coursed through him. Is this not the world fraught with peril? Here lies within the borders of the land of fire, in an era shrouded in uncertainty. Lin Mo struggles to retain much knowledge of this world. Suffice it to say, it is a realm fraught with peril, where only those of considerable strength can hope to survive. Lin Mo chose to remain in this village, diligently learning the language while continuously honing his physical prowess and skills. The villagers perceive him as strong, industrious, and possessing a peculiar fondness for climbing trees. As time swiftly passes, the simplicity of rural life feels fleeting. After 2 months in the village, Lin Mo senses it is time to depart. Notably, the old village chief seems to have discerned his impending departure, treating him with exceptional kindness, evoking an indescribable sensation within him. It is not that he is particularly attached to the old man. Rather, he feels a pang of sympathy for his solitude. "Little Lin, if you wish to leave, then go," the old chief said. "I am not so frail as to perish without care. I understand that young people such as yourself yearn for the world beyond." During dinner, the old chief reminisced about his grandchildren, weaving tales from his youth to the present. Lin Mo, unsure of how to respond, merely nodded in agreement. "By the way, the ninja lord is expected to arrive tomorrow. You should leave soon, lest they take you away," the old chief advised. After days of interaction, the old man has gleaned that this newfound grandson harbors secrets, yet he perceives no malice in him. Unlike other places, this village is unique. Every 6 months, a ninja lord visits to inspect for spies from enemy nations. With no lingering sentiments, Lin Mo seized the cover of night, retrieving the map bestowed upon him by the old chief. Utilizing his exceptional night vision, he stealthily departed the village. The map was exceedingly simplistic, comprehensible to the vast majority. However, Lin Mo found himself among the rare few who did not grasp its meanings. His innate sense of direction had been thoroughly depleted since birth. In his previous life on Earth, he fared somewhat better with GPS applications that indicated his location with a green dot. Yet, this paper map presented an insurmountable challenge. He could not decipher the road signs, only recognizing the location of Akita village. Wandering aimlessly, Lin Mo followed the map, uncertain if he was on the right path. Yet he pressed on, hoping for clarity along the way. His sole intention was merely to join a hidden village to acquire methods of cultivation. After all, without formidable strength, one cannot feel secure in this world. Gaining entry into a major hidden village was out of the question, especially Konoha. Should they discover his unique physique, he would likely be seized by Danzo and Orochimaru for experimentation. Furthermore, no major hidden village would recruit foreign ninjas unless they were children with the potential to serve as cannon fodder. Otherwise, entering the village would prove exceedingly difficult. In contrast, minor hidden villages presented a more accessible opportunity. As long as one was not a rogue ninja sought after by a major village, they were often willing to accept wandering ninjas, untroubled by concerns of betrayal or espionage. Particularly, the grass village to which Lin Mo intended to travel was known for its readiness to abandon allies at the first sign of danger. The distinction between the ninjas of the grass village and wandering ninjas lay in their established residence. However, they were even more unprincipled than typical vagabonds, readily selling intelligence to Konoha, only to turn around and offer the same information to other hidden villages. They were the quintessential opportunists. Lin Mo chose them for their ease of access, as he sought nothing more than a technique to refine chakra. Located at the borders of the land of fire and in close proximity to the land of grass, Akita village took him over a week to reach. He sensed he must be nearing the land of grass, for the surrounding trees had significantly dwindled. This land was unlike the land of fire, which was densely forested. Instead, it resembled more of a plain. Filled with anticipation, Lin Mo felt he was close to his destination. Suddenly, he rolled to the side as a shuriken struck the ground where he had just been. Who was it? Swiftly evading a few more shuriken, Lin Mo glanced back at the grassy terrain. Seeing that his attack had been in vain, a ninja hidden in the underbrush emerged. A Konoha ninja? Lin Mo regarded the headband adorned with the symbol of Konoha, his expression filled with confusion. "Come with me." The Leaf Village ninja had yet to finish his words when Lin Mo abruptly turned and fled. It was evident that his presence in Akita village had been discovered, leading to suspicions that he was a rogue ninja from an enemy village. The two commenced a chase across the plains. This Leaf ninja appeared to be a nin, as genin typically would not operate alone, nor possess such strength. With great difficulty, Lin Mo extracted the shuriken lodged in his back, casting a pained glance back at his pursuer. This was illogical. How could this individual run so swiftly despite his flawed technique? Lin Mo was endowed with enhanced physical capabilities, far surpassing those of his adversary, yet he could not shake him off, who claimed that ninjas were frail despite their high attack power. After being struck by shuriken for the 5th time, Lin Mo collapsed to the ground, anxiously glancing back at his opponent. Chapter 6. Counterattack. Arrival at the Grass Ninja Village. Upon witnessing his adversary finally fall, the Leaf Ninja ceased his shuriken onslaught. He discerned that Lin Mo lacked combat experience, yet his physical constitution was evidently exceptional. A typical ninja would feel pain from such wounds, hindering their movements, But this individual seemed unfazed. He must be captured. Even if dead, he had to be brought back. It was clear that this person possessed formidable strength, and in close combat, the ninja doubted his own chances. Bringing back a corpse would suffice. The leaf ninja formed hand seals, unleashing a colossal fireball from his mouth. Fire release, great fireball technique. Boom. The fireball engulfed Lin Mo. The raging flames igniting the surrounding dry grass, intensifying the blaze. After several minutes, the flames subsided, leaving behind a charred corpse. After meticulously inspecting to ensure there was no movement, the ninja approached. Thud. He hurled a kunai, embedding it directly into the scorched remains. Confirming that there was no sign of life, he proceeded forward, retrieving a ninja scroll. As his hand made contact with the corpse, the lifeless hand suddenly grasped his wrist. Die. Lin Mo's eyes snapped open, a violet glow of vitality permeating his charred form, as he delivered a powerful punch to the leaf ninja's chest. Crack. The immense force instantaneously shattered the ninja's heart, killing him on the spot. Panting, Lin Mo discarded the ninja's body aside and collapsed onto the ground. That was close. The original plan had been to feign death until his opponent drew near, then seize the opportunity to strike. However, he had not anticipated such caution from the ninja, who even employed the great fireball as a finishing move. Fire is strong against wood. Even with Lin Mo's formidable vitality, he had suffered considerable injuries. Fortunately, the fireball's duration was brief, and although his simulated treant form was vulnerable to flames, it could endure for a short while. Gazing at his soot-covered garments, Lin Mo stripped the defeated ninja of his clothing and equipment, taking everything but the items distinctly marked with the Leaf Village insignia. He completely changed into the new attire, clothing, ninja scroll, and a kunai. This is the equipment for harvesting. Most of the valuable items are contained within the ninja scrolls. Yet Lin Mo lacks the chakra to activate them. After changing into a new outfit, Lin Mo felt significantly better, aside from his slightly darkened skin. There was no evidence of the recent burns from the fire. The experience of taking a life for the first time did not evoke any profound emotions in Lin Mo. It was akin to hunting the animals in the forest, as they were all strangers to him. Death was merely an end. In fact, compared to the resilient creatures he had previously encountered, killing a human was somewhat easier. Seizing the opportunity allowed him to eliminate them swiftly. However, the burns from the fire were indeed quite painful. Lin Mo ran his fingers through his singed hair, feeling a swell of irritation within. It would be better to be burned bald. At least when it grows back, it will look more presentable. Lin Mo glanced again at the lifeless body of the Konoha ninja on the ground, seemingly struck by a thought. Channeling the vital energy within him, he concentrated it in his legs and crushed the ninja's skull with a single step. Blood and fragments splattered across the ground, causing Lin Mo's lips to twitch in distaste. Had he known, he would have opted for a stone instead. About an hour after Lin Mo departed, 3 Konoha ninjas arrived at the scene, discovering the naked, headless corpse. One of the ninjas stepped forward to inspect it. It's Fujiwara-kun. A simple examination revealed. Captain, I have confirmed. Understood. After the inspection, it was determined that Fujiwara had been ambushed, with no additional injuries aside from the fatal blow to his chest, which was likely delivered by a single punch. Moreover, the assailant had been cunning enough to desecrate Fujiwara's head post-mortem. One punch. What kind of ninja possesses such strength? The squad leader pondered, furrowing his brow as he observed the unmistakable footprints left by the perpetrator. Let us return with Fujiwara's body for reporting. Meanwhile, Lin Mo, cleansing himself by the riverbank, remained oblivious to the discovery of the Konoha ninja's corpse. Even if he had known, there would be little he could do. Time was of the essence, and he had no means to erase the evidence, not knowing how many more ninjas might be in pursuit. Peeling away the charred dead skin from his body, he painstakingly removed the burned flesh. As his vital energy surged, his blood and flesh began to visibly regenerate. Ouch, that hurts. Regrettably, the healing process for the burned skin was extraordinarily troublesome. It would be simpler to scrape it off and let it regrow. After half a day, Lin Mo transformed from his bloodied state back to his original appearance, his hair having grown longer in the process. So hair can grow back? He mused, running his fingers through his disheveled locks. The sensation was rather pleasant. This is what it feels like to have long hair. However, with the map burned, he was truly left to navigate by trial and error. Fortuitously, Lin Mo encountered a merchant caravan emerging from the land of grass. In a friendly encounter, after incapacitating a few guards, The merchants kindly provided him with the location of the grass ninja village and even gifted him some travel expenses. Following the merchant's directions, Lin Mo finally arrived at the grass ninja village. The greenery here is exquisite. The houses are overgrown with grass. It seems that even a small village like Akita is superior in comparison. This place, apart from being larger than Akita, holds little else of significance. Halt! Who goes there? Lin Mo stood at the entrance of the grass ninja village, observing the scene. The two guards at the gate momentarily froze before stepping forward to block his path. Dressed like a ninja, yet lacking a headband, he wielded a kunai and brazenly scrutinized the village. Although our grass ninja village may be somewhat lacking in strength, a modicum of respect should be afforded, should it not? To approach so openly and inspect our village. Greetings, I am Senyi, a wandering ninja. I heard that the grass ninja village accepts wandering ninjas, so here I am, Lin Mo announced, refraining from revealing his true name, as he did not intend to linger here for long. Concealing his identity was paramount. Wandering ninja? The two guards exchanged glances, producing a parchment to compare Lin Mo's visage. After a moment of disappointment, one of them remarked, "Alas, this face does not appear on the bounty list. Follow me." One of the ninjas beckoned, leading Lin Mo into the village. Though he felt a sense of bewilderment, he could not quite articulate what felt amiss. Perhaps entering the village would shed light on the situation. Following closely, they soon arrived at a rather decent wooden house. "Wait here. I shall inform the leader," the ninja instructed before entering the building. After a short while, he emerged and declared, "Let us proceed. The leader is awaiting you inside." Upon entering, Lin Mo found himself alone with a middle-aged man seated at a desk. "You are Senyi, correct? I hear you wish to join our grass ninja village?" "Indeed, esteemed leader. I have grown weary of wandering and the transient life. The great ninja villages will not accept outsiders. But your grass ninja village is willing to take in wandering ninjas like myself," Lin Mo replied earnestly. "Cough, cough. Very well. You may stay in our village, the leader." "Lord Mang," interrupted Lin Mo. "Huh?" Lin Mo was taken aback. Was it truly this simple? Was there no need to disclose his background? In truth, Lin Mo had overthought the matter. Lord Mang was acutely aware of the village's reputation in the ninja world. Its infamy had been established since the Second Great Ninja War, rendering the grass ninja village rather undesirable. The fact that anyone would express a desire to join was already a stroke of fortune. Who were they to be choosy? Those who arrived at their village were undoubtedly left with no other options. As for the concern of spies? Cough, cough, such a notion was welcomed. Spies indicated missions, and missions signified wealth. They could easily split profits 50-50. The grass ninja village would provide intelligence, and the spy would provide payment. Alas, such a scenario was unlikely, for this place was destitute. Had it not been for the heavy responsibilities of leadership, Lord Mang would have long since ventured out to take on missions. "Do not be too surprised. Your willingness to join our village is enough for my acceptance. The village is in need of personnel at this moment. By the way, what is your strength?" Lord Mang inquired. "I am uncertain," Lin Mo replied. "Uncertain? I possess no chakra, merely considerable physical strength." Lin Mo spoke. "What?" Upon hearing this, Lord Mang felt as though he had been tricked, yet after a moment's contemplation, he said, "Why don't you give that punch a try?" He gestured towards a nearby wooden post, which he often practiced on during his leisure time. Lin Mo then delivered a powerful strike to the post, shattering it effortlessly. Lord Mang realized that this individual truly did not utilize chakra. He had broken the post solely through sheer physical strength. Was this innate divine power? "This is the chakra refining technique. Take it back and study it," Lord Mang said, retrieving a book from his drawer and handing it to Lin Mo. He was in good spirits. The fact that Lin Mo possessed such formidable strength without chakra suggested that with it, the hidden grass village could gain another powerful ally. Well, I can't read," Lin Mo admitted, scratching his face. He had yet to learn the local script. Ultimately, Lord Mang had no choice but to personally instruct Lin Mo, the illiterate, in the chakra refining technique. The array of peculiar terms bewildered Lin Mo. His knowledge of Japanese was limited to daily conversation, and he could only guess at words like heart, liver, and senses. This left Master Mang utterly speechless. Nevertheless, he earnestly endeavored to teach Lin Mo, eager to observe whether the latter could master the art of chakra manipulation. The number of grass ninjas was indeed scarce, particularly among the elite J-nin ranks. In a village of over 300 shinobi, there were merely a handful of CH-nin and only 3 J-nin, one of whom was Mang himself, while the other 2 were of the most basic level of J-nin. To refine chakra is to be considered a genin. Each individual's method of chakra refinement was unique. Thus, the techniques provided merely served as a reference. The specific cultivation methods relied heavily on personal effort. Blindly imitating others would only lead to self-detriment. That evening, upon arriving at his designated quarters, Lin Mo reflected on the refinement techniques imparted by Master Mang. Perhaps due to his origins outside the world of Hokage, he was unable to perceive the sensations described by Master Mang, for the Sage of Six Paths had not conveyed chakra to him. However, Lin Mo discovered that his life energy bore a striking resemblance to chakra, as both originated from within his body. The distinction lay in the fact that his life energy could gradually replenish itself or be restored through nourishment, particularly thriving in the forest, whereas the depletion of chakra often resulted in dire consequences for the individual. In the original narrative, the demise of Jinchuriki stemmed from the extraction of tailed beasts, which would siphon away all of the host's chakra, leading to death. Could my life energy be considered a superior form of chakra? Lin Mo pondered. Though his life energy was singularly of the life wood attribute, it did not necessitate the forfeiture of life, which was indeed a favorable aspect. Regrettably, he lacked access to wood release. Otherwise, he would have been eager to experiment with its potential. In the ensuing days, affairs in the village of Grass were rather uneventful. Master Mang would carve out time every few days to instruct Lin Mo, especially after Lin Mo successfully refined chakra, disguised as life energy. He discovered that his chakra possessed the ability to heal injuries, endowing him with the capabilities akin to those of a medical ninja, which resulted in Master Mang imparting even more knowledge to him. Chakra control, combat techniques, and the unique mastery of the sage art acquired through unconventional means from Konoha. However, upon obtaining the sage art, Lin Mo discovered that it was not as he had envisioned. This technique relied on the accelerated growth of cells to heal wounds, fundamentally differing from his own life energy healing. Nonetheless, the sage art significantly benefited Lin Mo, enhancing his utilization of energy and substantially reducing his consumption. Within the village, Lin Mo also encountered Vortex Karine and her mother. Karine still appeared as a mere child, seemingly unaware of their healing capabilities, and had not yet been regarded as a human blood bag. However, Lin Mo refrained from engaging with them, cautiously focusing on enhancing himself. As their presence offered him no substantial advantage, they were hardly even valuable as mere blood bags. Through continual self-exploration, Lin Mo realized that his vitality was indeed formidable, markedly distinguishing him from others. Since activating his talent over the past 6 months, the life energy within him had significantly increased. And when the time came for him to replenish his vitality, he could likely drain Karine's mother in a single gulp. Of course, the most notable transformation was in his Treeman form. With mastery over energy manipulation, Lin Mo's strength and defensive limits in this form had further escalated, boasting exceptional physical resistance, rendering shuriken nearly ineffective at inflicting damage. As for magical resistance, it remained uncertain. Should anyone in the Grass Village dare to attack him, Lord Mang would promptly eliminate the assailant. However, having narrowly escaped a fireball previously, he was acutely aware that his fire resistance was lacking. In terms of combat skills, Lin Mo had not learned much. Primarily, he had acquired techniques for exerting force. He had a natural talent for timing his strikes during combat, and his evasion technique, a simple roll, sufficed. Ultimately, life energy was not chakra. The notions of enhancing physical coordination or using chakra to walk on water were utterly out of the question. Life energy served only 2 purposes: enhancing physical constitution and healing injuries. As for ninjutsu, it was regrettable that life energy bore no resemblance to chakra. It reacted not at all to chakra paper, let alone the acquisition of ninjutsu. Lin Mo was uncertain how to describe his current combat prowess. He had significant shortcomings, particularly in agility, yet his strength was remarkably high, enabling him to potentially eliminate AJ Nin in close combat. Within the borders of the Land of Grass, a group of individuals suddenly descended from the sky, landing gracefully, as if defying gravity. There were 10 in total, 3 women and 7 men. As they touched down, each slowly emerged from unconsciousness. The contractors prepared themselves, knowing that in 3 minutes, their protective measures would cease. Their main mission was clear: massacre. Eliminate 20 units of ninja characters. The more they killed, the higher their final score. Chapter 8. The contractors appear. Task duration: 7 days. Task penalty: all attributes reduced by 5. The 10 contractors frowned, each no longer a novice, fully aware of the challenges posed by the reincarnation space missions. If the tasks were more complex, it might be manageable, but the simplicity of this mission implied a high degree of difficulty. This was, after all, a purely murderous undertaking. Does anyone wish to form a team? A tall, slender man surveyed the awakening crowd and inquired, "Is there anyone in need of a team? I am not inclined to delve deeply into this cyclical space, as I plan to complete the basic tasks and depart." He repeated his question once more. Soon, those lacking strength and intending to rely on minimal rewards gathered together, 7 in total, their goal straightforward, to eliminate 20 low-ranking ninjas. The remaining 3, comprising 2 men and a woman, exhibited a palpable confidence in their abilities. The group exchanged glances, yet no words were spoken. They were strangers and felt no need for conversation. The 10 contractors divided into 3 teams, one of 7, another of 2, and the last consisting of 1. Guing observed the departing contractors, shaking her head. 1 person must slay 20 low-ranking ninjas, and 7 must kill a total of 140. Which ninja village would permit such a massacre? If even 2 of them survive, they ought to be grateful. Nonetheless, it must be acknowledged that the task of killing 20 ninjas in 7 days, even for someone of her modest prowess, was no trivial endeavor. While low-ranking ninjas are indeed weak, to indiscriminately kill them would inevitably draw the ire of their higher-ranked counterparts. Each elite ninja possesses exceptional assassination skills and mastery of ninjutsu, and it is rare for them to operate alone. Encountering them often leads to certain demise. Her targets were rogue ninjas and defectors, yet these adversaries were not easily vanquished. Typically ranking as ch-nin or higher, not significantly weaker than herself. This task is exceedingly challenging. Days passed, and in the outskirts of the grass ninja village, another individual, equally displaced from his world, remained unaware of his kindred arrival. He was currently engaged in a sparring session with Lord Mang. "Be gentler, Senyi. I may be aged, but I cannot withstand your relentless assaults," Lord Mang exclaimed, glaring at Lin Ma, whose iron staff was relentless against the ninja blade in his hand. To accommodate Lin Ma's formidable strength, Lord Mang had provided him with a 2-meter-long iron rod weighing 30 kilograms. In a typical confrontation, it would be easier for a skilled fighter wielding a blade to contend with one using a staff, as the latter, while powerful, often depletes stamina rapidly. However, this presumption faltered when facing Lin Ma, who wielded the iron rod with an ease that belied its weight. Although his movements were slow, Lord Mang dared not engage him directly, relying instead on his healing abilities to play a dangerous game of injury for injury. Lin Ma's powerful strikes could easily counter any initial cut, resulting in a punishing blow in return. Observing the dents on the training ground floor, Lord Mang discarded his blade in frustration, unwilling to continue. Lin Ma stood awkwardly beside him, unable to halt the momentum of his swings. Previously, as an ordinary person, striking the ground with a staff would send shockwaves through his hands, but now, he felt no such discomfort. This sensation of raw power was utterly captivating to Lin Ma. "TCH, how goes your research on the palm technique, Senyi?" Master Mang rubbed his sore shoulders and suddenly inquired. "No, my healing abilities are limited to myself. Others cannot withstand my chakra," Lin Mo replied. He speculated that perhaps the life energy, imbued with the wood attribute, wreaked havoc upon others when injected into their bodies, causing their meridians to rupture and internal organs to be destroyed. This force, one might say, resembled the direct infusion of energy meant for trees into a human form. Even though this energy possessed healing properties, the frail human body could not endure it. Conversely, injecting life energy into plants yielded commendable results, fostering their growth. Sighing, Master Mang lamented, "Master Mang, Master Mang." At that moment, a ninja rushed into the training ground in a flurry. "What is it?" Master Mang turned his gaze towards him. "2 teams of lower ninjas from our village were killed while on a mission." "What? Do you know who did it?" Master Mang pondered whether they had provoked someone. Considering the grass ninjas were generally impoverished, and rogue ninjas and traitors often disregarded them, the larger villages, having been deceived by the grass ninjas in the past, typically avoided any contact. "We know." The surviving lower ninja reported that it was a group of individuals dressed in unfamiliar attire, 5 men and 2 women. They wielded a type of weapon that produced a loud sound, resembling the da-da. In just a few moments, they slaughtered the majority of the lower ninjas. The Chunin team leader was unable to escape in time and was ultimately overwhelmed. He survived solely because he had been suffering from a stomach ache and had not joined the others, the reporting ninja explained. "Humph, those wretched fiends. Unknown individuals? The ninjas from the great ninja village held a sense of pride, aside from those engaged in espionage. The rest would rather emblazon their village's name upon their faces than partake in such disgraceful acts. Since it was not from the great ninja village, Master Mang felt emboldened. Within the small ninja villages, apart from the territory of the neighboring poisonous banana fish, the grass ninjas had never backed down. Dare to provoke us? Gather the Tians. I will go with him to eliminate these scoundrels. A fierce expression crossed Master Mang's face. The grass ninjas had bowed to the great ninja village for too long, and now even these small ruffians dared to challenge them. Master Mang hurriedly departed, and Lin Mo finally came to his senses. A weapon that produces aided sound? Lin Mo couldn't recall any such thing from the Hokage's arsenal. Could it be a gun? The sound it made and its ability to swiftly obliterate numerous ninjas, albeit lower ones, left Lin Mo pondering what else could accomplish such a feat. He had not forgotten his origins. Perhaps these individuals were a team of reincarnators from the main god space? Whatever the case, it was of no concern to him. Lin Mo shrugged, retreating to a nearby tree to practice his tree human form. After all, he had already discarded the reincarnation list, even if it were intact. The main god could not locate him. As for whether the main god could pinpoint him within his body, if that were true, he would accept it, at worst. He would just return to work for the main god. In the stillness of the night, Lin Mo, overwhelmed by the fear of being discovered by the Supreme Deity, found himself restless and unable to sleep. He ventured out of his room and climbed a great tree in the village, activating his simulation ability, which brought him some solace. Gazing at the luminous full moon, his troubled heart began to ease. He felt an inner conflict. A part of him yearned to seek out the Supreme Deity and explore the myriad worlds beyond, yet another part fiercely clung to his freedom. How had he become so indecisive? Lin Mo pondered, realizing that since acquiring his extraordinary powers, he had grown increasingly reluctant to relinquish them. Once, he had been akin to a floundering fish, easily manipulated by others. Chapter 9. Slaying the Contractor. Capture. Often, Lin Mo found himself lacking in resolve, as contemplating every possible outcome left him weary. Embracing the flow of life was his guiding principle. He preferred to anticipate the choices fate would bestow upon him rather than impose his own. While he was still mulling over his uncertain future, a shadow beneath the tree captured his attention. Were those two men huddled together? In the dim light of the moon, one man cloaked another with a dark cape, both behaving furtively under the cover of night, oblivious to the lurking grass ninjas nearby. What on earth is this? Confounded, Lin Mo snapped off a branch and placed it atop his head, stealthily trailing behind them. Their stealth techniques were remarkably adept, had he not spotted them from above. Following them would have proven quite difficult. Their capes seemed to conceal them within the shadows, yet their pace was slow enough for Lin Mo to keep pace. What were they up to, scurrying about the village? Are you certain they are here? One queried. Absolutely. I checked several other locations over the past few nights. This is the last place left. They have to be here, the other responded with excitement. Their objective was the mother and daughter, Xiang Lin, or more precisely, the bloodline that coursed through their veins. Remember your promise to me. Fear not. We have already signed the contract. Am I likely to go back on my word? After the two infiltrated Xiang Lin's residence, Lin Mo summoned the grass ninja on duty. Lord Mori, is there something amiss? The duty ninja inquired, regarding Lin Mo with respect. As he was a shinobi favored by the leader, his strength well recognized. Please summon Lord Jingsuo and gather the other middle ninjas. We have an intruder in our village. Lin Mo instructed. What? Chaoren widened his eyes. Yet he did not doubt Lin Mo's honesty, hastily departing to summon assistance. Once Chaoren left, Lin Mo continued to fixate on the two individuals. Their target was undoubtedly Xiang Lin and her daughter. Just that morning, news had surfaced regarding the potential appearance of the main deity's reincarnation team, and by nightfall, individuals had come seeking Xiang Lin and her child. These two were surely reincarnators. However, Lin Mo had no intention of placing himself in jeopardy, particularly against adversaries he did not fully comprehend. After a few minutes, Jingzuo arrived with a considerable contingent of ninjas. Jingzuo was one of the 3 elite shinobi in Chaoren's village, alongside the leader, Lord Mang, and Tianzong. Sini, what is the situation? Jingzuo inquired. Lin Mo gestured towards the house ahead. The individuals have yet to emerge. There are 2 intruders in total. Upon hearing this, Jingzuo and his men concealed themselves around the dwelling. After a while, an explosion resonated from the rear of the house. The 2 intruders, realizing they were encircled, opted to break out through the back, which happened to be where Jingzuo had laid his ambush. The explosion was likely triggered by an explosive talisman. A throng of ninjas surged forward. However, Lin Mo chose not to follow them, but instead entered the house. Inside, there were no traces of blood or signs of a struggle. Only the two motionless figures remained on the ground. Their once vibrant red hair had turned to a ghostly white, adding a touch of desolation to the visage of the older woman. As he placed his hand upon their faces, he sensed that the younger one had already lost all vital signs, while the elder retained a faint flicker of life, albeit extremely tenuous. It seemed the blood pack provided by SAS had run out. He wondered if he would be struck down by Karabi in the future. Gathering a small orb of life energy in his hand, a violet glow illuminated the room. He was uncertain why his life energy manifested in such a hue, but it mattered little now. He pressed the orb against the woman's chest, allowing the violet energy to permeate her body. Whether you survive depends on your fate, Lin Mo murmured before pursuing the sounds of conflict. Given the physical constitution of the Uzumaki clan, she should be able to endure, he thought. Outside the house, Jingzhou and dozens of ninjas were engaged in combat with a werewolf towering over 2 meters in height, while the other assailant was nowhere to be seen. Seni, the other individual has fled in that direction, Jingzhou called out, pointing. Understood. Seeing that Jingzhou could handle the werewolf, Lin Mo did not linger and dashed towards the direction Jingzhou indicated. The howling of wolves grew increasingly furious behind him. Without having assumed the form of a treeman, Lin Mo's speed was still remarkable. His formidable physique propelled him forward, quickly allowing him to catch up to the reincarnator clad in a black cloak. Initially intending to flee, the reincarnator, upon realizing that only Lin Mo had pursued him, exhaled in relief. To dare chase him alone indicated that Lin Mo was likely an elite shinobi. Although somewhat challenging, he believed he could still overpower this village's lower-tier elite. Time was of the essence. He could not afford to be delayed. With this thought, he turned to confront Lin Mo, unperturbed by the adversary's audacity to counterattack. Lin Mo transformed into his treeman form and charged forward with determination. This is indeed a gamble. The combat styles of the two individuals are steeped in risk. One wagers on the opponent's vulnerability in close quarters, while the other bets on the inability to breach defenses. They collided head-on, with Lin Mo's chest pierced by a black dagger, while the reincarnator found himself grasped firmly by the throat. The strength of this reincarnator is considerable, and his physique surpasses that of a typical ninja. However, regrettably, he has lost his gamble. My strength exceeds yours. Gathering energy in his hand, Lin Mo intercepted the opponent's counterattack with one hand, while the other radiated an ever-increasing purple energy, ultimately constricting his neck with lethal force. It must be said that these reincarnators possess innovative thinking. Had he been an ordinary J-nin, he might have succeeded in his ambush. The dagger, glimmering with an eerie light, was evidently sharp, and a chilling sensation emanated from it, attempting to invade his body. Yet it was firmly repelled by the life energy within Lin Mo. After extracting the short sword, which had not penetrated deeply enough to damage any vital organs, the wound began to heal rapidly under the influence of Lin Mo's life energy, soon leaving no trace. It was time to search the corpse. However, Lin Mo soon found himself disheartened. Apart from the short sword, there was nothing else to be found. Could it be that there exists a personal space of sorts? Unable to comprehend this, Lin Mo thrust the blade through the reincarnator's eye, and the sword's inherent energy invaded the brain, swiftly desiccating it. This dagger must contain some form of death energy. After dismantling the brain, Lin Mo made his way back, leaving behind a withered corpse. 10 minutes later, a woman emerged from the underbrush, hurriedly rushing towards the body. She knelt beside the corpse, seemingly picking up something, her face alight with joy. Don't move. A cold voice interrupted her exhilaration. Guing stiffly turned her head to see the man from earlier, one hand holding a small branch while the other brandished the black dagger against her neck. Before she could finish her sentence, Lin Mo struck her and rendered her unconscious. When Guing regained consciousness, she found herself bound tightly, her clothing stripped away, leaving only a scant amount of undergarments. Awake. Are we? She looked over to see the man who had knocked her out, now grinning as he held a tree whip. Since you're awake, hand over what you took. Otherwise, Lin Mo lightly scraped the whip across her chest in a menacing manner. Originally, he merely wished to ascertain whether only reincarnators could pilfer from their own kind. But to his surprise, he had indeed guessed correctly. The woman rushed over like a fool, only to be caught red-handed by me, who was concealed nearby. I have nothing. She attempted to argue. Without hesitation, Lin Mo delivered a swift strike with a branch, asserting, "You must remember, my patience is finite. I don't understand what you're saying." After several more strikes, Lin Mo expertly controlled his strength, refraining from excessive force. There was little chance that this woman would willingly relinquish her possessions. If the roles were reversed, she would certainly resist to the bitter end. For surrendering meant a certain demise, while retaining her belongings might afford her a glimmer of hope. Thus, Lin Mo merely seized the opportunity under the guise of interrogation to indulge his desires, having long wished to engage in such a manner, but had previously been restrained by his own conscience. This part has been omitted. Feel free to imagine the rest. Half an hour later, gazing at the two items that lay on the ground, Lin Mo, having vented his negative emotions, fell into a pensive state, stealing glances at the woman who had closed her eyes, silently enduring her pain. "I can't believe you." Lin Mo set down what he held, momentarily at a loss for what to do. What had begun as mere play had unexpectedly brought him face to face with such an extraordinary situation, flooding him with guilt. In response to her expectant yet bashful gaze, Lin Mo swiftly tore away. "Well, you can fill in the details. Having been too restrained in the previous work, this time I wish to explore a more unconventional approach." At this moment, Lin Mo finally found the time to examine the items presented by the woman. A palm-sized book with a cover depicting a singular leaf and a red object resembling a T-virus test tube lay before him. The book remained stubbornly shut, resisting even the greatest of Lin Mo's efforts to open it, as if it were an immovable artifact. "Stop straining yourself. That object is beyond your use." A frail female voice interjected. "What is this?" Gu Ying, now quite agitated, reflected on her bewilderment. She could not comprehend her own actions, nor could she fathom the events of the previous day, when she had entrusted something she had safeguarded for over 20 years to a native, one whose name she did not even know. My heavens! It was utterly maddening. As memories of last night's frenzy flooded back, Gu Ying's cheeks flushed a deep crimson. "I ask you, what is this? Why are you blushing?" Lin Mo replied, his demeanor remarkably composed. The woman cast a resentful glance at Lin Mo. The secrets of the reincarnation space must not be disclosed to the natives, for doing so would result in immediate execution. She had no desire to test the boundaries of the reincarnation realm. "Is there a confidentiality clause?" Lin Mo regarded her with amusement. "For instance, is it forbidden to speak of matters related to reincarnation with the natives?" Gu Ying stared at Lin Mo in astonishment. How did he know? Could it be indeed? "It is precisely as you suspect." Lin Mo grasped her chin and gently patted her face. Gu Ying, bewildered, gazed at him, frozen in place. She had never encountered nor heard of such a situation, leaving her utterly at a loss. Observing her disorientation, Lin Mo discerned that she was a novice. "Very well, what is your task? This should not violate the rules, should it? Do enlighten me." Lin Mo tossed her some clothing and donned his own garments. Upon realizing that Lin Mo was indeed not a native, Gu Ying divulged everything she knew to him. After all, she could not overpower him, and given his formidable prowess, he might assist her in accomplishing her task. The test tube contained a bloodline, the small book was a profession tome, and the dagger was a magical weapon. High-purity Uzumaki bloodline. Originating from Naruto, this bloodline can be extracted from living beings and ingested directly. There is an 80 chance of acquiring the Uzumaki clan as constitution, a 50 chance of merging with the Uzumaki bloodline, and a 30 chance of mutation. Warning: to consume this high-purity bloodline, one must possess a constitution of at least 20 points. Failure to do so may result in mutation. Rating: a plant magic profession tome, a specialized magic book that grants the user the legacy of plant magic upon use. Warning: intelligence must be at least 25 points to utilize. Rating: a dagger of death, an enchanted dagger imbued with the essence of death, sharp, cursed, and decayed. It is the exclusive weapon of assassins, but beware, it tends to slay its master more often than its foes. This serves as an introduction to the three entities. Relayed by Gu Ying to Lin Mo, as he is unable to perceive them himself. "You can't use these two items, so why not hand them over to me?" Gu Ying remarked, her interest in the bloodline and profession book palpable, despite her current ineligibility to utilize them. These are my spoils. You are included too." Lin Mo replied, stowing the two items away. "And how do you know I cannot use them?" After capturing several rogue ninjas and traitorous ninjas in a bandit lair to fulfill Gu Ying's mission, Lin Mo sent her on her way. Well, this is where our camaraderie ends. Upon returning to the village, Jingzhua promptly approached him. "Seni, what became of the invader?" Lin Mo observed Jingzhua, who was wrapped in bandages, and expressed surprise at his condition. Cough, cough. That fellow who can transform into a werewolf had venomous claws, and before he fled, he threw several dark projectiles that were more formidable than explosive tags. I was caught off guard, Jingzhou explained. Embarrassment evident in his demeanor as Sun Yi regarded him with astonishment. That is entirely understandable. I never expected the grass ninja to detain him. Jingzhou could barely hold his ground against the adversary, while the other ninjas possessed merely interference abilities. Had the werewolf contractor engaged in battle earnestly, the grass ninja would have suffered significant losses. The one I pursued also escaped. I lack ninjutsu, so I couldn't capture him, Lin Mo stated. Alas, when Lord Mang returns, I anticipate another reprimand, Jingzhou lamented, a sense of dejection enveloping him. The following morning, after Lord Mang had eliminated the remaining contractors, Lin Mo, resting in the village, suddenly felt a disconcerting haze, as though his very soul was being extricated from his body. A voice echoed in the void. Slaughter mission completed. 2 contractors remain alive. Commencing settlement. Warning. External invaders detected. Commencing scan. Warning. Scan results, none. Initiating capture of invaders. The entire world froze, and during Lin Mo's unconscious state, he was extracted from his realm and drawn into a pitch-black space. Preparation for execution ritual, beginning detection. Detected intruder without backing, modifying execution ritual. Initiating enslavement contract. Special talent detected, modifying regulations, redrafting the contract. In that dark expanse, an indeterminate amount of time passed before Lin Mo gradually regained consciousness. Chapter 11. The Cycle Space. Contract signing. Where am I? The surroundings were enveloped in darkness, yet Lin Mo could distinctly perceive himself, an oddly peculiar sensation. This is the Cycle Space, intruder. You now face 2 paths, to sign a contract with the Cycle Space or face execution. A strange electronic voice echoed around, leaving Lin Mo somewhat bewildered. Was he not just in the grass ninja village? How had he suddenly arrived here? Please make your choice promptly, the voice urged, dropping a piece of parchment before Lin Mo. What happens if I do not choose? Lin Mo asked tentatively. Countdown, 3:59. Countdown, 3:58. Watching the crimson countdown emerge from the darkness, Lin Mo's eyelids twitched. It seemed that failure to sign would result in dire consequences once this countdown concluded. I sign. I sign. No sooner had the words left his lips than his finger was cut, a drop of blood falling onto the parchment. Immediately, a symbol appeared on Lin Mo's arm, forming in sign, symbolizing infinite reincarnation. Contract successfully signed. Congratulations, you have become a contractor. Please adhere to the rules of the Cycle Space. Contractor space activated. 1 cubic meter. Scanning contractor. Initializing semi-digital avatar. Contractor, Lin Mo, ID, 36081. Health, 100. Class, none. Talent, natural body, semi-activated. Strength, 15, related to power and carrying capacity. Average person has 5. Agility, 8, related to speed and neural response. Average person has 5. Constitution, 25, related to endurance, resistance, vitality, and recovery. Average person has 5. Intelligence, 25, related to mental strength and energy recovery rate. Average person has 5. Magic, 250, 10 times intelligence. Charm, 9, related to social interaction and affinity. Average person has 5. Luck, 2, average person has 1. Talent skills, skill 1, steelwood body. Consumes 1 point of life energy per minute. No consumption while in the forest. Mimics trees, stiffening the body, increasing strength by 50. Decreasing agility by 50, significantly dulling pain perception, acquiring tree-like properties, gaining an indomitable body when grounded, nullifying effects when airborne. Derived ability of natural body, no cooldown, no level restrictions. Skill 2. Activated super strength. Consumes 1 point of life energy per second, activating the body, increasing strength by 100, with attacks carrying an energy impact. Passive skills. Passive skill 1. Life healing. As long as there is strength, life endures, an inherent ability of the natural body. Derived ability of natural body, no cooldown, no level restrictions. Passive skill 2. Life energy, 250 points. Initial energy is 10 times constitution. Blood of man, essence of wood. Inherent ability of the natural body. Recovers 100 points per hour. Recovery speed doubles when in the forest. Common skills. Beginner Energy Manipulation, Level 1. Slightly reduces energy consumption, enhancing energy control. Furious Battle Intent, an instinctual fighting ability derived from genetics, enhancing the ability to identify weaknesses, slightly lowering charm. Side effect. Difficulty in learning other combat techniques. As Lin Mo gazed upon the displayed data, it was the first time he had so intuitively witnessed his own statistics. To his astonishment, he realized his remarkable prowess. Albeit, his agility was somewhat lacking, which was of little consequence, as he could enhance it in due course. Lin Mo remarked, "Should I fully activate the natural body?" The voice from the reincarnation space caught him off guard. "Is it free?" Lin Mo inquired. "This function incurs no cost." "Then activate it." Lin Mo responded eagerly, relieved that there would be no charge, as he currently possessed not a single unit of currency within this reincarnation space. Activation successful. You have acquired life deprivation. Life deprivation allows the choice to siphon the life energy from a defeated target, enhancing one's physical constitution by 1 to 3 points. With a maximum of 3 uses in each world, Lin Mo felt no sense of abnormality. Rather, a new skill simply appeared on his interface. This ability is quite impressive. Life deprivation. Lin Mo discerned the potential of this skill, recognizing that in each world, he would possess a minimum of 3 additional points of vitality compared to others. This is akin to augmenting one's own vitality. Upon returning to the cycle of reincarnation, Lin Mo, still engrossed in excitement, was caught off guard as a flash of light enveloped him, leaving him dizzy and unconscious. When Lin Mo eventually regained consciousness, he found himself in a pristine white room. This is the exclusive chamber for the contracted, accessible solely to the contracted themselves. As the echoes of the reincarnation space subsided, the surrounding white walls began to metamorphose, transitioning into a somber gray, exuding an aura of age. "Is there nothing here?" Lin Mo inquired. Yet, the reincarnation space paid him no heed. Instead, a door abruptly manifested upon the wall. Pushing it open, Lin Mo stepped outside. Well, his eyes beheld a modern metropolis, an environment that struck a profound chord within him after enduring over 6 months in the desolate world of Naruto, which was even worse than the countryside. You cannot fathom the agony of lacking even a rudimentary restroom. Lin Mo's residence was situated at the street corner, where the thoroughfare bustled with life, teeming with an eclectic array of individuals, reminiscent of a chaotic comic convention. A bear-like figure, wielding a massive sword, ambled past Lin Mo, noticing him emerge from the house. The creature merely glanced his way before continuing on. "What on earth?" Lin Mo mused in astonishment. The bear man, catching Lin Mo's incredulous gaze, shot him a fierce look but uttered no words, merely tugging at his beard as he departed. "Newcomer, your gaze is rather impolite," a voice called from Lin Mo's left. Turning to investigate, he encountered a goblin, not the menacing type, but rather one that exuded a foolish charm, sporting a cartoonish visage and clad in overalls. "Hey, newcomer. You ought to be mindful of your stare. It can easily offend." The goblin spoke calmly, evidently accustomed to Lin Mo's inquisitive demeanor. "Oh, my apologies. It's my first time here." Lin Mo averted his gaze. "No worries. I completely understand. I was much the same during my initial visit," the goblin replied. "By the way, allow me to introduce myself. I am Galba Lo. You may call me Galba." The goblin extended his hand. "Lin Mo?" he responded, shaking the goblin's hand. "Do you require assistance? I can help you navigate this place for just 50 reincarnation coins, a mere meal's worth," Galba proposed. Seeing Lin Mo's hesitation, Galba quickly added, 40 will suffice. I've been here for 2.5 years and know everything about this place." Galba. I don't have any reincarnation coins, none at all," Lin Mo admitted, awkwardly scratching his face, though he did possess a small amount of currency from the Naruto world. Uncertain if it would be accepted here. "How is that possible? Aren't you a newcomer? You've completed tasks and returned here. How could you have no reincarnation coins?" Galba asked, perplexed. Chapter 12. The Strengthening Hall, Devouring the Bloodline of the Vortex. After some persuasion, Galba ultimately chose to provide Lin Mo with a complimentary brief introduction to the reincarnation space. To Galba, Lin Mo was undoubtedly an oddity, having bypassed even the novice world to arrive here directly, truly a unique circumstance. In the realm of reincarnation, uniqueness does not necessarily equate to strength. However, those who are powerful are surely distinctive. As a speculative enthusiast, Goblin Galba resolved to invest in the forest's edge, deeming it merely a matter of time. especially since he had little else to occupy his hours. It is unnecessary to elaborate on the specific demands of the cycle space. You are surely aware of them. Allow me to provide you with a brief introduction to our realm through Galba, as Linma has gained a preliminary understanding of this place. This place is known as the City of Rebirth, the abode of their contract holders. Within the city, there stand 4 grand main halls: the Hall of Enhancement, the Training Hall, the Arena of Combat, and the Hall of Bounty. The Hall of Enhancement serves as a sanctuary for the fortification of oneself and one's skills, where talent points may exclusively be utilized. The Training Hall, a venue for practice, offers a safe environment where injuries are but illusions, yet the experience gained therein is genuine, albeit at a considerable cost. The Arena of Combat is where contract holders engage in battles and resolve personal grievances. Here, combat outside of life and death duels does not culminate in mortality, and special competitions like the ladder tournament occur, where injuries are not temporarily mended. Victory before one's demise determines the number of wins, and the top 10 participants are rewarded with exceptional prizes. The Hall of Bounty is paramount, representing the true authority behind all that they possess. Everything derives from this hall. The rebirth space merely serves as a training ground for warriors, while the Hall of Bounty is the genuine power broker. Tasks assigned by it yield the most valuable rewards. Moreover, within the ranks of contract holders, various guilds and factions abound, as Galba elucidated extensively, including how they arrived here. The rebirth space does not engage in production. Sustenance and normalcy are sustained by these workers. In contrast to the contract holders' monthly rotations, these workers venture out only once every few months, undertaking straightforward missions primarily aimed at replenishing supplies. While there are indeed numerous workers, the burgeoning number of contract holders has become increasingly burdensome. Consequently, beings from the task worlds have been introduced to assist. They are not required to undertake missions but merely provide services to the contract holders within the rebirth space. Galba guided Lin Mo through the City of Rebirth, where the tallest edifices are the 4 grand halls. The other structures resemble quaint tea houses, predominantly consisting of 1 or 2 stories, with only a sparse few reaching 3. The architectural styles are diverse and eclectic, resulting in a vibrant tapestry of design. Lin Mo could not help but inquire of Galba. "Oh, is that what you're referring to? We do not require towering edifices. Every structure here has been erected anew upon the foundation of our original city of reincarnation, aside from the shops. Each building serves as a residence for an individual or a team, thus there is no need for excessive height." Galba elucidated, moreover, the mortality rate of contractors is exceedingly high, resulting in a continual turnover of homeowners. The population is sparse, and the houses are far from fully occupied. What purpose would there be in constructing them so tall? That is all for now. For more intricate details, you must explore on your own. As I have not grasped everything myself, Galba remarked, halting before a verdant building. Lin Mo nodded, yet another concern lingered. "Galba, could you lend me some money? Just 100 reincarnation coins. You are aware of my current predicament," Lin Mo stated, for he found himself utterly destitute, needing to survive in this place for an entire month. Upon observing the surroundings, Lin Mo noted that the cost of living was relatively low. Ordinary items were quite affordable, and a typical meal would only amount to approximately 5 reincarnation coins. Given his exceptional physical constitution, Lin Mo believed he could withstand hunger reasonably well. Consuming 20 meals over a month should suffice. However, he was uncertain, as he had never tested his limits of endurance. After all, why suffer when one could indulge? 100 reincarnation coins? Galba pondered for a moment before acquiescing, deeming the amount insignificant. Additionally, he felt Lin Mo did not appear to be the sort who would falter in the initial trial of reincarnation. Inputting Lin Mo's identification number, Galba transferred the funds. "Thank you, my friend. I shall repay you double." Lin Mo clapped Galba on the shoulder. "No need for that. Should you require assistance in the future, simply reach out to me. While I may lack combat prowess, I have numerous friends from various walks of life." Galba waved his hand dismissively. After Galba departed, Lin Mo wandered alone through the City of Reincarnation, soon arriving at the Fortification Hall. Although he possessed no talent points, he decided to enter nonetheless. The absence of points now did not preclude the possibility of acquiring them later. It was prudent to familiarize himself with the environment. Inside, the space was not heavily populated. Yet numerous rooms resembling public restroom stalls were present, their doors adorned with lights, some red, while the majority were green. A young girl at the front desk idly chewed bubble gum, glancing at him briefly before resuming her pastime. Noting the lack of supervision, Lin Mo began to explore the premises. The talent point enhancement zone and skill upgrade area were straightforwardly designated. He found a room marked with a green light for talent point enhancement, opened the door, and stepped inside. Please select an enhancement option: strength, agility, constitution, intelligence, charisma. Lin Mo was not yet familiar with the surroundings, but he had come to observe whether there were any changes in the high-purity whirlpool bloodline potion, which he then took out. High-purity whirlpool bloodline. 80 chance of acquiring the physique of the Whirlpool clan, 50 chance of fusing with the Whirlpool clan's bloodline. A physique of over 20 points is required for usage. Using it with a physique below 20 points may result in a 30 chance of mutation. Evaluation. A compatibility. 80. Lin Mo's physique met the requirements, and he also sought to enhance his own abilities, thus he opted to use it. Upon using the high-purity Whirlpool bloodline, a fusion occurred, leading to an unexpected mutation as the natural body was activated. Listening to the system's announcement, Lin Mo furrowed his brow. His body suddenly felt a surge of heat, followed by intense pain. Damn it, it hurts. Lin Mo bent over and collapsed to the ground, nearly losing consciousness from the agony, feeling as if he were a dough being relentlessly rolled out. After several minutes, the pain began to subside. Fusion complete. Physique 5, Strength 3, Intelligence 5. The natural body devoured the Whirlpool bloodline, acquiring the derived innate skill, Entangling Counterattack. Due to the natural body's consumption of the Whirlpool bloodline, a new passive life healing ability was added, Life Transmission. The natural body's life energy storage doubled, now amounting to 600 points. Unable to contain his curiosity, Lin Mo clicked to view his new skills. Chapter 13, Control Skills. Trial World CF LV1 Entangling Counterattack. Formed by the natural body absorbing the heart-eye divine music and the diamond chain abilities, it consists of both active and passive releases. Active release. Entangle. Numerous roots and vines grow from the ground to ensnare the enemy ahead. If hit, the enemy is immobilized for 3 to 10 seconds. The exact duration of escape is determined by the stamina of both parties, with a minimum immobilization of 3 seconds. Each release consumes 10 points of life energy, with a cooldown of 15 seconds. Passive release, counterattack. After being struck, it chases the enemy with a mental mark. If the enemy's intelligence is lower than Lin Mo's, they are marked and can be pursued for an attack. Roots and vines sprout beneath the opponent's feet to implement immobilizing attacks. This cannot be evaded by substitutes or blinking skills, and the mark disappears upon hit. The mark can be pursued repeatedly, consuming 10 points of magic power for each chase. And each pursuit will weaken the enemy's intelligence. Each pursuit skill consumes 20 points of life energy, with a cooldown of 5 seconds. Life Transmission allows the transfer of one's vitality to another through means such as biting the arm. Requires breaking the skin. Life Energy. The initial amount is 10 times the physique, and with the enhancement from the Whirlpool bloodline, it is now 20 times the physique. Storage amount, 600 points. Observing the exaggerated abilities, Lin Mo nearly erupted into a fit of laughter. He opened his attributes panel. Strength, 18, 3. Agility, 8. Constitution, 30, 5. Health Energy, 600 points. Intelligence, 30, 5. Magic Power, 300 points. Charisma, 9. Luck, 2. His abilities have been further enhanced, particularly the counterattack skill, which directly compensated for Lin Mo's lack of control methods. Most notably, the counterattack ability resembled a divine skill for defense. Such a boon was immensely beneficial, but what about this? Lin Mo eagerly retrieved another small book. Plant-based Magic Heritage Book. Requires 3,000 reincarnation coins to unlock. Upon usage, one obtains the heritage of plant-based magic. Requirement: intelligence of 25 or above. Evaluation: A. Lin Mo wondered why he couldn't access this item. It turned out it required reincarnation coins, and a hefty sum of 3,000 at that. Silently, he stowed the Magic Heritage Book back into his personal inventory. Never mind. Reincarnation coins would eventually come. Patience was key. Even though this Magic Heritage Book suited him perfectly, without the necessary coins, Lin Mo had no choice but to exit the enhancement room. As he passed the front desk, the tall girl was still there, though she was no longer chewing gum. Instead, she was engaged in conversation with another woman. Sister May, how did your mission go? You seem quite pleased. The rewards must have been substantial, right? The woman addressed as Sister May affectionately ruffled the tall girl's hair, quietly listening to her complaints. At that moment, she noticed Lin Mo observing them. However, Lin Mo merely offered a polite smile before departing. Upon reaching the street, Lin Mo sought out an affordable restaurant and indulged in a hearty meal for 5 reincarnation coins. The subsequent hours were spent leisurely wandering, familiarizing himself with the local market. 3 days later, the announcement came. Contractor Lin Mo, your trial world has been activated. Countdown, 3 o'clock. Please prepare accordingly. While savoring his second meal, Lin Mo was taken aback. Wasn't it said that he could rest for a month? Boss, please pack this up. Certainly. The middle-aged proprietor moved with astonishing speed, almost as if instinctively aware of the quantity of supplies Lin Mo required. Within a mere minute, everything was prepared. Lin Mo exchanged all of his remaining 90 reincarnation coins for provisions, which he then stowed away in a 1 cubic meter space. Once he had gathered all his belongings, a veil of darkness enveloped him, and he vanished without a trace. The trial world has commenced. Crossfire Derivative World Trial Main Task: Eliminate the Bioghosts 03. Difficulty: LV3 contractors are strictly prohibited from divulging any aspect of the reincarnation space to the indigenous inhabitants. Violators will face obliteration. Task initiated. As the surroundings illuminated, Lin Mo, feeling dizzy, found himself in a desolate city. The streets were teeming with silhouettes, reminiscent of a bustling market before the new year, with people jostling against one another and vehicles clashing in a cacophony. In the midst of this chaos stood Lin Mo. Suddenly, the crowd fell silent, all eyes fixated on the unexpected presence of Lin Mo among them. A chilling howl erupted, and they lunged toward him. Without a moment to ponder, Lin Mo activated his steelwood physique, bracing for the initial onslaught. A swarm of grotesque zombies clawed and gnawed at him, their talons and mouths incessantly assaulting him. He narrowly escaped being forcefully kissed by a female zombie. Crouching down and shielding his head, Lin Mo found himself encircled by a horde of zombies, who clung to him in a tangled mass. With an impressive constitution of 30 points, these pitiful creatures were unable to inflict any damage upon him. Furthermore, as their mouths failed to breach his defenses, no blood spilled forth. The surrounding zombies remained oblivious. Mere mindless failures devoid of intelligence, relying solely on their senses and blind to the absence of flesh. After the initial panic subsided, Lin Mo realized that these beings posed no real threat. Having never encountered such a scenario before, being besieged by a horde of zombies was a concept he had only ever dreamt of. Encountering it in reality would startle anyone. With a swift motion, he snapped the neck of one zombie, seizing the opportunity to survey his surroundings. The area was filled to the brim with the shadows of the undead. What a stroke of bad luck. Was he not supposed to be favored by fortune? How could he be so unfortunate? After a while, Lin Mo found himself unable to bite through the horde, and as the stench of the zombies clung to him, he became aware of the blood oozing from the gums of one particularly gruesome creature, leaving large stains of dark blood upon his body. As the zombies dispersed, a filthy figure emerged, clothing nearly torn to shreds, with disheveled hair matted with the foul blood of the undead. Frustrated, Lin Mo delivered a powerful blow that dispatched the zombie with the blackened mouth. The nearby zombies glanced in his direction upon hearing the commotion, but upon failing to identify a target, they resumed their previous course. With the zombies no longer posing a threat, Lin Mo charged through the throng, either vanquishing or severely injuring any that obstructed his path. With a strength of 18 points, he felt like a veritable superhero in comparison to them. The more zombie blood he donned, the less attention he attracted from the undead. Finding a less crowded area, Lin Mo finally managed to evade these creatures. He stumbled upon a space reminiscent of a supermarket and rushed inside, hastily seeking out the fish section. He plunged into the large fish tanks, cleansing himself of the filth that clung to him. The commotion in the fish area drew the attention of several wandering zombies within the supermarket. As they caught sight of Lin Mo, a few of them slowly approached, only to retreat at lightning speed. Disgusted, Lin Mo cast aside a fish-cutting board and grimaced at the lingering stench of dead fish on his hands and body. Even he, a person of typically unkempt appearance, felt the onset of a compulsive need for cleanliness. Chapter 14: New Weapons and Biochemical Phantoms. After procuring several buckets of clean water to wash himself, Lin Mo took a considerable amount of time to recover. Discarding his fish-smelling underwear and wrapping a piece of cloth around his waist, he finally had the opportunity to review his tasks. The game world? Crossfire is a game that he fondly remembered from his school days when he would frequent internet cafes, But upon entering the workforce, he had little time to play, leaving a lasting impression of the game in Lin Mo's memory. This game lacks a substantial narrative, as encounters with others merely devolve into relentless shooting. Confrontations with bioghosts also culminate in more of the same. Engaging in challenge modes against zombies results in yet further shooting. As for the protagonist, that would be oneself, accompanied by a large, radiant spirit fox. Fortunately, the primary quest remains uncomplicated. Eliminate 3 bioghosts. Bioghosts are the successful byproducts of a viral mutation, a group of newly evolved species capable of incessantly infecting humans and devouring flesh to attain further evolution. The stronger they become, the more astute they grow, exhibiting remarkable vitality and the ability to regenerate. In contrast, the failures are those zombies lurking outside, sluggish in movement, easily dispatched even by an ordinary individual, relying solely on the virus within and their sheer numbers. Although I have yet to witness the true strength of the bioghosts, dispatching these failures is akin to slicing through vegetables. Even the most formidable successes have their limits. And Lin Mo discovered that any viral intrusion into his body would be expelled by his life energy, with the virus no longer posing a threat. What is there to fear? Yet for now, I must first seek out a pair of trousers. The garments upon the zombies are utterly unwearable, stained with filth and grime. It appears that much of this city has been in a state of ruin for quite some time, exuding an unmistakable post-apocalyptic ambience. The supermarket stands as one of the few remaining intact structures in the vicinity, its main body situated underground, thus preserving its completeness. In stark contrast, the surrounding areas resemble scenes of devastation, nearly reduced to mere ruins. I rummaged through numerous items, yet clothing was conspicuously absent. Upon reflection, it seemed rather logical, after all. Which supermarket sells clothes? Nevertheless, something felt amiss in this place. The quantity of zombies had notably diminished, although there were clear signs of goods being overturned. The presence of the undead was alarmingly sparse. As I ventured deeper, I gradually discerned certain marks, bullet holes. They were scattered everywhere. Despite the age of these remnants, it was evident that a fierce confrontation had taken place, characterized by erratic gunfire. Their adversaries must have been biophantoms. Continuing onward, I stumbled upon several human corpses, causing my eyes to twitch involuntarily. It appears that a gathering once took place here. Maneuvering past several grotesque corpses, Lin Mo discovered a few firearms against the wall. Though all were damaged, one AK-47 had a barrel that was bent. Furthermore, they were devoid of ammunition. However, Lin Mo did find a handgun strapped to the outer thigh of a leg, presumably that of a woman, as the leg was bare and elongated, once likely quite attractive, now marred by numerous bite marks and scars. Upon retrieving the handgun, he identified it as a Desert Eagle A, at least in appearance, reminiscent of the Desert Eagle from his memories of CF. It was loaded with 9 bullets, having never been fired. It seemed its owner had not had the chance to draw it in defense before meeting her demise. Desert Eagle A quality, green durability, 98 rating, flesh and blood slayer. Of tremendous power, favored by mercenaries. This item has been certified by the reincarnation space, valued at 2,000 reincarnation coins. Having acquired a weapon once more, Lin Mo felt a surge of satisfaction, as he had been unable to bring the iron rod from the Naruto world due to its lack of certification from the reincarnation space. This Desert Eagle is rather impressive, and firearms, by their very nature, possess formidable power. Lin Mo dared not disregard the destructive potential of such an instrument, as long as one remains a carbon-based lifeform. Thermal weapons can inflict harm, with the only distinction lying in caliber and dosage. After removing the magazine and ensuring that not a single bullet remained in the chamber, Lin Mo commenced his exploration into the operation of this device. The Desert Eagle is devoid of a safety mechanism. One merely needs to pull the trigger. Reloading the magazine, Lin Mo continued his exploration of the subterranean supermarket. The deeper he ventured, the more evident the scars of battle became, revealing numerous mangled corpses, some human, others belonging to the Crimson Biophantoms. Observing the artificially crafted claws adorning the Biophantoms, Lin Mo couldn't help but frown. In the past, while immersed in games, he had overlooked these details, only now recalling that many of these Biophantoms bore signs of modification, suggesting the existence of an organization dedicated to the study of Biophantoms. Though the name eluded him, arriving at a large door, he discerned it resembled a cold storage facility. Apart from the ventilation ducts on the ceiling, no other entrances were apparent, as the interior appeared sealed. The door was marked with various signs of impact and clawing, Yet the alloy door remained unyielded. It seemed that humans had sought refuge here. However, he pondered whether any had survived. Grabbing one of the Biophantom's alloy claws, Lin Mo vigorously scraped it along the door's crevice, tracing the frame. Although he was confident in his strength, the door offered no grip, leaving him uncertain of how to exert force effectively. Upon scraping away at the wall, he discovered the door panel was not particularly thick, and he positioned both hands on the splintered edge of the door. With determination, he braced his feet against the wall and pulled with all his might. The piercing sound of twisting metal reverberated as Lin Mo's strength intensified, ultimately causing the lock to succumb to the pressure and the door to creak open. Alas, his excessive force sent Lin Mo tumbling to the ground. After regaining control of his tingling arms, he drew his handgun and cautiously stepped through the threshold. The interior was shrouded in darkness. Had it not been for his exceptional night vision, he would have been loath to enter. The unknown always breeds trepidation. Once inside, Lin Mo discovered it resembled a refuge, filled with an abundance of supplies, mostly food and water, alongside various exercise equipment and numerous high-tech devices that he could scarcely comprehend. Is this not a peculiar item that one would expect to find in a supermarket? Perhaps it is merely a refuge for the affluent? Lin Mo pondered. After a thorough search within, he discovered only a few incomplete corpses, or rather, skeletons, their flesh meticulously stripped away, cleaner than even the tongue of a dog. Additionally, several SWAT uniforms were present, suggesting that their wearers had been slain while tending to their wounds. Suddenly, a chill ran down Lin Mo's spine. He immediately activated his steelwood form to shield himself from an attack from behind. Sharp claws raked across his arm, leaving only a few white scratches. And with a powerful fist, he sent the assailant flying. Entanglement. Massive roots broke through the confines of the concrete floor, binding the enemy in place. The caster's stamina was 5 times that of the opponent's constitution, and the determination succeeded. Immobilized for 50 seconds. As the determination took effect, the roots and vines ensnared the bioweapon ghost tightly, allowing Lin Mo to discern her appearance. Clad in scant garments, with dark, blood-stained corners of her mouth, sharp claws, and emaciated skin, paired with her crimson-black eyes, she was a sight that turned Lin Mo's stomach. The infection of the bioweapon virus, compounded by prolonged hunger, rendered her appearance utterly repugnant, extinguishing any lingering wicked thoughts Lin Mo had entertained. He had initially been curious to see if the bioweapon ghosts in this world resembled those in the games, but alas, that curiosity was quashed. What was he thinking? Lin Mo shook off the abnormal thoughts that had invaded his mind. When had his mindset become so distorted? In the midst of the bioweapon ghost's ravenous gaze, Lin Mo ended her life by snapping her neck. The lengthy confinement had drained her energy reserves, rendering her incapable of healing from even a fatal wound. Chapter 15. Hunger Resistance, Zombie Frenzy. Successfully vanquish the bioweapon ghost. Weakened. Trial task. Eliminate the bioweapon ghost. 0. 53. Receive treasure chest. White. 1. Gazing at the main trial task, Lin Mo recalled that he only needed to slay 3 bioweapon ghosts, right? And what did the 0? 5? Did a weakened bioweapon ghost only count as half a life? His gaze shifted to the treasure chest he had stored in his personal space. Lin Mo chose to retrieve it and open it directly. First kill, awarded 400 reincarnation coins. The coins dropped from defeating similar monsters will gradually decrease. Acquired the passive skill book, Hunger Resistance. Obtained the primary bioweapon ghost virus. To Lin Mo's astonishment, a white treasure chest yielded a skill book. This must be a benefit for novices, perhaps even a stroke of luck worth up to 2 points. Upon examining the skill description, one finds hunger resistance as stamina diminishes. Mental resilience will gradually increase. Additionally, an exceptional level of hunger resistance is granted when stamina falls below 20, strength, agility, constitution, and charisma each decrease by 30. While intelligence receives a boost of 50, granting a state of calm that renders one immune to mental control. Side effects. When stamina drops below 5, calmness transforms into madness, leading to a loss of reason, yet still maintaining immunity to mental control. Compatibility. 80. The higher the compatibility, the more effective the outcome. Description. Originating from biochemically altered mercenaries. These entities have developed an extraordinary capacity for hunger endurance and mental resistance due to prolonged exposure to darkness and deprivation. After reading this description, Lin Mo nodded in agreement. The high compatibility made it quite suitable for him. Furthermore, this passive ability cannot be deemed unfavorable, albeit it is somewhat extreme. Sacrificing a 30-point reduction in all attributes for a 50-point increase in intelligence is not necessarily a poor trade, especially under dire circumstances where his stamina has already fallen to 20, indicating he is indeed engaged in a fierce battle. The sudden increase in intelligence might very well turn the tide. Most importantly, the immunity to mental control is precisely what Lin Mo desires. This is his most pressing need at the moment. Although activation requires his stamina to drop to 20, it is still a form of mental immunity, is it not? Moreover, as stamina declines, mental resistance increases. Given Lin Mo's high stamina, it would be quite challenging for an average individual to reduce it to 20, making this passive ability a valuable trump card. Without hesitation, Lin Mo clicked to activate it. Enveloped in a blue light, he acquired this hunger resistance. He then turned his attention to another item revealed from the treasure chest. Basic biochemical phantom virus. Upon use, one becomes infected with the biochemical virus, transforming into a formidable biochemical phantom. There is a 10 chance of retaining some human memories. Compatibility, 10 rating, B sale value, can be sold to the reincarnation space for 1,000 reincarnation coins. The biochemical phantom virus is indeed powerful, capable of combining with other factors to create even stronger entities, such as Terminators or Hulk-like beings. However, the risk is significant, with a 90 chance of losing human memories. Would one not simply become a pure biochemical phantom? After clearing the corpses from the ground, Lin Mo donned the uniforms of the Guardians, selecting those that were in relatively good condition. Soon, a battle-damaged sweat uniform appeared. Fortunately, it was not too small. Ever since awakening his talent, his physique has grown increasingly robust, allowing him to fit into the SWAT attire, albeit with a hint of unpleasant odor. Still, it was preferable to being swathed in layers of fabric. However, he noticed the absence of firearms among these SWAT members, which left Lin Mo somewhat perplexed. After securely closing the large door to this area and pushing some obstructions against it, Lin Mo prepared to use this place as a potential escape route. The trial mission was straightforward, yet Lin Mo intended to procure greater rewards. What is the status of the experimental subjects? They are currently quite unstable, exhibiting increasingly bloodthirsty and frenzied behavior. Further observation is required to ascertain the success of the experiment, the researcher beside him remarked, his gaze fixed upon the struggling bio-phantom within the glass enclosure, as he meticulously recorded his observations in a notebook. Initially, there had been a flicker of human consciousness, but now it had wholly transformed into this grotesque form. Alas, one can only hope. The questioning officer shook his head and approached the glass cage, peering inside at the frenzied creature. This frenzied baby was born from doctors and nurses infected by the virus, who recklessly administered medications, resulting in an agile being with remarkable leaping abilities and the extraordinary power of invisibility. Emerging in the early stages of the biowarfare outbreak, the frenzied baby's cloaking abilities posed significant challenges to frontline troops. To study them further, the Guardians had specifically captured one unique specimen, one that still retained a semblance of human awareness. Regrettably, no substantial findings had emerged thus far. Their interest in its invisibility was moot, as they possessed far superior optical cloaking technology, which far surpassed the translucent state of the frenzied baby. Their true objective lay in unraveling the mystery of how this creature preserved fragments of human consciousness. Should they succeed in this inquiry, the biovirus might no longer be regarded as a catastrophe. In their uncertainty, they endeavored to inject this exceptional frenzied baby with a purified strain of the biophantom virus, derived from a distinctive biophantom known as the Terminator. Some theorized that the frenzied baby's incomplete human consciousness stemmed from an unfinished evolution, proposing the injection of a more advanced biophantom to facilitate its transformation. This audacious proposal was unexpectedly approved by certain high-ranking officials. However, it became evident that they had miscalculated. The mad creation infused with the Terminator virus did not evolve further, but rather lost its human consciousness, transforming from a state of calm into a bloodthirsty frenzy. Its scarlet eyes fixated intently on the officer, brimming with madness and a thirst for blood. Had it not been confined within a cage and restrained by specialized suppression handcuffs, it would likely have dismembered the officer. If the experiment has failed, then it should be terminated. It no longer possesses any semblance of human awareness, the officer remarked, furrowing his brow as he addressed the researchers nearby. That is out of the question. She is the only individual among the mad creations with autonomous consciousness, holding significant research value. Her existence could greatly aid in the endeavor to revert the biochemical specter back to humanity, the lead researcher countered. After a brief pause, he continued, I understand your concerns, but she is merely a mad creation, an unintended product. Even with the Terminator genes we injected, it is impossible for her to escape her confinement. The officer glanced at him, then at the mad creation in the cage, who was intently observing them. He sighed, realizing that the defenders did not operate solely on his authority. He could only hope that no calamity would ensue. Very well, but you must enhance her surveillance, he conceded. Absolutely. The research facility was located aboard the maritime fortress, the Dawn. As the main ship providing fire support during the Battle of Giant City, the Dawn was responsible not only for offensive operations, but also for the evacuation of the injured. Since the outbreak of the biochemical virus, cities like Giant City had suffered devastating blows, with countless humans infected and mutated into mindless zombies, relentlessly attacking surrounding life forms. Under normal circumstances, this would pose little threat, as these zombie monstrosities could not withstand the might of human firearms. However, Chapter 16, Counterattack, Lin Mo, the Uninfected. These zombies are merely the unfortunate byproducts of a failed evolution of the biochemical virus. They move sluggishly and possess a low infection rate, relying solely on their numbers to contend with military forces. The true product birthed by the biochemical virus is the biochemical phantom, an entity endowed with intelligence and remarkable physical prowess. Fearless of bullets, possessing formidable regenerative capabilities, and equipped with considerable intellect, these phantoms exhibit an exceptional infection rate, rendering them the epitome of biochemical weaponry. The emergence of biochemical phantoms has dealt a devastating blow to humanity in urban areas, forcing humans to retreat from cities plagued by the viral invasion, ceding their living spaces to these monstrous beings. However, humanity is acutely aware that these bloodthirsty biochemical creatures will not relent in their assaults. Coupled with recent intelligence from insiders within the infiltrators, it has become clear that the faction responsible for the creation of the biochemical virus resides within the City of Giants. Due to the complexities of this insurgent organization, the protectors and infiltrators have opted to unite in a joint effort against the crisis posed by the biochemical phantoms. Thus, the operation within the City of Giants commences. Inside a dilapidated office building, Lin Mo hurriedly wiped the blood from his hands as he ran. In pursuit were several crimson-hued biochemical phantoms, their bodies marred by signs of modification, their hands equipped with alloy claws, relentlessly chasing Lin Mo as he sought refuge in the building. Initially, after departing from the underground supermarket, Lin Mo intended to confront a few isolated biochemical phantoms. However, he found himself surrounded by mindless zombies, with no phantoms in sight. It was only upon reaching an area with fewer zombies that he noticed the towering walls and the soldiers patrolling atop them, leading him to realize he might have stumbled upon the stronghold of the world's antagonists. Task triggered: infiltrate the infiltrator insurgent base and uncover their secrets. Reward: 800 reincarnation coins. Before he could devise a plan for entry and potential gain, he detected several figures lurking in the shadows nearby. To avoid exposure, he was soon pursued by these biochemical phantoms, navigating through a gauntlet of zombies that he shattered with his fists. One particularly grotesque, brownish-yellow zombie, upon being obliterated, splattered a copious amount of foul, greenish-yellow blood. The stench and corrosive nature of this putrid substance tested Lin Mo's limits. For the first time, he recognized a semblance of obsessive cleanliness within himself. Even the once lazy and disheveled Lin Mo found it intolerable, underscoring the lethal nature of this grotesque matter. Feeling he had run far enough, Lin Mo turned to confront the pursuing biochemical phantoms with a powerful kick. Thud. In the cramped corridor, the foremost phantom was struck and toppled backward, taking two others down with it. Before the trio of crimson phantoms could regain their footing, Lin Mo activated his steelwood physique and lunged forward. Drawing his death dagger, he plunged it directly into the eye of one of the biochemical phantoms. The dagger plunged deep into the eye socket, and the scent of death swiftly permeated the body of the biochemical specter, draining its vitality. The flesh began to wither rapidly. Even the specter, who had not succumbed immediately, inflicted damage upon Lin Mo with its steel claws. The specter's talons tore through the outer layer of his abdomen, but failed to inflict any significant injury upon his steel and wood form, as the life energy within surged, and the wounds were on the verge of healing. Realizing that the adversary could not truly harm him, Lin Mo discarded any notions of fairness and stomped his foot. Vines and roots erupted from the concrete, ensnaring the two specters tightly. Assessing that his stamina exceeded theirs, he forcefully immobilized them for 20 seconds. Gazing at the two biochemical specters bound securely by the vines, Lin Mo wasted no time and activated the life energy within him. Monster strength. A violet glow emanated from Lin Mo, particularly from his coiled fist, as the life energy nearly solidified into substance. Boom! His fist struck the head of one specter, shattering its skull, with brain matter splattering across the face of the other struggling specter. You as well. Another punch followed, splattering their brain matter against the wall behind. With 3 red biochemical specters defeated, he obtained a treasure chest. White, 3. Would he activate the talent to extract their stamina? Affirmative. Life deprivation activated. Gaining 1 point of stamina. Gaining 1 point of stamina. 2 points. Lin Mo glanced at the specter, its eye socket pierced by the dagger of death. Could it be that its vitality had been exhausted by the dagger? The reincarnation space offered no reply to Lin Mo's inquiry, leaving him to accept the situation. However, the stamina extracted from this specter was disappointingly scant. After all, it was a reinforced corporeal form. Why only 1 point? He opened the treasure chest, gained 200 reincarnation coins, gained 150 reincarnation coins, gained 100 reincarnation coins, gained the skill Rampage. Had he struck gold? Lin Mo clicked on the new skill book's description, active skill, Rampage. Once activated, it continuously consumes stamina, igniting a burning fury that increases movement speed and attack speed by 30, while slightly diminishing intelligence, until stamina is exhausted. Cooldown time, 15 minutes. This skill was derived from the rampaging red biochemical specters. Pursuing prey was their instinct, and their formidable physical constitution allowed them to utilize Rampage without side effects. If one did not possess a physique as robust as theirs, caution is advised. Adaptability, 10. The skills are commendable, primarily utilized for enhancing speed. However, Lin Mo is notably deficient in agility, and the compatibility of this skill is exceedingly poor for his use. He decided to stow away the skill book. After vanquishing 3 crimson bioghosts, Lin Mo stepped outside the corridor to assess the situation. The commotion from his earlier pursuit had drawn a multitude of wandering zombies, now encircling the building. Returning to the office, he gazed out at the throngs of zombies below. Lost in thought. With a slight misstep, he accidentally trod upon a ghostly claw, the very appendage of the red bioghost. A spark of inspiration ignited within him. Moments later, a peculiar bioghost, its form grotesque and drenched in the viral blood of its kind, descended from the office building. The rusty door creaked open, emitting a jarring sound that scraped against the ground. A few zombies approached Lin Mo, sniffing curiously before retreating, relying solely on their sight and sense of smell. They were unable to discern him as human, merely intrigued by the blood he exhibited. This method of camouflaging oneself within a horde of zombies proved viable. Though few would dare to emulate Lin Mo's audacity, for the biovirus is highly infectious, a moment's carelessness could spell doom. Only Lin Mo would dare to engage in such reckless behavior. Moreover, he remained oblivious to the fact that the biovirus seemed ineffective against him, as the life energy within him continuously purged any invading viruses. Chapter 17. Blade Team, Infiltration. Navigating through the horde of zombies surrounding the office, Lin Mo resumed his journey towards the insurgent base. Setting aside the infiltration mission, it was evident that the cyclical space intended for him to eliminate them. The true nature of the bizarre creatures lurking within remained unknown. Should a death titan emerge, Lin Mo would not hesitate to flee. Having already accomplished the trial task of exterminating 3 bioghosts, he had no desire to confront such formidable foes. Even the lesser titans were best avoided. Opening the task list, trial mission completed, immediate return to the cyclical space is permissible, with a maximum stay of 3 days. Reward, settlement upon exit. Hidden mission, investigate the insurgent base, uncover their secrets. Reward, 800 cyclical coins. In an underground passage, a white-haired man wearing specialized tactical sunglasses cautioned, "Everyone, be vigilant. This mission is perilous. We may encounter bioghosts, and we must not fall into their grasp." Following him was a 5-member SWAT team. The 6 of them traversed the dimly lit corridor. Blade Team Leader, the headquarters signal is lost, reported the communications officer, frantically tapping his tactical tablet, which displayed nothing but static. Anxiety flickered in his gaze as he turned to Blade. It's likely due to the insurgents' signal jamming devices. Activate flight mode. We must not allow them to pinpoint our location. The commander issued an immediate order. The messenger promptly shut the tablet, and the others swiftly removed their headsets. The commander gathered everyone together and began to organize the forthcoming operations. The task at hand was perilous, compounded by the loss of communication with headquarters. They could only place their faith in the legendary mercenary, Captain Blade, to lead them to complete the mission and ensure a safe withdrawal. Within the confines of the rebel base's command research center, a middle-aged man in a suit slammed his hand on the table. Attention, everyone. 3 life signals from the red bio-ghosts have vanished, just under a kilometer from our base. A young officer seated across the conference table inquired curiously. Could it be that the defenders have discovered us? How could they locate our base so swiftly? It must be those fellows who provided information to the defenders. An elderly man replied, referring to their former employer, the infiltrators. Who would have thought the infiltrators and the defenders would unite? It seems we have quite the reputation. Ha ha ha. The others in the meeting joined in laughter, reminiscing about their past association with the infiltrators, which had been a mere necessity due to financial constraints. Now that they had successfully developed the biovirus, they had decisively severed ties with their former allies. But how do we fend off this elite squad dispatched by the defenders? One of the senior officials suddenly interjected. If they manage to eliminate our 3 bio-ghosts, their firepower must be formidable. Indeed, that poses a significant concern, another added. Perhaps we should deploy the Titans. Absolutely not. The Titans are still in the experimental phase and not yet perfected, the previously silent doctor interjected. I believe it is feasible. Several began to argue. The bio-ghosts possessed remarkable resilience, yet their swift resolution indicated that the incoming defenders were exceptionally skilled. The idea of sending Titans, still in their experimental stage, sparked unease among them. However, there is no need for excessive worry. The disappearance of the bio-ghost signals occurred on the surface, which means they are still searching for our base above. Our base is surrounded by numerous failed specimens, preventing their entry, the man in the suit stated confidently. For now, we must simply secure the underground passage and prevent their infiltration. Remember to deploy more zombies to block the passage effectively. The man in the suit remarked that he harbored no desire to send his soldiers to their demise. The elite mercenaries of the Guardians were exceptionally formidable, capable of confronting 10 or even 100 foes single-handedly. However, his ranks consisted of ordinary soldiers, and sending them forth would merely result in a loss of life. He did not wish for a future devoid of assistance in his experiments, as the mindless biochemical phantoms were solely inclined towards slaughter and could not fulfill the role of humanity. The current number of these biochemical phantoms was limited, with only a few manageable and modifiable specimens remaining. Many uncontrollable phantoms had long since departed from Giant City, and the rebels possessed but a scant few, having lost 3 more only moments ago. Thus, he could not afford to squander any more. The Titan Giants under development were intended as the primary weapon against the Guardian organization, and it was not prudent to reveal their existence. Utilizing these worthless cannon fodder zombies to deplete their ammunition, only to let the biochemical phantoms reap the rewards later, was a strategy he deemed necessary. Unlike the Blade team, which was about to suffer an unwarranted calamity, Lin Mo arrived unscathed at the base of the rebel fortress. The walls were towering and smooth, rendering any attempt to scale them futile. Numerous soldiers patrolled the entrance, and an overwhelming number of zombies crowded the vicinity. Lin Mo was perplexed by the design. Did these rebels not need to venture out to scavenge for supplies? They neither cleared away the zombies nor ventured outside. Could they possibly possess the ability to fly? Before Lin Mo could contemplate a means of ingress, several red biochemical phantoms ambled toward him from a distance. Ignoring the retreating horde of zombies, they approached a structure resembling a restroom and entered without hesitation. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Mo followed closely behind. For these beings bore signs of modification, likely human-made, suggesting that the rebels within the base could very well be controlling them. Perhaps following them would lead him to an entrance. Upon entering the restroom-like structure, another biochemical phantom approached. Lin Mo awkwardly waved his ghostly claws, ever ready to unleash his steel form. The phantom glanced at its blood-soaked kin, emitted an unintelligible sound, and proceeded into the building, offering Lin Mo no further regard. Sensing he had not been detected, Lin Mo hesitated not, swiftly entering the building as well. He discreetly drew his Desert Eagle, concealing it behind his back. Eager to ascertain whether these creatures were indeed as resilient as portrayed in games, impervious to death from a shot to the head. Trailing behind the red biochemical phantom, Lin Mo descended a staircase into an underground passage. The corridor was lined with numerous human remains, bearing gnaw marks, while the floor was stained with darkened blood. A testament to the frequent feasting of biochemical phantoms upon humanity. Lin Mo surveyed the ghastly scene, his expression turning momentarily unnatural, though he had steeled himself psychologically. The sight of such carnage was still jarring. He had long since shed any fear of killing, yet the act of cannibalism remained intolerable to him. Chapter 18. Absorbing life from the virus insect nest. With a somber expression, he followed the red biochemical specter through the corridor. Soon, he arrived at a location reminiscent of a dilapidated underground base. The ceiling was adorned with aging water pipes, the walls teemed with writhing green, repugnant fungi, and at the center lay a colossal nest of insects. Numerous biochemical specters were clustered around the green nest, absorbing a viscous green liquid, which filled Lin Mo with revulsion. He discovered the source of the biochemical infection, the biochemical mother nest. A hidden mission was activated to eliminate the biochemical mother nest. Reward: 2,000 reincarnation coins. Unexpectedly, a new task had emerged, yet Lin Mo refrained from making any hasty movements. Instead, he focused on the biochemical specters within the area. He began to count. 1, 2, 3, 33. There were 28 ordinary red biochemical specters and 3 mutated, frenzied entities. At the very center stood 2 towering green behemoths, nearly 3 meters in height. Their broad, inverted triangular bodies rendering them exceedingly formidable. The green giants. The sight of these 2 imposing figures made Lin Mo's lips twitch in disbelief. Goodness, this is nothing like the diminutive ones in the game. A few biophantoms caught sight of Lin Mo, whose body was drenched in blue viral blood. They merely glanced at him before parting to create a path. Noticing a red glimmer in the corner, Lin Mo turned to find a camera. Reluctantly, and not wishing to become prey, he steeled himself and approached it. The nearby biophantoms paid him no mind, continuing to voraciously consume the repulsive green liquid oozing from the grotesque egg sacs. How utterly revolting. Initially intending just to lean against the wall, Lin Mo suddenly froze. His life energy reacted within him. As the energy surged, he found himself inexplicably hungry at the sight of the disgusting nest. Rationality screamed that this substance was infectious. Yet his instincts insisted it was edible and quite delectable. Lin Mo remained oblivious to the fact that the biophantoms consumed such matter for the sake of evolution. Though the nest was teeming with viruses, it also harbored immense vitality. This nest was deliberately cultivated by the rebels to foster the evolution of biophantoms. Nurtured with the lives of countless individuals from a major city, it represented the very foundation of their efforts to breed biophantoms and engineer unique creatures. The vitality was abundant, yet it was also rife with perilous pathogens. After a moment's hesitation, Lin Mo tentatively extended his hand into the repulsive, massive nest. Instantly, the life energy within him surged like hot oil meeting water, bubbling with intensity. A faint purple glow began to emanate from his skin. As his life energy absorbed the vitality from the green nest, expanding within him, his life energy began to swell. Warning. Data anomaly. Warning. Data indicates an anomaly. As he continued to draw energy from the nest, the cycle space incessantly issued warnings to Lin Mo, all of which he disregarded. The sensation of becoming stronger was simply too exhilarating. He could distinctly feel his power amplifying. Upon opening his data panel, he noted that his physical attributes had not changed at all, yet he was acutely aware of his burgeoning strength. The only alteration on the panel was in the skill section pertaining to life energy. Life energy? It had transformed into 3 question marks. Life energy surged into his body, while the viruses were repelled, unwilling to yield. They accumulated on Lin Mo's surface, forming a blue, armor-like shell. As the scent of biovirus intensified, the surrounding biophantoms ceased their feasting, all turning to regard Lin Mo, who had transformed into a small blue figure. They were utterly perplexed. Moments ago, they had all seemed equal, yet now, one of their own had inexplicably evolved. The scent of the virus is immensely alluring to the biochemical phantoms. However, the internal hierarchy of these phantoms adheres strictly to biological laws, where the strong dominate the weak. Among them, those of the same kind that exude a potent viral aura are deemed the strong. Despite their insatiable thirst, they dare not recklessly launch an assault on Lin Mo. As the viral aura surrounding Lin Mo intensifies, even the 2 hulking green giants cease their feedings. Their eyes filled with a mixture of fear and curiosity as they gaze upon him. Within the rebel underground base, several liaison officers hurriedly burst into the conference room. Report. The insect nest has been invaded by wild biochemical phantoms. It is currently absorbing energy from the nest, and the energy levels are rapidly dwindling, exclaimed one officer, breathless and clutching a data panel. Upon hearing the report, the man in the suit furrowed his brow. What? Others immediately rose to their feet. What on earth is happening? The insect nest is a reservoir of immense life energy. It could sustain 5 Death Titans easily. How can a biochemical phantom absorb such a vast amount of life essence? Is it not concerned about being overwhelmed? As the surveillance footage projected onto the large screen, revealing the substantially diminished insect nest and the blue figure siphoning its energy, all present experienced a sudden sense of dread. The Terminator? This cannot be, one exclaimed. How could a Terminator possibly appear here? No. The giant city has never been subjected to a nuclear explosion. We have neutralized the nuclear power plants. There is no radiation that could give rise to a Terminator. Someone suddenly interjected. The Terminator is a byproduct of an unforeseen incident. A unique biochemical phantom mutated into a highly intelligent and formidable infectious entity following a nuclear power plant leak in another nation. At this stage, they are unable to control the Terminator, thus they would not have ventured to create such a being without assurance of their ability to manage it. What should we do? Even if it is not a Terminator, it is likely a similar entity. Should we dispatch the Titan giants to capture it? The doctor inquired, glancing at the man in the suit. The initial Terminator had evaded capture by the defenders and remained at large. He had long desired a blood sample from such a creature, as the allure of the Terminator was extraordinary. The man in the suit contemplated the blue figure on the screen for a moment, while the others awaited his response. They were a like-minded group, often prone to quarrels. Yet in critical moments, they adhered to the directives of their leader, as they were united and capable individuals. Deactivate all controls over the biochemical phantoms. Seal off all access points to our base, and activate all biochemical experimental subjects, commanded the man in the suit. This is clearly a maneuver aimed at retreat, leaving others perplexed as they gaze at him, eager for his explanation. It is time to withdraw, my brothers. We have little chance of victory in this war, declared the man in the suit as he produced another laptop. According to internal intelligence, the Guardians have prepared nuclear weapons this time. I doubt anyone wishes to become a mere skewer of charred flesh, do they? Chapter 19. Evacuation, the emergence of the Death Titan. Even the Death Titan cannot withstand the onslaught of nuclear weaponry. After all, they are all carbon-based life forms, and no matter their size, they cannot endure such devastation, ultimately turning to dust. Once the Guardians reveal their nuclear arsenal, the objective for the rebel forces shifts to inflicting maximum damage upon the target by any means necessary. The giant city base is destined to be abandoned. The appearance of this suspected bioghost resembling a Terminator merely accelerates that process. Release all Titans, including the Death Titan. The zombie frenzy mission has commenced. Although we have lost this war, they have not achieved victory either. The war will commence earlier than anticipated, with commands being issued. Everyone at the rebel base sprang into action. The man in the suit glanced at the self-destruct device on the command platform before turning to the others. Let us evacuate. We can rise again in another location. After absorbing the complete life energy from the virus nest, Lin Mo experienced a significant transformation. The life energy within him surged to unprecedented levels, imparting a sense of inexhaustibility. Having absorbed excessive life energy, the nature body has developed a new passive ability, life drain. Life drain. By making contact with a target using his own life energy, he can siphon the target's vitality to replenish his energy reserves. He has acquired a special piece of equipment, bioarmor. Bioarmor, a biological armor forged from a plethora of bioviruses that mimic the host's pheromones. It possesses extreme infectivity and can continue to grow. Abilities, all attributes: enhancement, mimicry, restoration, infection, virus manipulation, absorption, and evolution. Grade X. Originally, Lin Mo considered the biovirus to be useless, but it has unexpectedly bestowed upon him a remarkable surprise. The unwilling biovirus has transformed into an item acknowledged by the reincarnation space. The bioarmor quivered incessantly, activating its mimicry ability. As Lin Mo's appearance gradually morphed into that of the Terminator he had envisioned, with a deep blue exterior, 4 pairs of small wings on his back, and diamond-shaped goggles. The only distinction from the Terminator was his slightly smaller stature and his bipedal locomotion, as opposed to the low-hovering flight characteristic of the Terminator. As Lin Mo adopted the visage of the Terminator, all the bioghosts in the vicinity recoiled, bowing their heads in submission to a more formidable presence. However, Lin Mo would not show mercy simply due to their submission. Seizing a green giant, he plunged his claw through its chest. Roar! The green giant began to struggle. Yet it was utterly defenseless against Lin Mo, who was empowered by the bioweapon armor. Within mere seconds, the nearly 3-meter-tall green giant was reduced to a desiccated husk. Upon vanquishing the bioweapon green giant, a treasure chest, green, was obtained. Thud. The emaciated corpse collapsed to the ground, and the surrounding bioweapon phantoms were filled with dread. Yet none dared to move, their gazes towards Lin Mo increasingly filled with fear. Go. Find all the formidable infected entities in this city. Lin Mo stated to the group of bioweapon phantoms with a calm demeanor. Complying with the command, the bioweapon phantoms swiftly fled the underground base, possessing nascent intelligence. They understood Lin Mo's directive. The memory of the green giant's demise was still fresh in their minds, and they dared not disobey this new leader's orders. As Lin Mo observed the departing bioweapon phantoms, he gazed longingly at the desiccated bioweapon nest. The virus quality from the green giant was too low, providing minimal enhancement to the bioweapon armor. He required more advanced infected entities to elevate the armor's capabilities. For nothing was more suitable as nourishment for the armor than the infected entities themselves. Approaching the withered nest, Lin Mo delivered a powerful kick to its center, utterly shattering the life of the nest. Mission to destroy the virus mother nest completed. Earned 2,000 reincarnation coins. Enhancement of settlement score. In the underground passage, the sound of gunfire echoed ferociously. Bang, bang, bang. Countless bullets pierced through the densely packed bodies of zombies as the Blade team faced fierce resistance from the horde. Captain Blade, we are running low on ammunition. We must evacuate at once, exclaimed a mercenary while reloading his M16. Captain Blade, armed with a Desert Eagle, continued to fire at the zombie throng. Upon hearing his comrade's warning, he glanced back at the others. Their ammunition was similarly scarce as a raiding team. Their supply was limited. Even with perfect aim, against an endless swarm of zombies, a desperate fight would lead to their complete depletion. Fall back. The raid mission has been declared a failure, Captain Blade stated, observing the unyielding horde of zombies. He had originally planned to exterminate these zombies and subsequently eliminate the rebel faction, but he had not anticipated that these foes would detect them beforehand. Thus, he had no choice but to retreat with his comrades. The zombies did not pursue with great speed, and the Blade team managed to escape the underground passage in just half an hour. Upon reaching the surface, they contacted headquarters to report the situation. Yes, emerging from the depths, the rebels' signal jamming ceased to exist, and the communications officer quickly established contact with headquarters. Captain Blade, bad news. Headquarters reports that the zombie legion has commenced an attack. Boom, boom, boom. Just as Captain Blade was about to take the notebook to assess the situation, the ground began to tremble violently as if an earthquake were occurring. What is happening? Before they could react, a colossal figure burst forth from the underground passage they had just entered. With a thunderous roar, the titanic creature, adorned in dark red and bearing 2 massive cannons on its back, emerged, its body marked by numerous modifications. The Titan let out a fearsome bellow and charged directly at the Blade team. Get out of the way. Several SWAT team members were unable to evade in time and were instantly crushed beneath the Titan's feet. Blade and the remaining 2 swiftly opened fire on the monstrous giant. Although the Guardians were merely a mercenary organization, their ranks were composed of elite individuals from various nations, rendering them extraordinarily powerful, a true international mercenary force. Most importantly, they possessed the capability to conduct military operations in any nation or region. Thousands of mercenaries, alongside local armed forces, gathered outside the giant city, poised to reclaim it in one decisive strike. Despite their possession of nuclear weapons, the higher-ups prohibited their use until the very last moment, as they aimed to reclaim the giant city intact, rather than a radioactive wasteland ravaged by nuclear strikes. As all awaited news from the Blade team, a tremendous roar resonated from within the giant city. Roar. The Death Titan, standing at 52 meters tall, fully armored, and equipped with 2 enormous rocket launcher systems, slowly emerged from the depths. A great river separated the temporary base of the Guardians from the city, yet everyone could still glimpse the silhouette of the colossal beast. Oh my god, is this the true architect of the destruction of Giant City? Chapter 20, Slaying the Titan. Are we really expected to fight this abomination? What a joke. The destruction of Giant City had reached many, with reports indicating that the bioghosts had overwhelmed the local forces, leaving them no choice but to retreat. However, the primary reason for abandoning the city was this very beast, the Death Titan, a bioweapon from the future. All personnel, prepare for combat. Deploy all helicopters immediately. We must intercept it. We cannot allow it to leave Giant City. Hurry. With a flurry of commands issued, the Guardians base sprang into action, determined to halt the advancing Death Titan. Meanwhile, the Blade team, under the relentless assault of the Titan, quickly found themselves dwindled to just Blade. Damn it. Blade cursed. Utterly astonished that the biovirus could produce such an aberration. The Titan, impervious to bullets, especially with those 2 laser cannons on its back, had reduced his comrades to ash in an instant. Now, he was left alone, wielding a small desert eagle, entangled in a desperate struggle against the Titan. Yet he knew he could not hold out much longer. His ammunition was nearly spent. Click, click, click. The last bullet was fired. It was over. As the Blade deftly evaded the charge of the Titan, his last bullet was expended. It was the end. Just as he contemplated surrendering to despair, a thunderous roar erupted from behind him. Turning back, he beheld a bio-phantom, the Green Giant. It was over. There would be no remnants left. A gust of wind swept through, knocking his sunglasses askew. To his astonishment, the Green Giant disregarded him completely and charged directly at the Titan. With its towering stature, the Green Giant leapt towards the Titan's thigh, rending a sizable chunk of flesh with its claw. The Death Titan was fundamentally different from the bio-phantom. Although its viral evolution was more advanced, it was merely a biological weapon birthed by humanity, in stark contrast to the organically developed bio-phantoms. The bio-phantoms would not regard it as kin and were rather eager to consume it for their own advancement. In the eyes of any bio-phantom, the Titan was merely a moving piece of meat that could expedite their own evolution without the looming pressure of kinship. However, this did not imply that the Titan was weak. Before the Green Giant could launch another assault, the Titan retaliated with a single punch that sent it crashing against the wall, fracturing several of its bones. Though it would not face life-threatening peril after all. The bio-phantoms were renowned for their regenerative abilities. The Green Giant was rendered incapable of further attack on the Titan for the time being. Just as the Blade believed the Titan would turn its attention towards him, the Titan remained stationary, surveying its surroundings. The Blade cautiously retreated, swallowing hard. To his dismay, a multitude of bio-phantoms had appeared, distinctly altered from the ordinary, each brandishing sharp claws. They fixated on the Titan, completely oblivious to the retreating Blade. With a roar, the Titan incited the bio-phantoms to launch their assault. Each bio-phantom charged fearlessly at the Death Titan, only to be sent flying by a single punch. Yet, their tenacity prevailed. As they quickly regained their footing, the sharp claws incessantly tore at the Titan's flesh, unlike the rapid recovery from bullet wounds. These assaults genuinely carved away pieces of its meat. The bio-phantoms, undeterred by death and endowed with remarkable vitality, could only be slain if the Titan exerted its full strength, which would simultaneously cost it significant flesh. Particularly troublesome were the stealthy, frenzied entities that occasionally ambushed the Titan's ankles, distracting it from dealing with the red bio-phantoms. The missiles posed a minimal threat to the bio-phantoms. Unless a direct hit was achieved, they would only sustain minor injuries at best. By the time Lin Mo arrived at the scene, the Blade had already made a hasty retreat, not foolish enough to squander the opportunity bestowed upon him by fate. Transformed into the harbinger of doom, Lin Mo arrived upon the battlefield, where the tunnel's exit lay strewn with the remnants of carnage. Blood and corpses of bio-phantoms were scattered everywhere, leaving scarcely a soul from an entire squad intact. The Titan, too, fared little better. One of its arms lay severed, its body riddled with pulsating wounds, a truly pitiable sight. Logically, it seemed implausible that such a mere handful of bio-phantoms could inflict such devastation upon a Titan. The primary reason for its plight was the absence of a controller behind the Titan's operations. The accuracy of missiles and lasers was lamentably low, and the Titan's instinct leaned towards hand-to-hand combat and sheer force, rendering it unfamiliar with the technological weaponry at its disposal, thus allowing the bio-phantoms to gain the upper hand. With its remaining hand, the Titan seized the Green Giant gnawing at its foot and, with a surge of strength, crushed its skull. Thus, the bio-phantom squad met their demise. The Titan collapsed to the ground, straining to hold itself upright as it gazed upon the advancing bio-terminator, letting out a roar of defiance. "Ah, it seems fortune smiles upon me. While you are rather unfortunate," Lin Mo's somber voice emanated from within the Terminator. He truly had not anticipated that these bio-phantoms would so completely heed his command. Observing the beleaguered Titan, Lin Mo could not help but reflect on its dire state. Is this the extent of the virus's control? Suddenly, a crimson light flickered in the eyes of the Titan giant. Two stout beams of laser erupted from the twin cannons on its back, their velocity so swift that Lin Mo had no time to evade. The lasers reached him in an instant, leaving him no choice but to turn sideways and shield his face, bracing himself for the impending assault. The searing, scarlet lasers struck the bioweapon armor directly, incinerating large areas composed of the virus into ash, exposing the flesh beneath, relentlessly eroding Lin Mo's corporeal form. Yet, bolstered by the potent life energy coursing through him, his injured right side began to heal, and the bioweapon armor continuously reconfigured itself. After 5 seconds, the laser cannons ceased their assault due to depleted energy, and the Titan giant collapsed, utterly exhausted, ripping away the charred cellular tissue from his body. Lin Mo gazed at the fallen Titan giant and erupted into a manic laughter. Ha ha, ha ha ha. He truly seemed to embody an immortal existence. As the life energy within him showed no signs of waning, remaining abundantly robust. Approaching the Titan giant, the bioweapon armor in his grasp transformed into a sharp spike, which he plunged directly into the Titan's interior, activating life deprivation and the armor's devouring capabilities simultaneously. Gained 3 points of stamina. Bioweapon armor evolution commenced. As the virus and life force within the Titan were absorbed, the surface of the bioweapon armor began to exhibit numerous metallic characteristics. It absorbed the iron elements from the Titan's body, increasingly resembling a suit of armor. Chapter 21. New Skills and the Arrival of Nuclear Explosion. The originally blue sections transformed into streaks, subsequently covered by layers of iron plating, as the bioweapon armor outfitted Lin Mo to the teeth, significantly enhancing his defenses. However, the trade-off for the high-density armor was a tremendous increase in weight, causing Lin Mo's agility to diminish a notch upon donning the bioweapon armor. Damn it! It seems that in facing enemy assaults throughout his life, he would have to endure them head-on, unable to evade. Having slain the Titan giant, he acquired the Titan chest, purple. Including the green giant's chest, Lin Mo now possessed 2 chests. He glanced at the fallen bioweapon phantoms around him, lamenting their loss. Yet recognizing that without their sacrifices, he likely would not have been able to vanquish the Titan giant. Although Lin Mo's constitution and defenses were maxed out, his offensive capabilities were significantly lacking. Aside from melee combat, he possessed nearly no effective means of attack. As for ensnaring and controlling it, that seemed improbable. Given the vast disparity between his constitution and that of the deceased Titan, which would only allow him to trap it for mere seconds, time insufficient to defeat it, he still needed to seek out attacking skills. Hearing the roars and gunfire emanating from the city center, one could imagine the ferocity of the ongoing battle. Open these 2 chests for me. Lin Mo expressed his anticipation for the treasures within the 2 chests, hoping they would yield valuable items. Otherwise, he would lack even the qualification to scavenge. Upon opening the green giant chest, he received 500 reincarnation coins in the skill Frenzy. Upon opening the Titan giant chest, he acquired 2,000 reincarnation coins, the skill Roar, and the skill Charge. LV1 Frenzy, upon activation, enters a state of exhilarating fervor, granting a 10 reduction in physical damage for 1 minute. Cooldown, 10 minutes. Compatibility, 90 LV1 Roar. After a brief build-up, releases a terrifying, indiscriminate roar that instills fear in the surroundings. If the target's intelligence is lower than that of the caster, they will be forcibly interrupted in all actions. Extra terrifying effect on low intelligence units, cooldown, 10 minutes. Compatibility, 70 LV1 Charge, continuously compresses and gathers energy, capable of charging for up to 10 seconds, resulting in a maximum damage increase of 500. No cooldown. However, frequent use of this skill may inflict bodily harm. Compatibility, 100. The 2 points of luck certainly made a difference, as Lin Mo never expected to unveil 3 skills: damage mitigation, silence, and attack enhancement. Unlike the previous Berserk skill, these 3 possessed high compatibility, prompting Lin Mo to decisively choose to utilize them. With a surge in combat power, Lin Mo immediately dashed towards the center of the battlefield. In this world devoid of Ultraman, humanity finds itself helpless before the 52-meter-tall Death Titan. Unlike in the original game, mere bullets cannot vanquish this towering behemoth. After all, this is a realm governed by reality. Despite the deployment of 17 helicopters and the relentless barrage of 6-barreled cannons upon the Death Titan, it exhibits no discernible injuries. as its high-density armor absorbs the majority of the attacks. Requesting support. Execute repetitive assaults. Do not engage directly. The command from headquarters echoes incessantly in the pilot's ears. With nerves taut and perspiration soaking through gloves and back, the crew remains on high alert. Suddenly, the Death Titan raises its arm, its mechanical claw morphing within seconds into a pulse cannon aimed directly at them. With a swift motion, it gestures towards the sky, and 7 or 8 helicopters are instantly reduced to mere remnants, akin to flies scorched by a flamethrower. In the face of this grim monstrosity, the remaining helicopters hastily ascend to safer altitudes, unwilling to venture closer to the Death Titan. With these pesky adversaries out of the way, the Death Titan resumes its slow march towards the Guardian base outside the city. Boom. Any helicopter attempting to intercept or attack will face the Titan's merciless area pulse cannon bombardment. As the Death Titan approaches the makeshift base, the commander can no longer contain himself and abruptly severs communication with headquarters. Everyone, prepare to retreat. He commands over the public channel, then produces a remote control. As a high-ranking member of the Guardians, he possesses the authority to launch a nuclear weapon during this critical period. A flicker of hesitation crosses his mind. But the thought of allowing the Death Titan to escape Giant City, potentially endangering other cities, compels him to act. Lin Mo finds himself unable to accelerate significantly. Despite his extraordinary stamina and agility surpassing that of an ordinary individual, donning the advanced bioarmor hinders his speed. Moreover, he cannot remove the armor casually, lest he be surrounded by the mindless horde of zombies nearby. Fortunately, the Death Titan also moves at a leisurely pace, enabling Lin Mo to catch up just before it exits the city. Gazing at the seemingly unscathed Titan, he is filled with puzzlement. What is happening? Where are the Guardian helicopters? Shouldn't it be a battle between the Titan and the helicopters, ultimately leading to the Titan's defeat? Where have the helicopters gone? Before Lin Mo can ponder further, the previously advancing Death Titan halts abruptly. A bright flash streaks across the sky, and then the Titan emits a thunderous roar before turning back in haste. Its gargantuan form, however, does not allow for a speedier escape. Lin Mo notices a glimmer in the sky, reminiscent of a meteor, descending rapidly. The target, it seems to be, could it be a nuclear bomb? Do you not recall the Guardians launching a nuclear bomb towards the City of Giants? Regardless of what it may be, it certainly cannot be anything beneficial. Lin Mo hastily fled, for he had no intention of scavenging in this moment. His sole desire was to escape the blast radius of the impending nuclear explosion. While he possessed remarkable vitality, he did not believe he could withstand the devastation wrought by such a carbon-based weapon of annihilation. He ran in the opposite direction of the Death Titan, towards the Guardians, convinced that his chances of survival were greater in that direction. This is utterly exhilarating. I believed I could dominate the novice zone, yet the very first world is met with a nuclear bombardment. Is it truly necessary to be this absurd? My luck level is not merely 2. As I dashed beyond the horde of zombies, Lin Mo hastily stowed away the biochemical armor into the system space, sprinting in a tattered SWAT uniform. Upon reaching the riverbank, the nuclear weapon had successfully detonated. A profound hum resonated through the air. The heavens and earth transformed in hue, and Lin Mo felt the very sounds of the world vanish. Turning back to behold Giant City, he witnessed a mushroom cloud rising visibly, followed by a formidable shockwave. Lin Mo leaped into the river while donning the biochemical armor, striving to withstand the initial assault. As the shockwave surged, the entire river was upheaved, and Lin Mo, submerged within, suffered grievous injury. Chapter 22. The Perils of Ignorance Unversed in Military Education. Lin Mo had no inkling that seeking refuge in water during the arrival of a shockwave was the most foolish of actions. Air may be compressible, but water is not. Had he remained on land, his robust physique would have rendered him resilient against the shockwave. Yet this hapless fool chose to plunge into the water. In the dual pressure of the shockwave's penetration and the water's confinement, the biochemical armor, along with Lin Mo, was swiftly crushed. With a thunderous boom as the shockwave subsided, the water that had surged ashore began to recede, revealing a blood-stained, unrecognizable object. Health points decreased to 13. Health points decreased to 14. Health points decreased to 16. As the healing ability of his life energy activated, Lin Mo, gravely injured and on the brink of death, was forcibly pulled back by the natural body. Yet, the damage was too severe. A significant number of cells had perished, leading to an agonizingly slow recovery. The biochemical armor also sustained substantial damage. However, it survived by absorbing the blood flowing from Lin Mo, initiating the release of viruses into his body, attempting to reclaim control over him. Yet, Lin Mo's natural body was not to be trifled with, as it expelled the invader. Faced with failure to infiltrate, the biochemical virus resorted to absorbing the waste blood expelled from Lin Mo, deepening their connection. With the continuous absorption of Lin Mo's blood, the biochemical armor began to restore itself, ultimately reverting to its form as the Terminator armor. Inside the armor, Lin Mo was also gradually recuperating. His physical form had nearly recovered, yet his brain had suffered substantial trauma, rendering him unconscious for the foreseeable future. As time slowly passed, before Lin Mo could awaken, a search team of defenders arrived at the riverbank. "Hey, what is that?" One team member was the first to spot Lin Mo clad in the Terminator armor. "What is this? A monster? Something seems off. That thing on it appears to be made of iron." One audacious individual struck the creature's body with an AK, producing a series of resonant clangs. The others promptly raised their weapons, remaining ever vigilant against this monstrosity. "Do not move," the captain instructed the group, then retrieved his walkie-talkie. "This is the third search team calling headquarters. We have encountered a unique biochemical specter by the riverbank. It lies there, uncertain if it is alive or deceased. Please advise." After establishing contact with headquarters, he captured a photograph of the biochemical specter and sent it forth. Soon after, the captain received a response from headquarters. "Search mission halted. Immediately transport the biochemical specter back to the Dawn." This is the directive from the headquarters for Team 3. Most individuals have never encountered a Terminator, yet the headquarters possesses extensive documentation on them. Although this particular model differs significantly from the previous one, featuring numerous metallic components, it largely shares the same characteristics. They are certain that this is a new type of Terminator, possessing immense research value. It appears to have been ravaged by the aftershocks of a nuclear explosion, yet its status remains uncertain. Thus, before Lin Mo was transported aboard the Dawn, it was bound with iron chains, its hands and feet secured with lengthy handcuffs. While those privy to the details doubt the efficacy of such measures, it provides a semblance of psychological comfort, perhaps serving some purpose. Ares metal, known for its ability to effectively suppress biochemical phantoms, is present aboard the Dawn, though its quantity is exceedingly scarce. It is typically crafted into melee weaponry rather than handcuffs or chains. The Dawn is hastening the creation of chains intended to restrain this seemingly deceased Terminator. By the way, where is this creature's mouth? Observing the completely sealed armor of the Terminator, an officer pondered how it might consume sustenance. Who knows? "This specimen could very well be an experimental product of those lurking infiltrators," replied a nearby researcher, his hands exploring the armor as if it were a work of art. The fusion capability of the biochemical phantom virus is remarkably high, allowing it to integrate with the genes of hybridized organisms, even absorbing and merging with numerous metallic substances. The armor adorning this being bears no signs of artificial construction, appearing entirely natural, and observe the ethereal blue patterns. These denote a high-level biochemical phantom. The researcher expressed a fervent desire to return this Terminator to the laboratory for dissection and study. Every so often, a soldier bearing specialized handcuffs approached. "Doctor, the Ares metal handcuffs you requested have arrived," the soldier announced. "I specifically asked for chains," the researcher retorted, casting an irritable glance at the officer. "Apologies, doctor, but the stock of Ares metal is limited, and we have none aboard. We could only fabricate this one pair of handcuffs." The officer paused before adding, "I can't very well compel the Phantom Hunters to relinquish their Nepalese twin blades, can I?" Ultimately, Lin Mo was fitted with handcuffs designed to suppress the regenerative abilities of biochemical phantoms before being transported onto the Dawn. The doctor, brimming with anticipation, promptly placed Lin Mo upon the examination table, where mechanical arms began to operate, swiftly affixing a layer of apparatus to him. Due to the unique properties of the biochemical armor, standard instruments were inadequate for assessing its life status. Specialized equipment was required. The doctor eagerly activated the machine for analysis. After 2 minutes, the results emerged, and upon reviewing the report in hand, the doctor was momentarily struck dumb. The report indicated that the target's life signs were entirely normal, including brainwave activity. So why does it not awaken? Is it merely feigning death? Surely not. The doctor gazed in horror at the Terminator on the platform, noticing its hand twitch slightly. In truth, Lin Mo had awakened during the process of being transported onto the ship. However, his mind was still somewhat muddled, leaving him unable to comprehend the current situation. Hence, he remained motionless. He only recalled the sharp pain in his head while submerged in water, after which he lost consciousness. And upon awakening found himself bound and brought aboard the vessel, slowly rising from the experimental table. The azure goggles flickered to life as he cast his gaze towards the individual on the other side of the tempered glass. Although it was a one-way mirror and he could not see the figure, the bioarmor endowed him with an extraordinary sense of life perception, rendering any living entities within a certain range incapable of concealing themselves from him. The doctor, watching the awakened Terminator, dared not breathe, his eyes fixated intently upon it. In the casualty area of the Dawn, the circumstances differed vastly from other wars. The conflict against the Biophantoms was extraordinarily perilous, while helicopters engaged the Death Titans. Other ground forces were not idle. They were embroiled in fierce gunfire with the Biophantoms. Given the urban landscape, there were numerous hiding spots, and mercenaries risked being ambushed by the Biophantoms at any moment. Chapter 23. The Outbreak of Infection. Many individuals had been scratched by the Biophantoms and soon transformed into their kind. However, there were a few fortunate mercenaries who, despite being wounded, did not succumb to becoming Biophantoms. Aware of the Biophantom's highly infectious nature, these mercenaries still harbored a sense of luck, believing themselves to be exceptional and immune to becoming these monsters. Yet, such a mindset often led to dire consequences. "Mike, come on, let's grab a drink. This is our first time participating in a bio-war. We should celebrate," a friend exclaimed, joyfully grasping mercenary Mike's hand. "You go ahead. I'll catch up shortly," Mike replied, his expression somber and filled with regret. "All right then, but make it quick. Don't linger in the restroom too long. I know you're thinking about your wife," his friend teased. Noticing Mike's troubled demeanor, "Get lost." After their playful banter, once his friend departed, Mike entered the restroom, ripping off the bandage from his arm. He gazed at the festering wound, which had begun to turn blue, and his expression grew grave. He was acutely aware of the ramifications of reporting this situation. It was highly likely he would receive a reprimand, for he had treated those infected teammates in the same manner. "Damn it!" Mike slammed his fist against the wall, his heart brimming with fury. "Why is this happening? I don't want to die." As the faces of his wife and child surfaced in his mind, Mike suddenly felt a wave of disorientation wash over him, realizing that he might not endure much longer. Drawing his knife, he plunged it into the door of the restroom stall, then tossed his firearm out from beneath the partition before locking the restroom door behind him. He did not wish to perish, nor did he want to burden his friends if he truly succumbed. The weapon at the entrance should alert his comrades to the imminent danger. "Elena, forgive me," he murmured, gazing at the photograph of his wife in his hand, tears welling in his eyes. As night fell, the Dawn vessel inevitably erupted into chaos due to a biohazard crisis. Mike was not the sole individual infected without reporting it. Many soldiers had unwittingly succumbed to the contagion, the virus merely lying dormant within them. Damn it! How could there be infected bodies aboard the ship? "Arm yourselves, arm yourselves." Fortunately, the mercenaries, seasoned in combat, were accustomed to having their weapons at the ready, and thus were not immediately overwhelmed by the sudden onslaught of biohazard entities. The newly transformed biohazard mercenaries lacked formidable regenerative capabilities, and the firepower of handguns and rifles could still manage to suppress them, albeit barely. However, as some mercenaries unexpectedly mutated, the formation of the group was thrown into disarray, allowing a multitude of biohazard apparitions to breach their defenses, causing them to retreat in disarray. Nevertheless, the Dawn vessel was vast, and under the cover of several battle-hardened ghost hunters, a significant number of mercenaries managed to escape to a safe zone. In the laboratory, the doctor, accompanied by several assistants, took refuge inside, knowing full well that as researchers, they stood no chance against the biohazard phantoms, relying solely on the sturdy laboratory door to fend them off. The safe zone did not extend to their location. The corridor outside was teeming with recently mutated biohazard mercenaries, actively searching for humans. Watching this unfold on the monitors, the doctor's eyes brimmed with terror. He was oblivious to how the biohazard entities had infiltrated their space, but now they were truly at a dead end. "Doctor, what should we do now? That thing seems to be stirring." The assistant's face was etched with fear. The laboratory housed numerous bioghost experimental subjects, captured for the purposes of experimentation. Among them, the one that instilled the greatest dread was the colossal entity that had just been brought aboard today. They were well aware of its notorious reputation as the Terminator. Although its lack of aggression was puzzling, the more tranquil it appeared, the more their trepidation grew. The bioghosts imprisoned within their cages sensed a kindred spirit outside, and one by one, they excitedly began to batter against the iron bars. However, as mere ordinary bioghosts, they were utterly incapable of shaking the specially designed confinement. The special bioghost, known as the Frenzied Treasure, was restrained by handcuffs forged from Ares metal, and her prolonged hunger left her too weak to destroy her cage. Yet, possessing considerable intellect, she fixed her gaze upon the humans. Recognizing those who daily injected her with bizarre concoctions, the doctor glanced at the Frenzied Treasure and the other ordinary infected subjects. They were inconsequential in his eyes. His greatest fear remained the newly arrived Terminator. Though bound and shackled with Ares metal handcuffs, a sense of unease lingered within him since the moment it had awakened. Lin Mo had been awake for several hours, acclimating to his newly reformed body, which felt somewhat alien to him. Some of his bones were slightly misaligned, and he was in the process of adjusting. Once he felt somewhat stable, Lin Mo descended from the experimental platform, swatting away the strange apparatuses affixed to him. It was then that he noticed the chains, handcuffs, and shackles that bound him. Casting a glance at the individuals behind the one-way mirror, he effortlessly snapped the chains that restrained him, including the Ares metal handcuffs. Ares metal was designed to suppress bioghosts, but Lin Mo was human. To him, it merely posed a slightly greater challenge than ordinary handcuffs. Witnessing the ease with which he broke free, the doctor realized their fate was sealed. As anticipated, the Terminator shattered the specially reinforced glass with a single punch, sending shards flying towards the doctor and his assistants, who cried out in terror. The other trapped bioghosts also ceased their movements, sensing the overwhelming aura of their potent counterpart, and turned their attention towards the shattered glass. Clad in dark armor, adorned with cerulean patterns, the towering figure stepped forward. Surveying his surroundings and sensing the pheromones emanating from other bioghosts at the entrance, Lin Mo quickly grasped the situation. Had they already succumbed? Hearing Lin Mo's murmurs, the doctor cast a terrified glance in his direction. "I'm sorry, you've uncovered my little secret," Lin Mo said, as a crimson glow flickered in the eye sockets of the Terminator. In a swift motion, he lunged forward, severing the throats of the doctor and several assistants. Death was inevitable. He would grant them a swift departure. Wiping the blood from his hands, Lin Mo maintained a certain moral threshold, remaining unaffected by ordinary individuals. He then turned his gaze towards the other bio-phantoms ensnared within their cages. These beings had undergone noticeable transformations, presumably due to the experiments they had endured. What is that scent? Suddenly, Lin Mo caught a whiff of an enticing aroma. Clad in his bio-armor, he resembled a bio-phantom himself, and anything that could attract him must pertain to a higher order of viruses. Chapter 24. Acquiring a Frantic Treasure. Under the scrutiny of numerous bio-experimental subjects, Lin Mo began to rummage through the laboratory, opening various vials and test tubes. Upon inhaling their contents and discovering they were not what he sought, he carelessly discarded them. One vial containing sulfuric acid struck an experimental subject, causing it to wail in pain. "Silence!" Lin Mo bellowed, delivering a punch that sent the creature's teeth flying, rendering it unconscious within its iron cage. The surrounding bio-phantoms immediately fell silent, their residual human memories instilling an understanding that provoking a superior could lead to dire consequences. Lin Mo held little interest in these entities unless they were unique bio-phantoms akin to the Hulk. The ordinary ones offered scant rewards, leaving him disinclined to slay them. Moreover, he might need assistance upon returning to this world for future tasks, and these bio-phantoms could serve that purpose well. Having deepened his connection with the bio-armor, he noticed a slight shift in his character, though he was unconcerned by it. Without distractions, Lin Mo swiftly located the source of his attraction, a blue vial from which he discerned the blood of a particular bio-phantom. Could it be the Terminator's blood? With a sense of curiosity, Lin Mo commanded the bio-armor to consume it. Absorbing the blood of the Terminator, first generation, the bio-armor unlocked the Terminator evolution template. Electromagnetic shield, locked. Thunder poison claws, locked. Magnetic levitation, locked. With the acquisition of the Terminator template, Lin Mo could now aptly rename his bio-armor as Terminator Armor. In high spirits, he approached the infected entities, directly opening the cages that confined them. "Come forth and seize control of this vessel," Lin Mo commanded. Unaware of how long the ship had been sailing during his unconsciousness, he yearned to return to Giant City, still coveting the body of the Death Titan. One by one, the peculiar bio-experimental subjects were released, and as the doors swung open, the bio-phantoms surged forth. As the other mercenaries, prepared to enter, caught sight of their kind within, they dispersed in disappointment, continuing their search for other humans. Once most of the phantoms had scattered, Lin Mo noticed a certain deranged treasure hiding within a cage. Reluctant to emerge, upon closer inspection, he discovered that her hands were bound by peculiar handcuffs, and a chain tethered her heel, preventing her escape. Unlike the other bio-phantoms who bowed their heads in submission at his approach, this deranged treasure recoiled in fear, pressing against the wall behind the cage. Her crimson eyes filled with trepidation as they met Lin Mo's gaze. Initially, Lin Mo had contemplated whether to eliminate one of these deranged treasures in hopes of acquiring a stealth skill, but upon encountering this particular one, his thoughts shifted. Unlike the disheveled and filthy bio-phantoms outside, this deranged treasure appeared to be in her 20s before mutation, a strikingly beautiful military doctor. Captured since her transformation, she remained surprisingly clean. Even in her human consciousness, she could still bathe, resulting in her garments and skin being well kept. Her pale skin, clad in a nurse's uniform, was accentuated by a tail adorned with blue patterns. Lin Mo's peculiar curiosity stirred once more. Grabbing her by the neck, he lifted her, eliciting a feeble struggle. However, her impotent attempts left no mark on his Terminator armor. "Indeed, you are quite special," Lin Mo remarked, astonished that the pressure emanating from his armor had no effect on this deranged treasure. "Well then, how about accompanying me?" he proposed excitedly, extending his hand as he set her down. Ignoring his words, the deranged treasure fixed her gaze upon him, her eyes brimming with wariness. As a unique bio-phantom, her retention of human memories attested to her distinctiveness. Despite her high intelligence and awareness, the injection of a concentrated dose of Terminator genes had left her body devoid of sufficient energy to facilitate their evolution. Consequently, madness and fear clouded her gaze, with an insatiable hunger tormenting her thoughts. Noticing her silence, Lin Mo, wishing to convey his sincerity, removed the Terminator gauntlet from his left arm, revealing a hand belonging to humanity. Before he could speak again, the deranged treasure lunged at his hand, sinking her teeth into his arm and drawing blood. The biovirus belonging to her sought to invade Lin Mo's body, but was swiftly repelled by his natural constitution. "Oh, so you were simply hungry," Lin Mo mused, suppressing the pain in his arm as he lifted the deranged treasure from the ground. She continued to bite down on his arm, relentlessly gnawing. However, due to Lin Mo's heightened physical resilience, she could only taste a hint of blood, as the toughness of his flesh proved too great for her to penetrate. "Do not rush," he reassured, grasping the iron chain tethering her heel and tearing it apart. Life transmission activated. The life energy began to emanate from Lin Mo's arm, continuously flowing into the body of the frenzied creature, replenishing its insatiable thirst. Under the nourishment of this life force, its pallid skin gradually took on a lustrous sheen, and the madness in its eyes slowly faded, giving way to a semblance of tranquility. Gradually, while its jaws remained latched onto Lin Mo's hand, its gaze shifted towards the very being that provided its sustenance. The aura of the advanced biochemical specter instilled a sense of trepidation, yet the creature posed no threat, rendering it hesitant to make any sudden movements, choosing instead to quietly draw its nourishment. After a brief interlude, the frenzied creature ceased its consumption, having absorbed a significant amount of life energy, which served as a sophisticated form of nourishment requiring ample time to digest. It had reached its limit. The creature found Lin Mo perplexing. Although it too was a biochemical specter, there lingered a distinctly human scent, and the taste of its blood was exquisite, causing a slight trickle of blood to escape the corner of its mouth. "Now that you are satiated, does it not seem time for my turn?" Lin Mo remarked softly, wiping away the gradually fading bite marks on her arm. A glimmer flickered in her eyes behind the protective goggles. Indeed, while she harbored some intriguing thoughts regarding this frenzied creature, she was far from losing control over her own desires. Here lies a grand warship, presently embroiled in a dire crisis, and it is the perfect opportunity for him to seize the moment. Whether it involves humans or bio-ghosts, he remains indifferent to their fates. Armed with firearms, ammunition, and an array of advanced technology, Lin Mo embarks on a relentless quest, akin to unearthing treasures from a blind box, scouring every chamber for valuable assets. The peculiar and frenzied treasure follows closely behind him, effectively tethered by an iron chain. Chapter 25, Ghost Hunter. When individuals abandon all restraint, they become a terrifying force, reminiscent of the phrase that desire is akin to a massive boulder atop a mountain. Though Lin Mo has acquired some strength, he is acutely aware that he remains a mere contractee of the reincarnation space, and he is far from invincible in this realm. let alone within the vast expanse of the reincarnation dimension. At present, the paramount objective is to gather weapons and equipment recognized by the reincarnation space. For only those sanctioned by this realm may be transported into his personal space. With merely 1 cubic meter of capacity, he cannot carry much. And the items deemed acceptable by the reincarnation space are pitifully scarce. Lin Mo remains oblivious to the criteria for such judgments and continues his search for weaponry. The frenzied treasure trails behind him, her neck bound by an iron chain, the other end secured in Lin Mo's grasp. As he discovered that upon regaining some semblance of sanity, she attempted to flee. Thus, finding her became imperative. Having finally uncovered a rare item, there was no chance he would release her. After rummaging through numerous rooms, Lin Mo managed to acquire a sniper rifle for grenades and 3 flashbangs. The chambers housed the personal weapons of mercenaries, most of which had already been claimed, and Lin Mo remained unaware of the location of the ship's armory. Otherwise, his spoils would have been far grander. The bioghosts exhibited remarkable prowess, having overrun most sections of the vessel. The expansive hull on board provided ample cover, allowing the bioghosts to approach the mercenaries with relative ease. The mercenaries could only hold their ground in the narrow passageways, employing suppressive fire against the relentless bioghost onslaught. However, this was merely a temporary reprieve. Eventually, their ammunition would dwindle. The scant supply they possessed could not suffice to contend with the thousands of bioghosts. And the rate of exterminating the bioghosts could not keep pace with their reproduction. Move quickly to the lifeboat location. We cannot withstand them, the commander exclaimed. Observing the computer screen that displayed an increasingly dire situation, he slammed his fist upon the table and directed the communicator, notify Blade. Instruct him to lead the frontline brothers in retreat while the others provide cover. We abandon ship. Receiving the retreat order, Blade was engaged in close combat with several bioghosts. Listening to the urgent message through his earpiece, he surveyed the surroundings. His sniper team was nearly decimated, leaving only a few SWAT members and himself to hold the line. Close combat weaponry could effectively incapacitate bioghosts, yet those who dared to engage in such proximity were formidable individuals, for a single touch could herald one's demise. Soon, a horde of bioghosts surged into the hull once more. With a swift strike of his Nepalese knife, he severed the head of a biochemical specter and then delivered a powerful kick to the chest of another specter lunging towards him, using the momentum to retreat. The nearby SWAT mercenaries, however, lacked such agility and were immediately engulfed by the specters, their bodies torn to shreds, with no chance to transform into specters themselves. As he retreated down the corridor, the Blade had barely begun to run when a long-dead soldier, now transformed into an infected entity, suddenly grasped at his foot. Gazing down at the blood-soaked soldier, whose face was marred with bite marks, he furrowed his brow. His weapon was devoid of ammunition, and the infected entity, dripping with filth, posed a danger he could not afford to engage recklessly. One scratch could spell doom. He kicked with force, yet the creature showed no intention of releasing its grip. Devoid of consciousness, it merely sought to tear flesh from him to consume. However, the resilient leather of his pants thwarted its attempts. The horde of biochemical specters was closing in, and beads of sweat formed on his brow, just as he had escaped from the city of giants. Now he faced the prospect of dying on a ship? Several specters darted towards him, having feasted on countless humans and evolved to a formidable degree, showcasing an alarming speed and the nascent ability to rampage. Their claws were poised to slash at his face. Suddenly, a Nepalese knife, stained with blue blood, hurtled through the air. Clang! The knife sliced through the foremost specter-ass head as effortlessly as if it were cutting through tofu, instantly killing it. Turning to investigate, he saw a robust specter hunter charging forward. Captain Dao Feng, leave this to me. You must evacuate, the specter hunter exclaimed, brandishing another Nepalese knife. Never looking back as he plunged into the fray against the remaining specters. Without hesitation, Dao Feng sprinted backward. The corridor was narrow, and the specter hunter, a product of the Guardian's research on the biochemical virus, was an enhanced warrior with physical capabilities far surpassing those of ordinary specters. Immune to the specter virus and armed with 2 Nepalese knives forged from Ares metal, he was the epitome of a perfect specter hunter. Apart from lacking the formidable regenerative abilities of the biophantoms, they surpassed the biophantoms in nearly every aspect. However, the scarcity of hunters poses a significant challenge. During the defense of the giant city, the Guardians dispatched merely 3 hunters, while only 1 remained aboard the Dawn. Other passages were being forcibly sealed by mercenaries, leaving this solitary route unbarred by mechanical gates, necessitating someone to hold the line and buy time for others to secure the closure. With a phantom hunter steadfastly guarding the passage, not even a biophantom could circumvent him, forcing a direct confrontation. Unmodified biophantoms stood no chance against the formidable phantom hunter, and their only recourse was to expend their lives in a futile attempt to deplete the hunter's stamina. As time elapsed, the hunter sustained minor injuries. Nevertheless, his accomplishments were substantial, with the passage strewn with the corpses of biophantoms. At least 100 of them lay defeated. Suddenly, the biophantoms engaged in combat with the phantom hunter ceased their assault. This left the ghost hunter somewhat bewildered, for as long as there were living beings present, the bio-ghosts would never cease their relentless assault. Yet now, they abruptly halted, an anomaly indeed. Observing the bio-ghosts pausing in their advance, the hunter, gripping his twin blades, began to retreat cautiously. The mercenary bio-ghosts in the corridor parted to create a pathway, from which emerged a dark blue silhouette. Before him stood a towering Terminator, and the ghost hunter gazed at it in astonishment, unaware that a Terminator had been brought aboard by the doctor, a fact known only to the higher echelons. He was merely a soldier, oblivious to such intelligence. He was acutely aware of the Terminator's formidable power, having witnessed the first one they encountered being driven away only through the combined efforts of 4 hunters and a multitude of mercenaries, barely managing to contend with it. Now, he stood alone, pondering how to confront the Terminator. Gazing down at his Nepalese twin blades, he shifted his focus toward the Terminator, his expression hardening with resolve. "Come at me. Unless I perish, even if you are a Terminator, you shall not pass." Chapter 26, Seize the Dawn. The ghost hunter poised with his blades, his piercing gaze firmly fixed on the Terminator. The approaching Terminator was none other than Lin Mo, who had scoured numerous rooms without any fruitful discoveries and was now heading toward the area of fierce combat. Noticing many bio-ghosts trapped in one location and sensing a powerful aura distinct from that of the ghosts, his interest was piqued. Then he beheld the ghost hunter, who was ruthlessly dispatching foes. Without exchanging idle words, Lin Mo handed his iron chain to a nearby mercenary bio-ghost and began to stride toward the ghost hunter. The bio-ghosts behind him fell silent, observing their leader in action. The atmosphere grew tense as Lin Mo approached step by step. This imposed immense psychological pressure on the ghost hunter. Death. With a mighty roar to bolster his courage, the ghost hunter brandished 2 Nepali knives and charged forward. Excellent. Lacking any finesse, Lin Mo reached out and seized one of the knives, the sharp Ares metal slicing through the armor on his hand, deeply cutting into the flesh of his palm. The weapon forged from Ares metal exerted a formidable suppression against biochemical specters. The Terminator armor restored itself at a sluggish pace. However, as Lin Mo intensified his life energy output, he effectively isolated the Ares metal material on the armor, allowing the Terminator armor to recuperate completely. Witnessing the immediate recovery from the injuries he had inflicted, the ghost hunter was filled with astonishment. Yet his movements remained unimpeded as he swung the other knife towards Lin Mo's head. Lin Mo swiftly deflected the Nepali knife with a powerful palm strike, subsequently delivering a kick that sent the ghost hunter flying. Thud. He crashed violently against the wall, collapsing to the ground, his weapons falling to either side. Coughing, he spat a mouthful of crimson blood. His internal organs had sustained grave injuries. If he had time, he might have been able to recover, but clearly, time was not on his side. As footsteps drew nearer, the ghost hunter struggled to lift his gaze towards this peculiar Terminator. Once Lin Mo stood before him, he attempted to grasp a weapon nearby to resist, but Lin Mo swiftly kicked the Nepali knife far away. "I have a great admiration for warriors. Do you wish to survive?" Lin Mo inquired. Upon hearing the Terminator speak, the ghost hunter looked at him with astonishment. In response, the ghost hunter launched a punch. However, before his fist could descend, Lin Mo, ever prepared, kicked him away once more. This time, he was truly devastated. Lin Mo, already endowed with immense strength, experienced yet another enhancement after donning the Terminator armor. The ghost hunter, though possessing formidable physical capabilities, remained within the realm of humanity and stood no chance against Lin Mo, a being beyond human. Struggling to rise, the ghost hunter retrieved another Nepalese knife from his feet. Taking a deep breath, he braced himself and charged at Lin Mo. Monster. Upon reaching Lin Mo, the Nepalese knife struck the shoulder plate of his Terminator armor, creating a fissure before becoming lodged. Before the ghost hunter could withdraw his blade, Lin Mo acted. With his flesh activated, he delivered a swift hand strike downwards towards the ghost hunter. His sharp claws tore through the ghost hunter's flesh, cleaving him in two from shoulder to waist. Die. The lower half of the ghost hunter stood for 2 seconds before collapsing to the ground, crimson blood mingling with the blue ichor on the floor. Having slain the ghost hunter, Lin Mo received the biochemical ghost hunter treasure chest. The surrounding biochemical ghosts gazed hungrily at the pooled blood, yet dared not approach with Lin Mo standing nearby. Go, eliminate the others. Lin Mo commanded the biochemical ghosts behind him. Obeying the order, the biochemical ghosts deftly maneuvered around Lin Mo's position, racing towards the other end of the corridor. Lin Mo glanced back at the Mad Babe, who was currently dismembering a mercenary biochemical ghost that had grasped her chain. Her methods chillingly brutal as she swiftly tore it apart. She discarded the remains without a second thought, after consuming the life energy Lin Mo provided. She had grown disdainful of these inferior biochemical beings. Lin Mo's unique life energy was simply irresistible to her. Noticing Lin Mo's gaze, she quickly concealed her bloodied hands behind her back and flashed him a smile. Little babe, refrain from touching those unclean things, do you understand? Lin Mo remarked, his peculiarities not veering into the realm of perversion. He simply had an aversion to the sight of blood. Upon hearing his words, the Mad Babe wiped her hands against the wall and approached Lin Mo, offering him the chain. Taking the chain, Lin Mo was unsurprised. He was well aware of the Mad Babe's considerable intelligence, making her actions entirely reasonable. With the ghost hunter eliminated, the path ahead was clear, allowing the biochemical ghosts to swiftly invade other areas through the grand corridor. The Dawn was an immense vessel, capable of accommodating nearly 10,000 souls. And while the number of lifeboats was substantial, the exits were limited, preventing a mass exodus in a short span of time. As each area fell under the siege of biochemical ghosts, the human forces dwindled alarmingly. Were it not for the time the biochemical ghosts required to feast upon their prey, the humans would have already been entirely overwhelmed. Commander, we must leave at once. The guard, with a grim expression, swiftly led the commander away from the command center. On the lowest deck of the ship, the surviving individuals hurriedly boarded lifeboats to evacuate. Soon, the bioghosts launched their assault here. The sound of gunfire echoed incessantly, and the once orderly crowd descended into chaos. In their desperate bid for survival, everyone pressed forward to board the vessels. As the bioghosts approached, the lifeboat pilots initiated their engines, hastily fleeing the scene. The air was filled with screams, shouts, and the frenzied roars of the bioghosts. The cabin was in utter disarray. By the time Lin Mo arrived, only a handful of humans remained. Had he not ordered a few to stay behind, the bioghosts would have slaughtered the rest. Lin Mo needed individuals capable of navigating the ship, which was vast and complex. He couldn't even locate the command center, and many areas had already been sealed off, inaccessible to him. As he descended, surrounded by a throng of bioghosts, Lin Mo encountered a group of humans encircled by them. All bore distinctly Nordic features, 12 individuals, comprising 3 soldiers, 8 donned in lab coats, and surprisingly, 1 in military attire who appeared to hold a high rank. The bioghosts, restless yet restrained, held back their urges to feed. After Lin Mo waved his hand, they retreated. Greetings. I require your assistance, if you're willing. Lin Mo's voice resonated calmly from within his Terminator armor. Who are you? The commander exclaimed, astonished as he gazed at Lin Mo. Before he could utter another word, Lin Mo seized him by the collar and lifted him off the ground. You need not know that. If you wish for them to live, refrain from unnecessary chatter. You will answer my questions, do you understand? Lin Mo declared, before tossing him back. He then exchanged a glance with the frenzied creature beside him. The creature approached one of the researchers and grasped him forcefully, fueled by her disdain for those clad in white, who had confined her to a cage for experimentation. As the researcher teetered on the brink of suffocation, the commander recognized the creature and hastily implored Lin Mo. I will divulge whatever you seek. Just spare us. Excellent. Now, lead me to the center of this vessel, Lin Mo replied coolly. After escaping the Dawn, led by Blade, a total of 14 lifeboats made their exit. Glancing back at the distant, silent Dawn anchored in the sea, Blade felt a wave of uncertainty wash over him. The losses sustained by the defenders this time were catastrophic. There were over 7,000 individuals aboard, yet only 14 vessels managed to escape, bringing with them fewer than 200 souls. The infectious nature of the biohazard specter proved overwhelmingly potent. Within the confines of the ship's narrow corridors, they were akin to lambs led to slaughter, falling one by one. Everyone was urged to gather on a few lifeboats, consolidating all available fuel and provisions to minimize consumption. Pausing for a moment, Blade drew his pistol from his waist and began loading it with bullets. Everyone stripped off their clothing, meticulously checking one another for signs of infection. The lesson learned this time is profoundly significant. We must never allow the infected to emerge again. As bullets are chambered one by one, the gaze behind the knife-edged sunglasses grows increasingly frigid. The Dawn, including Lin Mo and Crazy Baby, comprises a total of 14 individuals making their way to the command center. While the other biophantoms remain aboard the ship, wandering in search of any humans that might be hiding. Along the way, they encountered numerous security doors, each unlocked by the Commander's iris scan, allowing the group to proceed unhindered until they swiftly entered the command center. Observing the array of instruments and the vast nautical chart displayed on the screen, Lin Mo nodded in acknowledgement. "How long will it take to return to Giant City?" he inquired, glancing at the marked location on the nautical chart, unable to decipher it, and thus turned to the commander for clarification. "It is impossible to return. The Dawn requires a minimum of 39 individuals to operate," the commander replied, explaining that this was precisely why he felt secure bringing Lin Mo, the Terminator, along. He had no concerns about the virus reaching the mainland. Without sufficient personnel, the Dawn would remain in a mobile fortress upon the sea. And what if we use the lifeboats? Could we reach Giant City within 36 hours? Lin Mo pressed on, aware that he had only 40 hours left before he must return. Unfeasible. At this distance, even the fastest lifeboat would take a minimum of 3 days, and most have already been taken. "Do not entertain such thoughts," the commander stated, resigned to the bleak reality of their situation, hoping only that this Terminator would grant them a merciful end. Upon hearing the commander's words, Lin Mo felt a pang of regret. The Titan Giant's virus and its immense vitality would remain beyond his grasp. Then, Lin Mo turned to glance at the commander and the others. "You have approximately 40 hours left. Do what you must quickly." With Lin Mo's impending return in 40 hours, they stood little chance of survival without his imposing presence to keep the biophantoms at bay. Requesting the location of the armory from the commander, Lin Mo departed without a backward glance, as the commander systematically sealed the doors behind them. This was their only desperate struggle. Upon reaching the armory, Lin Mo began to rummage through the weapons and ammunition with fervor. The weapons here are remarkably new and standardized, igniting a sense of excitement in Lin Mo. He wonders how many reincarnation coins these armaments might fetch in the reincarnation space. However, an hour later, Lin Mo picks up a rifle and snaps it in two. Not a single one of these weapons is recognized by the reincarnation space, meaning he cannot take any of them with him. While ammunition and grenades are acknowledged as consumables, not a single firearm meets the criteria. Gazing at the sniper rifle and pistol in his personal space, the only distinction they hold from the new weapons outside is their lack of freshness. Lin Mo furrows his brow, pondering whether the reincarnation space exclusively accepts secondhand weapons. With no other option, he fills his personal space with grenades, flashbangs, and bullets. He then picks up other firearms to practice his shooting, reasoning that since he cannot take them along, he might as well hone his accuracy. As for the strength of the weapons, it is a given that as long as one is a carbon-based life form, a gun can inflict damage. Even Lin Mo, with his formidable recovery abilities, cannot claim to withstand every form of modern weaponry. Bullets can indeed breach his defenses, and should he exhaust his resources without replenishment, he too would meet his demise. Armed with a plethora of ammunition and arms, Lin Mo heads to the deck to practice shooting. The sound of gunfire resonates. The mad baby observes quietly from the side, and as time passes, her previously fragmented rationality begins to mend. Her memories have fully returned, yet her ideology has transformed. She is no longer merely human. Watching Lin Mo, who has reverted to a human form while practicing marksmanship, her stomach begins to grumble. The enticing scent emanating from him makes her gaze languid, and a glistening droplet of saliva escapes her lips. A typical biochemical phantom might have lunged at him. But with her heightened intellect, she refrains, fully aware of the strength of her kind. Moments tick by, and her hunger intensifies. "I'm hungry," she exclaims, the words tumbling from her lips. Lin Mo gazes at her in disbelief. He had assumed that after her mutation, she would be unable to speak. To his surprise, this mad baby can still articulate human language. Abandoning his firearm, Lin Mo sits down and beckons her over. Obediently, she approaches and takes a seat before him. If not for her piercing crimson eyes and barbed tail, one might find it difficult to discern that she is a biochemical phantom. Noticing her eager expression, Lin Mo chuckles, extending his arm to pull her closer. "Are you hungry?" Behave, and I shall feed you. At the bow of the dawn, on the deck, peculiar sounds soon arise. A mercenary biochemical phantom limps over, drawn by the noise. Bang! With a resounding gunshot, the biochemical specter plummeted from the vessel, splashing into the sea. In a single shot, the pesky little creature that dared to intrude upon his enjoyment was dispatched, and Lin Mo cast aside the handgun, swiftly subduing the frenzied treasure. Having gorged itself, the treasure, seemingly aware of impending events, attempted to flee. However, a large hand seized its tail from behind. Chapter 28. Return to the Cycle City. The initial trial concluded. The results are in. Main quest. Eliminate the biochemical specter. 5. 53. Evaluation. A hidden quest completed. 23. Evaluation. A giant city exploration degree. 30 overall score. S. Reward. 5,000 cycle coins. 8 free attribute points upon returning to the cycle space. Lin Mo found himself in the very wide expanse he had first arrived at. Before him lay the results screen, and his mind still felt a bit dazed. Struggling to regain clarity. The after effects of the teleportation were rather intense, it seemed. Rubbing his head, Lin Mo retrieved the last unopened Phantom Hunter treasure chest from the system space. Opening the Phantom Hunter chest. Acquired. Phantom Hunter Nepal Blue 2. 1,000 cycle coins. Adding the cycle coins previously obtained, Lin Mo amassed a total of 11,350 cycle coins from this quest. This was sufficient to meet the requirements for unlocking that profession book. As for the allocation of the 8 free attribute points, Lin Mo decided on 3 points for strength and 5 for intelligence. His constitution was already boosted by his innate talents, and he felt it was adequate for now. He needed to enhance his strength. His defense was compensated by the Terminator armor, while his offensive skills relied on his strength attribute, which could not be lacking. Strength, 21. 3. Agility, 8. Constitution, 35. Life energy. Intelligence, 35. 5. Magic value, 350 points. Charm, 9. Luck, 2. Requires special attribute points. As for agility and charm, one had an initial value that was too low to be of any practical use, while the other seemed inherently ineffective. After departing from his personal space, Lin Mo returned to his monotonous and dilapidated roadside dwelling. Upon opening the door, he gazed at the peculiar throngs traversing the street, feeling a tinge of unreality. As if he could scarcely recall how he had returned from the deck, as if a fragment of memory had been lost and suddenly restored. He tapped the cycle mark, and once his personal interface appeared, Lin Mo accessed the transaction ledger and located Galba. "I'm back. Here is your 100 cycle coins." As soon as the message was sent, Galba promptly replied, "Brother Lin Mo, where are you now? Do you need any assistance?" Contemplating Galba's message, Lin Mo replied, "I'm at the same place we last met, just outside my house." "All right, my friend, wait for me. Let us chat when we meet." Upon receiving a response, Lin Mo sat down at the entrance of his home, as he had nowhere else to go and could wait for Galba there. The street was populated with peculiar individuals, and it was not unusual for someone like him to sit directly on the ground. After all, everyone harbors unique idiosyncrasies. Galba did not keep Lin Mo waiting for long. He seemed to have ample leisure time and rushed over upon receiving Lin Mo's call. From a distance, Lin Mo spotted the goblin in suspenders making his way toward him. "Lin Mo, my friend, it is truly delightful to see you again," Galba exclaimed joyfully. "I am equally pleased to see you again," Lin Mo replied, shaking his hand with a smile. This goblin was his first friend in the reincarnation space, a rarity as most individuals found it difficult to earn his recognition. But Galba was an exception. "Hee, you seem quite cheerful. I take it you had a fruitful experience this time? Come, let's celebrate with a drink. It's on me," Galba said, patting his slender chest. Lin Mo nodded, still unfamiliar with the reincarnation space and unsure of where to go. It seemed prudent to follow Galba and casually inquire about opportunities for shopping. The duo, comprising a human and a goblin, meandered through the streets of the reincarnation city, heading towards the city center. Before long, they arrived at a tavern with a distinctive charm. "The Elven Tavern?" Lin Mo remarked, a flicker of bemusement crossing his face as he glanced at Galba, who was happily engaged in conversation with the goblin at the front desk. Surely this place cannot be solely inhabited by goblins. Although he did not harbor a dislike for Galba's foolish demeanor, it did not imply that he appreciated the appearance of other varieties of goblins. After Galba beckoned Lin Mo to enter, Lin Mo followed him inside. Upon entering, Lin Mo discovered that his worries were unfounded, as aside from the goblin at the front desk and Galba, all other patrons and staff were quite ordinary individuals. The tavern was adorned in a forest palette, embodying numerous characteristics of the jungle, which rendered Lin Mo more at ease. Particularly captivating was the central table, where several tiny fairies danced gracefully, their melodious voices instilling a profound sense of tranquility within all who listened. Isn't it delightful? Let me tell you, Lin Mo, this place is not accessible to just anyone, Galba whispered to him, noticing Lin Mo's gaze fixed upon the fairies. What do you mean? Galba glanced around to ensure no one was eavesdropping before leaning in to explain. The proprietor here is an elven princess, wielding considerable authority. Thus, only those of remarkable capability are permitted to drink in this tavern. And what about us? Lin Mo surveyed himself and Galba, then glanced at the other patrons. Observing their distinguished attire, which exuded an air of sophistication. In stark contrast, Galba's overalls and Lin Mo's black and white casual outfit seemed glaringly out of place, despite Lin Mo's attire being a mimicry of the Terminator's armor. Ah, that is because I have connections. I know the owner of this establishment, impressive, isn't it? Galba proclaimed proudly, reminiscing about the favors he had received from the owner in the past. Indeed, you are quite impressive. Of course, I've mentioned my extensive network before. Now, let us summon the waitress, shall we? Bring us some drinks. Galba tapped the bell on their table. Before long, a petite fairy with a pair of emerald green wings fluttered over, carrying 2 glasses taller than herself. Galba, what brings you back here again? The fairy inquired curiously upon spotting him. Just thought of you. I brought my friend along for a drink, Galba replied with a grin. Is that so? The fairy, named Xiaosui, glanced at Lin Mo, who politely nodded in acknowledgement, prompting her to return the gesture. He must be new here. By the way, Galba, you're quite unreliable. Bringing someone here to drink without worrying about exhausting his reincarnation coins. Xiaosui teased. Ahem, what are you saying? It's my treat today, just keep a tab for me. Galba waved dismissively. Very well, but you already owe over 2,000 reincarnation coins. If you keep accumulating debt, the owner will toss you out. So don't come crying to me, Xiaosui remarked before casting a glance at Lin Mo and then darting away, leaving the drinks behind. Galba and Lin Mo exchanged a glance, both sensing the awkwardness in the air. Chapter 29, New Skill, Hard as Steel. After sharing a drink with Galba for a while, Lin Mo finally inquired, Galba, do you happen to know any formidable merchants? I am in need of acquiring some powerful skills. Lin Mo expressed, feeling that his current physical configuration was quite exceptional, yet his skill slots were rather limited. Are you looking to purchase skill books? These items do not come cheaply. Having only traversed a single trial world, it would be prudent to enhance your existing skills first. Galba advised. Even a basic skill book requires a substantial amount of reincarnation coins. A newcomer, despite reaping considerable rewards in their first world, may not necessarily afford a high-quality skill. However, Lin Mo remained undeterred, believing he possessed ample reincarnation coins for the moment. He felt no urgency in enhancing his skills, at least not before exploring the possibility of acquiring potent abilities, as he was in dire need of an explosive skill. With 11,000 reincarnation coins, he planned to reserve half for unlocking his profession and upgrading a few existing skills, while the remainder could be utilized to purchase new skills. Very well, Galba replied, standing on a stool to survey the surroundings. Just a moment, he called out, spotting a middle-aged man clad in a green suit and rushing towards him. After a brief conversation, the man glanced over at Lin Mo before approaching with Galba. Galba made an okay gesture to Lin Mo and then stepped aside with his drink. Greetings, sir. I hear from Galba that you are in need of skills. My apologies, allow me to introduce myself. I am Jack, the middle-aged man said, handing Lin Mo a business card. Hello, I am Lin Mo, he replied, examining the card which bore the insignia of the Elven Merchant Guild, along with Jack's personal details. Jack profession, merchant affiliation, Elven Merchant Guild, level 2 merchant. Your profession is that of a merchant? Lin Mo pondered. What skills are you looking for? Jack inquired, unfurling his reincarnation mark to reveal a product display the size of a dining table. Skill book, basic slam price, 1. 300 reincarnation coins. Skill book, basic combat price, 1,000 reincarnation coins. Skill book, basic shooting price, 2,000 reincarnation coins. As Lin Mo scanned the offerings, he noticed that most were basic or combat skills, with prices that were, well, quite impressive. However, due to the nature of his innate skill, Berserker's Will, the compatibility of these techniques with his abilities was dismally low, particularly the basic skills, which offered only a compatibility rating of 6. Are you not satisfied? Jack asked, noticing Lin Mo's furrowed brow. Is there anything that isn't a technique-based skill? I don't mind if it's pricier. I require something more powerful. As the technique-based ones do not suit me, Lin Mo replied. Upon hearing this, Jack contemplated for a moment before rummaging through the product display repeatedly. All right, take a look at this, he finally said. Jack unfurled the merchandise panel, revealing only 3 skills this time. Skill book, Power Burst Description, a trump card from a certain master. This skill allows the user to unleash their internal energy in a singular explosive surge after a brief accumulation, resulting in area of effect damage. The potency is contingent upon the user's energy attributes and quality. Price, 9,000 reincarnation coins. Skill book, Stalwart Shield Description, originating from the world of Pokemon. This beetle-type skill gathers internal energy to form a formidable exoskeleton on the surface. The strength is determined by the user's energy attributes and can be stacked up to 6 layers. Price, 5,000 reincarnation coins. Skill book, Wings of Death Description, a skill derived from the Deathbird. Upon learning it, the user can manifest a pair of spectral wings behind them, boasting exceptional flying capabilities and the ability to unleash death-infused wind blades from the wings. Price, 22,000 reincarnation coins. Currently, these are the only skills that do not require technical proficiency, as such abilities tend to be talent-oriented and are in high demand. Thus, my stock is rather limited. I wonder if any of these pique your interest? Jack inquired, although he doubted a newcomer could afford them. Nonetheless, as a competent merchant, he maintained a facade of neutrality. Examining the 3 skills, Lin Mo found himself particularly fond of the latter 2, especially the Wings of Death, as he lacked mobility. Regrettably, the price was steep, 22,000 reincarnation coins. Just as Jack contemplated refreshing his inventory, Lin Mo suddenly declared, I will take the Stalwart Shield skill. Surprised by his response, Jack had not anticipated that Lin Mo could indeed afford it, and moreover, he had selected the least popular skill. Defensive skills are highly sought after in the reincarnation space. Yet not all defensive abilities are readily embraced by the masses. Stalwart Shield is a prime example. While it boasts commendable defense when stacked to 6 layers, its drawback lies in the necessity for active activation. Each battle requires a gradual accumulation of defense, and by the time one achieves 6 layers, they may have already endured numerous assaults. Unless one maintains a constant supply of energy to uphold the 6-layer defense, it is likely to dissipate. However, this demands a significant amount of energy, and for reincarnators engaged in tasks, every ounce of energy is invaluable. It cannot all be expended on sustaining defense. This skill is more suited for indomitable healers or frontline members of certain contracted teams, yet they all possess superior abilities and look down upon this rigid defensive stacking. As Lin Mo made his decision, Jack promptly retracted his merchandise display and retrieved a sturdy skill book from his personal inventory. This skill was relatively difficult to sell, thus he had kept it in his possession. 0k, 5,000 reincarnation coins, cash on delivery, Mr. Lin Mo, Jack stated, while unfolding his personal identification before handing the robust skill to Lin Mo. Upon completing the transaction, Jack nodded to Galba at the adjacent table and departed. Unbeknownst to him, Lin Mo had acquired yet another defensive skill. Lin Mo, are you assuming the tank role? I would never have guessed, Galba remarked, entirely unable to fathom that this not particularly robust individual had chosen the path of the front line. For safety's sake, I am alone. So it's prudent to have multiple means of survival, Lin Mo replied. Would you like me to introduce you to a team? If your defense is adequate, I could help you find a reliable group of contractors, Galba suggested. In this day and age, there were few contractors opting for the frontline route, as it was a position that endured the most punishment. Despite their capacity for survival, frontline casualties were the highest. A team? Lin Mo pondered for a moment before shaking his head. It's still a bit early. I haven't yet clarified the path I wish to take. Galba and Lin Mo spent a considerable time at the Elven Tavern, and ultimately, Galba became so inebriated that he passed out, with Xiao Chui assisting in his removal. Mr. Lin Mo, you may leave now. Galba will cover the expenses, Xiao Chui informed him. Very well. Chapter 30, Frenzy 50, Ranged Physical Immunity. The tavern bill was a mere few hundred. Lin Mo glanced at Galba being carried away and acquiesced to Xiao Chui's arrangement. Upon exiting the Elven Tavern, Lin Mo observed the sky and noted the bustling streets. Individuals entered the reincarnation space at varying times, ensuring the thoroughfare would likely never experience tranquility. When weary, one rests. When revived, one revels. This encapsulates the lifestyle of contractors in Reincarnation City. The myriad experiences of life and death within the reincarnation world have led many contractors to don masks in their interactions. Here, there exists friendship, yet also a lack thereof. While one is alive, everyone appears as good friends, yet upon death, one becomes but a forgotten passerby in their hearts. No one will remember you. You may choose to trust others, but in critical moments, it is solely yourself that matters. Survival is the only reality. In death, all becomes naught. Wandering along the path, Lin Mo found himself, quite unconsciously, at the enhancement hall, just in time to commence his profession. Upon entering, the scene within was much the same as before, sparse in attendance. The familiar little girl at the front desk remained, while a few newcomers engaged in light-hearted banter before her. Paying them no mind, Lin Mo stepped into a reinforcement chamber. A voice resonated from within, inquiring whether to commence the enhancement, as it detected the allocation of attribute points. What could this mean? Confounded by the words emanating from the chamber, Lin Mo felt a sense of bewilderment. Should he initiate the enhancement? Without a clear understanding, he resolved to proceed with the enhancement. No sooner had he made the decision than an excruciating pain surged through his body from all directions. Ah, it hurts, it hurts. The sensation was akin to having one's flesh and bones shattered, only to begin mending, reminiscent of a swarm of ants scurrying about. For a full 30 minutes, Lin Mo felt as though he had endured an entire day. This enhancement was so intense that even a body of steel could not withstand it. It was the first time he had experienced such excruciating pain since acquiring his extraordinary powers. Once the enhancement was complete, Lin Mo opened his attribute panel and discovered that the attribute points he had allocated upon his return had indeed been fortified. As I suspected, after distributing the attribute points, I felt no change at all. It turns out another journey was necessary. He then retrieved the occupational tome he had obtained previously. The tome detected a classification of plant mage, and unlocking it required 3,000 rebirth coins. Shall I proceed to unlock the profession? Yes. No sooner had he uttered the word than the tome transformed into a green light and entered his forehead. As the plant mage profession was being conferred, it detected a resonance between the practitioner's physique and the plant mage classification. Shall the profession be fused and elevated? Upon hearing that the profession could be enhanced by his constitution, Lin Mo pondered. Indeed, his innate talents shared numerous similarities with the plant kingdom. After all, he possessed the body of nature, and nature is replete with flora. As the fusion and elevation commenced, a special profession was unveiled. Profession: Envoy of Nature. Special profession: Description: the Envoy of Nature, an apostle of the natural world, a master of plants. Plant control: consumes life energy to conjure plant magic of corresponding strength. The more potent the magic, the greater the life energy expenditure. Occupational talent: non-upgradable. Primary skill unlocked, 19. LV1 Trance Summon. Consumes 100 life energy points and 50 mana points to transform plants within a certain radius into treants to fight on your behalf. The treant lasts for 30 seconds, with a maximum of 1 treant existing simultaneously. At first glance, the Envoy of Nature profession appeared rather unassuming. Yet Lin Mo felt a profound alignment with it. The life energy required for the treant summon was substantial, but he harbored no fear of depletion. Having absorbed all the vitality from the biochemical insect nest, his life energy levels had become exceedingly robust, and he could continuously draw life force from other organisms to replenish his reserves. To him, life energy was merely a numerical value now. Having an almost unlimited reservoir of mana was quite advantageous. Writing these figures makes my head spin, so I shall leave it at that. The plant control ability, based solely on its description, was evidently formidable. If Lin Mo were to unleash all his life energy as plant magic, it would be tantamount to unleashing a natural catastrophe. Next, he turned his attention to upgrading skills. Lin Mo noted that upgrading each skill required merely 1,000 rebirth coins for the first enhancement, 2,000 for the second, 4,000 for the third, and so forth, in a doubling pattern. With over 3,000 reincarnation coins, Lin Mo could only upgrade 3 skills once or enhance a single skill twice. Apart from a few innate talents that could not be improved, Lin Mo surveyed his options and realized that many skills required enhancement, though his coins were somewhat insufficient. The basic energy control was no longer necessary as it proved to be superfluous, while the Berserker Will was an innate talent that could not be upgraded. The Counterbind was also a talent skill, growing stronger with his own development, thus requiring no enhancement. The skills available for upgrade included Hunger Resistance, Frenzy, Charge, Roar, and Sturdiness. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Mo resolved to elevate Frenzy, as he deemed its damage mitigation to be of greater value. Especially since Frenzy offered substantial resistance against ranged attacks, albeit the 10 points of damage reduction felt somewhat inadequate. With insufficient funds, he could only pursue the path of defense. Upon upgrading the Frenzy skill, the enhancement was completed. Level 2 Frenzy. Upon activation, enter a state of fervor, gaining 20 points of physical damage reduction, which doubles against ranged attacks for a duration of 5 minutes. Cooldown time, 10 minutes. Seeing the impressive benefits of the second level, Lin Mo immediately upgraded it to Level 3. Level 3 Frenzy. Upon activation, enter a state of fervor, gaining 25 points of physical damage reduction, which doubles against ranged attacks for a duration of 5 minutes. Splendid. With the doubled damage mitigation against ranged attacks, Lin Mo now possessed 50 points of damage reduction, significantly diminishing the threat posed by ranged weaponry. Having exhausted his funds, Lin Mo exited the enhancement chamber, his heart racing, and inadvertently activated the Frenzy skill. The blood energy within him ignited like flames, swirling and causing Lin Mo to appear as if he were spontaneously combusting. His pupils dilated, and his eyes brimmed with a savage intensity. The Terminator form sensed a resonant energy within Lin Mo, transforming from casual attire back into a deep blue armor. Attention! Combat is prohibited within the enhancement hall. All contractors, please be advised. Suppressing his restless heart, the blood energy emanating from the Terminator armor gradually dissipated, and Lin Mo exited the state of frenzy. If you can't contain yourself, perhaps you should vent your energy in the training ground. There. You can unleash your fury without restraint, remarked a petite girl at the front desk, her gaze wary as she observed Lin Mo radiating a heated aura. There is a reason why few linger in the enhancement hall. Many struggle to adapt to enhanced skills, often leading to berserk episodes. Although the rules of the reincarnation space prevent them from killing you, a moment's carelessness could still result in injury. Chapter 31. Selling Skills, a foray into the duel arena. Under the watchful eyes of the front desk girl and a few trembling newcomers, Lin Mo departed from the enhancement hall. Phew, that was close. Fortunately, he could maintain control. Little AI, what was that all about? That person was terrifying. A newcomer recalled Lin Mo's bloodthirsty gaze, and a wave of fear washed over him. You should be grateful he did not lose control. Otherwise, you would have faced dire consequences, remarked a young girl named Xiao AI. Is that even possible? Isn't the reincarnation space supposed to prohibit fighting in public? Another newcomer inquired. That's a special case for the reinforcement hall. The penalties are somewhat lenient. Care to guess whether the reincarnation space would punish him first, or if he would tear you apart instead? No, please. After leaving the reinforcement hall, Lin Mo initially intended to head to the training grounds to test his newfound abilities. However, the entry fee of 100 coins dissuaded him. He currently possessed only 250 reincarnation coins, and with a month before he could undertake a mission, any further frivolous spending would leave him truly hungry. With nothing to occupy his time, he aimlessly wandered the streets. We are acquiring skills. High prices paid for characteristic skills. Absolutely fair prices. As he strolled about, Lin Mo found himself in the area where street vendors set up their stalls. Here, there is indeed a considerable number of people, with some engaged in fervent negotiations with the street vendors, each party unwilling to yield an inch. Additionally, there are numerous stalls devoid of patrons, operating as automated vending machines. The stalls that do attract attention are predominantly manned by members of the Commerce Association, as they not only offer equipment and skills for sale, but also take on the responsibility of acquiring new skills. These resellers are quite astute. Yet this is also linked to the market dynamics of the reincarnation space. There are always individuals in dire need of a certain amount of reincarnation coins, which occasionally results in the reincarnation space incurring losses. Hence, the existence of merchants arises, profiting from the price discrepancies with the reincarnation space. Boss, do you buy skills? Lin Mo approached, recalling that he possessed a berserk skill book obtained from a biochemical phantom. The berserk ability also induces a frenzied state, enhancing movement and attack speed, though its compatibility with Lin Mo was rather low. Thus, he intended to sell it. Upon hearing Lin Mo's query, the bald-headed proprietor turned to regard him. Skills? Could you present an introduction for me to ascertain the category of the skill? The boss inquired. The pricing for status skills, burst skills, defensive skills, swift movement skills, and various other peculiar skills varies significantly. Send me the introduction, and I shall evaluate it, the bald-headed owner continued, noticing Lin Mo's hesitance. What is your identification number? Lin Mo asked. The proprietor examined Lin Mo curiously for a moment. Are you a newcomer? Yes. Oh, that explains it. Come, extend your hand, not this one. The one bearing the reincarnation mark. After Lin Mo complied, the boss affixed his mark onto Lin Mo's. A connection had been established. Please choose to send a message. Lin Mo felt an unprecedented fascination with the reincarnation mark. It was akin to a mobile phone, endowed with numerous convenient features. After transmitting the details of the berserk skill, the boss scrutinized it for a while. Did you acquire this skill from the CF world? The monster drop rates there are notoriously low. This cannot possibly be from your trial task world, can it? The proprietor regarded Lin Mo with astonishment. The berserk skill is relatively rare, although red biochemical phantoms are abundant. Their drop rates remain dismally low. Only by initiating trial tasks do the drop rates increase, yet those involved in such tasks are typically newcomers, often impoverished, resorting to head-on confrontations with biochemical phantoms. What truly astonished the boss was that Lin Mo's first trial world was indeed CF, a considerable challenge. And he managed to sell a skill that he had obtained, indicating substantial gains. A capable individual. Young man, I shall not let you suffer a loss. This berserk skill provides a percentage increase. Though it has significant side effects, it can serve as a trump card. How does 4,000 reincarnation coins sound? The boss proposed. This price was slightly inflated, considering the abundance of acceleration-type skills in the market. Although the 30 speed increase from berserk is considerable, the side effects limit its utility to that of a trump card. That works, Lin Mo nodded. He had observed numerous skill prices in Jack's merchandise list earlier and estimated that selling berserk for 3,000 coins would be commendable. Thus, he was pleasantly surprised by the offer of 4,000. The transaction was swiftly concluded, payment exchanged for the item. Young man, you may call me Old Baldy. Add me as a friend, and should you possess unwanted items or skills in the future, feel free to reach out. I assure you, you will not be at a loss. The bald-headed boss patted his chest and declared that his greatest pleasure lay in engaging with capable individuals. Within the reincarnation space, a competent merchant invariably knows a plethora of influential figures. It is often said that merchants are cunning. However, they never deceive those with prowess. Instead, merchants in the reincarnation realm profit from the modest, trading in inconsequential items that the powerful do not require, thus securing substantial gains. The merchants who have persevered until now possess remarkable insight, as those who are overly greedy have long been eliminated. Thank you, boss, Lin Mo replied, understanding the value of cultivating connections. He added the boss as a friend, recognizing that some tasks are indeed challenging without assistance. After Lin Mo departed, the bald boss reverted to his usual stoic demeanor, expressionless as he listed the berserk skill in his merchandise column. Don't miss out. Rare CF World Skill, Berserk. Available now. With a staggering 30 increase in movement speed, for just 5,000 reincarnation coins, you can secure a trump card to escape the battlefield. Having acquired an additional 4,000 reincarnation coins, Lin Mo hesitated before enhancing his frenzy skill, sensing that exhausting all his resources might be unwise. Instead, he decided to explore, hoping to discover appealing skills or equipment. For the moment, he felt it prudent to acclimate to his body, as the allocation of attribute points rendered him somewhat unaccustomed to these changes, particularly after upgrading his frenzy skill twice, which diminished his control. Initially intending to head to the training ground to adapt, he found himself passing by the dueling arena. Surely, the training ground and the dueling arena offered similar experiences, as both involve combat. Since he was already there, he resolved to step inside and take a look. Without further hesitation, Lin Mo approached the dueling arena, which bore a striking resemblance to a local sports facility. However, the interior was entirely different from the Roman Colosseum he had envisioned. It felt as though he had entered an esports arena, where he was greeted by numerous large screens showcasing intense real-time combat scenes rather than animated graphics. The dazzling array of skill effects left Lin Mo mesmerized, almost mistaking the display for a whimsical magical show. Chapter 32. The duel begins. The place was sparsely populated. Upon closer inspection, Lin Mo discovered that it seemed the individuals there had been abruptly teleported away. He noticed a bespectacled man meandering between several screens before ultimately selecting one. After tapping his reincarnation mark, he vanished in a stream of data. Teleported away, how fascinating, Lin Mo thought as he comprehended the process. Approaching a particularly dazzling screen, a choice suddenly emerged from his reincarnation mark. Audience or contestant? I shall be an audience member for now. I ought to observe before diving in, Lin Mo declared. Unwilling to plunge into the fray without grasping the situation, fearing that he might encounter a seasoned contractor and suffer a dreadful fate. Do you wish to pay 100 reincarnation coins to enter the Grand Mage's duel arena? Grand Mage? Is that the title of the individual currently engaged in combat? And they charge a fee? After a moment's contemplation, he decided to enter, as he still had funds available. Once he made his choice, Lin Mo transformed into a stream of data and disappeared from his original location. The sensation of being digitized was peculiar. After becoming a contractor, he had acquired a semi-digital form, but now it felt as though he were entirely composed of data, experiencing a disembodied sensation. In no time, his body began to solidify, reverting to its semi-digital state. When Lin Mo regained his senses, he found himself in an arena reminiscent of a football field, seated in the audience. The ground below was not grassy, but rather a rocky terrain, where two individuals were locked in combat at the center. Ah, how I admire the battles of mages. Truly, the mage is formidable, Lin Mo mused. I yearn to be a mage myself. Alas, I lack the profession tome. Just think about it. With your abysmal intelligence score, even if you had a profession tome, you wouldn't be able to utilize it, a nearby bystander scoffed without hesitation. Nevertheless, the battle was indeed thrilling. A resilient warrior faced off against the mage, and the Grand Mage was reveling in the fight. As the spectators had remarked, the combat appeared overwhelmingly one-sided. Clad in a vibrant red robe, the mage wielded a staff, launching fireballs relentless towards the warrior. The warrior's attire had become nearly unrecognizable, his body marred by burns as he desperately evaded the mage's onslaught. The pristine edges of the mage's robe indicated that the warrior had yet to close the distance. Had it not been for the warrior's extensive combat experience and his adept use of the terrain to minimize his injuries, he would have long since been vanquished. As the mage's magical energy dwindled, his rate of attack gradually slowed. To the seasoned warrior, the mage was merely an inexperienced novice who, by mere fortune of acquiring a mage profession tome in some realm, fancied himself invincible. You shall pay the price for your recklessness. Once again evading a massive fireball, the warrior, no longer retreating, turned to charge at the pursuing sorcerer. Observing the warrior's sudden advance, the sorcerer hastily conjured an even larger fireball and hurled it directly at him. With a resounding whoosh, the blazing flames surged towards the warrior. Unfazed by the fireball, he surged forward, brandishing his long-concealed defensive gear, the Shield of Guardianship. A circular shield of gold and silver unfurled from his arm. The colossal fireball collided with the shield, causing the runes upon it to flicker slightly as the magical energy within the fireball was absorbed. Seizing the moment while his opponent was momentarily stunned, the warrior drew his long blade from his waist and charged, determined to vanquish the scoundrel sorcerer who had tormented him with flames for so long. As the warrior's blade approached, the sorcerer, in a panic, thrust his staff forcefully into the ground, summoning a magical array. Flame Guardian. The fire transformed into a protective barrier, encircling the sorcerer within a 3-meter radius. The warrior's blade struck the fiery shield with tremendous force, cleaving through it, yet the shattered flames erupted violently, sending the warrior sprawling backward. When the warrior regained his footing, he was met with a barrage of multiple fireballs unleashed by the sorcerer. A relentless onslaught of fireballs rained down. The battle concluded. The arena and the fallen adversary disintegrated into data, leaving the sorcerer utterly unscathed. I knew it. The sorcerer is formidable. Despite the warrior's fervent efforts, he still succumbed. One must concede, the sorcerer is a tenacious opponent, seamlessly blending offense and defense in a manner that is simply outrageous. The spectators engaged in lively discussions about the recent clash, while Lin Mo observed intently. Gazing at the spirited sorcerer below, he too felt a twinge of apprehension, for the sorcerer's magic was of the wood element, vulnerable to fire. And he surmised that should he encounter such a foe, he would have to rely on sheer physical strength. After a while, once the individual codenamed the Grand Sorcerer had sufficiently recovered, he commenced a new round of combat. The subsequent opponents were not nearly as formidable as the previous warrior. Facing this fire mage, they were destined for obliteration. After watching for some time, Lin Mo grasped the rules of the arena. The more victories one achieved, the higher their score, leading to increasingly generous rewards. Each defeat of an opponent yielded 1 point, and upon accumulating 100 points, the title of challenger would be bestowed. Unlocking the ladder tournament. As for the rewards of the ladder tournament, Lin Mo inquired, only to discover that the spectators were equally uninformed. As no powerful contenders had ever divulged such details, it remained shrouded in mystery. The accrued points could be exchanged for skills, equipment, potions, and a plethora of other valuable items within the dueling arena. This stirred a sense of excitement within Lin Mo. Was it not merely about defeating 100 individuals? As for the two below, he could easily take on a multitude. Eager to engage in the fray, Lin Mo promptly withdrew from the audience and transformed into a data entity, returning to the grand arena of the duel. The spectators and participants. This time, Lin Mo did not hesitate and directly chose the participant. Please pay 200 reincarnation coins as the entry fee. Very well. I wondered why there were no novices clashing below. Just the entry alone costs 200 reincarnation coins, making it nearly impossible for an ordinary newcomer to experience the duel arena more than a few times. Payment it is, soon. I shall recover the principal along with interest. Please enter the code. Code? Lin Mo pondered for a moment. Let us call it vegetative state. Code. Vegetative state. Teleportation commencing. Contestants, please prepare yourselves. The sensation was akin to being transported to the audience seats earlier, except this time. Lin Mo was not a mere spectator but a contender on the stage. Surrounding him was an expanse of nothingness. Lin Mo realized he could not see the audience. Apart from himself, there was a shadowy figure opposite him. Scene simulation in progress. Arena confirmed. Arid Highlands. Chapter 33, The Underhanded Lin Mo. As the scene began to shift, a wave of heat washed over him. The surroundings morphed, evoking a sense that the world was loading, both real and illusory. Once fully loaded, Lin Mo finally beheld his opponent. A seemingly ordinary man, with a buzz cut, clad in white and black, bore a serious expression as he fixed his gaze intently upon Lin Mo. The battle commenced. With the system's announcement echoing once more, the man's reincarnation mark flickered, and he transformed, morphing from an ordinary individual into a fully armored knight, wielding a massive, elongated blade. Lin Mo. Oh, so, the reincarnation mark possesses the ability for hidden equipment? I can transform too. Lin Mo brought his fists together, and his attire began to shift, evolving into a striking black and gold light armor. The Terminator armor was too recognizable, making it easy for others to guess its abilities. A change would be advantageous, allowing for some trickery later on. Haha. In his hands appeared the dual Nepalese knives of the ghost hunter, and Lin Mo struck a pose reminiscent of a dual-wielding assassin. An assassin, you say? The buzz-cut man smirked slightly, initially thinking the dazzling armor indicated a fellow warrior, only to realize it belonged to a short-blade assassin. Quite clever, he acknowledged my T-position and immediately donned armor. Regrettably, had he faced a typical warrior, he might have had a fighting chance. However, I am a master with the long blade. No sooner had the buzz-cut man finished speaking than he charged forward, brandishing his blade with determination, eager to secure a decisive victory today. Faced with the onslaught of the long-bladed warrior, Lin Mo did not retreat but surged forward. Seeing this little assassin daring to charge at him only fueled his resolve. He swung his blade down with force. Although Lin Mo's agility was low, he still possessed a normal person's reflexes, managing to evade the cumbersome weapon. The long blade struck the ground heavily, and while his opponent struggled to lift it quickly, Lin Mo aimed his dual knives directly at the man's head. Clang, clang, clang. With a series of swift strikes, Lin Mo discovered that only a portion of his armor had been compromised, with little injury sustained beneath. Cursing the ineffectiveness of his weapon, the unfamiliar swordsman felt a flicker of trepidation towards Lin Mo's dual blades. In an attempt to force Lin Mo back, he delivered a powerful kick. The resounding impact of his heavy steel boot echoed as it connected with Lin Mo, yet the latter remained steadfast, unmoving. Seizing the assailant's leg, Lin Mo swiftly brandished a Nepalese knife and drove its sharp tip into the swordsman's thigh, causing him to drop his weapon in agony. A peculiar surge of battle energy surged forth, and bewildered by its origin, Lin Mo relinquished the grip on his opponent's leg. The swordsman retreated, confusion etched upon his face. What on earth are you? He exclaimed, pulling the Nepalese knife from his thigh. Despite possessing a strength of 20 points, he found himself unable to budge the diminutive assassin. Without further ado, Lin Mo hurled his remaining Nepalese knife like a dart, confident that he had discerned enough of his adversary's capabilities through their earlier clash. There was no need for dialogue. It was time to act. The unfamiliar swordsman instinctively raised a hand to deflect the incoming knife, still grappling with the realization of his lost weapon when Lin Mo lunged forward. After gathering his strength, Lin Mo delivered a powerful punch to the swordsman's abdomen, doubling him over with a force so immense that darkness threatened to engulf his vision. "You are not," the swordsman began, but Lin Mo's next blow silenced him. Realizing he had been deceived, the swordsman acknowledged that this was no mere assassin. Lin Mo possessed greater strength. Though he attempted to retaliate, his punches had no effect on Lin Mo, while Lin Mo's strikes dented his armor with ease. After enduring several of Lin Mo's powerful blows, the swordsman finally grasped his weapon. "Die!" he shouted, raising his sword to strike Lin Mo down. The heavy blade sliced through Lin Mo's defenses, a savage grin spreading across the swordsman's face as he relished the thought of cleaving his opponent in two. However, the sword penetrated Lin Mo's armor only to a depth of about 10 centimeters before halting. "This is impossible." Before the swordsman could extract his blade, Lin Mo swiftly pinned him to the ground. This time, Lin Mo refrained from using his fists. Instead, he unleashed his razor-sharp claws. He aimed for the chinks in the opponent's knightly armor and tore off the breastplate, his claws piercing through the chest, mercilessly shredding him apart. With a swift motion, he dislodged the foreign weapon lodged in his shoulder and struck at the opponent's head. The battle concluded. The time taken was 45 seconds, with the plant man emerging victorious. Score 1. As the fight came to an end, the lifeless figure of the foreign weapon wielder dissipated into a stream of data, and the surroundings began to revert to their original state. Lin Mo realized his injuries had healed completely, and not a single ounce of his internal life energy had been depleted. Nepal had also returned to his grasp. Shall we commence the next match? Indeed, the thrill of battle had only just begun, and he was eager to continue. Following 2 more consecutive victories, each concluded in a brief span, Lin Mo's combat prowess began to captivate the attention of the audience displayed in the duel arena hall. Is there a formidable newcomer?" Someone remarked upon spotting an unfamiliar face on the screen. "The plant man? What is that? Could he have fused with the bloodline of a treant?" With 3 consecutive victories under his belt, curiosity piqued. Gradually, Lin Mo's battles began to draw notice, though he remained oblivious to the spectators outside the arena. Match successfully made. The map is randomly refreshing. Rainforest terrain simulation commencing. As the simulation began, the sky gradually opened up, and fine raindrops began to fall upon Lin Mo's face as he gazed at his upcoming adversary. A hazy silhouette began to materialize, its alluring figure instantly capturing his attention. Confirmed, a beauty. Once the map had refreshed entirely, both opponents were able to see each other clearly. Clad in a snug tactical leather suit and wielding a large sniper rifle on her back, the woman was a rare sight among the contractors, with her striking purple hair and long legs. However, a mask obscured her features, leaving her visage concealed. The plant man, 3 consecutive victories, quite impressive. Before Lin Mo could utter a word, the woman swiftly drew a handgun from her pocket. Bang, bang, bang. A flurry of bullets rushed towards him, compelling Lin Mo to shield his face with his hands. The bullets ricocheted off his armor, leaving only faint white marks. When he lowered his hands, the enticing female sniper had already vanished from sight. Well, initially intrigued by the prospect of conversing with such a beautiful girl, Lin Mo felt a pang of disappointment. Chapter 34, leaving a lasting impression on her. Upon realizing that her handgun's bullets posed no threat to him, Lang Ling utilized her camouflage ability to conceal herself, biding her time for an opportune moment. As a professional sniper, engaging in direct combat with a warrior was out of the question. She could only wait for her adversary to reveal a flaw. The rainforest was replete with trees and foliage, coupled with the persistent light rain, making it exceedingly difficult for an ordinary person to locate a target with cloaking abilities. However, Lin Mo possessed numerous methods to track her down. The life-sensing capability of his Terminator armor, along with his ability to communicate with the flora, rendered her escape nearly impossible. Yet, Lin Mo merely sought to indulge in a playful pursuit, satisfying his own penchant for amusement. Strolling casually across one of the few clearings, Lin Mo toyed with the 2 Nepalese kukris in his hands, continuing his leisurely exploration. This left the onlookers in utter confusion, even if one's armor boasted formidable defensive capabilities. There seemed little reason for such arrogance. After all, a sniper rifle wielded specialized armor-piercing ammunition. Did this fellow not fear the possibility of his winning streak being halted? Let us observe, for I have witnessed his previous battle. This individual relishes in tormenting his adversaries, a true veteran of the arena. Under the audacious taunts of Lin Mo, it was no surprise that the female sniper could no longer contain herself. With a resounding bang, a shot rang out from the trees, the bullet blazing forth directly toward Lin Mo's head. He had not donned a helmet, and his agility was hardly superior to that of an average person. Evading the bullet was beyond his capabilities, and he was struck on the spot. Just as Cold Spirit believed she had secured victory, she suddenly realized that no system notification had sounded. In disbelief, she retrieved a specialized assault rifle and charged forward. Although she could hardly fathom how anyone could survive a headshot from a sniper's custom armor-piercing round, the evidence lay before her, and she had to act swiftly to deliver the finishing blow. Lin Mo emanated a faint aura of bloodlust, maintaining his solid 6-layer defense while activating frenzy. Coupled with his steel-like physique, the bullet could not penetrate his defenses. Removing the flattened armor-piercing round from his forehead, Lin Mo touched the spot, where the imprint gradually returned to normal. Such a fierce attack. When Cold Spirit arrived, gun in hand, she beheld Lin Mo, enveloped in a haze of bloodlust. With a bullet pinched between his fingers, without uttering a word, she raised her rifle and unleashed a barrage of fire. Compared to a handgun, the rifle's bullets possessed significantly greater power, leaving dents upon Lin Mo's Terminator armor. She remained poised, ready to activate her special skill. Should Lin Mo attempt to advance, she would flee without hesitation. Counterattack. As Lin Mo unleashed his counterattack skill, the plants at Cold Spirit's feet began to transform. So focused was she on shooting Lin Mo that she failed to notice the numerous vines encroaching upon her. By the time she registered the impending danger, it was too late. Robust tendrils ensnared her legs, while the remaining vines began to grow wildly, wrapping around her body. Target confirmed, enemy locked for 30 seconds. The firearm fell to the ground as Cold Spirit struggled to break free, but the vines bound her tightly. She soon discovered that all her skills were suppressed by an unseen force, rendering them unusable. Hey there, shall we become friends? Lin Mo approached, inquiring with a grin. Cold Spirit caught a glimpse of his expression, a flicker of disdain crossing her face. She had seen that insidious look on the faces of other men far too often. Instantly recognizing the type of person he was, Cold Ling's pupils dilated as she gazed at Lin Mo's smiling countenance, only to witness his hand plunging into her chest. Blood streamed from her wound onto Lin Mo's arm, for he had ruthlessly torn open her torso with his claws. As he ripped off her mask, he beheld her visage, strikingly beautiful, particularly in her pallid state, blood spilling from her lips. Remember me forever, Lin Mo declared, gently biting her lips. Before the dying Cold Ling could utter a word, Lin Mo's claws crushed her heart, her eyes widening in shock. Before she could submit, he raised his right hand and delivered a swift strike. Shaking the blood from his hand, the system's voice echoed in his ears. Battle concluded. Duration, 3 minutes. Points, 4. If a woman you desire does not reciprocate your feelings, and you wish to avoid a future devoid of her, bestow upon her an unforgettable experience, evoking emotions that ensure she remembers you. Even if it be hatred, it is but temporary. At least she will recall your existence. Moreover, this woman has disdained me, which renders her an even less forgivable target. If one cannot be a gentleman, then embrace the role of a rogue. After all, the dueling arena does not permit death. Is it not said that love can blossom from hatred? Do not wait until she is entwined with another before lamenting your mischance. Though a married woman may hold allure, the original is undeniably more intoxicating. Such is Lin Mo's philosophy. After all, the law does not govern the realm of reincarnation. Occasionally indulging in perversion can indeed be pleasurable. As Lin Mo awaited the system's match, the audience sat in hushed silence, observing the man below who was laughing heartily. This fellow is terrifying. What a perverse individual. Yet, why do I feel inexplicably exhilarated? Perhaps it is because you, too, harbor latent inclinations. In the realm of reincarnation, numerous twisted contractors exist, devoid of legal constraints. It is only natural for some to exhibit aberrant behavior. Even in the presence of law, deviance persists, its cost merely elevated. Typically, they only exploit ordinary individuals within mission worlds. Few dare to publicly molest fellow contractors, as such actions offend. Those lacking strength perish quickly. While the powerful need not resort to force, as others willingly approached them. With Lin Mo's successive victories, an increasing number of idle contractors gathered to observe him. He embarked upon a new round of combat. Meanwhile, within the personal preparation space, a stream of data coalesced into the form of a tall woman with striking purple hair. Her face etched with terror. Her mind was consumed by the memory of that man's smiling face. She had been in the reincarnation space for quite some time, yet never anticipated encountering such a person. Damn him, that despicable fiend. Cold Ling seethed, wiping her lips in disgust. The recollection of being forcefully kissed by a pervert left her feeling utterly repulsed. This cannot stand. I shall not let you escape, you despicable scoundrel. Cold Ling, now devoid of any desire to continue in the duel arena, promptly exited the contestant space and returned to the hall of the duel arena. She opened a blank screen and began her search for the Vegetative contestant. Contestant Vegetative current highest record. For consecutive victories, combat performance, enhanced physique, vine entanglement. The scan information available indicated that this individual was a newcomer. Chapter 35. I warned you to be cautious. Upon entering the audience area of this twisted duel arena, Cold Ling soon encountered this individual once more. This time, he donned a suit of dark golden full-body armor, his head thoroughly concealed. Although his visage remained obscured, Ling was certain he was the perverse individual who had bitten her. However, it seemed he had encountered difficulties this time. For due to his consecutive victories, each swiftly dispatched, the system had matched him against a more formidable opponent. Codenamed Shadow, this adversary wielded a razor-sharp dagger and exhibited remarkable agility, employing a mastery of shadowy evasion to toy with his cumbersome opponent. The individual known as the Vegetable Man was utterly incapable of capturing Shadow, merely enduring a relentless attrition at his hands. In the duel arena, Lin Mo transformed his Terminator armor into a full suit of heavy armor. As the attacks from his opponent appeared rather peculiar, each time that dagger struck him, it left behind a subtle, ominous aura. Lin Mo's magical resistance was not particularly high. While his fervor and rigidity could withstand the blade's wounds, they could not repel that dark energy. Thus, Lin Mo was compelled to endure this magical onslaught. Possessing vital energy, he harbored no fear of such an entity. After all, it was uncertain who would succumb first in this war of attrition. Yet, alas, this young man persistently targeted his face, compelling Lin Mo to adopt a fully armed stance to protect his appearance. The entity, known as Shadow, exhibits remarkable prowess, possessing a flickering skill that enables it to evade Lin Mo's counterattacks. Suddenly, Shadow materializes behind Lin Mo, brandishing a sharp blade aimed directly at his vulnerable back. Lin Mo, always a step behind in reaction, is caught off guard. However, he does not attempt to defend himself, instead choosing to retaliate with a swift punch. The blade merely grazes his armor, inflicting minimal damage, while Shadow, faced with the exaggerated force of Lin Mo's blow, is compelled to retreat. With the punch having missed its mark, Lin Mo's expression darkens. He has come to realize the type of adversaries he despises, those pesky creatures that resemble flies, inflicting little harm yet proving immensely bothersome and difficult to strike. You had better hope I do not catch you, or you shall regret it, Lin Mo states coolly. Is that so? What makes you think you can capture me? With your hands, or perhaps with those wriggling roots on the ground? Shadow retorts mockingly from a distance. Having discerned Lin Mo's capabilities, an armored plant mage with formidable physical defenses, it appears that this individual has misallocated their talents, for despite possessing the rare mage class, they have invested their abilities in strength and constitution, resulting in low agility and presumably meager intelligence. Otherwise, their plant magic would not be so woefully inadequate. Dodging the creeping roots and vines emerging from the ground, Shadow unleashes a sword-like energy attack. Dark Rift. The black-red energy cleaves through Lin Mo's armor, allowing the dark essence to seep into his being. Yet, within mere moments, the darkness is forcefully expelled, and Lin Mo's injuries and armor begin to recover at a visible pace. Are you kidding me? You are not some undead creature resurrected from the dirt. What kind of absurd recovery speed is this? Witnessing Lin Mo's wounds heal once more, matching the speed of the undead ninjas he has encountered before, Shadow's composure shatters. Before he can utter further curses, several vines suddenly spring forth from the ground. Damn it! Shadow swiftly utilizes his teleportation ability to evade. But before he can regain his footing, Lin Mo launches another assault. Cutting technique. A sharp branch imbued with life energy is hurled like a spear toward Shadow, who has just reappeared in this precarious position. While not the true cutting technique, its effects are similar. The original absorbs life to promote growth. whereas Lin Mo's variant stores energy within the branch in advance. Compared to the authentic cutting technique, this imitation consumes more energy, but Lin Mo is unconcerned. The sharp root pierces through Shadow's form, yet the anticipated growth of the branch does not occur. Instead, it passes straight through Shadow's body, landing on the ground a short distance away. Shadow's form dissipates into a cloud of black mist. It is a substitution-type ability. Such a life-preserving skill must surely have limitations, preventing frequent use. Seize the moment while you are vulnerable. Utilizing his life-sensing ability, Lin Mo discerned the position of the shadow, concealed behind the hill to his left, and charged directly towards it. The hidden shadow was taken aback. How could he possibly know of his presence? With no time for contemplation, the shadow attempted to escape using a blink, but the shadow strike had its limitations. He could not use it repeatedly in quick succession, especially after having just employed his shadow clone, which had left him somewhat weakened. Fortunately for him, this individual, dubbed the Vegetable, was notably agile, yet clad in heavy armor, rendering him rather slow. The shadow relied on his own superior agility to evade capture. However, that fleeting sense of security quickly dissipated. As roots and branches were hurled indiscriminately by Lin Mo, the shadow found himself on the defensive, desperately fleeing under the barrage of relentless attacks. Had Lin Mo possessed any talent for throwing, the shadow would have met his demise right then and there. Yet, the arena was confined, and the simulated map was limited, forcing the shadow into a corner. Just as a branch was about to strike him, the cooldown for his shadow strike was up. With a flash, the shadow materialized before Lin Mo, drawing his shadow blade and aiming for his eyes. I refuse to believe you can survive a blow to the brain. The shadow anticipated that Lin Mo would instinctively protect his eyes, but he underestimated him. The blade pierced directly into Lin Mo's eye, yet the shadow was not unscathed. Having blinked into position, he could not escape. Lin Mo radiated a crimson aura mixed with violet light, and the blade merely punctured the eyeball without further penetration. Meanwhile, Lin Mo had seized the shadow's hand. "You're finished, kid," Lin Mo declared. The shadow, pulling out his blade in a desperate attempt to fend him off, was unable to thwart Lin Mo's reckless assault, and soon found himself grasped by the neck, his fate sealed. With his other hand, Lin Mo grasped a sharp branch and plunged it into the shadow's chest, causing it to grow within him, tearing through flesh and sinew, pinning him to the ground. Lin Mo relentlessly hammered his fist against the shadow's head until it was utterly crushed. As the armor dissipated, his wounds healed, and Lin Mo slowly rose, half of his face stained with blood. His eyes had healed, yet the blood remained, giving him a terrifying and grotesque appearance. "Ha ha ha. I told you to be careful. Now you look rather appealing without a head." Lin Mo's triumphant laughter echoed, perhaps oblivious to the horror he had just inflicted, as he savored the release of pent-up emotions. Chapter 36. Back to the real world. Meanwhile, the onlookers, the contractors in the audience, were left horrified. Of course, a few perverse spectators found the display exhilarating, but the majority were appalled by the brutality exhibited by this so-called vegetable. "Perhaps I should find a different vantage point," one muttered. "This individual is clearly a mage, yet he fights with a ferocity that rivals even the most formidable warriors." Never mind. A spectator, also a mage, remarked that he had come to the dueling arena to observe the combat styles of other sorcerers for the sake of learning. However, within the realm of Lin Mo's duels, he discovered that such a combat style was utterly unsuitable for him. Conversely, many warriors and primary tank classes relished Lin Mo's brutal approach to battle. As Cold Spirit gazed down at Lin Mo's boisterous laughter, an inexplicable sense of fear welled up within her. This individual had similarly crushed her heart, and the way he regarded her as mere plaything instilled a deep-seated dread. Upon closing her eyes, Lin Mo's cruel smiling visage and the haunting images of him extracting her heart flooded her mind. This was one of the disadvantages of possessing high mental acuity. Every detail was etched into her memory, rendering her unable to forget, unable to endure any longer. Cold Spirit swiftly transformed into a stream of data and exited the audience seats reserved for the comatose. As Lin Mo continued his winning streak, his score rapidly ascended to 19 points. Yet soon, he encountered a formidable adversary, a fire attribute mage, whose intelligence significantly surpassed Lin Mo's, necessitating multiple attempts for Lin Mo to affix a mark with his counterattack skills. However, even those attempts proved futile. The fire element countered wood, leaving Lin Mo's plant magic utterly vulnerable to incineration. Ultimately, victory still belonged to Lin Mo. Although his botanical magic was suppressed, his greatest strength lay in his physical form. Standing firm with a body of steel, he rendered the opponent's repulsion spells ineffective. Undeterred by the searing flames, Lin Mo charged toward the diminutive mage, transforming him into a mere headless body. To eliminate Lin Mo, one would have to exhaust all the life energy within him, a task that proved unrealistic. Hence, as long as he was not confronted by someone overwhelmingly powerful, Lin Mo held the opportunity for a comeback. However, after defeating 20 opponents, he discovered that only upon reaching 100 points could he unlock the redemption privileges, prompting him to exit the dueling arena. Although this place ensured safety from injury and energy depletion, it was excessively taxing. The prospect of defeating 100 foes for the sake of redemption privileges was hardly appealing. He could engage in battles at a later time. His primary purpose for visiting the dueling arena was to familiarize himself with his current state, not to exhaust himself mentally and physically. Upon leaving the arena, Lin Mo appeared as weary as a laborer who had toiled throughout the day, departing the company with fatigue evident in his demeanor. The intensity he had displayed within the dueling arena was nowhere to be seen. With his desires and anger vented, Lin Mo was not truly deranged. He had returned to a state of normalcy, akin to a sage mode. On the roadside, a small pebble was kicked toward him, prompting Lin Mo to glance up. "I'm heading back to reality. My daughter must be missing me. Farewell," chuckled a passing uncle, addressing the young man beside him. "Huh, look at that smug grin of yours. When you die, do you believe I want to pursue your daughter?" The youth retorted. "Huh, you dare to try? My daughter is only 7 years old. Do you wish for death?" The uncle laughed, chiding him. "Hey, in 10 years, she will be of age. I can wait." The youth replied with a grin. The youth remarked that the appearance of a contractee upon entering the cycle space would largely dictate their future form, barring any ongoing physical development. Essentially, one's essence becomes fixed thereafter. Moreover, only those contractees who have met their demise in battle are granted access to the cycle space. There are no reports of those who have aged into death. "You little rascal, do you believe I could take you along next time?" Ahem. On the roadside, Lin Mo listened intently to the conversation between the two contractees, astonished. Is it truly possible to return to reality? Before Lin Mo could pose his inquiry, the two individuals tapped their cycle marks on their arms a few times, and in an instant, they activated the teleportation, vanishing from sight. As Lin Mo found himself faced with an unexpected task, he opened his reincarnation mark. To his surprise, a personal attribute panel unfolded before him, accompanied by a friend's list and a modest inventory, simple yet unadorned. After rummaging through the interface, he finally discovered a hidden exit button, revealing a plethora of functions: view, search, identify, recycle. The depth of concealment for these features left Lin Mo bemused, as if they were deliberately shrouded from prying eyes. At the bottom of the panel, he located the button to return to reality. Upon clicking it, a prompt appeared. Would you like to spend 100 reincarnation coins to return to the real world? His emotions remained oddly subdued. Otherwise, he might have felt compelled to voice a few choice words towards the reincarnation system. Later that night, in a residential neighborhood, Lin Mo experienced a jarring sensation as he transitioned. Rubbing his dizzy head, he attributed his discomfort to the return to reality. It seemed that his body's responsiveness had diminished. The half-data form he once inhabited felt absent, leaving him momentarily disoriented. In the past, hunger merely registered as a sensation without impairing his physical abilities, but now, restored to a normal body, he felt as though he were still trapped in the world of Naruto. Stumbling out of the alley, Lin Mo intended to morph his Terminator armor into regular clothing. But a sudden breeze caused him to realize something alarming. He was devoid of attire. Upon returning to reality, all active skills were sealed, diminishing the contractor's destructive potential, while personal space was locked and all equipment temporarily sealed. Staring blankly at the lengthy notification, he felt a wave of confusion wash over him in the gentle wind. Had he known, he would have donned clothing beneath his Terminator armor to avoid this embarrassing predicament. He contemplated returning to the reincarnation space, but then recalled that clothing was not available for purchase there. It only stocked equipment. When individuals desired new attire, they simply pilfered from various worlds, leading even laborers to carry minimal clothing, just enough for personal use. The streets were deserted at night, but to avoid detection, Lin Mo sought refuge beneath a tree. He gathered a few twigs to drape around himself and picked up a slightly thicker branch. Uncertain if his abilities had been disabled, he noted that the prohibition notice did not mention passive skills. Moreover, his ability to reduce his presence had not been classified as a skill. Chapter 37. a nighttime intrusion into the young girl's room. In the stillness of the night, the community was illuminated by the glow of street lamps and the warm lights spilling from the windows of each household, casting light upon the shadowy corners of the neighborhood. A series of knocks echoed through the air. "Hello, who is it?" Upon hearing the sound, Guan Xiaoman approached the door and peered through the peephole. Recognizing the landlord outside, she opened the door. "Good evening, dear landlord. What brings you here at this late hour?" "My dear Xiaoman, I have a bit of bayberry that I can't finish all by myself and thought to share some with you," the landlord replied enthusiastically, producing a bag of bayberries and offering it to Guan Xiaoman. She had a fondness for this lovely girl, though lamentably, her own son lacked ambition. "Oh, you were too kind, Auntie," Guan Xiaoman began to decline, but before she could finish, the landlord placed the bag firmly in her hands, not allowing her a chance to refuse. "Don't be so polite, just take it and enjoy. Goodbye," the landlord said, retreating from the doorway. "Remember to savor them. Bayberries are just coming into season and are quite delicious," she added, glancing back before closing the door and leaving. This left Guan Xiaoman quite helpless. The landlady was a kind-hearted woman, and she understood her intentions, yet she truly had no interest in the landlady's son. "Alas, it is not my fault that he is good-looking. I genuinely do not wish to move." Due to his striking appearance and being single, Guan Xiaoman had faced numerous insinuations and harassment while searching for a rental in this vast city. After much effort, she had finally found a benevolent landlady, only to discover that the landlady had a son who was overly dependent on her. Moreover, he was rather unremarkable in appearance. Although she did not have excessively high standards, one would at least expect a modicum of attractiveness. Never mind, thoughts of this are futile. After all, men do not simply fall from the sky. Taking a bite of a bayberry, Guan Xiaoman smiled. Although being alone can be quite perilous, her standards were not so lofty as to require wealth. In this society, it is exceedingly challenging to find a good man. Those with wealth are merely interested in fleeting pleasures, making the prospect of marriage utterly impossible. Meanwhile, those without money exhibit a naive lustfulness, appearing as though they have never encountered a woman before, leaving her utterly speechless. The intricacies of urban life are overwhelming. I long to return to the countryside. Knock, knock, knock. There came a sound at the door. Just as Guan Xiaoman settled onto the sofa, she rose to answer it. "Auntie, what else is there?" Before she could finish her sentence, a hand swiftly covered her mouth, and a man, adorned only with leaves and branches, burst into the room. Click. The door was gently closed behind him. After surveying the surroundings and seemingly confirming the absence of others, he relaxed his grip on Guan Xiaoman's mouth. Freed. She gazed at him with a hint of fear, yet she dared not scream for help, quietly retreating instead. This feels like a scene straight out of a movie. How did I end up in this situation? I sincerely hope this man is only after money and not something more sinister. The man who entered was none other than Lin Mo. He had wandered around the neighborhood, noting that every other location was under clear surveillance, and he had yet to spot anyone hanging laundry without a piece of clothing to his name. He found himself compelled to seek out a fortunate soul to borrow some attire. His identification and wallet had long been left behind in the world of Naruto, leaving him no choice but to resort to this desperate measure. The building was devoid of surveillance, and the main entrance remained ajar, thus he ventured inside. Fortune favored him as he encountered a naive girl with a low level of vigilance. After surveying the layout of the bedroom, Lin Mo seized the young woman and entered, prompting a startled gasp from her. However, upon receiving a fierce glare from Lin Mo, she promptly covered her mouth, to prevent her from fleeing while he searched for clothing. Lin Mo had no choice but to bring her along. Upon entering the bedroom, he began rummaging through his wardrobe, and the expression on Guan Xiaoman's face darkened considerably, as she could hardly believe that her first experience might be so abruptly snatched away. The man was quite robust, and she felt utterly devoid of any rebellious spirit. If she were to resist or cry for help, would he take her life? The mere thought of potential death filled her with dread. Notions of chastity were cast aside, and she could only hope that this man would spare her life in light of her cooperation. As he rummaged through her lingerie and the role-play costumes she typically wore during her live streams, Guan Xiaoman's expression morphed into one of bewilderment. Did he truly relish this kind of scenario? Lin Mo was equally surprised to discover that this rather attractive girl had no boyfriend. Her wardrobe was brimming with clothes, yet devoid of any male attire. Eventually, Lin Mo unearthed a male role-play costume resembling Uchiha Obito, the White Mask. He glanced back at the girl, who was tensely seated on the bed. Although donning the robe without undergarments felt peculiar, It was certainly preferable to being unclothed. I was in a bit of a predicament earlier, so please refrain from calling the police, Lin Mo said, as he slipped on his trousers and shoes. Once he was adequately prepared, he donned the white mask, opened the bedroom door, and then exited the hall. Guan Xiaoman stared dumbfounded at the half-closed door before shifting her gaze to the disheveled wardrobe. So he came to my house merely to steal a piece of clothing? She took out her phone, intending to report the incident, but after a moment's contemplation, she opted to silence the screen. Never mind, he has already left. It's best not to stir up trouble. After tidying up her chaotic wardrobe, Guan Xiaoman sat on the sofa, lost in thought. The events of the night left her utterly perplexed, and she found it all quite strange. Suddenly, a series of knocks echoed through the space, sending her heart racing once more. However, before she could inquire about the identity of the visitor, the door swung open from the outside. The person clad in the white mask returned. I apologize, but I require your assistance once more, Lin Mo stated, removing the mask and gazing at her with a calm demeanor. After wandering aimlessly outside, he realized he seemed to be in an unfamiliar city. Without money, identification, or a phone, and with no grasp of the situation, he dared not approach the police and was left with no choice but to return. May I borrow your phone? Lin Mo requested. Guan Xiaoman obediently retrieved her phone and unlocked it, with no other options available. She noted that this man appeared rather reasonable and had not laid a hand on her. Perhaps she could assist him, hoping he would depart quickly. She too intended to leave, as there was no way she could remain in this place. Upon receiving the phone, Lin Mo promptly opened the map to ascertain his location. Anya City? Where's this? He mused, staring at the marked location on the map, feeling somewhat bewildered. Although he was directionally challenged, he was certain there had never been a city by that name. He searched for the name of his original city and found nothing. Chapter 38. A temporary stay. The city could not be found. Lin Mo continued to seek out all the places he remembered online, only to discover that aside from a few major cities, everything else eluded him. Was this truly the Earth he once knew? Lin Mo couldn't help but voice his bewilderment. Hearing his uncertainty, Guan Xiaoman, who had been observing the unfamiliar man who had intruded into her home, glanced over with curiosity. After putting on his clothes, he appeared rather handsome and did not seem like the typical sort. What is it? What are you searching for? Guan Xiaoman inquired. What year is it? Lin Mo turned to her and asked. It's 2024. He found it hard to believe he had arrived in a different world. Lin Mo opened an identification website and entered his ID number. The result displayed an unfamiliar middle-aged man, not himself. Even searching for the orphanage he once lived in yielded no relevant information. It was over. He had returned to the wrong place. Lin Mo felt utterly speechless. It seemed he had been brought out by the main god space and had now entered the reincarnation space, where the two realms did not exist on the same earth. Although there was little difference on either side, the thought that no one in this world recognized him filled Lin Mo with a profound sense of loneliness. Miss, may I discuss something with you? Lin Mo looked at the curious Guan Xiaoman. First, tell me about your background, she replied, having regained her composure. She was intrigued by the sight of a man running about in the nude. Do not disclose any information regarding the reincarnation space. Violators will face execution. An ominous warning from the reincarnation space interrupted Lin Mo's words. What is the matter? Nothing, I was just thinking. Lin Mo decided it would be better to lay his cards on the table. Lying would be too burdensome. My name is Lin Mo. I am not from this world. Due to certain circumstances, I ended up here, but I currently lack personal identification, rendering me essentially stateless. So, what do you intend to do? Upon hearing this, although Guan Xiaoman thought he was talking nonsense, his earnest expression gave her pause. Could I stay with you for a while? Lin Mo asked. While he believed he could manage in the reincarnation space, the atmosphere there was too complex, and he feared that prolonged exposure might affect his sanity. It was better to return to normal society, where he could still exercise some self-restraint. No, Guan Xiaoman firmly refused. After all, she was a girl. How could she allow a man to stay with her? What if word got around? However, just as she declined, she witnessed him pick up a fruit knife from her table and twist it into a spiral with his bare hands. I hope you do not mistake my intentions. Guan Xiaoman quickly nodded in agreement, now convinced of his earlier claims. While the idea of a traveler from another world seemed somewhat far-fetched, the knife truly had been twisted into a spiral. Certainly, she had never seen anyone capable of such a feat. You won't harm me, will you? Guan Xiaoman, feeling a tinge of apprehension, inquired, well, it all depends on your conduct. If you refrain from causing trouble, then there shall be no trouble at all. Thus, Lin Mo, with nowhere to go, took up residence in this young lady's home. Upon realizing that this individual was quite reasonable and not prone to reckless behavior, Guan Xiaoman graciously consented to his stay. The fellow possesses a rather appealing appearance and an enigmatic ability. She remains somewhat skeptical about the notion of being a traveler, yet, regardless of the circumstances, it seems she stands to gain. Of course, the most significant aspect is her inability to exert control over him. Due to her insomnia the previous night, Guan Xiaoman rose quite late, emerging from her room only around 10 o'clock. Hurry and prepare breakfast, I am famished. A calm voice echoed from the balcony. Upon glancing over, she discovered Lin Mo seated at the edge of the balcony, idly toying with the flower she had painstakingly nurtured. Hey, why did you pluck it? I finally managed to make it bloom, Guan Xiaoman exclaimed with discontent. What kind of person are you? Living in my home, ordering me to cook, and now you've even picked my flower. Get moving. Lin Mo's indifferent gaze prompted her to pout before she retreated to the kitchen. Ignoring her further, Lin Mo turned his attention to the outside world, sunlight streaming in as a gentle fragrance emanated from him. The flower in his hand thrived under his influence, releasing an increasingly rich aroma. Having not basked in the sun properly for quite some time, he felt as though he had been in the reincarnation space for ages, despite it being less than 10 days. He still had a month of relaxation ahead and had no immediate plans to return to the reincarnation space. He intended to unwind outside for a while longer. As he infused the unknown flower with life energy, its fragrance intensified, attracting a few sparrows. The small birds perched on the balcony railing, unafraid of Lin Mo, and hopped onto his hand, their eyes gleaming with desire as they gazed at the flower. Upon acquiring the profession of nature's messenger, Lin Mo noticed the hostility within him dissipate. In the past, not a single animal would have dared approach him. He controlled the flower to produce a few droplets of nectar, causing the sparrows to chirp excitedly at the sight of it. Having prepared 2 bowls of noodles, Guan Xiaoman emerged from the kitchen, only to be taken aback by the sight of Lin Mo feeding the sparrows with nectar. You truly possess superpowers? What exactly is your ability? She inquired, her eyes filled with envy. If only she could wield such power, her live streams would undoubtedly attract numerous viewers, yielding significant profits. Waving the sparrows into flight, Lin Mo descended from the balcony and accepted the bowl of noodles from Guan Xiaoman, devouring it without hesitation. She found no offense in this. Her curiosity about Lin Mo was only growing. The sparrows flitted around several flower pots, thoroughly enchanted by the nectar's allure, reluctant to depart. After the two finished their breakfast, Guan Xiaoman cleared away the dishes and turned her gaze toward Lin Mo. Since you've decided to stay, you can't possibly do nothing at all, she stated. Lin Mo regarded her and shook his head, asking, What do you require of me? Guan Xiaoman pondered for a moment before inquiring, What skills do you possess? Assassination, combat, hunting, and, of course, farming, he replied. Lin Mo spoke without hesitation, declaring that he was indeed capable of such actions. Upon hearing his words, Guan Xiaoman's expression shifted, and she swallowed hard. You have killed? Yes, Lin Mo replied nonchalantly. How many? Many, I have lost count. He did not kill with intent. Yet in the CF world, the number of lives that had inadvertently perished by his hands was immeasurable. Although the influence of the Terminator armor played a part, Lin Mo was never inherently virtuous. In the realm of infinite worlds, one could not survive without a heart of steel, and selfishness was the key to thriving. All right. It's nothing. I will get back to work. With that, Guan Xiaoman hurried back to her room. Chapter 39, A New World Begins. In the ensuing days, Lin Mo indulged in a leisurely respite in the real world for nearly 10 days. Yet, time always proves fleeting, particularly in moments of relaxation, where its passage becomes almost imperceptible. Without bidding farewell to the girl who had cared for him for nearly a month, Lin Mo set forth on his journey back to the reincarnation space. Once he departed, Guan Xiaoman called him from downstairs, burdened with 2 large bags of items. Lin Mo, could you assist me? Beep, the number you have dialed is not in service. Guan Xiaoman stood bewildered, listening to the signal-less tone emanating from her phone. Hadn't she just purchased him a new phone? How could there be no signal? Had he removed the SIM card? Upon returning to the reincarnation space, Lin Mo checked the time for his next mission. Time until the next mission commences, 26 hours. With just over a day remaining, he had ample opportunity to prepare. With fewer than 4,000 reincarnation coins at his disposal, Lin Mo decided to upgrade his skill, Sturdy Skin, spending 3,000 coins to elevate it by 2 levels. Sturdy Skin, a bug-type Pokemon skill that fortifies the outer layer of skin, allowing for a maximum of 10 layers of enhancement. Each upgrade increased the stacking capacity by 2 layers. Lin Mo found this investment immensely profitable, as he possessed abundant energy to maintain the skill's activation. With 10 layers of Sturdy Skin, coupled with the fervent damage immunity and the resilience of his steelwood body, he would become virtually indestructible. Once again, I expended several hundred reincarnation coins to procure some sustenance, filling my already cramped personal space to the brim. At long last, everything was prepared. With no lingering attachments in the reincarnation space, Lin Mo sent a farewell message to Galba and settled by the roadside at his doorstep, awaiting the commencement of the teleportation. Numerous others were also embarking on missions that day, many indulging in revelry at the bar, numbing their senses with alcohol. Although such behavior may seem foolish, it epitomizes the reality faced by most contractors. Not everyone can be the protagonist. If one's performance falters in the initial worlds, subsequent tasks only grow more arduous due to diminished strength. While the strong may not always have an untroubled journey, the path ahead for the weak is invariably fraught with challenges. Plucking a lollipop from his backpack and placing it in his mouth, Lin Mo quietly sat at the roadside. Observing the bustling street, a sudden pang of solitude washing over him. Break time is over. The mission is commencing. Contractors, please prepare yourselves. It arrived. Before Lin Mo could fully comprehend the situation, darkness enveloped him, and he lost consciousness. City, under the veil of night. What was once a beautiful city had transformed into a cacophony of chaos, with throngs of frantic people dashing through the streets, flames erupting everywhere. Accompanied by cries of distress and pleas for help, a bizarre virus had swept over the city, turning those who had consumed the tap water into horrifying, flesh-eating monstrosities. Suddenly, a mysterious force cascaded over City, rendering everything as if the world had been paused, the surroundings shifting into shades of black and white. Dozens of meteors streaked across the sky at incredible speeds. Upon their descent, they morphed into individuals upon reaching the ground. Among them, a violet light transformed into Lin Mo, who had just been teleported and felt a bit disoriented. Surveying his surroundings, he noticed several contractors, all in a state of slumber. Yet a considerable number of panicked individuals were fleeing nearby, pursued by a horde of grotesque zombies. Could it be another world of biological mutation? Gazing at the hideous creatures, Lin Mo's expression soured. Their appearance was repugnant and abstract. Even biophantoms bore a closer resemblance to humanity. After observing for a while, still unable to discern the nature of this world, Lin Mo decided to dismiss it. This was merely the second world, and he believed he could endure it. After approximately 3 minutes, the other contractors began to awaken one by one. How dizzying. When will the teleportation in the reincarnation space be improved? What on earth are those monsters? They look utterly grotesque. Could it be? Is this a biohazard crisis? The mission has commenced. Main quest: eliminate the Corpse Brothers. The more you slay, the higher your final score. Time limit: 3 months. No penalties for mission failure. Please refrain from disclosing any information regarding the reincarnation space. Violators will incur a penalty of 50 attribute points. As the mission was announced, all contractors were left in stunned silence. This is the end. It's the zombie brother. A treacherous space. I did not misbehave in my previous world. Why am I thrust into this one? An elder could not help but voice his discontent, remarking that the world's tasks were more absurd than the punishment stages. Survive for 3 months? It would be more merciful to just end my life. I have only traversed 2 worlds. How is it that I am now faced with the zombie brother? The disparity is simply too vast. Unlike the other despondent individuals, upon hearing the mention of the zombie brother, Lin Mo felt an unexpected surge of interest, initially believing it to be a peculiar bioweapon world, only to discover it was the zombie brother. The potential rewards could be plentiful. Careful planning was essential. First, he needed to ascertain his strength within this realm to prepare adequately. The protection period has come to an end. As the final announcement from the reincarnation space concluded, the previously suspended surroundings returned to normal. The astute contractors had already fled, leaving only a few incredulous ones behind. The zombie brothers, initially preoccupied with pursuing a crowd, noticed the sudden presence of humans and charged at them without regard for their origin. Several contractors drew their firearms, ready to shoot, having traversed only a few worlds. Their accumulation of attribute points was meager, and they had not been fortunate enough to acquire any occupational skills, making firearms their primary means of defense. In truth, most contractors did not abandon their weapons despite their enhanced abilities. Firearms remained useful in the majority of worlds. When confronted by monsters, they would fire a volley. As most creatures could not withstand the assault, resorting to other skills only when firearms proved ineffective. However, before they could pull the trigger, a figure lunged forward, charging at the zombie brothers. A purple light flickered in his hand as he delivered a punch to one of the creatures, the immense force shattering it into fragments. The resultant shockwave sent the surrounding zombie brothers sprawling, those in close proximity obliterated as well. Goodness, this fellow is formidable. A berserker, perhaps? Enough watching. We must flee. Big guy, we're taking our leave. You'd best retreat as well. A few rookie contractors, having assisted Lin Mo by dispatching a few zombie brothers, hurriedly made their escape. Initially, they thought they would expend a significant amount of ammunition, but with such a powerful ally to their aid, they could not afford to squander his goodwill and quickly took their leave. Chapter 40. The location of the Zombie King and the polite zombie brothers. Disregarding the fleeing contractors, Lin Mo continued his assault on the remaining zombie brothers. Without employing any skills, relying solely on his extraordinary physical prowess and activated monstrous strength, he rendered these creatures incapable of lifting their heads. Help, murder. Before this slightly more evolved zombie brother could finish its plea, Lin Mo seized its neck and swiftly twisted its head off. The severed head was grasped in Lin Mo's hand, wearing a mournful expression. Before Lin Mo could crush it, the dismembered body had already fled. The head of the zombie brother exchanged a glance with Lin Mo. Spare me, dear brother. The once formidable Terminator armor reverted to its original form, generating sharp spikes along its arms that pierced into the zombie brother's head, effectively ending its existence. As Lin Mo controlled the Terminator form, he began to absorb the life force, and the zombie brother virus scattered across the ground. The superiority of the biochemical Terminator virus over the zombie brother virus remained unclear to Lin Mo. The latter originated from the zombie king Long Yu. A fusion of the bloodline of the Phoenix and a toxic serpent formed within Long Yu, a being possessing an imperial soul, endowing it with the ability to amalgamate all biological genes. The biochemical ghost virus has two theories surrounding its origin. One suggests it is a synthetic supervirus created by humanity, while the other posits it was derived from the genetic material of a Titan deity's corpse, bestowing it with a high rank. Although the biochemical ghost virus lacks the outrageous biological fusion assembly capabilities of the zombie brother virus, it possesses remarkable evolutionary and adaptive abilities, capable even of merging with metals. Upon absorbing the zombie brother virus, the two viruses began to clash violently within Lin Mo at the cellular level, each seeking to engulf the other and acquire its genetic data. Lin Mo's armor began to morph, the Terminator armor undergoing constant transformation. As time passed, Lin Mo was uncertain whether the Terminator virus had consumed the zombie brother virus or if they had fused. Nonetheless, he was certainly benefiting. With the enhancement properties of the zombie brother virus, ethereal blue patterns began to emerge on the Terminator armor, signifying the enhancement of its capabilities. Electromagnetic shield abilities were unlocked. Thunderous venomous claws were unlocked. Electromagnetic manipulation abilities were unlocked. The Terminator was a unique biochemical organism mutated from electromagnetic radiation from a nuclear power plant combined with the biochemical ghost virus, endowed with the power to manipulate lightning and magnetic fields. After absorbing the zombie brother virus, these fundamental abilities were finally unlocked. Moreover, the vitality of the zombie brother was particularly unique, likely due to a subtle trace of the Phoenix bloodline, with each zombie brother absorbed. Lin Mo gained additional life energy and virus, where life energy represented health points and the virus served as nourishment for the Terminator armor. You truly are my salvation, Lin Mo remarked with a smile, observing the fallen zombie brothers. At this moment, whether feigning death or genuinely deceased, the remaining zombies trembled as they looked upon Lin Mo, their eyes filled with dread. After resolving the undead in that area, Lin Mo commenced his search for more evolved zombie brothers within the city. Help! A woman was being pursued by a zombie, and upon seeing Lin Mo, she hurriedly ran towards him. Brother, save me. The woman hastily ran behind Lin Mo. As a grotesque corpse with an octopus-like head approached him in a disjointed manner, drooling and appearing exceedingly terrifying. Don't run, little beauty. I have some delightful tentacles here. It cackled. Without allowing this repugnant creature to draw nearer, Lin Mo seized a bloodied stone and hurled it with great force, smashing it against the wall and obliterating its head. The tentacles atop its head continued to writhe, still alive. But Lin Mo had no desire to touch such a revolting thing. Seeing Lin Mo's fierce demeanor, the woman who had sought refuge behind him immediately clutched his arm, presenting a pitiful visage. "Thank you so much, big brother. Without you, I would have surely perished," she said, wiping away her tears. "Where's the water treatment plant?" Lin Mo inquired, glancing at her. "The water treatment plant?" The woman hesitated for a moment before gesturing towards a direction behind her. "What do you need to go there for?" "I heard that the issues with the water caused those creatures to transform. Perhaps we should seek refuge together instead?" she suggested, tugging at her collar and inching closer to Lin Mo. "Thank you," he replied. "You're welcome," she began, but before she could finish her sentence, Lin Mo seized her neck with one hand, lifting her effortlessly. "You have already been infected," he stated coolly, as his attire morphed into a suit of Terminator armor. Arcs of pale blue lightning flickering across him before coalescing in his arm. With his other hand, he tore away the fabric from her arm, revealing an array of black tendrils. A portion of her body had already mutated, yet she remained oblivious. "No, this cannot be," she stammered, her complexion turning ashen as she trembled, uttering the word impossible. "The infection has reached your heart. Even if I were to excise the infected area, you would not survive," Lin Mo declared. "No, please." A surge of potent electricity enveloped Lin Mo's arm, striking the woman repeatedly with thunderous force. Thud. He discarded the charred remains and turned his gaze toward the water treatment plant. It felt as though the virus had just erupted, if his memory served him correctly. The Corpse King was currently situated at the water treatment facility. Moreover, Lin Mo noticed that the corpses by the roadside, upon seeing him, refrained from attacking again, merely glancing at him before pursuing others. On the path to the water treatment plant, a corpse with a bird-like head suddenly descended from the sky. "Hey brother, you smell delectable." The flying corpse exhibited a noticeably higher level of evolution. It detected the scent of its kin emanating from within, a fragrance that was quite alluring. Corpses possess an inherent instinct for cannibalism. Save for the Corpse King, they seldom yield to their own kind. This stands in stark contrast to the biochemical specters, likely due to the overwhelming fusion of various biological genes, which renders the corpses indifferent to the hierarchical principle of strength. "Could you spare me a piece of your flesh?" inquired the bird-headed corpse, gazing at Lin Mo, saliva dripping from its beak. This request caused Lin Mo's eyelids to twitch. It was his first encounter with such a civilized corpse. "I wouldn't take your meat for free. I have my own," Lin Mo stammered. The bird-headed corpse then tore a sizable chunk of flesh from its own thigh with its beak, initially contemplating the swift demise of this creature. Lin Mo found himself at a loss for words as he observed it eagerly offering its own flesh, waiting expectantly. Chapter 41. The Terminator Armor's Evolution Revisited. After wiping the remnants of flesh from his hands, Lin Mo continued his sprint toward the water plant. H-City was rather expansive, and by the time Lin Mo located the water plant, nearly an hour had elapsed. This was primarily due to his efforts to avoid attracting the attention of lower-tier corpses. The city was in disarray, with hordes of corpses clashing with military forces, the cacophony of gunfire drawing away many of the more formidable undead. Climbing the hill behind the water plant, Lin Mo glanced back at the city. His superior vision allowed him to clearly see the colossal centipede at the heart of the city, which had inflicted catastrophic damage upon the Yenwang army, annihilating numerous rescue teams. "I shall deal with you shortly," he muttered, suppressing the excitement of his Terminator armor as he surveyed the reservoir. Traversing the roadway, he sought out sections that appeared prone to slipping. Upon locating a breach in the fence that aligned with his memory, he wasted no time. With a leap towards the shattered section, he plunged into the water like a deep-sea bomb, creating a magnificent splash. Splash. After swimming a short distance underwater, Lin Mo soon encountered a massive corpse resembling a whale, and beneath it lay the special coffin that contained the Corpse King. He was a moment too late. The mutation capability of the corpse virus was exceedingly potent. The infection had erupted merely hours prior, and already there were corpses capable of rescuing the Corpse King. Although he did not locate the Corpse King, he had not returned entirely empty-handed. He had secured the coffin that could contain the Corpse King. This red, special coffin, forged from extraterrestrial iron, was capable of suppressing the Corpse King's immortal blood. With both hands grasping the heavy sides of the coffin, he extricated it from the muddy depths. Magnetic manipulation. Utilizing the special ability granted by the Terminator armor, Lin Mo floated the heavy coffin from the reservoir's bottom. Once back on the shore, Maneuvering with the massive coffin proved cumbersome. After a brief contemplation, he grasped the coffin lid with his electrified right hand. Absorb. The Terminator armor swiftly manifested clusters of deep blue super bioviruses, enveloping the coffin entirely, consuming it. These bioviruses possess the formidable ability to forcibly merge with all things. Their adaptability is remarkable, effortlessly assimilating even steel. Moreover, Lin Mo's viruses are the Bio-Terminator variety, further enhancing their specialized capabilities. After several hours, during which Lin Mo continuously supplied the life energy consumed for the fusion process, this extraterrestrial iron finally integrated into the armor under the full power assimilation of the biovirus, which disregards energy loss. The Terminator armor, originally characterized by its gray exterior adorned with blue stripes, transformed into a striking red armor with deep blue stripes. The vivid crimson reminiscent of blood, evoking a sense of imminent danger. Furthermore, the original Corpse King virus remained within the coffin, which was also decomposed by the Terminator armor into nourishment for itself. Upon donning this newly evolved Terminator armor, Lin Mo felt its weight significantly increase. However, it did not greatly affect him, as his movement speed remained unchanged and was not linked to the armor. After descending from the water treatment plant, Lin Mo began his journey toward the city center. The Corpse King had only recently escaped captivity and had yet to regain its strength. Comparing its combat prowess to that of other corpse brothers, Lin Mo felt confident he could contend with it, although it might slightly surpass him in attack power. He believed his defense and recovery capabilities were on par, especially with an abundance of life energy as a safety net, rendering defeat improbable. Particularly, having integrated metals that could counteract the Corpse King's regenerative abilities, Lin Mo felt emboldened. Even if he found himself at a disadvantage in direct combat, he could unleash a powerful move, inundating the entire city with an overwhelming surge of plants. However, this technique consumed vast amounts of energy, and Lin Mo hesitated to employ it, for life energy equates to existence, and he preferred to conserve such life-threatening skills. Initially, Lin Mo intended to utilize the capabilities of the Terminator armor to sense the Corpse King's location, but upon activation, he discovered the entire city was permeated with the essence of the Corpse King. He had forgotten that all viruses originated from it. Reluctantly, Lin Mo was left with no choice but to utilize the most time-consuming method, searching for its whereabouts one by one. In stark contrast to Lin Mo, other contractors, facing the threat of the Corpse Brothers, could only resort to hiding in houses like ordinary civilians, evading the relentless pursuit of the undead. However, not all contractors chose to conceal themselves. Some bolder individuals were actively on the move. A tall and a short contractor brazenly strolled down the street. At this early stage of the virus outbreak, most infected individuals remained trapped in their homes, and the majority of the Corpse Brothers had been drawn away by the military, allowing them the audacity to walk the streets, as one or two Corpse Brothers posed little threat to them. "Brother, where are we headed?" "Sunshine Hospital." "What do we need to go to the hospital for?" "We're not injured." "Have you never seen a Corpse Brother?" "I have seen one." "I understand now. You want to flirt with that beautiful female doctor, right?" "Shut your mouth." You better be quiet and don't say another word." Chastised by his elder brother, the tall contractor awkwardly scratched his head. "Isn't there a remarkable doctor at the Sunshine Hospital? He possesses the capability to develop formidable ability-enhancing serums." "You've always yearned for extraordinary powers. Seeking him would be prudent," suggested the shorter contractor, brandishing a knife in his hand. "The doctor likely hasn't yet perfected the serum. If we capture the woman he fancies, do you think he will comply?" Regarding that woman, may I? Once the serum is completed, you may do as you wish." The tall and short duo exchanged glances, both revealing a sinister smile in unison. After a day's search, Lin Mo had exterminated all the undead in his path, absorbing their life energy. The sudden catastrophe in H City had been brewing for a day, finally capturing the attention of the world. A biochemical mutation crisis? Witnessing the plight of Yin Huang, neighboring nations began to stir restlessly. To prevent opportunistic foreign nations from taking advantage of the chaos, the Yin Huang authorities deployed elite forces to secure the borders. Nevertheless, numerous individual factions infiltrated H City. Intrigued by the terrifying virus, many sought to uncover what had transpired in Yin Huang to precipitate such a disaster. Various powerful groups seized the opportunity, entering H City for looting, studying the undead, or simply to stir trouble. Only the people from the East knew the general situation. They dispatched a significant portion of their elite ninja forces into H City in search of their desired items. In the morning, Lin Mo woke in a hotel. Although his physique had diverged from that of ordinary individuals, he still retained a habit of resting and sleeping for reasons unknown. Chapter 42. The Talented Professor Mu. Lin Mo suspected this might be due to his energy expenditure, necessitating rest for recovery. Upon descending to the lower floors, he discovered the area beneath his building teeming with a horde of undead. A group resembling attendees of a comic convention, clad in bizarre anime costumes, were menacingly brandishing their arms at Lin Mo, yet none dared to strike. Sensing a stronger viral aura emanating from him, the more astute undead retreated despite their hunger. Disregarding them, Lin Mo observed the direction in which the horde was moving and pursued them. After distancing himself from the slow-moving undead, he encountered a person. A woman? Was it not by Xiaofei? Upon witnessing something approaching at an unreasonably high speed, Xiaohui, fearing it was an undead, drew her gun, albeit without ammunition. "Don't come any closer, or I will shoot." Seeing the woman brandishing a gun to intimidate him, Lin Mo retrieved his Desert Eagle from his personal space. "Shall we compare whose weapon is more powerful? Who taught you to wield a firearm with your eyes closed?" Lin Mo raised his Desert Eagle and addressed her with a calm demeanor. At the sound of his voice, Xiaohui timidly opened her eyes, only to be met by the imposing black barrel of the gun aimed directly at her. "Raise your hands." Upon hearing Lin Mo's command, Xiaohui immediately complied. Lifting her hands high, her weapon was devoid of ammunition, and even if it were not, she knew she stood no chance against someone wielding illegal arms. A sense of relief washed over her. As long as he wasn't a zombie, she felt a glimmer of hope. After disarming her, Lin Mo thoroughly searched her for any further threats. Finding none, he gently pinched her slightly flushed cheek and inquired, "What is your name? What do you do?" "My name is Xiaohui, and I am a police officer," she replied, her tone earnest, reminiscent of a child confessing to a mistake. Recognizing her demeanor, Lin Mo realized her identity. "And how did you end up here?" "I was being pursued by a zombie and got separated from my companions. He instructed me to wait for him at Sunshine Hospital." Lin Mo did not press her for further details, yet she divulged everything within her mind, leaving him momentarily taken aback. How endearingly foolish. One can only imagine the worry your family must have endured as you grew. "Huh." Xiaohui gazed at Lin Mo in confusion, unable to comprehend his words. "It's nothing. Just remember that you are my trophy now," Lin Mo declared, considering the potential utility of this woman. "Huh? Sir, what you are doing is wrong. Humanity is currently facing a crisis. You shouldn't." Xiaohui attempted to persuade him further, but the barrel of a Desert Eagle was thrust into her mouth. "Be quiet, or what I shove in your mouth next will not be this." The mere thought of Sunshine Hospital conjured memories of the brilliant yet unhinged professor of psychiatry, a man capable of developing superhuman serums from the Corpse Brothers virus in a remarkably short span. His only flaw was his tenuous grip on sanity. Yet Lin Mo believed he could beseech him for a superpower serum to enhance his offensive capabilities. Reluctantly, Xiaohui led the way, with Lin Mo following closely behind, dispatching any Corpse Brothers they encountered with a swift strike of his electric claws. Upon witnessing his extraordinary ability, Xiaohui gulped, her eyes widening in astonishment. She had only heard tales of superpowers from her father, but this was the first time she had encountered one in person. How marvelous. Did this fellow have an electric eel within him? Why was he discharging electricity? "Hurry up and lead the way, lest I decide to zap you." Sunshine Hospital was not far off. With Lin Mo's presence, Xiaohui did not need to take detours to evade the Corpse Brothers. After roughly 10 minutes, they arrived at the entrance of a rather dilapidated hospital. "Is this Sunshine Hospital?" Lin Mo inspected the building, noting the crooked sign that suggested it was not a typical medical establishment. "Oh right, this seems to be a psychiatric hospital." Sensing numerous life forms within, Lin Mo noted several peculiar responses on each floor, with the 5th floor housing the most, at least 5. Uncertain of what awaited him, he ventured inside, unwilling to let others seize the initiative. "Hey, where are you going?" Xiaohui called after Lin Mo as he stepped into Sunshine Hospital, but he offered no reply. Continuing deeper into the building, Xiaohui glanced around the eerie silence of the hospital before surveying the stillness of the streets outside, a sense of trepidation creeping into her heart. "Hey, wait for me," she called out, hastily following him inside, too frightened to remain alone outside. On the 5th floor, 3 men and 1 woman, alongside a dog, occupied a room. The woman lay bound on the floor, seemingly unconscious, while the dog licked her face. 2 men dressed in black tactical gear stood by, watching his doctor. Mu, disheveled, prepared a serum at the research station. "Brother, do you think this guy is trustworthy? What if he adds something to the serum to double-cross us?" The tall contractor gazed at the shorter one and inquired, "Surely not. Once everything is ready, we can administer a dose to the woman and observe her reaction. This fellow is fond of her. I refuse to believe he would harm her." The older brother responded, Brother, this scenario feels eerily familiar. After she receives the injection, isn't it likely she will suddenly gain immense strength and eliminate us both? Thud. Ouch. If you can't speak properly, then be silent. The tall contractor looked at his older brother with a sense of grievance, quickly darting aside as he raised his hand to strike once more. Meanwhile, on the other side, Professor Mu, engaged in concocting a reinforcement serum, trembled with anxiety. The formula was nearing completion, yet his heart was in turmoil. If he added just a touch more of a certain ingredient, he could transform this enhancement serum into a powerful mutation drug, one that could discreetly annihilate those two scoundrels. However, this would also cost him the life of the woman he cherished. Teacher Xiaojia was the sole light in his life, while others regarded him with disdainful eyes. She smiled at him, treating him as a normal individual. Damn those bastards. Professor Mu glanced back at the vile individual spewing obscenities beside Teacher Xiaojia, his gaze ablaze with fury. If only he had been a fraction swifter, he could have thwarted these two ruffians. Just like the previous men who had confined him to an asylum, they were all despicable scoundrels. I want you dead. He swiftly added the final ingredient to the serum, shook it vigorously in his hands, and downed it in one gulp. May you all perish. Chapter 43, The Transaction. Upon entering Sunshine Hospital, Lin Mo had barely taken a few steps when he encountered the modified, long-necked corpse suspended in the stairwell. Hey, come play with me. Boom. Lin Mo refrained from further engagement with the creature, delivering an uppercut that sent its head soaring to the second floor. As he passed below, he kicked its body against the wall, rendering it immovable. After ascending, Xiaohui hurriedly followed, startled by the twitching headless corpse still clinging to the wall. What is that? Hey, wait for me. Fearing the creature might descend and seize her, Xiaohui steeled herself and pursued Lin Mo up the dimly lit staircase. With each floor she ascended, she encountered another corpse or a large hole in the wall. Before long, Lin Mo reached the 5th floor. Suddenly, whoosh, a shadow darted swiftly towards him. Lin Mo's arm transformed into a lethal claw, shredding the assailant before him. Is it dead? After discarding the remains, Lin Mo turned to observe two combatants in the corridor on the 5th floor. One was a short man clad in black, wielding a combat knife, while the other was a grotesque figure with muscles like steel and 3 glaring eyes. Die. Take me along with Xiaojia to the grave, the three-eyed monstrosity bellowed. And judging by the bloodstains on his hands, it was clear that he had hurled someone towards Lin Mo just moments ago. Professor Mu, infused with the divine gene, had undergone significant enhancement. This divine gene, an evolution derived from the Corpse King virus, possessed the potential to perfect and amplify the genetic structure of an individual, awakening unique abilities. From a certain perspective, if this gene were to be fully developed, it could surpass the perfection of the Corpse King's virus. A certain individual, who had consistently seized opportunities, had already demonstrated this potential. With just his initial enhancement, Professor Mu was capable of subduing a professional contractor. His skin was as resilient as steel, rendering his opponent's blade ineffective. Lin Mo noticed a woman slumped in the corner, dressed in the attire of a standard teacher and possessing considerable beauty. Yet at that moment, a gaping wound marked her chest, blood seeping forth, and her eyes, though not yet closed, still held a glimmer of the will to survive. Professor Mu attempted to approach her, but a man clad in black persistently obstructed him. Aware that he could not harm Professor Mu physically, the man focused on his gaze, intent on preventing him from delivering another blow to Xiaojia. Consequently, Professor Mu had to maintain his distance. Upon noticing the newcomer, the man in black turned to Lin Mo. Brother, lend a hand. Once we subdue this fellow, we can split the divine gene between us. Hearing their alliance, Professor Mu felt a pang of anxiety, but before he could react, 2 robust chains of lightning surged towards them. 2. The enhancement Professor Mu had received was geared towards a steel body. At present, only his exterior was fortified, leaving his internal organs vulnerable. Under Lin Mo's electric assault, his magical resistance was virtually non-existent, leading to his swift downfall. The other contractor fared little better, his body charred. Gasping for breath as he hovered on the brink of death, weakly, he lifted his head to gaze at Lin Mo, unable to fathom that the newcomer was a mage. And a rare lightning mage at that. No wonder you ended up in the world of the Corpse King. It seems you elevated the team's score. He muttered just before the man in black succumbed to unconsciousness. The force of the electrical attack had caused severe damage to his brain. Had Lin Mo not held back, he would have met his demise. Professor Mu, possessing a more robust constitution, remained conscious despite his magical resistance being at zero. Though temporarily incapacitated by the electric shock, he did not lose consciousness. Lin Mo approached the teacher Xiaojia and lifted her with a firm grip. Release her. Professor Mu struggled to rise from the ground, his gaze fixed intently on Lin Mo. How about a trade? I am quite intrigued by your divine gene. If you provide me with a sample, I shall ensure her rescue. Lin Mo proposed with a devilish smile gracing his lips. Is that truly the case? No. You are trying to deceive me and rob me of my research. Hearing these words, Professor Mu was momentarily taken aback. However, he soon recalled that it was Xiao Jia's heart that had been wounded. Even if the divine gene were injected now, it would be too late for salvation. I hold a deep admiration for those endowed with talent. You shall have but one opportunity. You are well aware of the intentions of that individual from earlier. Even if you refuse to provide the divine gene, I can still extract what I desire from you, Lin Mo declared as he grasped Xiao Jia's neck and lifted her. Now tell me your choice. Blood trickled from Xiao Jia's chest onto the ground. A drop, then two. At this moment, Xiao Wei finally caught up. What are you doing? Lin Mo turned around and shot her a glare, but Xiao Wei stood her ground, defiantly returning the stare. Put her down. Initially, Xiao Wei had assumed that this fellow was merely a mischievous enthusiast of cosplay games, believing there to be some goodness within him. However, she was utterly taken aback by his actions. Judging by the amount of blood oozing from the chest of the girl he had lifted, it seemed unlikely she would survive. Ignoring her, Lin Mo's gaze remained fixed on Professor Mu, not wishing for the situation to escalate further. Yet, he was uncertain whether killing Professor Mu would indeed yield the coveted divine gene. I promise you. Professor Mu stumbled to his feet, despite his unstable mental state. His affection for Xiaojia was genuine. A wise choice. With that, Lin Mo's lethal claws retracted into his attire, and he bit into his own arm, bringing the wound to Xiaojia's lips to activate his life transferability. A soft lavender glow flickered at the wound, and Xiaojia's injuries began to mend. In no time, the knife wound in her chest had healed, and her breathing stabilized. Restoring a regular person's vitality consumed only a fraction of life energy. Lin Mo even felt that the energy expended to heal her was less than that required for his own wound. Who are you? A dazed Xiaojia awoke, gazing at the man who was holding her and at her own mouth biting into his hand. Wasn't he stabbed in the heart to death? She was keenly aware that such an injury typically signified certain death. How could she possibly be alive? Sir, let Xiaojia go. Just as she was about to plead for her release, the man firmly secured her at his side, witnessing the revival of the woman he cherished. Professor Mu attempted to approach, but Lin Mo intervened. Bring me what I desire, and I shall return her to you, Lin Mo stated. Professor Mu was about to erupt in anger, but upon noticing the flickering lightning surrounding Lin Mo, he swiftly regained his composure. Chapter 44, The Divine Gene. What does this mean? Xiaojia, caught at Lin Mo's side, felt bewildered. It seemed they regarded her as a mere bargaining chip. Without responding to her, Lin Mo tossed her toward Xiao Wei, instructing, keep an eye on her, don't let her escape. With that, he approached Professor Mu, disregarding the two bewildered women behind him. Initially, Professor Mu had no intention of providing Lin Mo with a high-quality divine gene, but unexpectedly, he seized a syringe from the experimental table and drew a vial of blood from himself. What are you doing? Professor Mu inquired upon receiving the vial. I believe in a mutually beneficial partnership. Our goals do not conflict. I can offer you assistance, knowing your penchant for research. My blood is quite unique, and I hope you can cultivate the divine gene that suits me. Lin Mo expressed his concern about the genetic disparity between himself and the inhabitants of this world. Fearing that the divine genes would prove ineffective, Professor Mu, somewhat skeptical, took a sample of his blood for analysis. As he conducted the examination, he discovered that this individual's blood exhibited peculiarities, with even the genetic coding deviating from the norm. It was the first time he had encountered such anomalies within the existing human genome. There are no issues, though it will take some time. However, I will require a vial of your blood afterward, Professor Mu stated, intrigued by this individual's origins, much like the previous two miscreants who had sought his divine genes. It was important to note that he had only recently made this discovery. How could these individuals possibly be aware of it? Outside Sunshine Hospital, a young man in his 20s cradled a little girl dressed in a fawn outfit. Where is Xiao Hui? Wasn't it agreed that we would meet here? Bai Xiaofei pondered as he surveyed the desolate street. Uncle Bai, what are you looking for? The little girl in his arms inquired. Oh, I'm looking for an older sister. Soon, I will take the little fawn to find her mother. Please be good and remain quiet. Bai Xiaofei gently tousled the fawn's hair. Bai Xiaofei and the little fawn inspected the surroundings, only to discover a corpse with 7 or 8 heads dangling from a tree, swaying ominously. Judging by their appearance, they must have been patients from Sunshine Hospital. But how did they end up in the tree? Bai Xiaofei wondered, glancing up at the building across the street, where he noticed a large hole on the 4th floor. Could they have fallen from there? With a sense of intrigue, Bai Xiaofei cautiously entered Sunshine Hospital, where he encountered the remains of the deceased patients. Avoiding the corpse that had been pressed into the wall, he quickly ascended the stairs with the little fawn, confident that the zombies he encountered would have been dealt with, perhaps by others like himself, enhanced individuals. Sure enough, upon reaching the upper floor, he spotted Xiao Hui along with several other peculiar figures. Xiao Hui, what transpired here? Bai Xiaofei inquired, surveying the battlefield strewn with remnants of chaos and the dismembered bodies at the stairwell. Xiaofei, you finally arrived. Upon seeing Bai Xiaofei, Xiao Hui immediately brought Xiaojia to his side. What exactly happened? It is like this, that. While they were explaining the situation to Bai Xiaofei, Lin Mo's potion was also nearing completion. The items here are remarkably comprehensive. Professor Mu merely needs to adjust the formula of the auxiliary potion, attaining the divine gene. Lin Mo is undeterred by the prospect of poisoning. He has yet to encounter anything capable of bringing about his demise. In the midst of Professor Mu's astonished gaze, Lin Mo consumed the potion without hesitation. Why do you look at me like that? Have you poisoned it? Lin Mo inquired, observing Professor Mu's peculiar expression. I have not poisoned it. This is the divine gene. Then why do you exhibit such a countenance? Because it is meant to be injected. Well, it's fine. Consuming it works as well, albeit with a slower absorption rate. Professor Mu adjusted his glasses and replied, all right, you have obtained what you desired. It is time to return Xiaojia to me, Professor Mu stated. I have no objections. As long as the divine gene proves effective, you may have her. Lin Mo replied. With the divine gene secured, Professor Mu's utility diminished significantly, and Lin Mo's fate was of no concern to him. Very well. Professor Mu approached teacher Xiaojia, extracting a syringe from his pocket. Bai Xiaofei immediately positioned himself in front of Xiaojia, blocking Professor Mu. Who are you? Why are you obstructing me? I will not allow you to harm anyone, three-eyed freak. Bai Xiaofei retorted, recognizing the dubious nature of the man with 3 eyes and a syringe. Before Bai Xiaofei could utter another word, Professor Mu delivered a swift kick that sent him flying through several walls, leaving him untraceable. Uncle Xiaofei. Xiao Lu hurriedly pursued, searching through the debris for Bai Xiaofei. Xiao Hui and Xiaojia wished to follow suit, but Professor Mu quickly interposed himself before them. Teacher Xiaojia, come be with me. I have discovered the divine gene. Soon, I shall be a god, and you will join me in evolution. Professor Mu proclaimed, his expression one of fervent obsession, the syringe still in hand. I refuse. I do not wish to become a monster. Xiaojia exclaimed, horrified by the eye on Professor Mu's forehead. She had no desire to transform into such a being. Keep your distance from us. Xiao Hui immediately positioned herself in front of Xiaojia, declaring. However, before she could finish her statement, Professor Mu effortlessly swatted her aside, sending her crashing against a chair by the window. Presumptuous. Had it not been for that fellow's gaze, you would have met your end long ago. Teacher Xiaojia, now that there is no one to impede me, you should cease your resistance. Professor Mu declared. Moreover, fret not. This potion I have specially concocted will not alter your appearance. You shall remain beautiful. Professor Mu seized Xiaojia, who resisted fiercely, making it difficult for him to administer the injection, which only exacerbated his irritation. He then captured the small dog trapped on the laboratory table, producing another syringe aimed at it. Xiaojia, if you continue to resist, do you believe I want to turn your Beiki into a corpse dog? Professor Mu threatened, fully aware of Xiaojia's fondness for the little dog. No, Beiki. Return it to me. Not a chance. Should you refuse to administer this serum, I shall resort to force. Observing the seemingly playful exchange between the two, Lin Mo fell into a contemplative silence. Truly, in this comical world, even the most villainous scenarios take on an absurdity of their own. Let it be. It is of no concern to me. Lin Mo approached the unconscious Xiao Hui, assessed her condition, and finding nothing amiss, settled himself beside her. Now, All that remained was to await the onset of the medication's effects. Relying solely on the gradual enhancement of free attribute points was far too sluggish. Mutations offered a swifter alternative. Chapter 45, Reinforcement, Departure. As the divine gene infusion coursed through him, Lin Mo felt the natural body assimilate and devour its essence. Strength 9, Constitution 5, Agility 2. Intelligence 5, Charm -4. His affinity with nature increased, and the innate talents of his natural body were undergoing comprehensive enhancement. The divine gene was indeed effective and fortuitously so. For had there been adverse effects, the life energy would have forcibly expelled them from his body. Yet, this time, there was no such response, indicating no threat to Lin Mo. The divine gene amplified all the innate skills bestowed by Lin Mo's natural body and began to fortify his constitution. A wave of excruciating pain compelled him to instinctively activate his steelwood body, as branches began to sprout from his surface, reminiscent of a mutation. However, amidst the chaos, with some fainting and others preoccupied, Lin Mo remained silent, unnoticed in his transformation. He snapped off the branches and gradually began to harness the life energy within him, awaiting the completion of the enhancement. Strength, 39, Agility, 10, 2, Constitution, 45, Life Energy. Intelligence, 45, Magic Power, 400 points, Charm, 5, -4, Luck, 2, requires special attribute points. The innate talents of his natural body were significantly bolstered. All foundational attributes had received enhancements, particularly strength, which had grown the most, and all innate skills had been fortified. The divine gene brought forth a metamorphosis for Lin Mo. As the branches receded, his plant-based innate skills were greatly enhanced, allowing him to better wield the powers of plant control, instilling greater confidence in his ability to hunt down the Corpse King. Ah, what a delightful sensation! Clenching his fists, Lin Mo felt an overwhelming sense of power surging within him. He doubted any ordinary creature could withstand the force of his charged strike, not even a bull. With nothing more to occupy his time, Lin Mo glanced at Professor Mu, still entangled with teacher Xiao Jia, and chose not to engage. He hoisted the unconscious Xiao Hui onto his shoulder and prepared to depart. A series of coughs echoed from the stairway. Bai Xiaofei, accompanied by a small deer, came racing up. The enhanced recovery abilities of those who had undergone reinforcement were indeed remarkable. Despite Professor Mu's sudden attack, he had quickly regained his composure. Hey, you there. Where do you intend to take Xiao Hui? Put her down at once. Upon witnessing Lin Mo carrying Xiao Hui, Bai Xiaofei promptly obstructed his path, brandishing a highly concentrated acidic chemical solution. However, Lin Mo merely smiled at him and intended to pass by with Xiao Hui still in his grasp. With Xiao Hui held captive, Bai Xiaofei hesitated to unleash the acid, reaching out instead to rescue her. But before his hand could touch her, Lin Mo's grip had already seized his neck. If you lack strength, do not aspire to be a hero saving a damsel in distress, Lin Mo declared, effortlessly lifting Bai Xiaofei. Bad guy, quickly put Uncle Fei down, Xiao Lu exclaimed, wielding 2 bottles of chemical agents, incessantly striking at Lin Mo's leg. Xiao Lu no. Bai Xiaofei cried, struggling desperately to free himself from Lin Mo's grasp. Suddenly, a loud crack echoed as Xiao Lu's chemical agents shattered, spilling the acidic contents. No. In a split second, Bai Xiaofei was hurled against the wall, while Lin Mo swiftly pulled the little girl away. Acid splattered onto Lin Mo's pant legs, causing his Terminator armor to emit hissing white smoke. Wah! Despite Lin Mo's quick reflexes, a few drops of acid still managed to land on Xiao Lu's hand, prompting her to cry out in pain, tears brimming in her eyes. Oh dear! How could such a tiny creature dare to play with such dangerous substances? Lin Mo gently set Xiao Hui down and scooped up the sobbing girl, wiping the residual acid from her hand. Mommy, my hand hurts, Xiao Lu whimpered, tears streaming down her cheeks. Though Lin Mo could be quite unkind at times, his experiences had instilled in him a great deal of patience for well-behaved children. He would never stoop to bullying them. Stop crying now, bite my finger. He pricked his index finger, allowing a few drops of blood to flow, and offered it to Xiao Lu. As life energy surged, her burned hand began to heal, and she gazed at Lin Mo with tear-filled eyes, instinctively sucking on his finger. Feeling better now? Noticing her tears had ceased, Lin Mo smiled, but to his surprise, the little girl bit down on his finger. Bad guy, I will bite you to death. Ouch! Your little teeth are so sharp. Lin Mo withdrew his finger, crouching down to meet her gaze, unwilling to back down. Xiao Lu glared at him with her large eyes, attempting to appear fierce yet adorable. Adaptive restoration. The Terminator armor transformed from clothing into an intimidating suit of armor, enveloping Lin Mo and exuding a menacing aura, his goggles glowing red as they fixed upon Xiao Lu. Be careful, little one, or I might just devour you. Tears welled up in the little deer's eyes, yet she fearfully covered her mouth, terrified that a sound would attract the monstrous creature. After teasing the small creature for a moment, Lin Mo glanced at Bai Xiaofei, who was struggling to rise from the wall, and shook his head. Quickly take your uncle Bai away. Your mother is no longer with us. Hurry to the shelter, or you will be devoured. The armor reshaped itself into clothing as Lin Mo hoisted Xiao Hui onto his shoulder and spoke to the tearful little deer. You are deceiving me. The little deer has a mother. Hee, you no longer have a mother. She has transformed into a monster. Lin Mo gently patted the deer's head, offering comfort. Woo woo. Woo. The little deer wants her mother. After eliciting tears from the small creature once more, Lin Mo waved goodbye to Bai Xiaofei, feeling a sense of accomplishment in having rendered him ineffective early on. Ultimately, Bai Xiaofei could only watch helplessly as Xiao Hui was taken away. Meanwhile, Professor Mu, who had finally compelled teacher Xiao Jia to inject the divine gene, observed the unfolding events with indifference to Lin Mo's departure. As long as the man did not remain by his side, he was content. He had once believed that discovering the divine gene rendered him invincible, only to realize that there were peculiar individuals with extraordinary abilities in the world, the intensity of this lightning far surpassing that of ordinary supernatural beings. It seemed he needed to adopt a more cautious approach and refrain from being overly reckless. Watching the enhanced individual lamenting on the ground, Professor Mu stroked his stubble thoughtfully. However, Xiao Jia, having awakened her air manipulation ability, launched an air cannon at his face, snapping his attention back. Ouch. Teacher Xiao Jia. I didn't expect you to unleash such a powerful air cannon upon awakening. Hiki. But that alone is not sufficient. Chapter 46. The Evacuation Point. Lin Mo was unconcerned about the subsequent fate of the main character team. The span of the zombie world was quite lengthy, and he had only 3 months. Bai Xiaofei's desire to exert himself would likely take years to manifest. He had no time to wait for his growth. His current objective was clear, to decisively defeat the zombie king while it had yet to regain its strength. As he passed by the first floor, Lin Mo spotted a peculiar zombie. Clad in a blue vest, with a small gourd atop its head, it dragged its half-dismembered body through the stairwell. Is that a gourd baby? Upon exchanging glances, the gourd baby zombie immediately grasped the situation and attempted to flee. Stop right there. Lin Mo dashed forward, swiftly pinning it to the ground with a foot. The gourd baby zombie struggled desperately, emitting strange pleas for mercy. Observing its appearance, Lin Mo confirmed it to be the scavenger who had risen from the lowest tier to become a formidable force. After a moment of contemplation, he pried a piece of the virus source from his Terminator armor and stuffed it into the gourd baby zombie's mouth. This is for you. Your potential has been hindered by my actions, so here's a token of compensation. Remember, from now on, always follow the one named by Xiaofei, for there is sustenance to be found. Lin Mo instructed, before finding a room to dispose of the twitching corpse of the gourd boy. In the heart of H City, within the library, a voice exclaimed, Sir, the individuals proficient in foreign languages you requested have arrived. The black-clad warrior announced, stepping aside to reveal 2 English teachers, one with long hair and the other with short. The 2 educators appeared terrified, yet under the threat of Bai Wuxian's blade, they had no choice but to approach. The librarian, seated at the desk, was engrossed in a modern history book. Humanity is truly fascinating. I never anticipated that merely a millennium could usher in such profound transformations. Closing the book, Long Yu turned to face the scene. The black and white warriors exchanged glances, seemingly perplexed by their master's interest in such trivialities. Come here, you two. Long Yu commanded, gesturing toward the English teachers. The short-haired instructor, timid by nature, immediately lowered her gaze, retreating behind her long-haired counterpart. You wretched monsters! Keep your distance. The long-haired teacher rebuked, her fear palpable, yet her spirit unyielding to these flesh-eating fiends. Monsters? Long Yu chuckled softly, stepping closer to the long-haired teacher. Monster, he echoed, before she could continue her tirade, seizing her and sinking his teeth into her throat. The short-haired teacher was splattered with blood, horrified by the gruesome spectacle. Ugh! Inferior blood. Did this fellow grow up on swine feed? Long Yu spat out a mouthful of sanguine saliva, lamenting the stark decline in blood quality compared to ages past. Discarding the lifeless body, he turned his gaze to the other teacher. "And what of you? Will you choose to resist as well?" he inquired. "And no, I wouldn't dare." She stammered. "Good. Allow me to bestow upon you a remarkable gift." As he spoke, a tentacle sprouted from his back, culminating in an eye. "No, please." Before the teacher could finish her plea, Long Yu controlled the tentacle to invade her mouth, commencing her transformation into a special corpse retaining all her memories. As a member of a superior race, Long Yu harbored a profound thirst for knowledge, especially as this world was no longer the one he once knew. A millennium had passed, and humanity had undergone multiple technological revolutions, particularly concerning the devastating weapons mentioned in the book he had read, which filled him with trepidation. Knowledge fosters advancement. To avoid becoming an obsolete relic, one must endeavor to learn. This foreign text marks the initial step. A few days later, due to the unscrupulous profits amassed by the executives of the water supply plant, the water delivered to various shelters was directly sourced from the plant. Rife with the zombie virus, chaos soon enveloped the major shelters as a multitude of zombies emerged, causing several shelters to lose contact. And many individuals were transformed into the undead. The military managed to rescue only a small number of people who reached the evacuation point. In a desperate bid to save more lives, they resorted to deploying aircraft to distribute flyers, informing the populace of the evacuation locations. On a rainy day, Lin Mo accompanied Xiao Hui to the vicinity of the evacuation point. As he reached out to touch the rainwater cascading from the heavens, he surveyed the surrounding decayed cityscape. This bleak scene had become all too familiar in recent days, a testament to the extensive devastation wrought by the zombie menace. Beside him, Xiao Hui sheltered beneath an umbrella, trailing closely in his wake. In recent days, Xiao Hui has discerned that this individual is not inherently malevolent, though he is certainly not virtuous either. Initially, she assumed he had brought her along for ulterior motives, yet he has scarcely acknowledged her presence, instead leading her through the city as they hunt down the undead. Particularly disconcerting is his penchant for consuming these creatures. His brutality is quite alarming. The first time Xiao Hui witnessed him absorbing the life force of an undead, she was nearly overwhelmed with revulsion. "Lin Mo, where shall we go next?" Xiao Hui inquired, glancing up at the rain-soaked sky. Before he could finish, a tremendous roar resonated above them. Boom! A massive passenger plane swooped low over H City, crashing violently into the square and skidding into a building amidst the downpour. A flurry of flyers cascaded down from the heavens. Lin Mo seized one, inspected it, and then handed it to Xiao Hui. "Evacuation point. Emergency landing site. Cough, cough, Kong. What have you done? Why did the plane fall?" Linglong shouted, kicking open the aircraft's door. Elsewhere, beneath a pile of debris, a burly man with red hair and an exposed torso rose to his feet. "Miss, I am Erdwa. Not Kong. Kong is over there." He wiped the dust from his face, expressing his exasperation. "I don't care. Kong, quickly call me to the evacuation point. I refuse to encounter those repulsive undead." "Yes, yes, yes." Not wishing to continue debating the name issue with the young lady, Erdwa began searching for the others. Upon reaching the evacuation point and passing through several soldiers' checks, Lin Mo and Xiao Hui successfully gained entry to safety. The number of individuals in this location is rather sparse, indicating the successful incursion of the undead. The number of those rescued is lamentably low. Lin Mo took a moment to sense his surroundings. He discovered that, aside from the evacuation point, numerous life signals were emanating from outside. "Do not wander off. I shall step outside for a moment," Lin Mo instructed Xiao Hui. "Understood. By the way, should anyone with white hair approach you shortly, please restrain him. He means you no harm," he added before hastily departing, leaving Xiao Hui in a state of bewilderment as she gazed at his retreating figure. Chapter 47. The Invasion of the Eastern Ninja. Outside the evacuation base, a commotion arose within the greenery, where a group of ninjas clad in dark attire lay in wait. The 12 elite ninjas of the East, commanded their leader, Fumamoto Gitaro. "Split up. Hanatane, you shall be responsible for locating the test subjects, while the rest of you proceed as planned." The ninjas dispersed into small teams, leaving only the Hanatane squad behind. Dressed in crimson, Hanatane surveyed his subordinates and then glanced up at the rain-laden sky. "It is indeed dreary. We shall wait until the rain ceases before proceeding," he declared. "Affirmative," his comrades echoed, and the group remained quietly concealed among the underbrush. Unbeknownst to them, a figure adorned with a crown of branches, cloaked in leaves and roots, had stealthily infiltrated their ranks. Within the base, a rescue team hurriedly returned. bearing a number of individuals on stretchers, members of the special operations team who had engaged in an assault on the library, along with a few injured soldiers and one casualty they had found en route. The offensive on the library had culminated in utter failure, as the special operations team had grossly underestimated the combat capabilities of the undead within the library. Captain Luohan had been singularly vanquished by the undead, by Wuxing, and Guigun had sustained injuries from the guarding undead. Furthermore, the incursion of Eastern ninjas had resulted in a surprise attack on the soldiers, leading to a complete debacle for the Yanhuang operation. The undead had already manifested in other cities, necessitating that the military redirect its efforts to thwart the undead invasion elsewhere. H City was to be abandoned. Alas, sighed Guigun, clutching his left side where he had been injured, as he looked at the retreat order displayed on the communicator. Who could have launched such an ambush against us? First, let us transport the injured. Quickly now, the rain is intensifying, commanded the soldier captain as he exited the vehicle. A man, carried on a stretcher, was taken away by the approaching medical personnel. This individual is Bai Xiaofei. After Xiao Hui was taken away, he found himself powerless against that deranged doctor, merely watching as another woman was abducted alongside her. Bai Xiaofei could only lead Xiao Lu home in search of her mother. As they approached, they encountered a security guard, heavily armed. However, calamity struck again when they faced a formidable lizard-like creature in Xiao Lu's building. Bai Xiaofei and the security guard were no match for it, had it not been for an unexpected assault from a gourd-wielding figure that emerged to ambush the giant lizard. They would have surely met their demise. Seizing the opportunity amid the fierce battle between the two creatures, Bai Xiaofei and his companions fled to the underground parking garage, where they encountered Xiao Lu's mother, unfortunately now mutated. Ultimately, the clash between the giant lizard and the gourd figure resulted in the building's collapse. Due to unforeseen circumstances, the group became separated, and the side effects of Bai Xiaofei's enhancement serum took hold, causing him to collapse in the street until a passing rescue team discovered him. On the hospital bed, Bai Xiaofei jolted awake from a nightmarish vision. Xiao Lu. The sight of her transformed into a grotesque figure startled him. But upon surveying his surroundings, he found himself momentarily bewildered. It appeared to be a hospital, but how had he ended up here? Just then, the door to his room swung open, and a robust nurse entered, clad in scrubs. "Young man, come now, remove your trousers," she commanded, her stout fingers tapping the syringe in her hand. Bai Xiaofei gasped in shock. Boom! A deafening explosion erupted outside the evacuation base, the sound reverberating for all to hear. What manner of beast is this? Why can it not be slain? Its resilience is astonishing. Is it possible that it's the target of Captain Fengma's mission? Quickly, alert Captain Fengma about Long Yu. No, the target is the white-haired one. This is not it, Huodian remarked, glancing at his subordinate, who was busy sending out a distress signal. They hold it off. 2 of you come with me to fulfill Colonel Ishii's mission. He commanded the others, producing 2 smoke bombs and tossing them to the ground. A dense white fog enveloped the area, and when it cleared, Huodian and 2 of the young ninjas had vanished from the ninja team. The remaining ninjas, witnessing their leader's retreat, felt the urge to flee as well. However, recalling the Divine Emperor's orders, they steeled themselves to advance. As the smoke dissipated, the ninjas beheld the red and blue armored monstrosity mercilessly slaughtering their comrades, each one swallowing hard. "Come forth, little pests. Let me see just how obedient your ninja garb makes you," it snarled, ripping the head off one ninja and crushing it in its grasp, turning to glare at the others with cruel, crimson eyes. The brutal display sent chills down the spines of the remaining ninjas, yet none showed signs of retreating. Kill. A shuriken was hurled forth, and the battle was about to erupt. The base sounded the alarm, and soldiers, armed and ready, rushed to investigate the situation, only to be intercepted and thwarted by other ninjas. Infuriating. Despite his injuries, Ghost Stick picked up his 3 staffs to confront the Japanese ninjas. "Earth Demon, you restrain that one, while the rest continue with their mission." The ninjas scattered, leaving only the Earth Demon to deal with Ghost Stick. Their task was straightforward: capture Long Yu, retrieve the lost experimental subject, and inflict as much damage as possible upon the Yanhuang faction. Within the confines of the base, Bai Xiaofei tremulously approached the survivor gathering area, a refuge for those rescued. He sought familiar faces among the crowd, who awaited evacuation, as the convoy was limited, necessitating a slow wait. "Xiaofei, Xiao Hui, what are you doing here?" Bai Xiaofei gazed in astonishment at Xiao Hui, recalling that she had been taken by that strange man just days prior. This meant that He glanced at the tall, white-haired figure behind her. It wasn't he, that individual. Xiao Hui. How are you? How did you escape? With the man absent, Bai Xiaofei turned his attention to her. Xiao Hui glanced at him, then at the white-haired man. Hee. Xiao Hui, is this the Bai Xiaofei you mentioned? Long Yu inquired with a gentle smile. Yes, Mr. Long Yu, Xiao Hui nodded, feeling an inexplicable sensation in his presence. Yet recalling Lin Mo's words, which left her feeling uneasy. Hee, Bai Xiaofei. Upon hearing his name called again, Bai Xiaofei turned to see a plump man, accompanied by a lost little deer. Little deer, and you, fatty. Encountering a familiar face, a fellow university classmate, Bai Xiaofei nearly shed tears of joy. What are you doing here? I thought you were gone. Nonsense, you were the one who was lost. The two burly men embraced, with the bewildered little deer nestled between them. Chapter 48, 2 SSS level infected. Standing tall, Ghost Stick balanced on his upright staff, firmly embedded in the ground, ready to face the Earth Demon ninja's assault. As anticipated, the Earth Demon, seeing his stance, charged forward. I'll break that broken stick of yours and see how you fare. Ha. Just as the Earth Demon approached Ghost Stick's staff, a smile crept across Ghost Stick's face. Goodbye. With a swift kick, he yanked the staff upward, releasing the pin of the grenade concealed beneath. The Earth Demon sensed an impending danger, but had no time to evade. Boom. After vanquishing the Earth Demon, the spectral staff continued its swift advance toward the battlefield. Upon arrival, even the seasoned warrior was taken aback by the scene before him. The ground was strewn with the remains of fallen ninjas, and at the center stood a towering figure, drenched in crimson. The silhouette glanced at the spectral staff before striding purposefully toward the base. Halt! The staff bearer commanded, positioning himself in front of the figure and brandishing his weapon. Before he could utter another word, a vine erupted from the ground, ensnaring both his feet and his staff. What is this sorcery? No, you cannot leave. As the figure circumvented him, continuing toward the base, the spectral staff found itself powerless against the vine's grip. Once the figure exited the staff's line of sight, the blood upon Lin Mo's body was absorbed by the Terminator armor, which then morphed into a sleek black trench coat. Within the base, Lin Mo's interference had significantly reduced the number of ninjas able to enter, as he had detained most of the members of the Huatian squad. Faced with 4 or 5 enhanced individuals, the remaining ninjas stood little chance. The enhanced warriors possessed extraordinary physical prowess and were led by 2 individuals with special abilities. The red-clad ninja Huatian was left with no choice but to carry the experimental subject and seek refuge. Erdwa, you and Lanhai search elsewhere. I will scout the gathering point, Ling Long instructed. Miss, I've told you countless times, my name is Erdwa, not Erkong. Erdwa protested. I shall call you Erkong regardless. Ling Long retorted. Enough of this bickering. Let us focus on locating that ninja and ensure he does not escape. Lan Hai interjected, separating the two who were about to resume their quarrel. Meanwhile, the robotic duo, Zishu and Mao Tu, exchanged glances before dashing toward the gathering point. On the opposite side, with the demise of the Earth Demon, Huatian found himself utterly alone, having lost all his subordinates to the enhanced warriors. Now, burdened with the lifeless body of the experimental subject, he was forced to hide within the base, with no route of escape available. He sensed 2 powerful presences within the base. One belonged to their pursuer, while the other was unknown. This is terrifying. How do I escape? The entrance he had hoped to use was blocked, likely by numerous enhanced individuals. Damn those enhanced warriors! Huatian exclaimed, casting the dry corpse against the wall as he sank down to rest, too weary to flee. Hiding seemed the only option. Outside the base, a peculiar gathering of undead was slowly encircling the evacuation point, dispatched by the Zombie King. Longyi was determined to prevent any escape. As long as a certain number of humans remained in H City, his safety was assured. The human side would refrain from recklessly deploying ultimate weapons like nuclear arms. Evacuate! Evacuate! A horde of undead is surrounding the evacuation point. Zishu and Maodu burst into the gathering area, issuing the urgent announcement. What? Is this place not safe either? Damn it, can't we be sent away first? Do not wander aimlessly, the outside is teeming with the undead. Let us first secure the main entrance. A sense of chaos began to envelop the crowd, as everyone sought to distance themselves from the ghastly figures outside. With no convoy to escort them, venturing out would surely spell doom. At this moment, Lin Mo also stepped inside. Although they had never met, an unspoken connection was felt as they drew near. Amidst the clamor, Lin Mo and Long Yu locked eyes with remarkable precision, each sensing the formidable vitality pulsating within the other. Lin Mo? You have returned. Xiao Hui exclaimed upon spotting him, her heart swelling with relief. Despite his notorious mischief, his strength was undeniable, rendering the terrifying undead a mere afterthought. Indeed, Lin Mo nodded. Yet his gaze remained fixed on Long Yu. The sight of Lin Mo elicited a smile from Long Yu, who had initially anticipated a prolonged recovery of his strength. To his surprise, not only had he encountered a girl strikingly reminiscent of the enchanting Hui, but he had also met a human imbued with such robust life force. Catching a whiff of Lin Mo's scent, Long Yu discerned that he was a particularly fragrant individual, albeit with a hint of the virus clinging to him. Intriguing. Hey, what do you want? Bai Xiaofei interjected, positioning himself protectively in front of Xiao Hui, his eyes fixed intently on Lin Mo. Sensing something amiss, the robotic Zimu swiftly approached. Activating its scanning function, each person was assessed to determine their combat capabilities and potential threats. Upon reaching Long Yu, Zimu regarded this lifeless yet animated contraption with curiosity. Danger level? Warning. Warning. SSS level infected entity. Zimu's alarm caused a momentary stir among the onlookers, yet it had already readied its arsenal, targeting Long Yu with a series of miniature projectiles. Xiao Hui intended to inquire whether this was a misunderstanding. But upon meeting Lin Mo's gaze and recalling his earlier words, she hesitated. Could it be that Long Yu was indeed a threat? Xiao Hui looked at Long Yu. Disbelief etched across her features. He bore no resemblance to the undead. The danger level surrounding Long Yu was alarmingly high, prompting Zimu to exercise caution, retreating while calling for backup from Maotu. Suddenly, Zimu collided with an ordinary person. Habitually, it employed its scanner. Danger level. Warning. Warning. SSS level infected entity. A sudden appearance of yet another advanced infected individual startled the mouse child, prompting it to swiftly raise the barrel of its left hand towards Lin Mo left and right. The conclusions drawn by the calculation system were nothing short of defeat. The mouse child found itself at a loss, hesitant to act for fear that provoking these two could spell disaster for everyone present. Bai Xiaofei and his companions cautiously retreated, while Xiao Hui remained dumbfounded nearby. However, the others were undeterred. Upon hearing of the infected, several hot-tempered individuals brandished their machetes and charged at Long Yu and Lin Mo, intent on dispatching them. With a swift motion of his left hand, Long Yu effortlessly dismembered those who sought to attack. How intriguing. These little creatures can see through my disguise. A sly grin crept across Long Yu's lips. Chameleon, you may withdraw. Further subterfuge is futile. Chapter 49, The Battle Between Long Yu and Lin Mo. Waves of green ripples emanated from Long Yu, swiftly dissolving the camouflage that enveloped him. His pallid hair and complexion, unique golden irises, crimson eyeshadow, and that signature gaping maw of the Corpse King all proclaimed his regal identity, King of the Dead, Long Yu. Will you not reveal yourself? The continuation of your disguise is pointless, little one. Long Yu's voice carried a raspy timbre as his golden gaze fixated on Lin Mo, reminiscent of a predator honing in on its prey. Huh. It seems you've reached your limit, old fellow. Lin Mo responded with a subtle smile. As the black trench coat he wore began to transform, the Terminator armor reverting to its original form. A pair of metallic wings unfurled from his back, and his hands coalesced with the powers of crimson and azure lightning, resembling a demon of thunder descending upon the mortal realm. Is this technology? Bai Xiaofei stared in bewilderment at Lin Mo, now showcasing his most formidable form, realizing that during their previous encounter, Lin Mo had barely exerted himself. What in the world is happening? Ling Long and her companions received the mouse child's distress call and hurried to the hall, only to witness two true monsters locked in confrontation, with the quaking mouse child robot caught precariously between them. Mouse child, quickly vacate that position. Ling Long's command reached the ears of the mouse child, which longed to flee, yet found itself paralyzed in place. The figure, crackling with electricity, disrupted the surrounding magnetic field, causing the electronic devices within the Zishu to malfunction chaotically, even emitting smoke. A warning crackled through the air as Long Yu observed the red metal adorning Lin Mo, a familiar aura emanating from it that made him furrow his brow. After a millennium, the scent was unmistakable. Have you sensed it? Lin Mo remarked, noting Long Yu's expression akin to that of someone encountering coriander, a smirk playing at his lips. You haven't misheard. I retrieved this from that water treatment plant. You are the Corpse King. I dared not approach you unprepared. Huh. Do you truly believe that this rusted coffin's iron can contend with me? Preposterous. Long Yu unleashed his full aura, a terrifying pressure enveloping the vicinity, instilling a primal fear in the onlookers as if they were prey in the presence of a predator. The two apex hunters locked eyes, and suddenly, two small rockets were launched toward each other. Whoosh! Zishu fired two projectiles just before malfunctioning. Long Yu caught one with ease, while Lin Mo disregarded it entirely. Boom! The explosion resonated like a referee's whistle, signaling both parties to unleash their assaults. The clash of their fists sent Long Yu's formidable energy surging forth, forcing Lin Mo back 3 steps, while Long Yu remained steadfast. Ah, so you are but a facade. Long Yu glanced at the wound inflicted on his fist by the armor, a result of the external meteorite suppressing his healing abilities. Yet, he offered Lin Mo no respite. Having discerned that his opponent lacked martial prowess, Long Yu ceased to hold back. Celestial force, threefold. The energy radiating from Long Yu condensed, and he swiftly delivered a powerful punch toward Lin Mo's steelwood body. Lin Mo revealed his strength, bracing himself against Long Yu's strike. Clang! Long Yu's punch met Lin Mo's defense, leaving an imprint on the armor. Yet Lin Mo stood firm, his legs seemingly rooted to the ground. Oh, you possess some merit. But how about this? Observing Lin Mo's successful block, Long Yu swiftly altered his approach, seizing Lin Mo's arm. Death whirl. Long Yu attempted to lift Lin Mo, but as he exerted force, he realized something was amiss. He could not budge the man at all. Do not presume that mere martial skill grants you superiority. Lin Mo retorted coldly. Charge punch. Violet life energy began to coalesce around Lin Mo's arm, a potent vitality sparking a glimmer of greed in Long Yu's eyes. Something is amiss. Observing the subtle smile at the corner of the boy's mouth, Long Yu immediately realized he had fallen into a trap. He should have kept his distance. However, it was too late to retreat. Lin Mo, having gathered his strength, unleashed a punch that struck Long Yu's abdomen, bending him like a bow. The energy from the blow obliterated the flesh within. Coughing violently, Long Yu expelled a mouthful of blood and looked down at his abdomen, where a dark bruise had formed. He could feel the flesh inside rotting, and due to the presence of extraterrestrial iron, his recovery was exceedingly slow. Yet, Lin Mo would not grant him a moment's respite and charged at him once more. Long Yu, undeterred, met him head-on, exchanging blow after blow. Neither combatant sought to evade the other's attacks, and the battle was fiercely brutal. The fighting styles of Lin Mo and Long Yu were strikingly similar. Although Long Yu possessed martial skills, since becoming an immortal being, he had forsaken evasion in combat. His regenerative abilities were suppressed, while his strength surpassed Lin Mo's. Lin Mo's recuperative powers were equally formidable, bolstered by the Terminator armor he wore, placing their defenses in entirely different leagues. Engaging in a battle of attrition with Lin Mo, the bloodthirsty behemoth, Long Yu was at a distinct disadvantage. The shockwaves from their clash deterred others from joining the fray. Xiao Hui was brought to the outskirts of the battlefield by Xiao Fei and others, all of them bewildered by this inexplicable confrontation. With 2 corpse kings emerging, they initially feared for their lives, only to find the 2 monsters battling amongst themselves. What was transpiring here? Gui Gun limped back, encountering the retreating crowd and the 2 fierce combatants. Lan Hai and Air Duo explained the situation to him, and Gui Gun quickly grasped the circumstances. Observing the 2 corpse kings engaged in combat, he urged the others, while these 2 monsters are occupied with each other, we must move to intercept the approaching horde of zombies from the south. Just as Gui Gun freed himself from the entangling vines, he spotted the advancing zombies near the base. If they did not act swiftly, they would soon be surrounded. Suddenly, a figure darted towards them at breakneck speed. Gui Gun reacted instinctively, raising his staff. Jacking up, the thrown Long Yu struck Gui Gun, sending him flying, and he crashed violently against a load-bearing wall, leaving a long crack in its wake. Coughing, he remarked, you possess considerable strength, boy. If only my vitality were restored. Long Yu extended several tendrils from his body, ensnaring nearby humans to siphon their life force for recovery, though the fragments of extraterrestrial iron impeded his healing capabilities. Run for your lives. Help. Don't let me be consumed. The crowd erupted into chaos, desperately attempting to evade the grasping tendrils of the corpse king. Yet, Long Yu was relentless. Even with his recovery impaired, every drop of life force he absorbed increased his chances of survival. Chapter 50. The Devious Lin Mo. The white-haired corpse king, take this blast. Linglong would not allow her opponent to act recklessly. She drew forth her laser cannon and aimed it at Long Yu. Faced with the dark, hollow weapon, a flicker of confusion crossed Long Yu's eyes. She pulled the trigger. A beam of laser, as wide as an arm, shot towards Long Yu. searing through his body with its intense heat and leaving a gaping hole in his chest, even penetrating the wall behind him. Oh, the power is quite impressive, Long Yu remarked slowly. As the injury was not inflicted by celestial iron, the wound in his chest began to heal rapidly. However, before long you could retaliate against Ling Long, Lin Mo's attack arrived. Little girl, I appreciate your assistance. The Terminator armor crackled with electricity as Lin Mo charged a thunderclaw, launching it directly at Long Yu. The lightning formed a lengthy chain, wrapping around Long Yu and incessantly electrocuting his body. Moreover, due to the celestial iron components in the genetics of the Terminator armor, the generated lightning also suppressed the regeneration abilities of the Corpse King. Oh. Faced with Lin Mo charging towards him, Long Yu chose not to retreat. After all, he bore the soul of the Imperial Dragon, and in his eyes, retreat was not an option. Boy, do you really think I have no means to deal with you? The second tier of Tiangang Qi erupted from Long Yu, unleashing a wave of force that repelled Lin Mo's lightning. Following that, he swiftly closed the distance to Lin Mo. His speed so great that Lin Mo could only see a blur. Frenzied, to guard against any underhanded tactics from the Corpse King, Lin Mo activated a damage reduction skill. From their prior exchanges, it was evident that the Corpse King's abilities were limited and posed no threat to him. Up to this point, the Corpse King's attacks had failed to breach his defenses, the solid shell had remained unbroken, and only the Terminator armor had sustained damage. As expected, Long Yu's assault was perfectly blocked, leaving him quite frustrated. He had never encountered an opponent like this before. All his offensive measures were rendered ineffective. And that shell was absurdly tough. Furthermore, there was an inexplicable ability that prevented him from pushing his adversary back even a single step, regardless of the force he exerted. Your shell is truly formidable. I never expected to find such an anomaly among humans. Long Yu altered his strategy, opting not to engage in a straightforward confrontation, and instead began to leverage his speed advantage. Likewise, despite receiving so many blows, you old relics still cling to life. Humph. I refuse to believe that your ability is entirely flawless. The second round between the two commenced once more. This time, Lin Mo found himself unable to suppress Long Yu. Faced with Long Yu's advantage in speed, Lin Mo, whose agility was lacking, could only be dominated, unable to land a single blow. The counterattack marks continuously locked onto Long Yu, yet Lin Mo restrained himself. This fellow was incredibly swift, and the opportunity for a counter would only present itself once, to be reserved as a trump card. Glancing at Xiao Hui's position, Lin Mo gradually drew the battlefield closer to her. Unbeknownst to Long Yu, Lin Mo's intentions were concealed. However, upon noticing the direction, he realized it was the location of Bai Xiaofei and Xiao Hui. Long Yu had no desire for this girl, who bore an uncanny resemblance to his childhood friend, to come to harm. Attempting to shift the battlefield elsewhere, Long Yu found Lin Mo unyielding. Xiao Hui, come here. With the position now favorable, Lin Mo immediately abandoned his entanglement with Long Yu and charged towards Xiao Hui. Seeing Lin Mo rush towards her, Xiao Hui felt a sense of bewilderment. Days prior, Lin Mo had mentioned needing her to assist with a task before releasing her. Yet he had never disclosed what that task entailed. Xiao Hui, quickly dodge. Bai Xiaofei attempted to intercept the rushing Lin Mo, but was effortlessly swatted away. Though Long Yu remained unaware of Lin Mo's intentions, the sight of him barreling towards Xiao Hui stirred a sense of urgency within him, yet he remained restrained. Lin Mo reached Xiao Hui, prompting Long Yu to halt his assault. Kid, what trickery are you planning this time? Long Yu inquired, his expression stern. Lin Mo turned to face Long Yu, a mischievous smile gracing his lips. Isn't it obvious? Do you truly believe I am unaware of your identity, Long Yu? As Lin Mo uttered his name, Long Yu could no longer maintain his composure. Who exactly are you? The aura emanating from Long Yu surged violently. His gaze fixed upon Lin Mo with the intensity reserved for a nemesis. A millennium has passed, and Long Yu has never revealed his name, only informing Xiao Hui that he belongs to the dragon lineage. In a world where he alone possesses immortality, how could anyone possibly know his name? You need not concern yourself with my identity. I have but one question. Do you submit? Lin Mo said to Long Yu, his right hand gripping Xiao Hui's neck. Drawing her close, look at her face and listen to her voice. Do they not resemble someone? Lin Mo continued, disregarding the presence of others. As he spoke, Long Yu's expression grew increasingly grim. Surely you do not believe that Xiao Hui merely resembles your beloved beauty? Noticing Long Yu's lack of response, Lin Mo felt compelled to employ his eloquence. Throughout history, the notion of reincarnation has prevailed. All living beings, upon death, return to the cosmos, undergoing cycles before re-emerging in the mortal realm. This individual serves as a prime example, the descendant of General Bai and, simultaneously, the reincarnation of the Western Chu overlord. Although he may appear somewhat dull-witted, the latent power within his soul speaks the truth. Lin Mo gestured towards Bai Xiaofei, who was still lodged in the wall. Him? Long Yu glanced at Bai Xiaofei, who indeed bore a striking resemblance to the general of 1,000 years past, both in appearance and demeanor. Do you truly think that using Xiao Hui as leverage will compel me to capitulate? Long Yu smirked at Lin Mo, feigning indifference. Is that so? Lin Mo tightened his grip, causing Xiao Hui to struggle for breath. Long Yu's heart sank. You need not conceal anything. I am fully aware of your every secret, including hers. If you genuinely do not care for her, then act. Lin Mo chuckled, reveling in the thrill of his morally questionable threat. Kneel. Long Yu fell silent, his gaze fixed on the smug figure before him. He yearned to tear the man apart but hesitated upon witnessing Xiao Hui's distress. Just as others anticipated that the white-haired corpse king would erupt in fury, a resounding sound broke the silence of the gathering. Long Yu knelt. This scene left everyone astonished, including the delicate Xiao Hui in Lin Mo's grasp. Mr. Long, witnessing Long Yu kneeling due to her presence, felt an overwhelming sense of suffocation surge within her, tears involuntarily streaming from her eyes, leaving her bewildered as to the reason behind her emotions. Meanwhile, the brothers Gue Gun and heir duo Lan Hai, who had been prepared to engage in battle, found themselves utterly confounded. What on earth was happening? Why had the white-haired corpse king truly knelt? Chapter 51. The Phoenix Egg. Although Long Yu appeared to be a lawless figure, ruthlessly slaughtering humanity and creating a new breed of corpse brothers in an attempt to redefine the food chain, the reality was that all of his actions were rooted in a profound desire for vengeance against society and humankind. A millennium ago, his master had failed to honor their agreement, leaving him imprisoned within a coffin for 1,000 years without reason. The tragic demise of the beautiful Hui Mei, who fell while searching for him, the betrayal by the first emperor, and the scornful derision from others had all contributed to his wrath. These are the reasons behind Long Yoming's ideological fervor, akin to that of humanity, yet steeped in madness. Initially, he believed he had become indifferent, desiring only to forge a race of his own. However, upon encountering Xiao Hui, the long-buried yearning for the beauty of Hui surged forth within him once more. Does reincarnation truly exist? Lin Mo's words instilled a flicker of doubt in Long Yu's heart. The reason dictated that Hui was no longer present. Yet, upon witnessing the anguish etched on Xiao Hui's face, he found himself unable to suppress his emotions. Release her. Long Yu commanded Lin Mo. With a thud, a black dagger clattered to the ground. Long Yu glanced at it, sensing a decay emanating from its essence. The dagger of death. Self-termination. I know you can regulate your regenerative abilities. Upon hearing Lin Mo's words, Long Yu chuckled. He retrieved the dagger of death, absorbing its morbid aura. I trust you will honor your promise. If Xiao Hui is in any danger, I shall not spare you, he declared, his grip on the dagger tightening. Long Yu plunged the blade into his own heart, stifling the self-healing instinct coursing through his veins. The deathly essence of the dagger began to erode his corporeal form, causing his body to wither. As time passed, Xiao Hui lay cradled in Lin Mo's arms, tears saturating his chest plate as she longed to approach Long Yu, but lacked the strength to break free from Lin Mo's hold. After approximately 10 minutes, Long Yu's body had entirely transformed into a desiccated corpse, the dagger embedded in his chest. The exposed tip of the dagger had reverted to its original hue, its dark essence having been thoroughly consumed by Long Yu's flesh and blood. Equipment, dagger of death, damaged. Upon glancing at the status panel, Lin Mo was taken aback to find the dagger of death was broken. Long Yu had suppressed his regenerative abilities, yet the dark power within the dagger had barely managed to deplete his physical form. He can't truly be dead, can he? Others watched anxiously, fearing that the white-haired corpse king might resurrect. Meanwhile, the higher-ups of Yin Huang, utilizing the remaining Maodu robots and surveillance, observed the events transpiring at the evacuation base. The conflict between the two corpse kings had culminated in one taking its own life over a woman. Through historical records and subtle movements from the land of the East, the Yin Huang leadership had discerned the approximate origins of the corpse king, the elixir of immortality of the first emperor, perhaps, within the evacuation base. Lin Mo pulled Xiao Hui aside with his left hand while channeling lightning towards Long Yu's corpse with his right. Thunderclap of venomous claws. A powerful pulse of thunder obliterated the withered form of the corpse king, reducing it to a cloud of ash. Ultimately, a blood-red egg was left behind on the ground, its markings reminiscent of the runes adorning Long Yu's body. An egg of the phoenix of immortality? Lin Mo recalled that Long Yu had acquired his formidable regenerative abilities by absorbing the heart's blood of the immortal phoenix. Thus, this egg must belong to the immortal phoenix. Correct? Attempting to rely on the phoenix's rebirth from flames to enact vengeance upon me? Very well, I shall indulge you in this performance. A smile graced Lin Mo's lips as he refrained from approaching the phoenix egg, choosing instead to watch quietly, ensuring that Xiao Hui remained by his side. Meanwhile, on another front, Linglong and Gue Gun received orders from the command center. Linglong, Gue Gun, do not allow the other Corpse King to obtain that egg. If it consumes the egg, all will be lost for City H. Understood. Linglong listened intently to her father's words. Although she harbored doubts about their capability to defeat the Corpse King, a command was a command, and it must be executed. Gue Gun, Air Duo, you two will lead the charge. Lan Hai, keep an eye out. Our target is that egg-like object. We must not allow the Corpse King to seize it. As she spoke, Linglong raised her laser cannon, preparing to charge energy. Observing their movements, Lin Mo furrowed his brow. Linglong, there are still humans in their grasp. Wait until we rescue her before you open fire, Gue Gun cautioned. Air Duo poured a large handful of special pills into his mouth, and soon he became increasingly exhilarated. True Beast King form. His skin turned a fiery crimson, and he towered to about 6 meters tall, his bright red eyes fixed on Lin Mo. With a thunderous roar, Beast King Air Duo charged forward. Lin Mo shielded Xiao Hui behind him, effortlessly catching Air Duo's mighty punch with one hand, remaining unmoved due to his overwhelming physical prowess. What a freak, taking a punch from my Beast King form without a scratch. However, before Air Duo could continue his assault on the armored Corpse King, he suddenly felt something entangling his feet. This was the wrapping counterattack. Numerous vines and roots erupted from the ground, ensnaring the massive Beast King Air Duo, while Lin Mo's plant-based abilities proved ineffective against the nimble Long Yu. They thrived against such a massive target. Air Duo struggled against the vines, but suddenly, a colossal hand grasped his head, leaving him momentarily stunned. After all, he was in his Beast King form. Turning around, he beheld a gigantic Treant towering over him, its wooden hand gripping his head while the other tugged at his arm. Treant summoning. The Treant's flaws were evident. Its agility and mobility were severely lacking, and it required nearby vegetation to summon. Yet its advantages were equally pronounced. Thick skin and immense strength rendered it highly effective against larger foes. Moreover, with Lin Mo's wrapping counterattack ability, the Treant's shortcomings were compensated for. As long as entangled by the vines, Lin Mo can summon the Treant to assist him. Observing the Resurrection King activating a special botanical ability, both Gue Gun and Ling Long were taken aback. This fellow possesses botanical powers as well. Damn it. Aircon is of no use now. Gue Gun, find me an opportunity. Ling Long instructed Gue Gun. Air Duo was being subdued by the Treants, and Gue Gun glanced at the armored Resurrection King fixated on him, then at the multitude trapped within the base. It appears that desperate measures are required. Gue Gun retrieved several slender needles from his pocket. Humans inherently possess a spirit. Before this individual could continue his pretense, a multitude of vines surged from the ground, binding Gue Gun like a zongzi, and carelessly tossed him aside. Chapter 52. Mutual Scheming, Time to Feast. Lin Mo was not Long Yu. He would not grant his adversaries the chance to unleash their abilities. Suddenly, a series of peculiar ripples surged toward Lin Mo hypnotic brainwaves. It's Lan Hai, whose power allows him to project his soul, transforming into a spiritual state that renders him immune to physical attacks. The ripples oscillated within Lin Mo's mind, instilling a drowsy sensation. Beside him, Xiao Hui had already succumbed to slumber, collapsing in his embrace. The immortal phoenix egg trembled slightly. A mental attack? Lin Mo observed the ethereal form hovering not far from him. To be fair, Lin Mo lacked effective mental defenses. His former hunger resistance passive should have provided some protection. But with life energy nearly boundless, this passive had become virtually obsolete, as his stamina could not diminish. Thus, you do not believe I have no means to counter you, do you? Lin Mo remarked coolly, then assessed the position of the spiritual entity's true form. Roar activation. Magnetic field disruption initiated. Get lost. A tremendous beastly roar erupted from Lin Mo's mouth, generating sound waves that nearly deafened those nearby. The ability released by Lan Hai's spiritual form was abruptly interrupted, and the ethereal entity began to destabilize, especially Lan Hai's true form, which started to cough blood under Lin Mo's intense ultrasonic assault. The spiritual form was forcibly returned to its original state, and Lan Hai collapsed to the ground, convulsing. Seeing her companion fail, Ling Long disregarded everything. Gazing at the woman unconscious in the arms of the armored Resurrection King, she silently uttered an apology before pulling the trigger. A torrent of lasers surged toward Lin Mo. Realizing the opponent had opened fire, Lin Mo hastily tossed Xiao Hui aside. Having witnessed the power of this cannon, he knew that, with his speed, evasion like Long Yu was impossible, so he could only endure. However, Xiao Hui was merely an ordinary person. If she were to be grazed even slightly, it would spell disaster. I fear not even the laser cannon of the Titan giant. Do you think I would be afraid of yours? Lin Mo turned sideways to face the laser, his right hand coalescing a sphere of thunderous poison claws. In an instant, the laser shattered the defenses of the Terminator armor, piercing through 10 layers of hardened, reinforced skin before finally inflicting harm upon Lin Mo's flesh. The laser cannon opened a wound in the chest of Lin Mo's armor, the flesh within beginning to carbonize under the intense heat. The defense had been breached. Due to Ling Long's distant position, her plant control could not reach him. Thus, Lin Mo hurled a spherical lightning bolt towards her. Simultaneously, a red light surged towards Lin Mo at breakneck speed. It was Long Yu. He did not choose self-destruction. The death dagger merely depleted a fraction of his vitality. He concentrated the remaining energy around his original form, feigning death to seek an opportunity to vanquish this foe. The only weapon capable of shattering Lin Mo's defenses was the one held by that woman. The moment Lin Mo's defenses crumbled, Long Yu completed his rebirth. Boy, without this shell, let us see how you withstand my virus in your human form. The diminutive original form of Long Yu swiftly darted towards Lin Mo's wound, plunging into it. What if you destroyed my shell? Your body is quite impressive. Now it belongs to me. Ha. Without the 10 layers of hardened defenses, Lin Mo's bodily strength could not withstand Long Yu's invasion. Soon, Long Yu reached Lin Mo's heart, intent on seizing control. However, he soon realized something was amiss. His virus could not infiltrate Lin Mo's body, as the life cells within were actively repelling him. Damn it! Finding himself unable to parasitize his opponent, Long Yu began to wreak havoc on Lin Mo's flesh, but to his astonishment, his destructive speed was outpaced by Lin Mo's regeneration. Long Yu had not fully regained his strength. Without his combat body, his fighting capability was severely diminished. He could bully targets of human and earth levels. But against Lin Mo, who was of his own caliber, he found himself at a disadvantage. Moreover, having entered Lin Mo's body, Long Yu lost his only speed advantage. Was all of this intentional? Long Yu incredulously inquired. Oh, you finally noticed, but it is too late. Lin Mo replied with a smile, hastily encasing himself in the rigid 10 layers of defensive reinforcement as a surge of life energy accelerated the repair of the Terminator armor. If Long Yu had remained coiled within that immortal phoenix egg, he would have hesitated to act recklessly. However, the fool had ventured into Lin Mo's body. Apologies. At that moment, Lin Mo's body resembled a prison, with the high-intensity defenses preventing Long Yu's original form from breaking free, leaving him confined within. Feed me with it. Lin Mo promptly commanded the Terminator armor. Under the suppression of Lin Mo's life energy, the virus of the Corpse King was continuously separated from its viral matrix. The Terminator armor had previously absorbed the Brother Corpse virus. Although the Corpse King's virus was exceptionally potent, it began to be gradually assimilated by the armor. Confronted with the Corpse King, who possessed the bloodline of the Phoenix, Lin Mo deemed that the most prudent course of action was to absorb him, thereby claiming the Phoenix bloodline for himself. However, Long Yu was not one to submit easily. He was currently wreaking havoc within Lin Mo's body. As Lin Mo absorbed his virus, he simultaneously drew upon Lin Mo's life force to replenish himself. Yet, Lin Mo's life force was exceptionally pure, and his unique natural body, devoid of the Terminator virus, limited Long Yu's ability to extract anything more than Lin Mo's genes, preventing him from acquiring the powers of the natural body. The natural body was a talent, not a mere bloodline. Beneficial elements would be absorbed, while harmful ones would be rejected. Long Yu's absorption of Lin Mo's blood merely provided him with life force, while the virus within him was being diluted by Lin Mo's life energy. The expelled virus would then be absorbed by the Terminator armor. As time passed, although Long Yu's life was not in immediate danger, his virus would become increasingly diluted. Unless an unforeseen event occurred, he would ultimately be left with only the bloodline of the Phoenix, eventually being enhanced and absorbed by Lin Mo's natural body. The situation was set. In the outside world, Long Yu's sudden assault had lasted merely a few seconds. With Long Yu's abrupt intrusion into Lin Mo's body, Lin Mo remained motionless in a standing position. Without Lin Mo's control, the once wild vines ceased their chaotic movements. Apart from the tree man, who retained a modicum of self-awareness and continued to attack Beast King Erdwa, the other plants returned to a state of tranquility. Miss Linglong, under the onslaught of Lin Mo's spherical lightning attack, was on the brink of death. Had it not been for Erdwa's timely intervention, she would have been vaporized by the thunder. Chapter 53, The Battle Concludes. Faced with the suddenly quiet battlefield, Bai Xiaofei and his companions were utterly bewildered. Who won? Bai Xiaofei inquired. I don't know, but one thing is certain. It was not our human side that emerged victorious, replied the chubby boy, who was cradling a fawn. As a martial artist, he could discern that something was amiss with the armored corpse king. Xiaofei, should we make our move? The chubby boy drew his long blade and looked toward Bai Xiaofei. The two corpse kings were embroiled in conflict and currently immobilized, presenting an opportune moment for them to act. Upon hearing the chubby boy's words, Bai Xiaofei glanced at the motionless Lin Mo and the unconscious Xiao Hui lying nearby. Just save Xiao Hui. Do not engage the corpse king, Bai Xiaofei instructed, casting a bemused look at the chubby boy with the knife. The laser cannon could barely breach his defenses. Do you really think you can pierce the corpse king with that little toothpick? Bai Xiaofei hurriedly ran toward Xiao Hui, eager to whisk her away from the chaotic battlefield. However, fate had other plans. Just as he had covered half the distance, another crimson figure surged towards him with even greater speed. She is mine, ha 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 ha. Hua Tian laughed heartily, having waited so long for this moment to strike like a cunning yellow bird. 12th Order Clone. 10 illusory clones emerged from Hua Tian, each possessing a slight degree of offensive capability. 2 of the clones obstructed Bai Xiaofei, while the remaining ones and Hua Yin's true self swiftly advanced towards Lin Ma, with the target being the unconscious Xiao Hui lying beside him. Having witnessed the armored corpse king leverage this woman to coerce Long Yu into self-destruction, Hua Tian understood the significance of her existence. Regardless of whether the armored corpse king or the corpse king Long Yu emerged victorious, capturing this woman was undoubtedly the key to success. Ha 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 ha. Your Majesty, the Divine Emperor, ah ha ha ha. This achievement belongs entirely to me, Hua Tian. Ecstatic, Hua Tian reached out for Xiao Hui. But just as he was about to seize her, a spectral blue claw grasped his arm, staring at the armored corpse king that had suddenly appeared before him. Hua Tian was left utterly dumbfounded. A scarlet light emanated from the azure goggles, followed by a powerful force that erupted from the armored corpse king, obliterating all the encroaching clones. You are the one who escaped, ninja? Lin Ma inquired coolly, simultaneously driving his claw deep into Hua Tian's arm. With a swift motion, Lin Ma hurled Hua Tian against the wall, causing him to crash heavily, spitting blood and losing consciousness. Reclaiming Xiao Hui, Lin Ma disregarded Bai Xiaofei, who was watching him with a bewildered expression, and proceeded directly towards the direction from which Hua Tian had emerged. Soon, he discovered the concealed female corpse, tightly bound in bandages, resembling a mummified figure. If memory served him right, this mummy was likely a test subject used in a bacterial experiment by the Eastern Japan in Yanhuang, known as Jinhua. Once a great beauty in life, she had now been reduced to this ghastly state. Alas, such pitiable souls. Lin Mo gently touched his chest, reflecting on the misfortunes that had befallen both the frenzied Long Yu within him and the mummy before him, both pitiable souls ensnared by fate. He hoisted the mummy onto his back, cradled Xiao Hui in his arms, and made his way towards the exit of the base, urgency driving his steps. The elite forces of Yin Huang had not dispatched a single unit. The few present in the base were merely low-tier pawns. Now that the higher-ups in Yin Huang were aware of the peril here, the next visitors could very well be divine beings, or at the very least, formidable celestial ones. The current strength of the Corpse King was likely celestial, and by analogy, Lin Mo surmised that his offensive prowess must also reach celestial levels, with defensive capabilities that far exceeded them. As for his regenerative abilities, they were comparable to the immortal bloodline of the Corpse King. Moreover, Lin Mo's infection abilities were not to be underestimated, though he typically refrained from employing such tactics. Faced with celestial adversaries, Lin Mo felt no fear. However, Should a divine being appear, he suspected his only recourse would be to flee. While he possessed an abundance of life energy that could ensure his survival, he feared being hindered and subsequently subjected to a righteous assault from Yin Huang's forces. It was prudent to wait until he had fully assimilated Long Yu before daring to act brazenly. For now, discretion was the better part of valor. Wait. Leave Xiaohui behind. Bai Xiaofei attempted to pursue, but he was firmly restrained by Xiaoping, helplessly watching as Xiaohui was taken away by the armored corpse king. Xiaofei, calm down. Xiaoping insisted. No. Let go of me. I must save her. As Bai Xiaofei struggled fiercely, Xiaoping struck him on the back of the neck with the intent of rendering him unconscious. However, Bai Xiaofei, having undergone enhancements, possessed a physique beyond that of ordinary individuals. The strike failed to incapacitate him. He turned to Xiaoping, confusion evident in his eyes. Then, after receiving a second full-force chop from Xiaoping, Bai Xiaofei's eyes rolled back, and he collapsed into unconsciousness. Phew. Xiaoping awkwardly wiped the sweat from his forehead. You're a bad guy. Brother Pang, why did you hit Uncle Fei? Xiao Lu complained, kicking her little feet against Xiaoping's legs. What do you know, little girl? If we let Xiao Fei rush in, he could lose his life, Xiaoping replied, lowering the unconscious Bai Xiaofei. The corpse king had not harmed any ordinary person. From the events that had transpired, it was clear that its target was the white-haired corpse king. As long as they refrained from provoking it, it would likely not engage in indiscriminate slaughter. Had Xiao Fei charged in earlier, it could have spelled disaster for them all. Hey, little ones, hurry over here. Xiaoping called to Bai Xiaofei's cousins, who were observing from a distance. We're coming. They responded. The base is relatively secure now, with the zombies kept at bay outside. Those sheltered within can likely await the official rescue as long as they refrain from causing trouble. Meanwhile, as Xiaoping and his companions searched for those affected by the battle, the red-clad ninja, Huatian, whom Lin Mo had cast aside, subtly moved his fingers. Outside the base, a throng of zombies instinctively converged, drawn by the scent of humanity. Their insatiable thirst for flesh soon encircled the area. Upon spotting Lin Mo, their attention shifted, and they beheld the unconscious Xiaohui cradled in his arms. Roar. Flesh. Mine. A horde of zombies lunged towards Lin Mo, fixated on the unconscious Xiaohui before him. Yet, before Lin Mo could react, a furious roar emanated from within him. Get away from me. The voice of Long Yu resonated through Lin Mo. And upon hearing his command, the zombies halted, too intimidated to advance. Long Yu possessed formidable control over the zombies, as they were all mutations birthed from the virus within him. Before their progenitor, none dared defy his orders. Unless, of course, they had acquired the divine gene like the previous Hu Lu Hua zombie. Otherwise, they remained bound to the zombie king's will. Chapter 54. The Wind Demon, Grey Wolf. While Long Yu yearned to command the zombies outside to assault Lin Mo, this accursed individual clutched Xiaohui, rendering Long Yu cautious. Not only did the zombies fail to attack Lin Mo, but Long Yu had to meticulously direct them away from the pair. Ha ha ha, who would have thought that you, the great zombie king, would stoop so low? Lin Mo laughed, remarking how a once mighty ruler was now coerced by a woman. Such notions had never crossed Lin Mo's mind before. He firmly believed that those ensnared by love ultimately suffer from it. Genuine affection was to be avoided. Shut your mouth. Just wait. I want to see how much vitality you can squander. Curious? Then why not give it a try and see whether I drain you first or you purify me? As Lin Mo and Long Yu exchanged barbs, Lin Mo remained oblivious to the encroaching circle around him. After walking a short distance, he suddenly came to a halt. Why had it grown so silent? Moments ago, he could hear the occasional roars of zombies, but now an eerie stillness enveloped the area, devoid of any signs of life. Swish, swish, swish. Several shurikens flew swiftly towards Lin Mo. He quickly turned, cradling Xiaohui, and the shurikens embedded themselves into the decaying corpse behind him. However, the material of the bandages on the corpse was unknown, as sparks flew when the shuriken struck. Those who dare to throw hidden weapons from the shadows, come out. Lin Mo bellowed, his high-frequency ultrasonic waves swiftly spreading forth, shattering the nearby barricades and revealing the individuals concealed behind them. A peculiar group of individuals stood before him, their ninja identities unmistakable, with a leader clad in impeccably traditional ninja attire. You are indeed formidable, yet you are not our target. Please hand over the elixir of immortality. Spoke Fama Huaitai Wolf, his tone polite yet imbued with an undeniable air of command. Indeed, the days have been prosperous. But it seems my ancestors' valuable lessons were lost on you, as you have mastered the arts of the yin-yang practitioner instead, Lin Mo retorted with a mocking tone. As for the item you seek, come and take it if you possess the capability. Upon hearing Lin Mo's words, Fama Huaitai Wolf silently unsheathed his ninja blade. It appears you prefer to drink from the cup of punishment rather than accept our offer. Attack. Retrieve the elixir of immortality. With Fengma's command, the ninjas surged forward, launching themselves at Lin Mo. According to the distress signals from the Huatian team, Long Yu was located in this very spot, and just 10 minutes prior. Huatian reported that Long Yu had been defeated by the man before them. The elixir of immortality should be in his possession. Faced with the onslaught of ninjas, particularly the formidable 12 ninjas of the East, Lin Mo did not hold back. Long Yu was currently within him, and he could not unleash his full power lest he lose control. A powerful punch struck one ninja squarely in the chest, instantly killing him. Though Lin Mo himself endured a blade strike that failed to breach the defenses of his Terminator armor. As a series of ninjas charged and were brutally dispatched by Lin Mo, the remaining ninjas began to exercise caution. They initiated ranged attacks, incessantly hurling shurikens. Lin Mo swiftly unfurled the wings upon his back, his decayed form collapsing to the ground as the wings shielded Xiao Hui. Target that woman, commanded Fengma Huaitai Wolf. Understood. The ninjas commenced a new wave of assault, this time shifting their focus from Lin Mo to the vulnerable Xiao Hui sought to protect. This diminished Lin Mo's efficiency in eliminating foes and rendered him increasingly impatient. A group of despicable scoundrels. Perish. The realm of trees descends. A surge of purple energy erupted around Lin Mo, deflecting the oncoming shurikens and darts. Immediately, a verdant sprawl emerged from the earth beneath his feet. Before the ninjas could react, the ground began to tremble. An earthquake? No, this was no earthquake. The seasoned ninja with extensive seismic experience quickly discerned the anomaly. Yet, it was too late. Innumerable colossal roots erupted from the ground, and a forest of trees began to grow wildly, centered around Lin Mo. Any creature they touched would be utterly crushed. The emergence of this forest was so abrupt that many ninjas could not escape, becoming ensnared and subsequently pulverized into mere nourishment for the burgeoning trees. Only a handful of swift ninjas managed to flee, the rest met their demise. The surviving ninjas stood in stunned silence, gazing at the colossal trees that had obliterated the entire area. Just moments ago, it had been a desolate ruin. Now, it had transformed into an untamed forest, a shocking and unforeseen metamorphosis. One female ninja was about to inquire of her captain what their next course of action should be. But Feng Mo, the gray wolf, had vanished without a trace. Within the forest, an immense vitality was released, as Long Yu desperately sought to damage Lin Mo's body. Hoping to seize the opportunity to escape, Lin Mo sat upon the ground, his hand resting on a nearby giant tree, absorbing the life force of all the beings he had just vanquished. The ferocity of battle had also roused Xiao Hui from her slumber. What transpired? As she gazed at the formidable figure leaning against the tree, clad in an ominous armor, she recalled that it was Lin Mo. However, upon surveying the bizarre trees that surrounded her, casting shadows over the land, her memories lingered at the evacuation point, leaving her momentarily disoriented. Suddenly, a ninja's blade lunged toward Xiao Hui. Lin Mo sprang to his feet, seizing the blade, which scraped sparks against his gauntlet before halting inches before Xiao Hui. A mere moment's advance would have cost her life. Seizing the opportunity amidst Lin Mo's battle, Long Yu launched another relentless assault, targeting Lin Mo's internal organs, causing him to spit forth blood. What? You were injured? Feng Mo, the gray wolf, observed Lin Mo with surprise, recalling that they had not inflicted any harm upon him moments earlier. Ah, I understand now. You engaged in a fierce battle with Long Yu and subsequently employed that forbidden technique, injuring yourself, did you not? Feng Mo ceased to conceal his intent, unleashing a barrage of potent slashes directed at Lin Mo. Long Yu, not to be outdone, continued his internal onslaught against Lin Mo. Under the dual assault from both inside and out, Lin Mo struggled to protect Xiao Hui, finding himself forced to retreat. Long Yu, you wish to play this way? Do you? Do not regret it. Upon finishing his words, Lin Mo hurled Xiao Hui away from him. The wind demon, Grey Wolf's blade, descended at that very moment. Lin Mo had intended to protect Xiao Hui to prevent Long Yu from causing trouble, but if safeguarding her only invited Long Yu's interference, Lin Mo would no longer comply. Regardless of Xiao Hui's plight, Lin Mo began to exert all his efforts to maintain the equilibrium within him. The damage inflicted by Long Yu was far more severe than that posed by the adversary outside, and he needed to address Long Yu first. No, Xiao Hui. Within Lin Mo, upon witnessing Xiao Hui being cast aside, Long Yu intensified his assault, desperately striving for freedom. Chapter 55. Unity of Two Souls. Should we intervene and offer assistance? Poisonous Princess inquired, glancing at the remaining comrades around her. The others fell silent for a moment before shaking their heads. No more interference. With the Wind Demon Captain present, we are sufficiently equipped. The captain is the foremost ninja from the Eastern Isles. He will undoubtedly vanquish his foe. Indeed, as the others expressed their reluctance to further test the creature, Poisonous Princess contemplated and decided it was prudent to refrain. If even the Wind Demon could not prevail, their efforts would be in vain. Suddenly, the sharp blade of a ninja's dagger pierced through Xiao Hui's body, and at that precise moment, Lin Mo seized the opportunity to surge forward. To evade his opponent's assault, the Wind Demon had no choice but to relinquish his weapon and swiftly retreat. After repelling the foe, Lin Mo caught Xiao Hui as she collapsed into his embrace, blood trickling from her lips, her gaze towards Lin Mo filled with confusion and sorrow. Lin Mo remained silent, and within him, Long Yu ceased his onslaught. Save her! Long Yu's furious voice echoed in Lin Mo's ears. Xiao Hui was on the brink of death, and all Long Yu could think of was rescuing her. He had never even glimpsed the final moments of his beloved beauty, and he could not allow Xiao Hui to perish before him. It's futile, Lin Mo replied calmly, with Long Yu residing within him. To save her would require relinquishing all his defenses, rendering him incapable of doing so. If she dies, I shall ensure you accompany her in death. Do you believe me? Long Yu roared, his rage surging without an outlet, as he viciously clawed at Lin Mo's flesh. You cannot kill me. Your infection is ineffective against me. Within me resides the essence of life from a vast city inhabited by countless humans in the vitality of thousands of corpses. With your original form, even given months, you would be powerless against me, Lin Mo declared. This was merely a fraction of his life force. He possessed formidable regenerative capabilities, and even without action, trapping Long Yu for a year and a half would be trivial. As Long Yu absorbed Lin Mo's words and sensed Xiao Hui's increasingly feeble state, regret flooded his heart. He should not have acted recklessly. He should not have been so arrogant. His impetuousness had led to Xiao Hui's current dire condition. You wretched being. If Xiao Hui truly dies, I will not spare you, Long Yu vowed, then settled within Lin Mo's body in a meditative stance. Just as Lin Mo prepared for a desperate confrontation with Long Yu, he suddenly felt a surge of stronger life force blossoming within him. As the bloodline of the phoenix is being infused, the natural body undergoes a process of absorption and augmentation. To my astonishment, Long Yu voluntarily released his life source, the phoenix blood. Ha ha ha, Long Yu, for the sake of a woman, who would have thought you could go to such lengths? Lin Mo covered his face as the blood within him began to boil. The Terminator armor firmly enveloped the surging blood energy, rendering him a figure of madness. Boy, do not think I have conceded, Long Yu's hoarse voice echoed. Then he transformed into a torrent of blood that detonated within Lin Mo. The infusion of the Phoenix bloodline was complete, and the natural body derived a new ability, the Heart of the Phoenix. Heart of the Phoenix grade, SSS ability, immortality, rebirth through nirvana, infinite evolution, fusion of all things description. The Heart of the Phoenix, achieved through the perfect fusion of the Phoenix and the Emperor's soul, harbors the secrets of immortality and the essence of the undying Corpse King. Boy, you will never escape me. The Corpse King virus merged, and the Terminator armor ascended, evolving into the Life Demon armor. Unable to consume Lin Mo, Long Yu chose to merge, releasing all his energy to become one with Lin Mo. Long Yu manifested as a second heart within Lin Mo's right chest, the two becoming one. The undying body and the natural body fused, while the Corpse King virus, under Long Yu's guidance, integrated into the Terminator armor, transforming it into the Life Demon armor. Outside, the frenzied demon Grey Wolf retreated. Initially wary of the possibility of an attack, his hand gripping the treasured blade, Sakura Fire, poised for a counterstrike. However, the adversary merely crouched, cradling the girl while trembling. Was it excitement, or was it the unusual Lin Mo that made the Wind Demon Grey Wolf hesitant to approach, fearing an abrupt outburst? Suddenly, Lin Mo rose. The Wind Demon Grey Wolf hastily stepped back, eyes fixated on him. The armor began to shift, soon transforming into a normal attire. Upon seeing Lin Mo's youthful face and peculiar visage, the wind demon gray wolf was taken aback. Black hair interspersed with strands of white. Runes from Long Yu's body appeared on his forehead and throughout his form. These were the marks left by the seal of the Dragon Emperor's soul. Now accompanying Long Yu into Lin Mo. His pupils shifted to a dark golden hue, accompanied by subtle eyeshadows. A dual soul unity. Wait for it. Lin Mo addressed the wind demon gray wolf, his voice carrying the hoarse timbre reminiscent of Long Yu, as if two voices spoke in unison. Vines suddenly sprouted from the ground, enveloping Lin Mo and Xiao Hui. Observing this, the wind demon gray wolf charged forward with several slashes. The vines before him proved as fragile as gossamer, severed in an instant. However, the remaining vines began to grow at a more rapid pace, relentlessly advancing toward the wind demon gray wolf. The wind demon gray wolf, a quintessentially fragile assassin, dared not become ensnared by these vines. Retreating while engaging in battle against the onslaught of numerous vine plants. At the center of the vines, Lin Mo opened his mouth, revealing the noticeably sharpened fangs within, sinking them into his arm and leaving a series of bloody bite marks. Pressing his arm close to Xiao Hui's mouth, the life transfer ability activated, and a surge of life energy flowed into her body, meticulously healing her wounds after being filtered through his arm. How is Xiao Hui? Long Yu's voice emanated from within Lin Mo. Isn't it obvious? She won't die, Lin Mo sighed as he sat on the ground. Ha 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 ha. How do you feel now? Is my flavor delectable? Long Yu laughed heartily at Lin Mo's despondent expression. What is the matter? Didn't you always want to devour me? Now that we are one, you should be delighted, Long Yu remarked. Although Lin Mo was the primary entity, and he lacked control over this body, it could be said that this body now also belonged to him. Old man, do you find this amusing? Lin Mo retorted. Heh. Whether it's amusing remains to be seen, but as long as it displeases you, I relish the thought of it, Long Yu replied. Moreover, even if I do not actively merge with you, once you consume my phoenix blood, we will inevitably fuse. Thus, it is not I who seeks to merge with you, but rather you who must merge with me. I merely expedited the process. Chapter 56, Slaying the Wind Demon Grey Wolf. Seeing Long Yu still laughing, Lin Mo found himself at a loss for words to describe his current feelings. Damn it, it's tainted now. You have no idea what it means to become one with me. What? Can you separate us? Do you no longer desire the phoenix blood? That's not it. What is it then? You will die a miserable death, wandering through various worlds alongside me, and you might suddenly perish in one of those realms, Lin Mo explained. Entering the infinite worlds, he felt he had lost all autonomy, approaching each world with a mindset of seeking entertainment before his demise. Listening to Lin Mo's words, although Long Yu struggled to comprehend, he was unafraid of death. Death. I have long been dead. Once, I sought revenge against humanity, but now I only wish to eliminate you, you despicable creature, Long Yu declared, eager for the demise of this contemptible individual. Despicable? Lin Mo glanced down at his right chest, where Long Yu had transformed into the heart of the phoenix. You are merely a pitiful creature. What is wrong with me utilizing you? What do you mean by that? Long Yu was incensed by being called pitiful. It's nothing. I will tell you later. There are other matters to attend to now. No longer communicating with Long Yu, Lin Mo lifted the already restored Xiao Hui into his arms, unfurling the surrounding vines as he stepped outside. Beneath the encasing vines, a figure wrapped in bandages opened its crimson eyes. After Feng Mo Hui Tai Lang retreated to the periphery, the remaining ninjas gathered around him. Captain Feng Mo, what is the situation? Asked Poisonous Princess. The outlook is grim. Long Yu has likely been consumed by this individual, which complicates matters, Feng Mo Hui Tai Lang replied, casting a glance at Poisonous Princess. You all prepare to retreat. I shall make another attempt. If it fails, you must evacuate H City immediately and report the circumstances to His Majesty the Divine Emperor, he instructed the others, acutely aware of the formidable nature of the being that had devoured Long Yu, seeking to ascertain its true strength. Understood. After a brief pause, Lin Mo emerged, cradling Xiao Hui. They have arrived. Feng Mo Hui Tai Lang surged forth, igniting the flames of his ninja blade, Sakura Fire, as he charged at Lin Mo. Empowered by the physique of the Corpse King, Lin Mo's strength and defense had ascended to a remarkable level, and their fusion produced a complementary effect. Setting Xiao Hui down, Lin Mo did not even summon his life armor, instead advancing directly towards his adversary. The other ninjas hurled several shurikens at Lin Mo, observing the ensuing battle. Feng Mo Hui Tai Lang's attacks were formidable, particularly with his razor-sharp ninja blade, Sakura Fire, which consistently carved gashes into Lin Mo's flesh. Lin Mo found such a swift opponent irksome. Speed remained his Achilles heel. Has no one taught you how to fight? With my immortal physique. You allow this Eastern dog to best you so? Long you taunted. Long you intended to continue his mockery. But he was interrupted as Feng Mo Hui Tai Lang suddenly halted, his body bending low as he began to channel his internal power into the ninja blade. Heaven. Step forward. Earth. Focus your gaze on Lin Mo Phantom Annihilation Slash. As the words fell, Feng Mo Hui Tai Lang unleashed the secret technique of the Feng Mo clan. A flash of blindingly swift cut was directed at Lin Mo. In response, Lin Mo stamped his foot on the ground, summoning his arm guard to shield himself. Foolish. Such an assault would likely inflict severe damage even upon his undead body. How audacious of this fellow to confront it head-on. Just as long you spoke. He witnessed the true extent of Lin Mo's defenses. A fervor ignited within him, his blood surging with vitality, further enhanced by the influence of the undead. The strike met Lin Mo's armor, breaching the first layer of protection, and the blade of Sakura Fire cleaved into Lin Mo's hand, creating a significant fissure. The Wind Demon Grey Wolf's ultimate technique, the Celestial Annihilation Slash, nearly severed Lin Mo's hand. This is impossible. The Wind Demon Grey Wolf's eyes widened. This was the family's exceptional skill. How could anyone withstand it with mere flesh? Enough, Lin Mo declared, and immense roots and vines erupted from the ground, swiftly ensnaring the Wind Demon Grey Wolf. The judgment was rendered, the disparity in their physiques immense. Enemy locked for 50 seconds. Unlike Lin Mo's usual skills that release energy from within, the entangling counterattack was empowered by the forces of the reincarnation space, binding him for as long as it deemed necessary, with no room for negotiation. With a swift motion, Lin Mo seized the Sakura Fireblade from his opponent and brought it down. Whoosh! The Wind Demon Grey Wolf's head soared into the air. The narrative character, Wind Demon Grey Wolf, was slain, and Lin Mo acquired the corresponding treasure chest. The notification from the reincarnation space left Lin Mo momentarily stunned. He had assumed that killing the undead in this realm would yield no rewards, only to discover the necessity of slaying narrative characters. Indeed, until now, he had only taken the lives of 2 humans. Witnessing their leader's demise, the remaining ninjas fled without hesitation. The special operations in H-City had utterly failed, with nearly all of the Eastern 12 shinobi and their accompanying ninja squad perishing. Within the evacuation base, the portly figure sharpened his blade against the vines and roots clinging to the demonic staff. Although the armored corpse king had departed, the plants it left behind remained. Air Duo lay on the ground, immobilized. He had forcibly entered the Beast King state and had endured a half-minute of assault from the Trant. Had it not been for the Trant's summoning time limitations, Air Duo would have already met his end. Though he survived, his body was in a state of severe overload, every movement causing him pain. The half-dead Miss Ling Long was being kept alive by Blue Sea's emergency medicine. The least injured among them was Blue Sea. But his naturally frail constitution meant that even the minimal damage he sustained was considerable. Outside the base, hordes of undead roamed, while the remaining survivors scoured for anything to block the entrance, desperate to prevent the undead from breaching. Each was preoccupied with their own survival, yearning for swift rescue. Yet, disappointment was inevitable. The virus had spread to other cities, and the military's focus had long since shifted from H-City. Other evacuation points were under siege by the undead. If the Corpse King still lingered at this evacuation point, the Yanhuang forces would likely send reinforcements this way. However, Uncle Xiaofei, please get up. The big brother is bullying the little deer. The fawn sat atop the belly of the slumbering Bai Xiaofei, weeping and slapping his face in an attempt to rouse him from his deep slumber. However, after enduring such exhaustion, Bai Xiaofei had finally succumbed to a profound sleep, a rare opportunity that could not be easily disrupted. Yet, in the direction behind the fawn and Bai Xiaofei, the eyes of a cloaked figure in red suddenly snapped open. Chapter 57. The Uprising at the Evacuation Point, the Mutated Flower Field. Be careful. Get out of the way. A passerby shouted a warning, only to be swiftly tackled to the ground by the suddenly aggressive ninja in red. Help! There's a zombie. Upon witnessing the undead devouring a person, a few brave souls seized their machetes and charged forward. Monsters, perish. One blade struck the mutated ninja's back, embedding only partially before faltering. The injured flower creature turned its gaze towards the attackers, its pupils shifting to a chilling blue, claws extending with blue streaks adorning them. Infected by both the zombie virus and the Terminator virus, the flower creature had transformed into an exceptionally peculiar infected entity. He flesh. How dare you strike me? The mutated flower creature discarded the corpse it had been consuming and lunged at the others, shredding them to pieces with its razor-sharp claws before devouring them whole. The onlookers, horrified by this gruesome spectacle, recoiled in terror. The mutated flower creature retrieved a ninja blade abandoned in the corner, a deranged expression crossing its face. Die? Ha. Shadow clone technique. Energy surged throughout its body, a fissure appearing on its forehead. In an instant, it split into two, creating two identical flower creatures, along with their respective attire and blades. Die? The two mutated flower creatures charged into the crowd, wielding their ninja blades to dismember the remaining survivors. After replenishing their energy with flesh, the flower creatures began to split once more. Now, several hundred individuals were trapped within the base, while the special forces had nearly lost all combat capability. Hurry up, you fatso, Ghost Stick urged, glancing anxiously back at the rampaging mutated ninja. Do you think I'm not trying? The resilience of this plant king is just too high. I want to hurry too. The chubby one replied, equally frantic. As the number of red-clad ninjas continued to swell, the fat one quickened his pace. All right. Ghost Stick hastily rose from the ground, brandishing his 3 sticks as he charged forward. Damn little devils, cease at once. Confronted by the furious specter of the ghostly staff, several mutated flower fields surged forth. Although transformed into infected beings, the combat instincts of the flower fields remained intact. As blades clashed against the staff, the ghostly figure shattered the weapons of the replicated flower fields with ease. These imitations were no match for the prowess of the original. With a sweeping strike, the ghost sent several replicas hurtling through the air, crashing into the wall before collapsing to the ground in convulsions. Despite the ghost's superior strength, he was ultimately just a single individual, while the original flower field continued its relentless slaughter, absorbing energy to further divide. Meanwhile, Blue Sea intended to scoop up Ling Long and flee, but his own injuries hindered his speed. As several replicas charged towards him, he hastily drew his pistol and fired. The rapid gunfire echoed as bullets struck the flower fields, pushing them back only a few steps. Curse be it! Realizing they were more resilient than ordinary zombies, Blue Sea attempted to call for reinforcements, but suddenly, a flash of a blade cut through the air. Miss! He gasped, as he watched Ling Long's head soar into the air, leaving him momentarily paralyzed with shock. A sickening sound echoed as a blade plunged into Blue Sea's chest, revealing a crimson figure behind him. With a swift withdrawal of the blade, the flower field savored the blood that adorned it. Huh, I thought your blood would be delectable, it scoffed, disdainfully spitting out the remnants, unperturbed by the sight of a headless female corpse and a feeble male body that failed to whet its appetite. Having absorbed a copious amount of blood, the flower field's memories surged back, and it decided to delegate the task of draining ordinary blood to its clones, focusing instead on eliminating those with unique physiques. Heh, I've discovered something intriguing. Suddenly, the flower field's gaze shifted to another figure sprawled on the ground, alongside a small child perched atop it. As the flower field advanced toward Bai Xiaofei and the child, Blue Sea struggled to crawl across the ground. Miss, Commander. You must hurry, he gasped, laboriously dragging himself closer to Ling Long's severed head. The soul-reaping technique ensued, as a blue ethereal form emerged from Blue Sea, entering Ling Long's head to extract her spirit and confine it within himself. At the headquarters of Yinhuang, the commander contemplated the delay of reinforcements as he watched the brutal decapitation of his daughter on the surveillance screen, his fist clenched in anguish. The third support unit will take at least 3 hours to arrive, his female aide informed him, though she wished to offer reassurance. The gravity of the commander's expression silenced her. They must hasten, he commanded. Understood. The death of the commander's daughter was a grave matter indeed. He held on to hope that Blue Sea could endure. At the evacuation point, sensing imminent danger, Bai Xiaofei awakened, startled by the menacing red-clad ninja charging towards him. What the hell? I thought you were dead, he exclaimed. No sooner had the words left his lips than he sprang to his feet, grasping the small deer, and began to flee. Do not run, you fragrant enhanced being, stand still. As Huatian drew closer to Bai Xiaofei, the enticing aroma emanating from him became increasingly irresistible. The chase unfolded within the confines of this relatively small evacuation point. Bai Xiaofei, truly a man blessed with fortune, found himself evading Huatian's greatly enhanced attacks, which, despite their intensity, consistently fell just short of their mark. Curse that flea. I shall not let you escape. Bai Xiaofei, swift as the wind, eluded capture as Huatian struggled to adapt to his newly mutated form. In a moment of desperation, Huatian summoned his clones to intercept Bai Xiaofei's flight. How outrageous! Resorting to reinforcements, Bai Xiaofei could not help but scoff upon seeing the blockade. Just as Huatian prepared to gloat over his imminent capture, Bai Xiaofei executed a sudden and skillful counterattack. Cleave your lineage. With a precise kick, he struck Huatian right in the center, sending him hurtling through the air. Thud! Huatian crashed violently against the iron railing, shaking the very structure of the ventilation grate. Even in his undead state, he was not immune to the agony of such a blow, convulsing on the ground in pain. The force of that kick left him tearful and despondent. You wretched boy, I will devour you. Huatian struggled to rise, but before he could finish his threat, a claw emerged from the overhead ventilation duct, seizing him by the neck and yanking him upward. Bai Xiaofei, taken aback by this unexpected ambush from an unknown creature, was momentarily stunned. What on earth? Wait, why do you all look just like that fellow? Turning to the clones that had attempted to block his path, Bai Xiaofei, still groggy from slumber, was bewildered by the unfolding chaos. Chapter 58, Seizing Long Yu's Assets. Hehe. Following Bai Xiaofei indeed leads to a feast. In the ventilation shaft, the little golden giant dragged the recently slain Huayan's original body, munching on it as it went. The delectable flavor was utterly captivating. As Huayan's clones wreaked havoc within the evacuation base, Gui Gun found himself overwhelmed. Duo lay lifeless, and Lan Hai had sacrificed 10 years of his lifespan to save Ling Long, collapsing in the process. Bai Xiaofei and the portly companion were unable to divert their attention to rescuing others, focused as they were on protecting their comrades. Although the number of fighters was severely lacking, Huayan's demise had rendered his clones uncontrollable, driven only by primal instincts of slaughter and division. Many had perished at the evacuation point, and some, unable to endure the carnage, opened the large door leading to the outside, seeking escape. However, they were met with a shocking surprise. A horde of undead had taken position outside. Realizing that the base could not withstand the onslaught, Gui Gun hastily produced several grenades. Everyone, retreat with me. Several grenades were hurled towards the more fragile walls of the base. With a resounding boom, the shockwave dispersed the surrounding crowd, simultaneously creating a new exit in the wall, revealing only a few bewildered corpses outside. Hurry, Bai Xiaofei urged, cradling the fawn, addressing the others. Fatty, keep up. Cousin, wait for me. The trio of Kaiwei milk hastily followed by Xiaofei, pursued closely by several corpses. Gui Gun lifted the unconscious Erdwa beside him and rushed towards Lan Hai, where they encountered the headless Ling Long, with Lan Hai clutching her severed head. What on earth happened? As Ling Long was lifted, Lan Hai slowly opened his eyes and, upon seeing Gui Gun, exclaimed, We must go. The young lady is still alive. There was no time for further inquiries. Gui Gun helped Lan Hai to his feet while dragging Erdwa, hastening towards the newly formed aperture. With a crack, the already precarious load-bearing wall fractured due to the earlier explosion of the grenades. Gui Gun gazed at the nearby exit, his eyes filled with reluctance. Suddenly, with a thunderous crash, the entire evacuation building collapsed, trapping dozens of living beings and corpses beneath the rubble. Witnessing this scene, Bai Xiaofei and his companions felt an overwhelming sense of relief. Thank goodness we ran fast, otherwise we would have been doomed. Is this a shoddy construction? How could it just fall apart like that? Cousin, where do we go from here? As everyone turned to Bai Xiaofei, he surveyed his surroundings. Let's seek refuge at my girlfriend's house. It's not far from here, he replied, as he had ventured deep into the city center in search of his girlfriend, Xiaowei, and now found himself close to her home. After Bai Xiaofei and his group had departed, 2 others arrived at the scene. Xiaojia, this place is in ruins. Why come here? If more corpses appear, it will be troublesome. You can follow or not. Hurry and see if there are any living people left, Teacher Xiaojia commanded, beginning to search through the debris of the evacuation point for survivors. Hey, don't be reckless. Let me handle this, Professor Mu quickly intervened. Leave this rough work to me. It would be unfortunate if those corpses harmed you. At least you have a bit of conscience, Teacher Xiaojia thought, feeling conflicted as she observed Professor Mu rummaging through the rubble. Despite being quite eccentric and unstable, he genuinely cared for her. Aside from the incident where he forced her to inject that serum and coerced her into staying with him, he had never been overly harsh. Sighing, teacher Xiao Jia felt lost. She had been trying hard to adapt to his presence, yet the sight of the third eye on his forehead always unsettled her. Xiao Jia, come quickly, I found a survivor. Professor Mu called out loudly to teacher Xiao Jia behind him. Before him lay the unconscious members of the Ghost Stick group. Following the recent large-scale assault by the zombies, H City had irrevocably succumbed to chaos. All 3 evacuation points had been obliterated by the Horde, resulting in a tragic loss of civilian lives. Additionally, numerous residents had been captured by high-ranking zombies and imprisoned within the library. As night fell at the entrance of the library, He Wuchou turned to Bai Wusheng and asked, Bai, where do you think our master has gone? Why hasn't he returned yet? I'm not sure, Bai Wusheng replied, his brow furrowed in concern. Our master went alone to that human evacuation point. Logically, he should have returned by now. Bai Wusheng shared his confusion, adding, even if he wished to linger for a while, it shouldn't take him until nightfall to return. Do you think something might have happened? Well, it shouldn't, right? Our master is incredibly strong. At that moment, a female corpse with her upper body bare emerged from the library, directing her gaze toward the black and white warriors. Hey, you too. Has the master not returned yet? The black and white warriors turned to her, shaking their heads in response. Be mindful, or I shall inform the master of your disparaging words, the female corpse warned the two. She was the one transformed into a corpse by the individual responsible for teaching Long Yu English. Understood, they replied in unison. Once the female corpse departed, the black and white warriors exchanged glances and sat down on the ground together. Humph, what as with her arrogance? She was the one we captured, Black Warrior scoffed. It's not like she merely knows a foreign language. I can do that too. A library, let us get cracking. White Warrior retorted. That's not a foreign language, it's south from that neighboring place. As the two jesters debated the definition of a foreign tongue, a tall figure approached from a distance. Sensing Long Yu's aura, the black and white warriors hurriedly rushed forward. We welcome your return, master. They had scarcely knelt to the ground when they realized the returning figure was not Long Yu, momentarily taken aback. Who are you, master? Gazing upon the long black hair and unfamiliar face, it was evident that this was not Long Yu. Yet, the aura surrounding him and the runes etched upon his forehead unmistakably identified him as their master. Though his essence had slightly altered, it was indeed Long Yu. Lin Mo disregarded the bewildered black and white warriors, cradling Xiao Hui in his arms as he strode past them and entered the library. His purpose for coming here was to inherit Long Yu's legacy. The current undead body was still incomplete. Despite Long Yu's gift having reached its peak due to Lin Mo's formidable life force, he was aware that it lacked various biological genes. The undead body had the potential to assimilate the genes of all living beings to evolve, and Lin Mo would not let such an opportunity slip away. The Earth was home to numerous unique species, and he would require Long Yu's subordinates to assist in gathering them to complete the evolution of the undead body. Seeing their master walk past without acknowledging them, the black and white warriors exchanged glances, confirming that this was indeed their master. Chapter 59 truly resembles the silent Long Yu. Master, you have returned? Sensing Long Yu's aura, the female corpse approached the entrance to greet him. Upon seeing Lin Mo, she stood frozen in shock. Casting a glance at the bare upper body of the female corpse, Lin Mo's lips curled into a smile. Long Yu, I never would have guessed you had a preference for this. As the control abilities of the life demon armor unfurled, the female corpse immediately stiffened, and Lin Mo seized her by the neck, lifting her effortlessly. His gaze swept over her form. Great master, the female corpse stammered, her voice trembling and uncertain. You have transformed a rather fine-looking individual into this. Gazing upon the peculiar appendages that had sprouted from her body, even Lin Mo found his appetite utterly diminished. Disposing of the female corpse with a casual toss, he turned to the black and white martial spirits and commanded, You too, follow me inside. I have matters to discuss. Yes. The black and white martial spirits promptly complied, though they were perplexed by their master's transformation. Nevertheless, the demeanor and aura unmistakably confirmed it was indeed their master. Heh, look at you, still strutting about. You've angered the master. You're all show and no substance. The duo couldn't resist taunting as they passed by the female corpse. Upon entering the library, Lin Mo was pleasantly surprised by its cleanliness, suggesting that Long Yu was rather meticulous about hygiene. He gently placed the still drowsy Xiao Hui upon the spacious administrator's desk and then took a seat on a nearby chair. The black and white martial spirits entered, and one of them inquired, "Master, what are your orders?" "Procure various extraordinary creatures for me, whether dead or alive. I require their genetic material," Lin Mo instructed. Exchanging glances, the martial spirits responded, "Master, you mentioned this a few days ago. We've already located the electric fish. Our personnel are also searching for other creatures, and they should be arriving shortly." The white martial spirit added, "The resources in H City and its neighboring areas are quite abundant. There are aquariums, zoos, and numerous animal markets and insect gardens." "Oh, bring them forth for me to examine," Lin Mo replied, surprised that Long Yu had already initiated the search for these extraordinary beings. "Yes. Why are you still standing there? Go fetch them," the black martial spirit exclaimed before dashing to the door, directing the female corpse. In a flurry, the female corpse hurried outside and, after approximately 2 minutes, returned clutching a long electric eel. "Master, here is the electric fish you requested." She presented it proudly before Lin Mo, seizing the eel. Lin Mo triggered an immediate release of electric currents from the creature. However, with his life magic armor, Lin Mo was adept at handling electricity, particularly that which had mutated from a nuclear power plant, infused with radiation. The eel's meager output was scarcely noteworthy before him. "Long Yu, it's time to get to work," Lin Mo called out, seeking to ascertain how to absorb the genetic material from other creatures effectively, ensuring that no potential from this electric eel went to waste. Though Long Yu's spirit was stronger, his corporeal form had succumbed to Lin Mo's consumption. As a result, their souls had fused to a certain extent due to the physical circumstances, with Lin Mo as the primary entity and Long Yu as the subordinate. This is akin to the relationship between the dominant personality and the subordinate personality in a case of duality. Without the consent of the dominant persona, the subordinate possesses not an ounce of freedom. "Withdraw," commanded Long Yu, his voice resonating from Lin Mo's very core in a peculiar sonic wave. Prompted by the directive, the black and white warrior and the female corpse swiftly exited the library. How does an undead entity assimilate genes? Is it merely by consumption, or does it necessitate additional steps? Lin Mo inquired. "First, divulge your origins and how you became aware of my affairs." "What else do you know?" Long Yu replied coolly, pondering how this individual had come by such intelligence about him. "Still entangled in this matter? Answer my query first. How do you absorb the genes of this electric eel? Then, I shall reveal what you wish to know," Lin Mo insisted. "By direct consumption, the undead naturally assimilate genes," Long Yu stated. "Now, it is your turn to respond. How did you come to know of my existence?" Feeling the fervent emotional fluctuations of Long Yu in his mind, Lin Mo took a bite from the electric eel, savoring its raw flesh. The genetic material responsible for generating and storing bioelectric energy began to be replicated within the undead. And a flicker of purple lightning glimmered in Lin Mo's eyes. Even without the life armor, he now possessed the ability to discharge electricity. Long Yu awaited Lin Mo's evolution in silence, and once the electric brilliance dissipated from his form, Lin Mo spoke. "I am not of this world. I belong to a unique organization tasked with infiltrating various realms to fulfill missions." Wiping the blood from his lips, he continued, "Not of this world. There are other realms?" Long Yu queried, intrigued. "Indeed, there are countless worlds. No one has ever managed to ascertain the exact number, for with each passing moment, worlds are born and perish. I serve as a mercenary, undertaking assignments across diverse realms." "And how do you know about me?" "Significant events occurring in your world manifest in another form within ours, much like the ancient plays you once watched. That is how I gleaned everything about you," Lin Mo replied, feeling no need to conceal this. Once this individual departed with him, the truth would inevitably come to light. "A play? You know everything about me?" Long Yu was taken aback, yet suddenly, he focused on the information embedded in Lin Mo's words. "Do you also know of events from 1,000 years ago?" Long Yu's emotions began to intensify. "Yes, I am aware of them all," Lin Mo affirmed. Though he hesitated to claim he remembered every detail, he had a general understanding. "Then tell me, why did the old Qilin deceive me and entomb me for a millennium?" Long Yu's tone was urgent, as this was the deepest wound in his heart. "Because he perished. Shortly after you were sealed in the crimson stone coffin, he exhausted his life force. The one who ordered your burial was the eldest disciple of Master Qilin. It was Master Qilin who perished in an attempt to rescue you, and out of resentment, his disciple acted against his wishes, taking it upon himself to bury you. Dead. Indeed, It was the blood from the immortal phoenix that transformed you into this state. Master Qilin sought a remedy for your condition and bravely approached the first emperor to confront the freshly reborn phoenix. You are aware of the phoenix's formidable power. Upon completing its rebirth, it is at its zenith of strength. How could Master Qilin, merely a human, hope to contend with such a creature? Ultimately, he was gravely injured and succumbed to death. Lin Mo placed his hand on the right side of his chest, reminiscing with profound emotion upon recalling this account from years past. Chapter 60, The Blood Pool. After hearing Lin Mo's explanation, Long Yu's initial reaction was disbelief. Yet, as he reflected on the last words spoken by his master a millennium ago, which he had not fully comprehended in his dazed state, he now perceived them as a farewell. No, I refuse to believe it. No. Long Yu's spirit within Lin Mo became frantic. The clearer the memories grew, the greater his anguish. Outside the door, the black and white martial artists, along with the female corpse, observed the library, acutely sensing Long Yu's turmoil. His pain, regret, and complex emotions were palpable. Brother Bai, what is happening to our master? I do not know, but we should refrain from speaking too much. Yet, I am somewhat worried about his current condition. Perhaps you should go in and inquire. No, I fear he may tear me apart. The black martial artist shook his head vigorously. It was evident that their master was in a precarious state, and he had no desire to meet an untimely end. The black and white martial artists exchanged glances with the female corpse. What do you intend to do? Once Long Yu had sufficiently vented his emotions, he finally quieted down. Have you vented enough? You nearly deafened me, Lin Mo remarked, scratching his ear. Noticing Long Yu's silence, he continued. Now that the misunderstandings have been resolved, you should find solace. The one who buried you has long since met his demise, and it is likely that his descendants have also perished. You ought to let go. Yet, Long Yu remained immersed within Lin Mo, unresponsive. Hey, you aren't truly disheartened, are you? One must always look toward the future. Hey, are you still alive? If you remain silent, I shall have to disturb Xiao Hui. Lin Mo threatened, his hand moving toward the collar of Xiao Hui's garment. Still, Long Yu did not respond. Observing this, Lin Mo boldly reached in. Remove your hand. Long Yu exclaimed in anger. Why should I obey your command? Lin Mo retorted nonchalantly, continuing to amuse himself. You scoundrel. If you persist in this manner, none shall have peace in the future, Long Yu said with a sense of frustration, wishing fervently to deliver a punch that would silence the scoundrel. Lin Mo, not wanting to strain their relationship further, ceased his actions. However, upon glancing down, he noticed that Xiao Hui had already regained consciousness. What should one do when such lewdness is uncovered? Xiao Hui initially appeared dazed, her memories fragmented. She only recalled being thrown out by Lin Mo, a blade piercing her chest, and then everything went blank. Rogue. Xiao Hui slapped Lin Mo across the face, hastily rising, only to accidentally tumble from the tabletop. Coughing, Lin Mo asserted, You misunderstand. I was merely checking your heart rate to see when you would awaken. He spoke with utmost seriousness while simultaneously restraining Long Yu, who was about to interject. Xiao Hui, feeling a twinge of fear, had thought she was captured by a villain. However, upon scrutinizing the face before her, she recognized it was Lin Mo. She inquired. Yes, it is I, Lin Mo replied, helping her to her feet. Then why do you? Xiao Hui questioned, observing the faint runes on Lin Mo's forehead and the small patch of white hair. Her curiosity piqued. Oh, this is a result of my absorption of the Corpse King's powers, which transformed me in this manner, Lin Mo explained. Upon hearing that Long Yu was no longer present, Xiao Hui felt an inexplicable sense of desolation. You needn't feel this way. Your unusual connection to the Corpse King stems from the fact that he is your ancestor, and the shared bloodline accounts for your feelings. Do not be disheartened. He is not a benevolent being. City became this way due to his actions. As a police officer, you should not. Watching the scoundrel take advantage of the situation by holding Xiao Hui close, deceiving her while disparaging himself, Long Yu was infuriated. He longed to warn Xiao Hui not to trust Lin Mo's words, but Lin Mo had suppressed his powers, leaving him powerless to intervene. Where's this place? Xiao Hui surveyed her surroundings, noting the plethora of books, resembling a library. This is the lair of the Corpse King. However, do not worry. I am here to attend to certain matters. Once everything is settled, I shall return you to the realm of humanity, Lin Mo reassured her, gently patting her head. Will there be any danger? Xiao Hui inquired, a hint of concern in her voice. Rest assured, having absorbed the Corpse King's essence. I am akin to the Corpse King himself to those undead creatures. They will not harm us. After calming Xiao Hui, Lin Mo found her a room in which to rest. Upon returning to the main hall, a female undead approached him, stating, "Sir, the blood pool is ready." She observed Lin Mo's expression, feeling a tinge of fear. "The blood pool?" He echoed. "Yes, it is prepared. Please follow me." Upon descending to the underground level alongside the female corpse, Lin Mo gazed upon the chaotic ground littered with human remains. With a central pool of blood that was unmistakably human, his expression darkened. This pool was filled with human blood. Master, the female corpse entered the sanguine pool, awaiting Lin Mo's arrival before she could advance to offer a massage. The gruesome sight was enough to unsettle even Lin Mo, who, despite his peculiarities, was still human. The thought of immersing himself in a hot spring of human blood was somewhat repugnant. "Step back," Lin Mo gestured dismissively. The female corpse, not daring to defy his command, promptly emerged from the blood pool and retreated to the side. "What's the matter? Are you frightened?" A mocking voice echoed in his mind, belonging to Long Yu. "Weren't you quite bold in front of Xiao Hui just now?" "Regardless, I am still human. Bathing in the blood of my own kind is rather distasteful," Lin Mo replied. "You? Human? Huh, what a joke. I am far more human than you. Aside from your appearance, what resemblance do you bear to humanity? The total life force of a phoenix is less than yours," Long Yu remarked, having never encountered a being with such an abundance of life energy. It was only after merging with Lin Mo that he grasped the extent of his vitality. This rogue's regenerative abilities were sustained by an immense reservoir of life force. "This blood pool is a remarkable tonic. Our bloodlines are fundamentally human. If you wish to avoid an odd transformation in the future, you ought to absorb more human blood," Long Yu advised, elucidating that human blood was the most nourishing for the undead. Were it not for the poor quality of contemporary human blood, he would have aspired to create an even larger blood pool. Quality blood was essential for manufacturing the Xuanwu armor. Contemplating Long Yu's words and surveying the pool before him, Lin Mo deliberated briefly before summoning a long vine from his hand to delve into the blood pool. Life absorption. To the astonishment of the female corpse, in mere moments, the pool was completely drained by Lin Mo. "What an extraordinary boy. What manner of creature are you?" Long Yu mused, his curiosity regarding Lin Mo's physique intensifying. Chapter 61. Continuously evolving. In the ensuing days, Lin Mo resided within the library, absorbing the genetic material of various extraordinary organisms. Electric eels, earthworms, tardigrades, snakes, chameleons, and mantises, regardless of their utility, were all meticulously integrated into his undead creations, as long as Lin Mo found their genes intriguing. H City experienced a period of tranquility. Devoid of Long Yu's directives, the undead surrounding the library began to stir, as those in other regions also grew restless. The military steadily diminished the numbers of the undead, ensuring that they did not breach the city in large swathes, seemingly preparing for a significant offensive. Lin Mo, however, exhibited little concern for the undead. Rather, when a particularly formidable one emerged, it would draw his attention for extermination, as absorbing the undead served as an excellent means of replenishing his vitality. Such actions incited the ire of Long Yu. Although he harbored remorse for having misunderstood his master, it did not engender any fondness for humanity. He still aspired to establish his own legion of the undead. "You slay my subordinates without fear of a human counteroffensive, with no allies to support you?" Long Yu remarked with displeasure, observing Lin Mo diligently practicing. As they were now one entity, and given that Xiao Hui remained unharmed, Long Yu begrudgingly resolved to impart some knowledge to Lin Mo, despite his frustrations. The immediate objective was to stabilize the human faction, leading them to believe they could gradually eradicate the undead over time rather than compelling them to launch a full-scale assault. Lin Mo articulated his thoughts, asserting that he merely needed to remain for a few more days before departing. Why engage in a futile struggle against humanity? The depths of this world are profound, and time is of the essence. He has no desire to test the hidden cards of Yen Huang. TCH, what a cowardly, timid fellow. With my immortal body, along with your nearly boundless vitality, do you truly believe humanity can triumph over us? Long Yu scoffed, asserting that with his current physical configuration, he would not fear anyone if he were in control. Is that how you perceive the prospect of battling humanity? What if they grow desperate and unleash a nuclear bomb upon us? Are you not concerned about Xiao Hui's safety? Lin Mo rose, clapping his hands as he spoke. Long Yu fell silent. Lin Mo noted that whenever Xiao Hui was mentioned, Long Yu exhibited a heightened sense of reason. We'll be departing in a few days. It's best not to stir up trouble. I understand your discontent with me and your desire to unleash your combativeness. Once we arrive in another world, ample opportunities will arise, Lin Mo remarked, gazing at Xiao Hui, who sat quietly by the window, lost in the nocturnal scenery. To another world? The thought of leaving this realm made Long Yu glance at Xiao Hui's face with a touch of reluctance. What? Do you wish to take Xiao Hui with you? Lin Mo inquired with a slight smile, having sensed Long Yu's emotions. Is that permissible? Absolutely not. Unless you intend to consume her and incorporate her into your being. There is no way you can take her away. By the way, Long Yu, may I pose a question? Proceed. Are you still a virgin? I heard you transformed around the age of 20. I doubt you have engaged in such activities yet, Lin Mo teased. Get lost. Haha. How about we indulge together? I believe Xiao Hui would not object. It would be prudent to leave a legacy, so that when I am gone, she has something to remember, Lin Mo said. Rubbing his hands together, he envisioned granting Long Yu access to his visual permissions, stimulating. He felt a rush of excitement, realizing he had a rather peculiar disposition. You dare. Long Yu was encountering such brazen shamelessness for the first time. Lin Mo was undoubtedly the most bizarre human he had ever encountered. Hiki, I haven't consumed your body. My touch on her is akin to your own. Otherwise, once we depart, if she shares a bed with another man, you will surely regret it. Long Yu's soul felt a wave of jealousy as Lin Mo's words sank in, his expression darkening. The mere thought of another man touching her filled him with discontent. Thus, it would be better to indulge me. At least, Lin Mo's words trailed off as the thought of Long Yu mentally blocked him out, ignoring him. Hey? You are not truly that fragile, are you? Can't withstand a few words? If you remain silent, I may very well proceed to touch Xiao Hui. Indeed, I shall. After a considerable pause, Long Yu offered no response. Lin Mo shrugged and exited the library, seeking some amusement. Old man, how dull. With such archaic thoughts. Had you been an ordinary person, that girl would scarcely glance your way. Get lost. In the fashionable flower street of H City, a young girl donned in a teal, knee-length skirt darted from shop to shop, clutching several exquisite garments in her hands. Behind her, a young man, tasked with running errands, trailed in agony, burdened by numerous heavy bags of clothing. Saintess, wait for me, he exclaimed. No way. I must find beautiful clothes. She retorted. Then at least wait for me. I can hardly keep up with all this. Just run faster. The girl continued her joyful hunt for new attire, blissfully unaware of the lurking dangers in the area. For if there were any zombies nearby, her carefree demeanor would have surely drawn their attention. Yet, a pair of eyes, concealed in the shadows, fixated intently on her as she roamed the shops. As the girl approached, a figure hidden in the darkness suddenly lunged forward. Ah, I never expected to encounter such a stunning girl. Hiki, it seems tonight is my lucky night. Upon hearing the saintess's scream, the young man trailing behind hastily discarded his burdens and turned to see a peculiar figure, sporting a rooster hairstyle and dressed in an unusual uniform, seizing the girl. Release the saintess, you scoundrel. Oh, and who might you be? The rooster-haired individual questioned, glancing at the young man with curiosity. Behold my unique skill. Without further ado, the young man leaped forward, intending to showcase his prowess. What nonsense is this? Your unique skill? Watch as I obliterate you. As he spoke, the rooster-haired figure reached behind him and produced a handgun. Try this. Bang. A bullet, notably larger than an ordinary round, was fired, not aimed directly at the young man, but rather at the ground beneath him. Unfazed, the young man sprang into the air, attempting to evade the projectile. With that aim, you should practice more. Before he could finish his taunt, the bullet struck the ground and erupted. Boom. The explosion, comparable to that of a grenade, sent the young man flying, landing far away, uncertain of his fate. Bah, I thought you were formidable. What a waste of my time. Chapter 62, The Alchemical Cauldron for Cultivation. My little beauty, now that we are undisturbed, let us enjoy our time. The rooster-haired figure leered at the girl. Please, no? Let me go. Ignoring her pleas, he hoisted her up. Come, brother will take you to a quieter place for some fun. Hee. Ha. Once the assailants had departed, the young man slowly emerged from a pile of refuse. Cough. Who were those people? The saintess, in immense pain, struggled to rise, unable to stand. I'm finished. The saintess will surely punish me. Before he could lament further, a tall figure loomed before him. Beneath the moonlight, upon discerning the visage of the individual before him, the attendant felt as though he had encountered a savior. Left Guardian, You must hasten to rescue the saintess. She was just abducted by a rooster-headed fiend. The attendant exclaimed urgently. The left guardian furrowed his brow, initially believing there was merely some inconsequential commotion. However, upon closer inspection, he was met with this troublesome revelation. Alas, it seems I shall have to forego my appointment with the hairstylist. Is the saintess in that direction? He inquired, gesturing towards the street across from him. Yes, indeed. You must be swift. The saintess must not come to harm. Meanwhile, having transported the young woman to a secure location, the rooster-headed fiend eagerly set her down. Hee. I can hardly contain my excitement. Dear lady, come hither. He fumbled to unfasten his shirt, his urgency palpable, for he had never encountered such an alluring maiden before. Please, don't come any closer. The young woman pleaded, scrambling backward. In her haste, she stumbled, inadvertently revealing her delicate undergarment. Oh my. It appears to be my favorite strawberry pattern lingerie. How delightful. The fiend's eyes sparkled with unwelcome desire, and he was nearly overwhelmed with fervor. Hee, don't run away now. Big brother is coming. He advanced toward her, his demeanor lewd, causing the girl to tremble in trepidation. Suddenly, a shadow materialized behind him. Sensing imminent danger. The fiend swiftly evaded to the side, narrowly avoiding a lethal strike. Who dares to ambush me? Do you not know who I am? The Lord of the Blackfire Line? He intended to voice further threats, but the assailant's next strike was already upon him. You think I'm an easy target? The fiend hastily drew a firearm. Die. He fired at the cloaked figure, yet the adversary deftly evaded with a swift maneuver. Boom. The bullet struck the wall, resulting in a deafening explosion. To his astonishment, the adversary exhibited considerable prowess. The cloaked figure smirked, recognizing the bullet's potency. Now that you comprehend my strength, be gone. The fiend aimed his weapon at the figure, while his other hand retrieved a vial of potent elixir. As the opponent showed no signs of retreating, he squeezed the trigger, unleashing a barrage of bullets. Boom, boom, boom. Under the relentless onslaught of gunfire, the cloaked figure was forced to retreat, taking refuge behind the store's cover, sustaining minimal injuries. As the ammunition dwindled, the fiend's temper flared. He promptly injected himself with the elixir. First-grade potion. You've truly incited my wrath. Holstering his pistol, the rooster swiftly drew a small knife from his waist and charged forward. The two engaged in a fierce battle within the confines of the store. Observing the clash, a young girl trembled as she rose unsteadily, mustering her strength to flee outdoors. Realizing his target was escaping, the man in black hastily broke free from the rooster and pursued her. Hey, stop right there. The rooster interjected, swiftly blocking his path and brandishing his firearm. I thought you were someone I had crossed paths with before. Damn it. You didn't mention you had your eyes on this woman as well. Would you yield her to me if I asked? The man in black replied. She's just a woman, my friend. You seem quite capable. There's no need to resort to lethal force over a mere female, is there? Once I'm done, I'll gladly share her with you. No way. I want her first, the man in black declared, his eyes fixed on the sacred maiden of the Blood Lotus sect, whose power had been cultivated over 60 long years. He was determined not to relinquish such a precious prize. Are you asking for a death wish by refusing my offer? Enough talk. Prepare to meet your end. Meanwhile, Lin Mo meandered through the streets, acutely aware of the life forces surrounding him, while casually cradling a small red flower. There were still a few survivors in H City, though their numbers had dwindled significantly. He had already visited by Xiaofei and the others, who were living comfortably within an apartment building. Kid, why are you wandering around aimlessly at night, instead of diligently practicing the martial arts I bestowed upon you? Long, you chided. I'm merely seeking amusement. Practicing is exhausting, and progress is slow. It's far more enjoyable to indulge in other creatures, Lin Mo replied. Haha, you look like a fool. I passed on the heavenly gang chi to you, yet you lack the dedication to cultivate it, still remaining a novice after all this time. What a waste. Long Yu remarked, noting the considerable vitality of his undead body, which should have made any training exceedingly effective. Yet, after more than a month, Lin Mo had achieved little more than a FAAD. What a pity to squander such a remarkable physique. You're nothing but a wastrel. Humph. If I'm a wastrel, then why do you still allow me to consume your food? That was your underhanded trick. Nonsense. It was your own arrogance that led you to willingly dive into my stomach. As Lin Mo and Long Yu continued their playful banter, a figure rushed toward Lin Mo. Who goes there? He inquired, turning to see a young woman with deep green hair, quite beautiful, frantically running in his direction. Dressed so neatly. She doesn't appear to be a local, Lin Mo mused, noting that the tap water in H City was no longer usable and that bottled water was scarce. Typically found only in supermarkets, survivors generally lacked access to such resources, making bathing improbable. She carries a scent, almost familiar, Long Yu interjected, as if recalling something. What scent? Lin Mo asked, inhaling deeply and detecting a faintly alluring fragrance. Oh, ha ha ha, now I understand. Long Yu suddenly smiled, as he finally recalled the reason behind the familiar scent. It was the cauldron used in the blood lotus technique. My dear boy, your fortune is indeed remarkable. How so? She is a cauldron, specifically cultivated for the purpose of refining, requiring a substantial amount of time and medicinal herbs for her maturation, and judging by her current state, she has reached full maturity. Upon hearing Long Yu's words, Lin Mo also remembered. There seemed to be such a person after all. Chapter 63, Slaying the Left Guardian and Reaping Rewards. Capture her. And you, foolish one, will acquire a century's worth of cultivation without any effort, Long Yu remarked. I know, no need for your reminders. With that, Lin Mo dashed forward. Not far away, upon seeing someone sprinting towards him, Wei Xian hurriedly ran towards him. Sir, help me. There are two perverts behind me. Upon noticing that the approaching figure was a robust man, Wei Xian quickly concealed herself behind Lin Mo. Lin Mo glanced in her direction and found nothing amiss. Young lady, why do you presume I am a good person? Lin Mo turned to Wei Xian, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Huh? You're a bad person? Upon hearing this, Wei Xian stepped back in trepidation, but Lin Mo grasped her arm firmly. Let me go? Wei Xian struggled desperately, striking Lin Mo, yet as a sheltered young girl. She had no inkling of the disparity between them. Having just escaped the wolf's den, she now found herself in the tiger's lair, wrapped around Lin Mo's waist. Feeling utterly foolish for the first time, suddenly, two figures appeared in the distance, engaging in a skirmish while advancing towards them. Another one seeking a share? What on earth is happening today? The rooster head felt the situation was becoming troublesome. Usually, the streets of H City were devoid of significant encounters. Yet today he faced one challenging opponent after another. The imposing figure before him was evidently not a foe to be trifled with. Hey, you, with the mixed black and white hair, which faction do you belong to, daring to snatch someone our Blackfire line has set its sights on? Rooster Head declared, simultaneously eyeing the other black-clad individual. Facing two was disadvantageous for him. It was best to stir the waters. Initially, Lin Mo intended to toy with them. But upon hearing Rooster Head's words, his expression darkened. Mixed black and white hair? Yes, I am indeed referring to you. Before Rooster Head could finish his sentence, Lin Mo unleashed a thunderous venomous claw. The overwhelming power of thunder obliterated the individual from the Blackfire line. The nearby black-clad figure was taken aback, gazing at Lin Mo in horror. Lightning? Are you one of ours? He stammered, swallowing hard. A flicker of fear evident in his demeanor. He could not recall any such powerful lightning abilities within the ranks of the Corpse Brothers in H City. Thus, the only possibility was that this individual, like him, was a fellow contractor. This is, without a doubt, a lightning mage. This marks his second world. And yet he has encountered a powerful mage as a teammate? Oh, I never anticipated that anyone could survive for such a long duration. Listening to his words, Lin Mo was also somewhat astonished. It had been over 2 months since they, the contractors, had arrived in this realm, and he never expected there to be another contractor still alive apart from himself. Ahem, I am called Layli. My good fellow, I wonder if you have any use for this woman. If not, I would be willing to trade. I possess 5,000 reincarnation coins. In addition to a non-attribute magic staff, the cloaked figure pulled aside his mask, revealing his true visage to Lin Mo, explaining that he practiced martial arts and was in dire need of his capabilities. Ziz. Hey. Good heavens. A surge of lightning swept past Layli's feet, startling him into frantic leaps. Observing the other party's immediate aggression, Layli hastily retreated. He merely intended to inquire about a trade. But little did he know that this mage was so unreasonable. Are all mages this arrogant? As he lamented inwardly, Layli fled, but before he could distance himself, a massive crimson blade came soaring towards him. Swish. The sweeping blade cleaved Layli in half. Collapsing to the ground, he emitted a heart-wrenching cry. TSK. Such a lowly creature dares to lay hands on our Blood Lotus sect's saintess. Truly, they are overestimating themselves. The left guardian slowly emerged, retrieving the blood demon blade. His gaze fixed on Lin Mo. Listen, boy, if you know what's good for you, hand over the Saintess, and I might grant you the mercy of a complete corpse," the left guardian declared, then crushed Laylee's head beneath his foot as he writhed in agony. Witnessing this scene, Lin Mo stood in stunned silence. A crimson treasure chest materialized beside the left guardian, right at his feet, yet he seemed oblivious to its presence. It appeared that only contractors could perceive it. How could I have forgotten? Killing contractors also yields treasure chests. Hey, I'm talking to you. Hurry up and hand over the Saintess. The left guardian pressed on, attempting to coerce Lin Mo into surrendering the Saintess. But Lin Mo abruptly tossed Wei Xian aside and charged directly at the left guardian. Come then. I am eager to see what you are capable of. The left guardian brandished the blood demon blade, shaking off the blood, and surged forward. As they clashed, the left guardian swung down his blade. But Lin Mo caught it with his bare hand. What? The blood demon blade merely grazed the surface before it could penetrate further, leaving the left guardian in a state of shock as he stared at his opponent. What are you? A single punch pierced through his chest, extracting his heart with a brutal efficiency. The blood demon blade clattered to the ground as the left guardian staggered backward, gazing down at the gaping hole in his torso. Rabbit. I must break my promise. Lin Mo delivered another punch aimed at his head, instantly ending his life. With the left guardian slain, Lin Mo acquired a treasure chest belonging to him, along with a red contractor's chest from the ground, totaling 3 chests of decent quality. He resolved to open them upon his return. He held no mercy for the cultists. They were to be eradicated upon encounter. Meanwhile, Wei Xian, who had initially believed she was saved upon seeing her brother, the left guardian, was frozen in shock upon witnessing his decapitated corpse, rendered immobile in her disbelief. Brother left. Observing her dazed demeanor, Lin Mo approached her, heart in hand. Look, it's still beating. With that, he crushed the left guardian's heart before her eyes. Blood splattered across Wei Xian's face, leaving her paralyzed with fear. Ha! What a naive little girl you are. You truly do not belong in this world. In this filthy realm, a girl as innocent as you would meet a grim fate. Lin Mo grinned wickedly, lifting her chin gently before leaning in for a kiss. Wei Xian's pupils dilated, staring intently at Lin Mo, her gaze filled with a murderous intent. Observing this cruel display, Long Yu shook his head in disapproval. You truly are a monster. In the past, someone like you would have been best suited as a eunuch in the palace, he remarked. Likewise. You've certainly indulged in women as well, your nature far more depraved than mine, Lin Mo retorted, releasing Wei Xian to address Long Yu. Your gaze has changed. Is your second persona surfacing? Noticing Wei Xian's intense stare, Lin Mo discerned her condition and directly revealed her identity. Chapter 64. The Martial Arts Heavenly Gang Chi. What do you intend to do? Wei Xian's second persona inquired, her demeanor icy. I wish to have you, Lin Mo stated nonchalantly. Why bother with the small talk? If you wish to play, be direct. You are merely a furnace, Long Yu interjected suddenly. Silence. You, a virgin, have no right to interject, Lin Mo retorted. Observing Lin Mo's conversation, shifting from dialogue with Long Yu to self-talk, Wei Xian felt a flicker of confusion before the realization struck her. Are you also a dual personality? Inquired. Upon hearing her words, Lin Mo cast a surprised glance in her direction. Hey, the surrounding corpses are beginning to approach, Lin Mo declared as he unleashed his aura of the Corpse King. Initially, the corpses, enticed by the scent of blood, rushed over with enthusiasm. However, upon sensing the presence of the Corpse King, they all halted, retreating in disarray. After utilizing his abilities to ascertain that no living beings were nearby, Lin Mo helped the seated to her feet and led her into a nearby building. He opened a room and found several buckets of water, which he used to cleanse himself of the blood and grime. Subsequently, he tossed her onto the bed. Truth be told, Lin Mo initially felt it was somewhat shameful to bully such an innocent girl. Yet, once her second personality emerged, her fierce demeanor, even as tears streamed down her face, fixed a fierce gaze upon him, dissipating all remnants of guilt within Lin Mo's heart. As dawn broke the following day, Lin Mo awoke feeling remarkably rejuvenated. Within him resided a unique power that brought him immense comfort. If he were to liken his previous state to that of a dilapidated car running on empty, he now felt as if he had been transformed into a brand new vehicle. Fully fueled, S internal power required the fusion of yin and yang for her to wield it effectively, benefiting both parties. With the obstruction of her medicinal effects lifted, she could now cultivate, while Lin Mo had gained a century's worth of strength. Simultaneously, his blood energy began to intertwine with his true essence, merging continuously. Once this fusion was complete, Lin Mo would be recognized as a martial arts master. Gazing at the still sleeping beside him, Lin Mo gently wiped away the crystallized tears from the corners of her eyes. He had been too harsh last night, nearly forgetting that she was merely an ordinary person with a unique constitution. Rising slowly from the bed, Lin Mo approached the window, basking in the sunlight and savoring the newfound power within him. How does one utilize this? He pondered aloud. With true essence coursing through his body, he felt significantly more agile, yet he was uncertain about the application of this power. Hey, Longyu, he called out, suddenly recalling that he had muted Longyu the previous night to avoid giving him free entertainment. Once he lifted the restrictions, as expected, Lin Mo was met with a barrage of reprimands from Longyu. You scoundrel! After all my efforts to teach you martial arts, you turn out to be nothing but a fool. I've been imprisoned for a millennium and nearly lost my mind. I finally escaped that torment, and last night, I was locked in a pitch-black room where I couldn't see or feel anything. It's driving me insane. Have you finished scolding me? Now that you're done, could you answer my question? Lin Mo replied awkwardly. Get lost. Longyu snapped. Don't be angry. If you truly wish to see, once we return, I'll have Xiaohui film it for you. I promise I won't mute you again. Lin Mo remarked that Wei Xin was now considered his woman, and thus she should not be shown to Longyu. However, Xiaohui was indeed Longyu's woman, and she could be revealed to him. Are you trying to get yourself killed? Upon mentioning Xiaohui, Longyu regained his composure. Ahem, let's not jest any longer. Long Yi, it is time you elucidate on the path of cultivation that lies ahead. After all, I must grow stronger to protect Xiaohui, right? Lin Mo said with a smile. Although Longyu harbored a desire to eliminate that vile person, the reality that they were now one entity was irksome, yet he had no choice but to endure it. Begin by circulating your qi from the dantian, dispersing all your inner strength, allowing this vital energy to completely merge with your physical body and spirit, thus transforming it into your true power, Longyu instructed. The techniques of the undying body differ from other martial arts. It requires the practitioner to distribute their power throughout their entire being. Seated cross-legged on the balcony, basking in the sunlight, Lin Mo listened attentively as Longyu expounded on the undying body. Once the martial arts of the undying body are mastered, one can never be rendered powerless. For the undying body does not adhere to the concept of a dantian. Rather, strength is infused throughout the entirety of the body. Absorbing Longyu's teachings, Lin Mo dispersed his inner strength and commenced the practice of the Tiangang Qi technique. The first level of Tiangang Qi is wisdom, liberating the constraints of the mind and enhancing one's capacity for learning and cognitive ability. Lin Mo swiftly acquired the skill that typically requires others to painstakingly explore, gradually unraveling the limitations of their minds, fearful that hasty progress might lead to detrimental consequences. However, Lin Mo, endowed with an immortal body, harbored no such concerns and charged ahead with reckless abandon. Yet, upon reaching the second level of the celestial vitality, speed, he encountered an unexpected challenge. At this level, one must channel their true energy into their feet to impact the meridians and elevate their speed. Unfortunately, Lin Mo struggled to master this technique. The true energy he concentrated in his feet detonated, utterly obliterating his slippers. It seems you were truly a waste. Dragon, you mocked. The celestial vitality is an elite martial art, with the first 5 levels serving as its foundation. Only by mastering these initial stages can one progress to the subsequent formidable techniques. Common practitioners may only grasp 1 or 2 levels, while only the most exceptional talents can comprehend the complete 5. You, being such a failure, should consider yourself fortunate that the small furnace you acquired was not squandered. Dragon, you remarked coolly. I refuse to believe that. Teach me the 3rd level. Lin Mo insisted, unwilling to accept that he could not learn even a fragment of this art. Observing his determination, Dragon, you relented and explained the operational method of the 3rd level. The 1st level had already enhanced Lin Mo's cognitive abilities, allowing him to learn swiftly. The 3rd level, Celestial Vitality Strength, necessitates the special concentration of true energy within the muscles throughout the body, thereby augmenting physical power. This time, Lin Mo learned remarkably quickly. After 7 attempts at strengthening his arms, he finally succeeded in enhancing the power of one arm. However, his vigorous training stirred Wei Xin from her slumber. Slowly opening her eyes, she initially felt a bit disoriented, mistaking her surroundings for home. But the sudden ache radiating through her body made even lifting her arm a strenuous endeavor. A memory of the previous night surged back to her, what that man had done to her. Woe is me. Wei Xin burst into tears, realizing her loss of purity. Although most of the night had involved her sister, it was still her body that had been sullied. Upon noticing Wei Xin's awakening, Lin Mo ceased his training and turned to see her weeping upon the bed. Rising, he shed his clothing and climbed back onto the bed. Little Meng, this time your sister cannot save you. Chapter 65. Analyzing one's strength on the eve of the final battle. On the outskirts of H City, a considerable assembly of military forces began to converge. After a period of extensive clearing, numerous undead had been eradicated by the military. The surrounding cities, now free from Long Yu's control over the undead's rampant spread, were witnessing a gradual decline in their numbers, as most of the undead preferred to remain in one location. Presently, the focal point was H City, the epicenter of the infection, which had devolved into a den of horrors, teeming with the undead. On the main ship, the commander pondered, now that H City has completely fallen, it is improbable that any survivors remain. Why not deploy an excessive nuclear strike to annihilate it? His assistant questioned, perplexed by his words. After a moment of contemplation, the commander replied, we have suffered significant losses this time. We cannot leave empty-handed. Nations are engaged in a technological race, and we have fallen far behind in the research of human enhancement. The outbreak of this virus presents us with an opportunity. It has not only claimed my daughter and several elite team members, but has also wreaked havoc across multiple cities. We cannot allow Yan Huang to bear this loss without gain. The higher-ups viewed the undead virus as a pivotal factor to surpass other nations in human enhancement. The objective was clear. They must capture the undead king alive. The commander slammed his fist on the console, glaring at the screen displaying H City. His eyes ablaze with fury. Meanwhile, within H City, Lin Mo remained oblivious to humanity's impending siege, having just concluded his encounter with Wei Xin. Truth be told, the interplay of their contrasting personalities felt uniquely exhilarating, bringing him great joy. Haha. Lin Mo covered the unconscious little Meng with a blanket, reflecting on how delightfully entertaining she had been. One moment fierce, the next pitiful, a captivating blend. Having indulged in enough amusement, it was time to attend to serious matters. With such feeble strength, he must be wary of the human's nuclear arsenal. Long Yu reminded, even if the undying body has fully recovered. He was uncertain whether it could withstand an attack capable of obliterating a large city in a single strike. Rest assured, if it were just the two of us, we would indeed fear nuclear weapons. However, now we are one entity. Unless cast into the sun, I cannot fathom what could possibly kill me, Lin Mo stated. The undying body possesses formidable blood-locking abilities, rendering it nearly impossible to be dispatched in an instant. Nevertheless, the recovery process demands substantial vitality, and should vitality run low, recovery would inevitably slow. Conversely, the natural body boasts an immense reservoir of life force, exhibiting an unparalleled recovery rate. The evidence of this lies in its ability to regenerate even after being reduced to a pulp. As long as Lin Mo remained alive with even a fragment of flesh intact, regeneration was assured. The combination of the two ensures that, barring any ceiling, death is simply unattainable. I have endured a nuclear blast. Although it did not strike me directly, I survived. And it is even less likely that I could be killed now. The biochemical Terminator virus grants immunity to nuclear radiation. The undying body has already recovered. And the Phoenix bloodline exhibits remarkable heat resistance, rendering it nearly immune to high temperatures. The greatest harm a nuclear weapon could inflict upon me would merely be the shockwave. Lin Mo asserted, clenching his fist, feeling a newfound hubris. Humph. Long Yu expressed disdain for Lin Mo's arrogance, but refrained from countering his words, as he himself had yet to comprehend the full potential of the undying body. By the way, Long Yu, you must have been quite powerful before you acquired the undying body, right? Lin Mo inquired suddenly, placing a piece of his flesh within Wei Xin's body before exiting the room to head downstairs. What is your interest in that? Long Yu asked. Hee. I wish to compare and ascertain the extent of my current strength. After all, one's capabilities dictate the resources one can acquire. And there are abundant treasures within the upper echelons of Yan Huang, Lin Mo replied, eager to confirm his current level of power, which would aid in his future scheming. Long Yu pondered for a moment. When I was still human, I was likely at the initial stage of the divine realm. While my master consistently existed at the pinnacle of that realm, he divulged. Do you think, with my current strength, I could defeat you in your human form? Lin Mo queried. Absolutely. With your acquisition of my undying body, the standard metrics of strength no longer apply. No matter how formidable a normal divine realm practitioner may be, they remain human at the end of the day. In a direct confrontation, none can contend with the undying body, Long Yu asserted, emphasizing the fragility of human flesh, which, despite its power, is ultimately susceptible to exhaustion. Is that so? How about comparing against your master, Qilin? Do we stand a chance? Lin Mo probed further. Haha. Upon hearing this, Long Yu erupted in laughter. You cannot hope to defeat him. You truly dare to entertain such thoughts? You cannot even grasp the essence of Tian Gangqi and wish to challenge my master? Do we have a chance? Absolutely not. My master possesses numerous sealing techniques. Even if you relinquished control of your body to me, I would still find it difficult to rival him. The outcome would merely be another sealing at his hands. Long Yu explained that sealing is the sole method to contend with the undead, just as his master had done a millennium ago to subdue it. Moreover, with your sluggish speed, should you encounter a formidable adversary, you would merely be a target for their blows. After hearing Long Yu's scathing remarks, Lin Mo reluctantly gained a clearer understanding of his current abilities. His vitality was undoubtedly supreme, his attack power likely remained within the celestial tier. Yet his speed and evasion were woefully inadequate. However, his defensive capabilities somewhat compensated for these shortcomings. But I possess fervor, a sturdy, steel-like physique, life armor, protective energy. In the Xuanwu body, Lin Mo conveyed his defensive measures to Long Yu, leaving the latter momentarily stunned. Upon grasping the extent of this fellow's defensive prowess, Long Yu became incensed. So, you've devoted all your core abilities to defense? Long Yu exclaimed angrily, realizing why his strikes had elicited no response from Lin Mo. It turned out that all his talents were allocated to fortification. The layers of defense are intricately intertwined, each distinct from the others. Alas, within the external forces, I find myself weak and fearful for my life, hence I have heightened my defenses, Lin Mo proudly declared. Furthermore, it has been proven that a robust defense is indeed advantageous, otherwise you would not have encountered me. From now on, the offensive aspect shall rest upon your shoulders. While I shall provide control, Lin Mo remarked, having acquired numerous biological genes which significantly enriched his skills. Begone. After enduring a torrent of abuse from Long Yu, Lin Mo hastened towards the power station, for the electric eel gene's energy reserves had yet to be fully replenished. The data panel still reflected the status prior to absorbing Long Yu's essence, suggesting that the undead entity was not recognized by the reincarnation space as Lin Mo's power, merely adding a heart of the undying phoenix, presumably due to Long Yu's continued existence. Thus, was this a bug in the system? Chapter 66, The Female Long Yu. The male Lin Mo. Though the life armor generates a continuous stream of biological electricity, the time required to completely fill Lin Mo's internal energy reserves is rather lengthy. With a low conversion efficiency, hence, it is more prudent to draw energy directly from the power station. Currently, Lin Mo's body harbors an array of energy types: life energy, electric energy, and true qi, a peculiarity of the undead, as an ordinary body could not simultaneously endure multiple attributes within a single form. The life armor, akin to its master, is composed of the biochemical Terminator virus, abundant iron molecules, redstone meteorite, and the corpse brother virus, which includes the chilling poison of the icy dragon. Both entities possess a diverse composition, and their genes are even more eclectic. While Lin Mo was at the power station, entangled in cables and absorbing energy, he was suddenly startled by the intense sound of gunfire. In H City, the echoes of gunfire are a daily occurrence to which he has grown accustomed. However, this tumult was markedly more ferocious, with a sharp crackling sound. Having drained the last battery's charge, Lin Mo exited the power facility. Has the Yin Huang faction initiated a full-scale assault? Glancing at the sky, he observed several fighter jets and a colossal battleship looming over the northern expanse of H City. Dozens of flying undead surged forward to confront them, but were swiftly decimated by the aircraft's cannons. What a grand spectacle! Enough with the marveling. We must return to the library, for Xiao Hui's safety is paramount. Long Yu urged anxiously. Let us split our efforts. You head back to the library to keep watch while I attend to Wei Xin, Lin Mo instructed. His attire transformed into the life demon armor, which gradually receded to reveal a woman of exquisite form, adorned in feminine life armor. The hair of the female form shone pure white, exuding an alluring aura, while Lin Mo's male form reverted to its original appearance, his hair now a deep black, save for the runes upon his forehead. Upon opening his eyes, Lin Mo found the dual perspective decidedly peculiar. Thus he relinquished control of the female form to Long Yu. Do not regard me with such eyes. lest I take your life. Having restored his physical form, Long Yu had yet to savor the taste of freedom when he became acutely aware of Lin Mo's peculiar gaze. If you believe you can strike me, then by all means, give it a try, Lin Mo remarked with a smile. Although the female entity belonged to Long Yu, the essence of the immortal body remained under Lin Mo's control, allowing him to reclaim Long Yu's consciousness at any moment. The female form contained only a fraction of life energy. Once depleted, it would be rendered immobile. Moreover, Lin Mo could directly manipulate the life armor enveloping the female entity. With a huff of disdain, Long Yu chose to disregard Lin Mo, darting towards the library. After Long Yu's departure, Lin Mo remained momentarily dazed. Goodness, is this some kind of poison? He mused, administering a sharp slap to his own face, realizing he had nearly been entranced by Long Yu's icy snort. This simply won't do. I must seek Wei Xin for an antidote. This is unbearable. Meanwhile, upon halting, the human faction's aerial warships promptly released a fleet of triangular aircraft. These numerous vessels soared through the skies above City H at remarkable speeds, swiftly saturating the atmosphere. Many concealed undead attempted to confront these aircraft, but before they could approach, the triangular vessels unleashed beams of laser from their three corners. The lasers swept across the ground in a sweeping arc, delivering a formidable slicing attack to the undead below. In an instant, countless undead that had emerged from the depths and structures were reduced to mere ash. Following this assault, the number of lower-tier undead dwindled rapidly. However, a relentless stream of them continued to rise. After the initial barrage, the triangular aircraft began to interconnect their laser fire, forming a colossal interception net that enveloped the entirety of City H, preventing any undead from escaping. Any undead that encountered the interception lasers would be instantly incinerated at the points of contact. Subsequently, more planes appeared in the sky, deploying disc-shaped devices into City H. These discs are specifically designed machines for luring and exterminating the undead, protected by the formidable serpent robots. As the majority of the zombies are drawn away by the luring devices, the army's path gradually clears. It seems these experimental robots have proven somewhat effective, alleviating many of our troubles, Yin Yin remarked, sipping on bird's nest soup while assessing the machines enticing the zombies. Indeed, after all, this is funded by the hard-earned money of the people, Mushi concurred. However, we must remain vigilant. That armored zombie king possesses considerable intelligence, and we must not fall prey to its cunning, Jin Xiong cautioned, surveying the surroundings in search of the zombie king's position. Hey, Captain, should you pause for a moment? If you keep drinking like this, what will we do when we face the zombie king? Mushi said to Yin Yin, who had already consumed 7 bottles of the specially concocted bird's nest. Cough cough, it's fine. There's still plenty left to handle that zombie king. Yin Yin awkwardly glanced at the bottle in hand, typically having to beg for just 1 bottle, now finding it hard to resist the sudden abundance. Hey, stop messing around. It seems I've spotted a target, Jin Xiong suddenly exclaimed. Let me see. Yin Yin hurriedly leaned in for a closer look. They were now quite near the library. Before them stood a figure clad in armor of black, blue, and red, positioned in the center of the street. Surrounded by an eerie emptiness, the solitary presence commanding attention. This is the zombie king, Yin Yin gasped, spewing out his bird's nest soup upon seeing the alluring armored beauty. The female form was a manifestation of Lin Mo's deepest admiration, a preference well understood by those familiar. Unlike the male form, the armor of the female body only obscured the upper half of her face, exposing lips that offered an extreme allure to the members of Team Yin Huang. With a tall and graceful stature and those enticing lips, Mushi was utterly captivated. Yin Yin, with wide eyes, was entranced, as he had always favored the confident, elegant style. Even Jin Xiong, hailing from the Shaolin 18 Arhats, could not help but admire the female figure. Is she truly the zombie king? I thought the king was male? Yin Yin could not resist activating his communication earpiece to inquire with the command center. After data comparison, it was confirmed that, despite the significant alterations, the armor indeed belonged to the armored zombie king. The command center was equally perplexed. The sudden transformation of the zombie king caught everyone off guard. Let us not forget that armored zombie king has devoured the white-haired zombie king and taken a female human with it. It is possible that the girl is the reason for its transformation, so we must exercise extreme caution. The commander analyzed, a surge of anger coursing through him at the mere mention of the zombie king. For it was this creature that led to Linglong's demise. Chapter 67, Long Yu vs. Team Special Ability 2. Open fire. With the commander's order, the snipers immediately took aim. The slender bullets were shot towards the head of the female form, Long Yu. Bang! The tremendous impact caused Long Yu's head to tilt back. The bullet deflected. Reports indicated that the target sniper had been struck by a V7 armor-piercing round, yet he soon witnessed Long Yu turning back, utterly unharmed. The target sniper had yet to finish his words when Long Yu's formidable mental force surged into his mind. A mere ordinary person was utterly incapable of resisting such a psychic assault, shattering the scope along with it. How impolite. Long Yu scoffed, noting how modern individuals, much like that young man, revel in despicable tactics. Open fire. Open fire. Give her everything you've got. Upon receiving the command, all personnel in the unit unleashed a barrage of bullets towards Long Yu. As the metallic tempest approached, Long Yu smiled, arcs of lightning radiating from him. Let me see how this new ability performs. The electromagnetic shield of his life armor was activated, enveloping him in a circular barrier composed of lightning. Every bullet hurtling towards him was intercepted by the electromagnetic shield. This is the ultimate defense that the original Terminator takes pride in. An electromagnetic shield that nullifies all metallic weaponry. Indeed, as bullets proved ineffective against the Corpse King, the commander issued another order. Launch all missiles. I refuse to believe he is truly invincible. The commander gazed sternly at the audacious Corpse King. Dozens of missiles were launched towards Long Yu's position, yet he remained unperturbed, opting to withstand the onslaught. The electromagnetic shield activated once more. Boom, boom, boom. A multitude of missiles rained down around Long Yu. The shockwaves and heat from the explosions pushing him back, while the shrapnel was absorbed by the steadfast electromagnetic shield. Aside from a few ashes on his armor, he sustained no damage. Ha ha ha, delightful. This defense rivals that of the Xuanwu armor. Long Yu chuckled, initially believing that this life armor possessed only unique abilities. Yet he was astonished by its exemplary basic defense. As the dust settled, the soldiers heard Long Yu's slightly magnetic laughter, realizing that the situation had escalated. In the spirit of reciprocity, it is now my turn to play, Long Yu stated nonchalantly, raising his hand towards the retreating tanks in the distance. Lightning. A sphere of electricity began to coalesce in his palm, expanding to over 2 meters in width within seconds, and shot towards the tank. Zzz. The lightning sphere struck the tank at tremendous speed, exploding and turning it into plasma, the resulting electric field claiming the lives of all nearby soldiers. Before Long Yu could gather more energy for another lightning sphere, a dark object was hurled towards him. Grasping the object with one hand, Long Yu discovered it resembled a bottle filled with water. What is this? Before he could further investigate, the small bottle erupted, dousing Long Yu in water. Ha ha ha. I didn't expect it to be so easy. Yan Yan sprang forth, accompanied by Jin Xiong and Mu Shi. How does it taste? This is the premium bird's nest I specially prepared for you. It's very nourishing. Ha ha ha. Yan Yan observed Long Yu sniffing the substance on his skin and chimed in. Bird's nest? Long Yu noted a pleasant aroma but detected an underlying scent. You wouldn't understand. Come on. After dealing with you, we still have your man to contend with, Yan Yan declared, conjuring a firebird in his hand. Despite feeling a twinge of reluctance at the sight of the Corpse King's beautiful wife, Yan Yan prioritized the mission. He hurled the firebird directly at Long Yu. Upon hearing Yan Yan's words, Long Yu's playful intentions evaporated. Heavenly Gang Chi, second stage. You've truly vexed me, kid. Swiftly dodging the firebird, Long Yu charged at Yan Yan with blinding speed, delivering a powerful punch. I won't let you. Mu Shi quickly positioned herself in front of Yan Yan, bracing herself against Long Yu's fierce blow. This time, he was not incapacitated as in the original plot. Long Yu, now in a female form, lacked the strength of the male counterpart. Even with the enhancement of the life armor, her power did not see a significant increase. Just as she managed to block an incoming punch, Mu Shi was about to retaliate when Long Yu swiftly appeared behind him. Not bad in strength, but your speed is lacking, Long Yu remarked, delivering a swift kick to Mu Shi's back, sending him flying. As Yan Yan seemed on the brink of defeat, Jin Xiong lunged forward, seizing Long Yu's fist. However, Long Yu pivoted and struck Jin Xiong in the abdomen, propelling him away. The disparity between the celestial and terrestrial levels was glaring. Ants easily crushed, grasping the fleeing Yan Yan. Long Yu readied to exert lethal force. Suddenly, Yan Yan opened her mouth to unleash flames, but Long Yu, quick as lightning, clasped her jaw shut, extinguishing the flicker of fire before it could ignite. You intend to burn me? If I am not mistaken, the water you splashed upon me possesses incendiary properties. Does it not? Long Yu gazed into Yan Yan's eyes, a subtle smile gracing her lips. Before Long Yu could continue, Yin Yin felt an unusual heat in her lower body. Looking down, she discovered flames engulfing her as she clutched a red lighter adorned with floral engravings. Without waiting for Long Yu to react, Yin Yin promptly ignited the lighter, unleashing a wave of heat that erupted between them. Boom! Long Yu was propelled back several steps, the flames on her body intensifying. Such a high temperature. The life armor is melting away, Long Yu observed, astonished by the armor disintegrating under the heat. While the life armor possessed notable regenerative properties, it primarily relied on abundant life energy for optimal recovery, something Long Yu lacked in ample supply. Retreating to a safe distance, Yin Yin hurriedly extinguished the flames on her body with her pyromancy, glancing back at Long Yu in a state of disarray. Haha cough, haha. Impressive, right? My flames combined with this nest can burn for 7 days and nights. Before Yin Yin could finish her taunt, she witnessed Long Yu shedding her life armor, rising unscathed, with the flames now confined to the remnants of the armor on the ground. Yet, the life armor was indeed alive. Sensing the flames, it began to transform, discarding the parts tainted with specialized fuel. Quite an impressive ability, but tell me, how will you breach my second layer of defense? Long Yu announced, as her concealed form began to darken, her once pure white skin transforming into a shade of dark brown. Xuanwu form. Chapter 68. The Immortal Master. No way. A second layer of defense? Witnessing Long Yu's skin transformation left Yin Yin utterly bewildered. Ants, meet your demise. Long Yu charged towards Yin Yin with even greater speed. In the outskirts of H City, Lin Mo returned from the library accompanied by 2 women. We have arrived. Once we leave this place, we can exit H City, he informed Xiao Hui and Wei Xin, who were trailing behind him. Are you not coming with us? Xiao Hui asked, feeling a twinge of discomfort at Lin Mo's decision to stay. Wei Xin, on the other hand, timidly hid behind Xiao Hui, apprehensive. No, I have matters to attend to. Lin Mo replied nonchalantly. Long Yu is currently engaged in battle. I cannot abandon him, and besides, the mothership above contains something I desire. As he observed the obstructive laser net, Lin Mo placed his hands on the ground. Tree Spirit, summon. The gaps in the laser net were substantial. Larger corpses could not pass through, and those of lesser intellect also found it impossible, yet an average human could barely make it through. He commanded the Tree Spirit to lift the 2 women, and he jumped up as well. Xiao Hui, once you are outside, take care of Wei Xin. She has been raised by the Blood Lotus cult and is unaware of the perils of the outside world. You must enlighten her and explain what the Blood Lotus cult truly is, Lin Mo instructed. Truth be told, he was not the kind of person who would sever ties without a second thought. Seeing Xiao Wei's innocent demeanor left him quite uneasy. The Blood Lotus cult? Xiao Hui turned to glance at the frightened young girl hiding behind her, unable to fathom her background. Yes, she was nurtured as a vessel for the Blood Lotus cult. Much like those characters in fantasy tales, we must ensure her identity remains concealed. Upon returning, dye her hair black. The green is too conspicuous. I understand. I will take good care of her. Xiao Hui nodded in agreement. That will suffice. Take care. Lin Mo waved his farewell, crouching down to control the Tree Spirit to escort the 2 women out. Lin Mo, Xiao Hui called out, prompting him to look up. With a sudden movement, Xiao Hui cupped his face and kissed him. Xiao Hui, you. Lin Mo was momentarily stunned, as was Wei Xin, who stood nearby. You too, ugh. Wei Xin's feelings for Lin Mo had always been complex. After being wronged, she harbored resentment towards him. Yet, her sister had insisted he was not a villain, and that his actions benefited both parties. Now witnessing him share a kiss with another woman shattered her composure. Sister, I feel like crying. Master, save me. Faced with the relentless advance of Long Yu, Yin Yin found herself at a loss. She had exhausted all options and had yet to encounter the true Corpse King, and she was on the verge of entering the fray. Without the heavy life armor and still in her female form, Long Yu's strength had diminished. Yet his speed had increased significantly. Insects, perish. Long Yu approached Yin Yin, poised to strike when suddenly he sensed a looming danger. Vajra Pestle. An elderly man with white hair, a lollipop clutched between his teeth, swiftly charged towards Long Yu, wielding a golden-hued demon-slaying Vajra that descended upon him with great force. Who dares? Long Yu exclaimed as he raised his arms in a futile attempt to block the impending attack. However, he grossly miscalculated the power of the strike. The protective Xuanwu armor shattered, leaving a dark bruise on his forearms. To his astonishment, a single blow had breached his Xuanwu body. Retreating to a safe distance, Long Yu cast a serious gaze at the white-haired elder. Master, wait for me. A bespectacled girl hurriedly approached, pushing a technologically advanced wheelchair. Miss Nima? Yin Yin sighed in relief upon seeing her, but was taken aback by the sight of the wheelchair. This is a battlefield. Is it appropriate for you to arrive in a wheelchair? Yin Yin remarked incredulously. Yet, in an instant, a figure swiftly occupied the wheelchair, reclining in a nonchalant manner and snatching the lollipop from Miss Nima's hand. Witnessing the immortal master suddenly adopt a childlike demeanor in pursuit of a lollipop left Yin Yin utterly dumbfounded. This bewilderment was not limited to the onlookers. Even the previously vigilant Long Yu was momentarily taken aback, having just faced a devastating blow that shattered his Xuanwu body. He was contemplating how to confront his adversary when the old man unexpectedly transformed into this whimsical state. In human terms, this might be termed senility, wouldn't it? Haha. In that case, do not blame me for being impolite. Long Yu declared, and in a flash, he transformed into a blur, launching himself at the immortal master. Upon noticing Long Yu's advance, Miss Nima urgently shook her master in the wheelchair. Master, wake up. If you don't regain your senses, we are doomed, she shouted, tugging at the immortal master's ear. It's too late, Miss Nima, Yin Yin exclaimed. Just as Nima prepared to intervene herself, the immortal master, who had been seated in the wheelchair licking the lollipop, suddenly halted and turned his gaze towards the fiercely approaching Long Yu. Demon, do not disregard my presence, the immortal master proclaimed, slapping the armrest of the wheelchair. Recognizing her master's intent, Nima swiftly moved aside, while Yin Yin remained oblivious to the unfolding events. In a startling transformation, the high-tech wheelchair morphed, revealing an array of rocket launchers. Yin Yin was knocked over by a nearby rocket launcher. Take this, the immortal master declared, pressing the launch button, unleashing a barrage of rockets from the wheelchair. Without his Xuanwu body, Long Yu dared not confront these technological weapons head-on. In the blink of an eye, the tide of battle could shift, and if he were to sustain injuries, the scant life energy within him would be further depleted. Swish, swish, swish. Taking advantage of the moment when his opponent was momentarily repelled by the rockets, Yin Yin hastily retreated from the combat zone. Phew, finally safe. Yin Yin wiped the sweat from his brow, reflecting on the numerous close calls he had faced. Had it not been for his quick wit, he might have met an untimely end. Observing the fierce battle between the immortal master and the female corpse king, he couldn't help but drool at her flawless figure revealed after shedding her dark exterior. Those long legs were indeed strikingly fair. Ah, truly exquisite. If only she donned black stockings, she would be even more perfect. His taste was commendable. Perhaps he would inquire if she would consider wearing them. Yin Yin nodded, but suddenly felt something amiss and turned around. With a smile, Lin Mo knocked his opponent unconscious and gazed towards the distant battlefield. Indeed, she was quite captivating, albeit regrettably male. Utilizing his agile long legs, Long Yu evaded all incoming rocket attacks before charging toward the immortal master. Old man, show me your true skills. Second layer of celestial energy. He flickered behind the immortal master, claws descending with ferocity. Chapter 69. Target, Commander. Old man, let me witness your true prowess. Ha 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 ha. Long Yu's swift strike cleaved the wheelchair into scrap metal, but the immortal master had vanished. What? Upon witnessing the sudden disappearance of the immortal master, the seasoned Long Yu instinctively turned to defend his rear. Yet, the immortal master was swifter. A flurry of diamond fists struck Long Yu's body, injuring his internal organs. Before the immortal master pointed a finger at Long Yu's head. Are you the corpse king that the commander wants me to eliminate? The immortal master's memories abruptly resurfaced, and he recalled the commander's request upon seeing the corpse king before him. Old man, do not underestimate me. Realizing he had been toyed with, Long Yu erupted with renewed speed. Boom. A punch landed squarely on the bewildered immortal master's abdomen, sending him soaring. The immortal master coughed up blood, his gaze towards Long Yu sharpening with clarity. However, Long Yu would not grant him respite. He leaped forward, claws aimed at the immortal master's head. Caught in midair, the immortal master had no means to evade. Perish, old man. True chi of the celestial origin. A layer of golden light appeared before the immortal master, shielding him from Long Yu's lethal strike. What? Boom. The golden shield suddenly exploded, hurling Long Yu backward. Freak, you are overly arrogant. With eyes aglow with golden light, the immortal master instantly materialized before Long Yu, his hands radiating golden energy. Long Yu attempted to defend himself, but the female form's defense was inadequate. After enduring 2 punches, his arms lost their strength. The immortal master then unleashed a diamond finger strike upon Long Yu's arm. Crack! The sacred golden light severed Long Yu's pristine right arm. Today, I shall render you powerless. The immortal master placed his left hand upon his right, emanating residual golden light as he struck at Long Yu's remaining left hand, severing her arm. Given that his opponent was a woman, and the commander had advised to spare lives whenever possible, the immortal master refrained from aiming for Long Yu's head. Now that you are devoid of hands, how do you intend to contend with me? He remarked coolly, observing Long Yu kneeling before him, bereft of her limbs. Ha ha ha, old fool. It seems you truly underestimate your adversary. Long Yu chuckled, though the energy within her was insufficient to regenerate her arm. What do you mean? The immortal master, taken aback by Long Yu's laughter, was about to inquire further when he sensed footsteps approaching from behind. Master, be careful. But before he could turn, a fist struck his back. A burst of purple energy erupted behind him, sending the immortal master hurtling through the air and crashing into a dilapidated building, his fate uncertain. Master, Miss and I hurriedly pursued. You certainly know how to seize an opportunity, don't you? That old fool won't last long after taking your punch, ha ha ha. Long Yu slowly rose, a smile gracing her lips. This isn't about your arrogance. I refrained from ambushing him, for if he were to strike with full force, the female would be lost. Lin Mo interjected, extending his hand towards Long Yu. Without hesitation, Long Yu bit down on Lin Mo's arm, beginning to absorb his life energy. The severed arm rapidly regenerated, and the Xuanwu form coalesced once more, restoring Long Yu to her prime state. Releasing her grip, Long Yu wiped the blood from her lips. I truly cannot fathom the capabilities of your body. The reservoir of vitality is astonishing, defying any human principle of conservation, she remarked. Having observed this young man devouring life without ever seeming sated, the law of energy conservation, Lin Mo replied, unaware of where the consumed life energy was being stored. From now on, do not interfere. I shall personally eliminate this old man, Long Yu declared, eager for a proper confrontation with such a formidable opponent. That may be unwise, for our true objective lies elsewhere. A stronger foe awaits us, Lin Mo cautioned, casting his gaze towards the colossal mothership hovering above. What do you mean? Long Yu inquired. Long Yu, have you heard of the WNLing? On the mothership, as the immortal master fell victim to a surprise attack, the commander furrowed his brow. 2 corpse kings, and even the master. Commander, we have gravely underestimated the corpse king's capabilities. Their simultaneous appearance leaves us with no chance of victory. The female assistant remarked. Shall we retreat, Commander? Hearing her words, the commander clenched his fists, the image of his daughter flashing in his mind. Commander, no more words. Everyone prepare for evacuation, board the escape craft. The commander remarked that the failure of this mission was his fault, attributing it to his own carelessness. He instructed to notify the Ice Serpent to find an opportunity to extract the Special Operations Team 2 and the Master. Acknowledged. The assistant swiftly departed. Although she was unaware of the commander's intentions, obeying orders was the soldier's duty. Once everyone had gathered at the escape ship, ready to retreat, the commander remained alone in the main ship's command center, producing a small black and purple tower. The Dragon's Heart Tower. On the ground. After binding several members of the Special Operations Team together, Lin Mo continued to gaze at the mothership in the sky. The old man had vanished, presumably taken away by his apprentice. Long Yu emerged from the ruins. It's fine. These 3 will suffice, Lin Mo remarked, glancing at the 3 members of the Special Operations Team at his feet. Lin, are you certain that there's a dragon lurking within that massive metal structure above? Long Yu inquired, unable to contain his curiosity as he observed the immobile spaceship. The dragon was an ancient super beast that corresponded with the Cold Sea Ice Demon Dragon, its origins shrouded in mystery. However, Long Yu had learned of this creature's abilities from an ancient text while searching for the Cold Sea Ice Demon Dragon years ago. It could control all living beings and manifest the dragon's magic armor, its strength rivaling that of the Cold Sea Ice Demon Dragon. The dragon had been sealed within a small tower by a powerful ancient figure, whose descendants were merely ordinary individuals lacking any martial prowess. You should grasp my implication. Do you recall the girl who bombarded us with a laser cannon? That was her father, and the dragon tower that sealed the dragon is in his possession. Lin Mo chuckled, genuinely perplexed by how little regard the people of this world seemed to hold for them, sending only a handful to confront them. However, it was understandable. On the Yanwang side, there were merely 3 divine experts. The mightiest Azure Dragon was in a critical period of seclusion. The leader of the Blood Lotus sect was a foolish antagonist, and the only one capable of action was the senile Immortal Master. The remaining heavenly experts were required to guard the borders. Then, I shall not be polite with this dragon. Chapter 70. Devouring the Dragon. Ha ha, ha ha, ha ha. Upon hearing Lin Mo's words, Long Yu could not help but laugh uproariously, his mirth unabashed. If it were the cold sea ice demon dragon, Long Yu might have found it somewhat troublesome, as his ability to control the undead stemmed from it. They could have been besieged by hordes of zombies. Yet, it was the dragon. Currently, the entirety of H City lacked any normal living beings, rendering the dragon's ability to control them virtually non-existent. Even if it were a divine being, Long Yu perceived it merely as a dish to be devoured. Seeing Long Yu's joyous demeanor, Lin Mo also burst into laughter. This world of the undead was truly his boon, yielding abundant rewards. Hey, what are you two monsters laughing at? When our experts arrive, you shall suffer. Yin shouted at Lin Mo and Long Yu. This time, we were careless. Next time our team comes, we shall behead the both of you. Slap. Long Yu delivered a resounding slap to the obstinate Yin, sending him sprawling to the ground. I am in a generous mood today, so I shall spare your lives. But do not overstep your bounds, Long Yu declared. After reconciling with his master, Long Yu's animosity towards humanity had diminished significantly. For such insignificant children, as long as they did not go too far, he had no desire to take their lives. Especially since he would soon depart from this world. Whether he killed or spared them was of little consequence. Here they come, Lin Mo suddenly announced, drawing Long Yu's attention. The main battleship in the sky released a multitude of small spacecraft, heading towards the outskirts of H City. Nevertheless, their keen eyes caught sight of a dark purple figure descending from the heavens, clad in armor, with a slender tail trailing behind, still retaining a humanoid form. The overwhelming aura emanating from it was palpable to both men below. It's here, Long Yu, Lin Mo exclaimed. Gathering two massive orbs of life energy in his hands, one infused into Long Yu's body and the other hurled onto the ground, towards the life magic armor. Energized by this abundant vitality, the life magic armor immediately began to crawl towards Lin Mo, ascending his body and transforming into a suit of armor. It seems you haven't treated it well. It doesn't want to come near you, Lin Mo remarked, interpreting the information relayed from the life magic armor, which clearly harbored a distaste for Long Yu. Humph. The life energy and the Xuanwu body are sufficient. I have no need for this trinket, Long Yu scoffed. Boom. In the midst of their conversation, the commander of the 10,000 dragons descended to the ground. Eliminate the undead. The commander, now forcibly transformed into his dragon form, had lost all sense of reason, consumed solely by an overwhelming desire to annihilate all undead foes. I will hold him off. You find a way to breach his defenses. Lin Mo instructed Long Yu as he charged towards the commander. You need not tell me. The two titans collided, both being formidable T-ranked contenders. The freshly merged commander was at the threshold of divine level, exhibiting immense power. One punch could shatter Lin Mo's life magic armor, while Lin Mo's assaults proved utterly ineffective against him. The commander's armor, enhanced by the transformation, boasted exceptional defensive capabilities, rendering Lin Mo's efforts futile. Fortunately, Lin Mo's own defenses were commendable. Aside from breaking through the outer life magic armor, the commander could not inflict substantial damage upon him. Nearby, Yin and his two companions gaped in astonishment at the fierce melee unfolding before them. Is that the commander? Incredible strength, but his condition seems off. A blue figure swiftly approached from behind the trio, wielding a blade that deftly severed the vines ensnaring them. Finally, you've arrived. I thought you had fled. Yin exclaimed, tears of gratitude welling in his eyes upon seeing his comrade, Bing Shi. Enough chatter. We must leave at once. Wait, shouldn't we support the commander? He is at a disadvantage facing two opponents. Yin voiced his concern, observing the beleaguered commander. Hurry. The commander engaged in battle solely to rescue you. And he is currently quite powerful. Your interference would only complicate matters. The ice serpent spoke, then hastily led Yin and the others away. Meanwhile, the battle between the commander and Lin Mo intensified. As the conflict continued, the commander's rationality waned, and his strength began to surge. Wan Long was gradually gaining control over his body. Long Yu, we cannot delay any longer. It will become increasingly difficult to manage, Lin Mo exclaimed, seizing both of Wan Long's hands in an attempt to restrain him. Here it comes. Long Yu leaped gracefully into the air, his legs transforming into sharp blades. Diamond Poison Dragon Drill. Sensing the imminent danger, Commander Wan Long attempted to evade, but Lin Mo held on tenaciously. In a frenzy, the commander swung his tail violently, aiming to strike Lin Mo. Frenzy. The crimson aura of blood began to ignite, and Lin Mo's eyes turned a deep red as he entered a state of fervor. With a resounding clash, the hardened layers combined with frenzy allowed the commander to barely break through Lin Mo's defenses, but Lin Mo bit down on the tail. Die. Long Yu's assault descended, his blade-like legs plunging into Commander Wan Long's back, rapidly drilling upward. A cascade of sparks erupted as Long Yu's legs were worn down. Yet replenished by abundant life energy, they continually restored their strength. Crack! A fissure appeared in Wan Long's armor, prompting Long Yu to swiftly sever one of his legs, transforming it into a blade, while the other leg came crashing down upon the severed limb. The sharp blade penetrated the commander's body through the fractured shell. Aya! Denying Commander Wan Long the opportunity to scream, Lin Mo slammed him to the ground, delivering another kick to his back. Grasping his tail, he swung the commander back and forth against the ground, causing more cracks to form in the armor. Gradually, the commander let out a roar, his head morphing into a purple dragon's visage, opening its mouth to unleash an energy beam towards Lin Mo. I'm coming. Long Yu charged toward Lin Mo, diving into his body. In a dual soul form, recognizing the thrill of the hunt, Lin Mo relinquished control to Long Yu. Long Yu seized the commander's head, thrusting his fist into the dragon's mouth, interrupting Wan Long's energy buildup. Celestial Force Triple Impact. Death Grind. His muscles bulged as Long Yu grasped the commander's head and began to spin, accelerating rapidly and generating a whirl of wind around them. Whoosh. Bang. The commander was hurled away at astonishing speed, crashing into a towering building. Hey, Long Yu, are you not going to consume Wan Long after throwing him like that? Lin Mo interjected from within. Foolishness. Long Yu retorted, then gazed at the dragon's head in his grasp. As he spun at high velocity, Long Yu had successfully severed Wan Long's head. The most exquisite part was right here, Long Yu said, then bit down on the dragon's head, tearing away a substantial chunk of flesh. The myriad dragons grimaced in pain, yet having lost their corporeal form, they had now become mere flesh. As the bloodline of the myriad dragons was consumed, the essence of nature manifested, granting the parasitic armor of the myriad dragons and the ability to manipulate life. It was only after Long Yu had devoured the entirety of the myriad dragons that Lin Mo managed to push him aside. Do not use my body for such repulsive acts, Lin Mo remarked, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. Chapter 71. The Resurrected Lady. Upon slaying the myriad dragons, an error in the system occurred, prompting a reassessment of the life signs of the myriad dragons. Ignoring the detection from the cycle space, Lin Mo assimilated all the blood and flesh of the myriad dragons, acquiring their genetic material. In due time, he would become the new myriad dragon, and this faulty human-machine system would be utterly incapable of detecting any anomaly. As he absorbed the genetic traits of the myriad dragons, Lin Mo sensed their powers and activated the myriad dragon armor. Myriad dragon parasitic armor, life magic armor fusion complete. Myriad dragon magic armor. Grade, X abilities, fortitude. Myriad dragon transformation, biological manipulation, weapon creation, infection, parasitism, evolution, devouring, restoration, lightning control, magnetic field manipulation, electromagnetic shield, life perception, mimicry. The completed myriad dragon magic armor possessed an alarming array of capabilities, amalgamating the powers of the myriad dragon, the Terminator, and the zombie virus. The exterior was cloaked in a dark purple hue, while the interior radiated a ghostly blue armor. The armor was composed of dark red stone and steel, adorned with menacingly sharp claws, exuding an aura of sinister charm. Removing the headpiece of the armor, Lin Mo took a moment to reassess his armored form. Had he truly transformed into an armored warrior? He tapped his chest plate, producing a resonant sound. If he had once retained some semblance of a monster, now he appeared to be a true knight of armor, and thanks to the unique nature of the myriad dragons, Lin Mo's defenses were indeed impervious. At that moment, the crystal embedded in his chest suddenly shimmered. Young one, this armor is intrinsically linked to your bloodline, and the ability of the 10,000 dragons manifests through it. Remarkable indeed. The crystal gleamed once more as Long Yu's voice resonated from within. How did you find yourself in there? Lin Mo inquired, puzzled by Long Yu's presence within the 10,000 dragons' demon armor. Your body is also mine. The 10,000 dragons' armor is entwined with your lineage. Entering here is a trivial matter for me, Long Yu replied nonchalantly. Now, what do you wish to accomplish? In just over 10 days, we must depart. Complete whatever you desire, and do not leave behind any regrets, Lin Mo stated, having accomplished all he intended with the armor. His next steps hinged upon Long Yu's decisions. After a prolonged silence, Long Yu finally responded. Do not dwell on Xiaohui. I have already sent her away from H City. Her parents are still alive, and we are no longer human. Interfering in her life would be unwise. Lin Mo added. Very well. After careful consideration, Long Yu acquiesced. Lin Mo then placed his hand upon the chest of the 10,000 Dragon's armor, which disassembled and transformed into a humanoid form beside him. I will grant you a few days of freedom. Opportunities like this are rare, Lin Mo remarked, feeling a tinge of pity for Long Yu, or else he would not have released him. However, Long Yu suddenly struck with a fierce punch to Lin Mo's abdomen, the force catching him off guard and bending him over in pain. I do not require your pity, you despicable wretch, Long Yu declared, before dissipating and retreating back into Lin Mo's body. Their current relationship resembled that of the Jinchuriki from Naruto, strong in body, yet the reins of control firmly held elsewhere. With Long Yu effectively imprisoned within. Cough, cough, you're hitting too hard. You'll regret this, Lin Mo grimaced, having been unprepared for the blow without his steel body activated. Nevertheless, he understood Long Yu's turmoil. Having been confined for a millennium, his pent-up resentment was immense. Just as he was ready to unleash his fury, he learned that all was a misunderstanding, that his master had never forsaken him. This revelation alleviated much of his anger, yet the abrupt confinement reignited his explosive emotions. TSK, TSK. TSK, a historic grudge-bearer. What are you contemplating? Long Yu queried, sensing a peculiar emotion within Lin Mo's spirit. Nothing much. I was merely thinking how beautiful your female form is. Get lost. After experiencing this significant defeat, the morale of the Yin Huang soldiers plummeted considerably. The formidable power of the Corpse King exceeded all expectations. The mere appearance of a female Corpse King was sufficient to vanquish the Special Forces team. The Immortal Master suffered severe injuries from a surprise attack by the Corpse King, necessitating the commander to resort to the family's treasured artifact, the 10,000 Dragon Heart Demon Tower. Ultimately, the commander was left in a near-fatal state and was brought back. It is known that the Corpse King possesses the ability to fuse biological genes, and with the commander's 10,000 Dragon now lost, they would soon confront a Corpse King infused with its power. In the capital city, within the conference room, the debate intensified. We can no longer deploy anyone. The neighboring nations are eyeing us with malice, and the special forces at the border cannot be withdrawn, one leader asserted. I propose we unleash an overwhelming nuclear strike to eradicate City H along with the Corpse King. That is out of the question. There are civilians in City H who have not evacuated. We cannot. This is not the time to dwell on trivial matters. City H is devoid of living souls. Are we to wait until the Corpse King departs before using nuclear force against it? The leaders clashed vehemently, with one faction advocating for annihilation to minimize casualties, while the other, citing the presence of survivors in City H, resisted the use of absolute force and sought to study the secrets of the Corpse King's immortality. Once the meeting concluded, Miss Nima exited with an expression of discontent. I truly cannot fathom the thoughts of these old-timers. Can they not see the current predicament? If we do not eliminate the Corpse King soon, we shall lose control. Nima struck the door in frustration, exclaiming, Alas, there is no choice. The Azure Dragon of the Special Forces is nearing their exit, and they wish to fight. The commander's assistant, representing the still-recovering commander at the meeting, remarked, My mentor has stated that the Corpse King has gained the upper hand. We must destroy it before it launches a proactive assault, or all will be lost. The assistant was equally troubled, reflecting on how the commander had been so severely beaten after transforming into the 10,000 Dragon. Officer Yu, Miss Nima. Someone seeks you. They are individuals who escaped from City H, a soldier approached to report. Seeking us. The two hastily made their way to the reception room, where they encountered 6 individuals. Miss. And Lan Hai. Go gun. You all are alive. The commander's assistant gasped in astonishment upon seeing the newcomers. Hey, don't forget about me. Air Duo awkwardly waved his hand. Air Kong, hold your tongue. Ling Long chastised, pushing Air Duo aside. Miss, what happened to you? The assistant suddenly noticed something amiss about Ling Long and the others, especially Ling Long, who had undergone significant changes and seemed taller. This is a long story. Let me first introduce these two, who rescued us. Ling Long indicated towards Professor Mu, who was playfully annoying teacher Xiaojia. Chapter 72, The Tree of Life, Its Fruits. Time is too precious to squander on trivial matters, thus Lin Mo resolved to reclaim all the vitality he had dispersed. Do you truly not wish to infect a few more cities? Imagine the abundance of life you could absorb then, Long Yu remarked. Please clarify your words. I have never infected anyone. You are the one who released the virus. I merely retrieve it, Lin Mo replied, refusing to shoulder the burden of such immense carnage. Allow me to take charge, for these entities were born from my creation and should rightfully meet their demise at my hands, Long Yu proposed after a moment's contemplation. Once he assumed control of the body, Long Yu and Lin Mo made their way to the heart of H City. A grand river flowed through the city center, spanned by a towering bridge where Long Yu arrived. Their objective was straightforward: to summon all the undead and absorb their vitality into Lin Mo's natural form for safekeeping. This would not only rectify Long Yu's past mistakes but also bolster Lin Mo's strength, providing them with ample life energy to confront the dangers of other realms. As Long Yu gazed at the sky, he opened his mouth, emitting inaudible sounds. Summon the undead. Waves of subsonic sound reverberated from the purple-gold bridge, cascading throughout the city. The undead, upon hearing the signals, began to converge towards the city center. Though the virus had already permeated the waters and reached the ocean, making it impossible to reclaim every last undead, it sufficed to gather those from the Yanhuang region. As for the rest, Lin Mo deemed it beyond his concern. After all, Long Yu had declared his indifference towards barbaric lands. As the undead flocked to H City, the military sensed something amiss. In L City, a report indicated that the horde had ceased its assault and retreated. Similarly, in the E3 region, the undead's advance had slowed, and they began to turn back. Reports of the undead's withdrawal bewildered the high-ranking officials in the capital. They had braced themselves for a fierce struggle against the horde, anticipating that the emergence of the Azure Dragon would be necessary. Yet, why had the undead retreated? An investigation was launched to discern their intentions. Satellite surveillance was activated, tracking the retreat routes of the undead. Reports confirmed that their destination was H City, where all the undead were converging. H City? Where is the undead king now? In H City, we have deployed numerous surveillance devices. The Corpse King has never left H City. Now, it resides atop the majestic Zijin Bridge in the city center. As the monitoring unfolds, the public finally witnesses the Corpse King's actions. A dense mass of vegetation envelopes the entire Zijin Bridge, extending beneath the water's surface, where thousands of undead are drawn toward the bridge and the river's surface, only to be ensnared by creeping vines and tree roots, dragged into the depths below. The Corpse King stands at the pinnacle of the Zijin Bridge, quietly observing the scene below. What is it doing? The answer remains elusive, yet it is undoubtedly ominous. No. These plants appear to be siphoning the blood of the undead. We cannot allow the Corpse King to succeed, with such a multitude of undead gathering. If they are all absorbed, it would spell disaster. Is this truly possible? Some question, incredulous that one Corpse King could consume so many undead. There is nothing impossible. Just months ago, you believed the Corpse King could not escape control. What is your stance now? We must destroy it. Once all the undead are gathered, we shall deploy an overwhelming nuclear strike. As for the surviving residents of H City, we can only extend our apologies. On Zijin Bridge, a colossal tree, towering at a height of 1,000 meters, stands resolutely, its roots delving deep into the river, having absorbed a tremendous amount of the undead's life force. The tree's leaves glisten in a crimson hue, reminiscent of maple leaves. Gazing at this giant tree, all the undead below exhibit expressions of madness. Initially, as they were consumed, the undead felt a tinge of fear. However, as the giant tree devoured more and more of their kin, its allure grew stronger, gradually compelling the undead within H City to gravitate toward the giant tree without the need for dragon use control. At the top of the giant tree, Lin Mo sits upon the branches, basking in the sunlight. Lin Xiaoji, are you certain you can absorb such an abundance of blood? Dragon Yu inquires. Feeling the life force emanating from the colossal tree beneath him, Dragon Yu begins to feel a surge of excitement. This is not merely the life of a few cities, but also the existence within rivers and oceans. The zombie virus shows no mercy. If it is alive, it will assimilate and transform into a zombie. I am uncertain. Yet consuming this substance surely bears no harm, does it? Lin Mo remarked, though he himself was unsure whether he could ingest such a vast amount of vitality. Which is why he resorted to this tree to purify the essence of life. The results were unexpectedly splendid. The aroma of this delectable tree nearly overwhelmed Long Yu. I truly wonder where you acquired such an ability. Had I known, I would have done the same. Long Yu commented. Relying solely on your previous undead form. Could you truly consume it? That remains to be seen. Time passed gradually. 1 day, 3 days, 10 days. Lin Mo and Long Yu continued to wait. During these 10 days, a multitude of zombies was devoured by the blood tree. 3 days prior, The colossal tree reached a height of over 500 meters before ceasing its growth. A lustrous red jewel-like fruit emerged from its crown, encapsulating the life essence of countless zombies. Not only Longyu. Even Lin Mo found it difficult to resist the urge to consume it. The undead body incessantly transmitted pheromones of hunger, urging Lin Mo. Just eat it. I can hardly contain myself. Longyu coaxed with a grin. The elixir of immortality, Longyu mused. It was the only term he could use to describe this fruit. The elixir requires high-grade life essence to concoct, specifically the high-purity vitality found in blood, and this fruit was formed from countless lower life forms, yielding even greater efficacy due to its well-preserved genetic data. I think it would be wise for you to consume it swiftly, for you are not the only one who has set eyes upon it. Humanity is still contemplating their intentions, Longyu remarked, gesturing for Lin Mo to glance at the sky, where a distant warship observed. Upon observing the gathering zombies, Lin Mo noted that their numbers had significantly diminished compared to previous days. After a moment of contemplation, he conceded. Very well. It is time to reap the rewards. At the tree's crown, Lin Mo cast a glance at the warship in the distance before leaping toward the center of the tree. The blood-red fruit had grown to over 3 meters in diameter, crystalline and translucent, resembling a transparent heart, with numerous blood-like tendrils within. As he touched the fruit, Lin Mo commenced the absorption process. Slow and tedious, it was far from satisfactory. Grant me control, Longyu exclaimed with excitement. Chapter 73. Excessive Nuclear Weaponry. Encountering nuclear detonation again. Gaining control over the body, Longyu gazed at the life fruit with the eyes of a ravenous wolf. The great whale swallowing technique. With one hand brushing against his mouth, Longyu exhaled deeply, his body slightly shrinking. With a single bite into the life fruit, a current of air began to swirl around his mouth, and within a mere 3 seconds, the entire life fruit was absorbed into his being. What a delight! Ha 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 ha. Longyu laughed heartily, his belly swelling significantly. Simultaneously, Lin Mo began to harness the essence of nature, absorbing the life force that Longyu had ingested. In the absence of the life fruit, the colossal tree, towering over 1,000 meters, swiftly began to wither, and countless crimson leaves cascaded from the sky. As the tree of life started to decay, the multitude of corpses below became frenzied, hastening their steps toward the blood tree, eager to merge with its essence. On board the aircraft, a report came through. The blood tree was withering, and it was suspected that the corpse king was absorbing its essence. Should we proceed with the operation? The pilot, gripping the release button tightly, reported back to headquarters. Hold on, there are still corpses yet to enter H City. Acknowledged. The pilot, anxiously observing the hastening corpses below, was apprehensive that the corpse king might sense danger and flee. Thus, the military had equipped this seemingly modest aircraft with an excessive nuclear arsenal. The pilot's task was straightforward, to deploy the nuclear weapon upon the blood tree at the city center. However, the challenge lay in escaping the nuclear blast zone. At their current altitude of several thousand meters, after releasing the weapon, he would have less than a minute to evacuate. He could not afford even a moment of error within that brief span. As time trickled by, beads of sweat dripped from the pilot's brow onto his visor. The number of corpses outside H City dwindled. Meanwhile, within the blood tree, Longyu, gnawing at the heartwood, suddenly raised his head. Something felt amiss. The heartbeat was accelerating. This is not right, Longyu remarked, sensing an uncomfortable atmosphere. Could it be that humans had brought forth their ultimate weapon? He had believed himself powerful enough to disregard human weaponry, yet the rapidity of his heartbeat signaled a potential threat to his existence. Never underestimate nuclear weapons, Lin Mo cautioned. What are extraordinary beings compared to humanity's nuclear arsenal, which reaches a staggering temperature of 40 million degrees? Any carbon-based life form shall face annihilation. If struck directly, even one with the bloodline of the phoenix would struggle to survive. The best outcome might be reduced to a state of rebirth. Lin Mo glanced at the survival timer for their mission. 3 minutes remained. All right, Longyu, we must retreat. The nuclear blast radius is limited. As long as we are not at the epicenter, we should be fine, Lin Mo advised. Understood, Longyu replied, not wishing to test the might of the nuclear bomb. After consuming the last morsel of heartwood, he leaped from the giant tree. In the sky, a voice reported, targeting the corpse king's position. Locked on. Deploy. At the command of the control center, the pilot released a dark object. Without further assessment of the corpse king's location, he oriented himself in the fastest direction possible. Quickly. Longyu, run. It's coming. Lin Mo urged from within, fully aware of his own speed and leaving the escape to Longyu. You need not worry. I am aware. Long Yu spoke, and then his pace abruptly quickened. Two hearts, one to the left and the other to the right, beat with a rapid frequency, incessantly warning Long Yu of imminent danger. The second level of Tiangang Qi, under the precise control of Long Yu's mental prowess. The blood energy within him began to circulate in a unique manner, enveloping his body in a layer of aura. His feet moved with astonishing speed, leaping forward in a straight line, shattering all obstacles that lay in his path. The velocity has surpassed the limits of human endurance, a capability seldom utilized even by Long Yu, as it is exceedingly taxing on one's vitality. In less than 30 seconds, the two managed to flee the city center, nearing the outskirts of H City. Simultaneously, the nuclear weapon descended with precision. Lin Mo swiftly seized control of his body, and with the sacrifice of his own life force, his battered feet regenerated. As he gazed upon the silent mushroom cloud rising from the city, Lin Mo immediately fortified himself, deploying every defense at his disposal: the steelwood body, frenzy, the stalwart shell, and the 10,000 dragon armor. Before the sound could reach him, a violent wave of heat accompanied by a shockwave surged forth. Everything was obscured. All he saw was blinding white light, followed by an all-encompassing darkness. Lin Mo felt as if his body was being relentlessly compressed into the ground. Approximately 10 seconds later, the tumultuous shockwave subsided, and the pressure upon him gradually diminished. However, this was swiftly followed by a deafening sonic boom, disorienting Lin Mo and filling his mind with a cacophony of ringing. Although his body was oblivious to the external circumstances, the diminishing life energy indicated that he had withstood the nuclear explosion. The pervasive nuclear radiation enveloped him. Yet, the steelwood body remained steadfast amidst the desolation. Cough, cough, cough. This nuclear detonation is significantly more ferocious than the last one, Lin Mo remarked, as arcs of lightning manifested around him, absorbing the surrounding radiation and converting it into stored electrical energy. As his eyes regenerated, Lin Mo beheld the devastation around him. H City had vanished, transformed into a vast crater. The great river in the city center had ceased to flow, completely evaporated of its moisture. The area surrounding Lin Mo was desolate. He turned to survey the vicinity, finding not a single structure remaining. The nuclear weapon deployed by Yin Huang was an excessive measure, specifically designed to combat those extraordinary beings who exceed normal thresholds, with an extensive blast radius. Although the temperatures at the periphery were exceedingly high, Lin Mo, possessing the natural body, an immortal physique, and genes akin to the tardigrade, was impervious to the lethal effects of the elevated temperatures. Aside from slight deafness, Lin Mo felt remarkably well. Having absorbed the essence of life, his natural body underwent a transcendence. Simultaneously, the fruit of life he had consumed was fully assimilated by his natural body. Suddenly, Lin Mo experienced a peculiar sensation upon closing his eyes. It was as though he could perceive the state of his own body. Countless cells were continuously dividing, filled with arcs of lightning and vibrant purple life energy. Including the two hearts pulsating vigorously within his chest, all was vividly clear to him. What is happening? Confounded by this phenomenon, Lin Mo relayed his experience to Long Yu. Grant me control of your body. Let me examine this, Long Yu responded, intrigued by Lin Mo's description, which bore resemblance to the introspection practiced by cultivators. Yet, this seemed implausible. This young man possessed only a modicum of mental strength, and the notion of introspection was far-fetched. He struggled even to project his mental energy outward. Upon seizing control, Long Yu took a moment to reflect deeply. Chapter 74, The Return, Long Yu's Journey Through the Cosmos. As he pondered, he found himself at a loss for words to describe this state. It felt akin to an elevation of existence, in simpler terms. It resembled the notion of transcending to immortality. However, transcendence traditionally pertains to the elevation of the soul, and Long Yu had never encountered accounts of the physical body achieving such a state, even in the ancient scrolls collected by his master. Yet, upon further contemplation, he recalled that the fruit was born from the lifeblood tree, meticulously refined through the essence of countless lives, viewed through Long Yu's discerning eyes. This was no less than a celestial elixir. I cannot fully comprehend it, but I can sense my soul growing stronger. You should be able to perceive it distinctly as well, given your rather feeble mental prowess, Long Yu remarked. The body is the foundation of all life. It nourishes the soul. With this physical advancement, both our souls will receive a corresponding enhancement. Even I, with my formidable spiritual energy, can feel this elevation. As for Lin Mo, he is bound to experience it even more profoundly. "Hey kid, what are you up to?" Long Yu inquired again, noticing Lin Mo's lack of response. When there was still no answer, Long Yu ventured into their shared consciousness, where he found Lin Mo gazing at him in confusion. "What's the matter?" As Lin Mo observed Long Yu's mouth moving without sound, he finally realized that there was an issue with his hearing. The sound explosion had indeed injured his soul. Initially, the damage to his soul was minor and would have healed swiftly. However, before the injury could mend, the elevation of his natural body prompted a simultaneous advancement of his soul, effectively halting the healing process. "Do not worry. Once your soul's elevation is complete, it will naturally recover," Long Yu assured him. He was well aware that in the context of the undying body, a mere soul injury was insignificant. The life fruit contained not only the essence of life, but also an abundance of spiritual energy. "Do you understand what it means for the body to be indestructible and the soul to be immortal? Consuming this celestial medicine could lead to ascension. Must I become deaf? Surely it will be all right," Lin Mo queried, unable to hear Long Yu's words. Long Yu nodded and then unceremoniously cast Lin Mo back into their physical forms, opting to rest in their consciousness after expending considerable energy during their recent escape. Upon returning to his body, Lin Mo felt that most of his injuries had healed. Aside from his hearing loss, all other sensations were intact. He absorbed some nuclear radiation energy, but since the epicenter of the nuclear explosion was still exceedingly hot, he refrained from venturing closer. Main quest: survive for 90 days. Completed. Shall we return? The message from the reincarnation space echoed, yet Lin Mo remained unperturbed, oblivious to it as he continued to absorb the nuclear radiation in the crater left by the explosion. Countdown. 3 o'clock. Shall we return? 2:59, 2:58. Lin Mo remained unresponsive throughout the countdown, while Long Yu, too, was unaware, as the mark from the reincarnation space was not inscribed upon his soul. Return. As the command to return was issued, the infinity mark on Lin Mo's left arm emitted a brilliant light, causing everything around him to come to a halt. The radiant glow surged towards Lin Mo's head, rendering him unconscious. Sensing the emergence of a peculiar energy, Long Yu immediately reacted, striving to regain control of his unresponsive body. "Who goes there?" he thought, as he observed the bizarre stasis enveloping his surroundings, swiftly assuming a combat stance. However, the cyclical space program continued its autonomous operations, manifesting the infinite mark. Subsequently, Lin Mo's body began to digitize, transforming into a stream of data that ascended into the air. Witnessing this transformation, Long Yu was bewildered and could only vanish alongside the data flow from this world. Yet, even as Lin Mo succumbed to unconsciousness, Long Yu remained acutely aware of the unfolding events around him. Once converted into a data stream, they did not vanish. Rather, they moved with astonishing speed, rendering the outside world a blur of vibrant data streams. As they sped through this digital conduit, Long Yu recalled Lin Mo's words, realizing that this must be the organization responsible for traversing various worlds. Curiously, he pondered what lay beyond the kaleidoscopic lights surrounding them. Time became indistinct as Long Yu suddenly sensed their velocity decreasing. Before them appeared a pure white light membrane, through which they seamlessly passed as data streams, arriving in a realm reminiscent of the cosmos. All around, they beheld numerous objects resembling water spheres. Long Yu was at a loss for words to describe the colors of these spheres. They seemed to embody shades of white, blue, and every hue imaginable. Turning to glance behind him, he noted a colossal water sphere from which they had emerged. Could this thin membrane be my world? Long Yu gazed in disbelief at the vast expanse of luminous membrane before him. The data streams they had transformed into paused momentarily before soaring in a singular direction. He remained vigilant, as this entire experience was remarkably novel to him. The boundless beauty of the starry sky filled him with immense tranquility. Gradually, he discerned other data streams emerging from the orbs of water, each exhibiting a myriad of colors, some grand in scale while others were diminutive. He and Lin Mo had become one of the smallest streams, a delicate shade of purplish red. Countless data streams commenced their journey towards a common destination, converging harmoniously like a school of fish returning home from the depths of the ocean. As the volume of data streams increased, so too did their velocity, prompting Long Yu to observe for a considerable time. Ultimately, all the streams arrived at an unremarkable water orb, plunging into it. Upon entering the luminous membrane, the data streams dispersed. The blinding white light obscured Long Yu's vision of the unfolding events. When the brilliance subsided, he found himself in an entirely white space. Calculating. Main quest completed. Rating: SSS. Reward: 30 free attribute points, 30,000 reincarnation coins. SSS rating title: Life Harvester. Number of treasure chests: 3. Confronted with the sudden appearance of this screen and the ensuing data, Long Yu felt bewildered. Fortunately, Lin Mo had also regained consciousness, and Long Yu was forcibly thrust back into his consciousness. He felt dizzy. What was the cause of this disorienting teleportation? Despite his robust physique, he still felt lightheaded. Lin Mo helplessly rubbed his temples, exasperated by the situation. Oh, this data appears quite favorable. Could it be due to the numerous foes I vanquished? An SSS rating with such generous rewards? Observing the rewards displayed on the data panel, Lin Mo felt that his dizziness was indeed a trivial matter. Chapter 75, Upgrading Skills. A reunion. First, let us open the 3 treasure chests. Received: 2,000 reincarnation coins. Received: Ninja Blade, Cherry Fire. Received: 800 reincarnation coins. Received: Demon Blade, Blood Demon Blade. Deducting 300 reincarnation coins. Received: Attribute-less Staff, Beef Jerky X50, Bottled Water X11. Something seems amiss. Lin Mo pondered as he reviewed the items obtained. What is this? Why am I being charged for opening a chest from a deceased adversary? The treasure chest dropped by the fallen reincarnator cost him 300 coins, yielding only a collection of mediocre items, the only notable one being a mere wooden staff. Weapon: Attribute-less Staff Quality, Blue Function, reduces magical energy required for casting, enhances casting speed, and slightly increases magical potency. What a worthless item! Though he now possessed 500 reincarnation coins, the unwarranted deduction of 300 coins left Lin Mo feeling somewhat disgruntled. Thankfully, the 3 treasure chests yielded some valuable items, and Cherry Fire proved to be an exceptionally sharp blade. Regarding the Blood Demon Blade, it may be slightly lacking, yet it proves useful in critical moments, especially with the emergence of a berserker. After summarizing his thoughts, Lin Mo exited the settlement room and returned to his dwelling. Observing the marvels surrounding him, Long Yu felt an urge to inquire further, but upon recalling that this individual was currently deaf, he thought better of it. It was perhaps best to explore at his own pace. In the world of the Corpse Brothers, Lin Mo found opportunities to acquire reincarnation coins to be exceedingly rare. Likely due to his departure from the novice trial realm, despite achieving a high score, otherwise, his total would not have even reached 3,000. The dilapidated room offered little of interest, and with his hearing impaired, Lin Mo proceeded to the enhancement hall. Upon noticing available reincarnation points, he could hardly suppress the desire to allocate them immediately. With over 30,000 coins at his disposal, it was time to indulge. Arriving at the enhancement hall, his attributes were as follows: Strength, 30, Agility, 28, 18, Constitution, 52, Life Energy, Intelligence, 50, 10, Magic Value, 500 points, Charisma, 5. Luck, 2, requiring special attribute points. Due to the inability to detect his undying body, Lin Mo no longer prioritized these attribute points for main combat. Instead, he aimed to reinforce his weaknesses, thus allocating the majority of his talent points towards agility. Were it not for the requirement of Constitution and Intelligence to activate the counterattack skill, he would have dedicated all his free attribute points to agility. With agility at 28, it barely kept pace with his other attributes, a feat achieved by seizing 8 points of Constitution from several formidable corpse brothers through life deprivation. Otherwise, agility would not have reached such heights. With allocations complete, he initiated the enhancement process. Gazing at his attribute panel, Lin Mo expressed satisfaction before pressing the enhancement button. A familiar sensation coursed through his body. Unlike the previous excruciating pain, this time it was more tolerable, likely due to his improved constitution. The sensation resembled a knife piercing his thigh, a significant improvement compared to before. Moreover, his hearing appeared to have improved, filling him with delight. Once the enhancements concluded, Lin Mo, feeling invigorated, limped his way to the skill enhancement section. The skills eligible for upgrade included the ordinary skills: Hunger Resistance, Frenzy, Charge, Roar, and Sturdy, along with the professional skill of Trance Summoning. Hunger Resistance was disregarded, as it seemed improbable that he would succumb to starvation in this lifetime. His primary skills, Frenzy, Charge, and Sturdy, were frequently employed and thus warranted significant enhancement. The secondary skills, Roar and Trance Summoning, were not used as often. Yet the element of surprise provided by Roar could be formidable against mages, while trance summoning complemented the counterattack skill effectively. Time to upgrade. LV5 Frenzy. Upon activation, enter a state of fervor, gaining 35 physical damage reduction, with damage reduction doubled against ranged attacks, lasting for 10 minutes. Cooldown, 12 minutes. Cost, 12,000 reincarnation coins. LV4 Sturdy. A Pokemon series bug-type skill that enhances the skin, strength determined by the user's energy attributes, stacking up to a maximum of 12 layers. Cost, 4,000 reincarnation coins. Level 3 Charge. Continuously compress and accumulate energy, capable of charging for up to 8 seconds to inflict a maximum damage increase of 700. Consumes 3,000 reincarnation coins. Level 4 Trance Summon. At the cost of 300 life energy and 50 mana. Transforms plants within a certain radius into trance to fight on your behalf, lasting for 10 minutes with a maximum of 3 trance existing simultaneously. Consumes 7,000 reincarnation coins. I won't dwell on the latter. My struggles with mathematics make writing these few hundred words a daunting task, taking me over half an hour. What a hassle. In the future, I prefer to focus on prose rather than numbers. After enhancing all the skills, Lin Mo found his reincarnation coins dwindling to a mere 2,500. Spending money was exhilarating, and the trance summon finally seemed somewhat useful. It is a pity, however, that the ability of the Undying cannot be upgraded. Upon leaving the enhancement hall, Lin Mo initially intended to seek out Galba for a drink, only to discover he was absent, apparently off gathering resources in another world. Observing the bustling street, Lin Mo was momentarily at a loss as to where to unwind. As always, there are no friends in the reincarnation space. Just as Lin Mo felt boredom creeping in, preparing to venture into the real world, a team of contractors passed by. This squad of 7, adorned in Special Forces protective gear and uniforms, was undeniably striking. Yet, it was not their military attire that captivated Lin Mo's attention, but rather the purple-haired femme fatale among them, who had previously been the object of Lin Mo's unwelcome advances in the duel arena. Not only did Lin Mo notice her, but the cold and aloof Ling also recognized Lin Mo. Upon encountering this perverse individual once more, Ling's previously pleasant demeanor soured considerably. Glancing at her teammates and confirming they were oblivious, Ling let out a sigh of relief. Such an embarrassing affair, yet here we are again. Greetings. Last time, I was in such a rush that I neglected to ask for your name. Surely, you haven't forgotten me, have you? Lin Mo cheerfully interjected, blocking her path. The other teammates turned their heads, glancing from Lin Mo to Long Ling. Please proceed without me. I shall join shortly, Lang Ling instructed her teammates. All right, Lang Ling. Do hurry. If you require assistance, do not hesitate to ask, the burly team leader remarked, casting a fleeting glance at Lin Mo before leading the others away. Lin Mo, however, noticed a young man who shot him a scowl. Hey, what exactly do you intend to do? Lang Ling confronted Lin Mo with a frosty demeanor after her teammates departed. Ah, you needn't concern yourself with me, after all. I am powerless to act against you in this place, wouldn't you agree? Lin Mo replied with a smile, aware that the reincarnation space forbids private disputes. The best approach to handle someone like him is to simply disregard them. Long Ling, however, was resolute. She turned to leave. But be prepared for when our paths cross in the mission world. I assure you, I won't be as amiable then, Lin Mo suddenly called out with a mischievous grin. Chapter 76, Manipulation. At these words, Long Ling's expression darkened. This was precisely her concern. The reincarnation space harbors many peculiar items, including those capable of locking onto targets. The one known as Vegetative state possesses an unsettling resilience against armor-piercing projectiles, a formidable force that could spell disaster for her team. What do you truly want? Long Ling inquired, utterly perplexed as to why such an oddball would fixate on her. Let us enjoy a drink and converse leisurely, Lin Mo suggested, making his way toward a nearby tavern. Reluctantly, Long Ling followed, knowing he couldn't cause chaos in this setting. With that thought in mind, she stepped into the tavern. Initially, it was merely an impulsive whim, yet she surprisingly complied, which elicited a faint smile from Lin Mo. It seems fate has a curious way of intertwining lives. Being a villain is quite exhilarating, especially when one witnesses the reluctant compliance of the other party. No wonder antagonists tend to be so talkative. Such a defiant demeanor is indeed enticing. Do refrain from that aloof disposition. While I am quite taken with you, I do not appreciate such expressions, Lin Mo stated as he took a seat and beckoned the server for beverages. Upon hearing his words, Long Ling's gaze grew even more disdainful. Were it not for her team, she would not have followed him at all. Without further ado, I shall be forthright. I have taken a liking to you, Lin Mo declared, pouring her a glass of juice. Naturally, I possess gentlemanly qualities. My initial intention was to engage you in friendly conversation and cultivate a friendship gradually. But your frosty demeanor left me with no choice but to resort to extraordinary measures to ensure you remember me. Therefore, I do not intend to engage in emotional intricacies with you. Let us be direct. You shall be my woman, and in return, I shall provide you with benefits. What say you? Lin Mo inquired, taking a sip of juice, crossing his legs, and leaning back in his chair. Why me? Are the women in those realms not sufficient for your amusement? Cold Ling furrowed her brow. Although she felt a strong aversion to this individual, she managed to restrain herself and posed the question. Engaging with those worlds necessitates undertaking missions. There is no time for frivolities, Lin Mo replied candidly. How many missions have you completed? Noticing her silence, Lin Mo pressed further. 5. 5? Lin Mo expressed mild astonishment, glancing at her weaponry. 5 missions. And your primary weapon is still a gun? Is there an issue with that? I have consistently accompanied my team. The distribution of mission rewards has not been substantial. Yet acquiring a single firearm is quite commendable, Cold Ling responded. Her squad had remained intact, executing their tasks with utmost caution, and none had perished. In comparison to other contractors who had entered the reincarnation space at the same time and survived, their growth in strength was, in fact, not slow. Lin Mo was indeed unclear about the circumstances of the reincarnation space. Firearms were not easily obtainable, particularly formidable ones, which required special merits or abilities to be recognized by the reincarnation space. Only weapons acknowledged by it could be brought back. A squad armed to the teeth with modern weaponry could sweep through numerous mid- to low-tier world missions with ease. How about it? I believe my offer is quite generous, Lin Mo remarked, producing from his personal space the long-neglected AWM sniper rifle and a Desert Eagle. Initially, he intended to use these items for a cosplay as a marksman, but upon realizing their ineffectiveness in his combat style, he abandoned them. Cold Spirit momentarily froze upon seeing him casually retrieve the 2 firearms. I acquired these during my first world, but I only used them there and have not touched them since, Lin Mo explained. Why? Because they have become obsolete. My combat intensity is simply too high for firearms to be of any utility. Thus, they gather dust in my storage. To be candid, this offer was exceedingly generous. Merely becoming the other party's partner would grant her 2 high-quality weapons, a proposition likely to be accepted by many in the reincarnation space. Cold Spirit felt a flicker of uncertainty within her. However, the thought of effectively selling herself made her expression falter. Such an act of self-degradation was beyond her. Yet, she was acutely aware of the formidable strength of the individual before her, and she could not afford to offend him. Haha, what a proud girl. It seems you are not so easily swayed, Lin Mo observed, noting her expressions. If she agreed quickly, he would merely consider her as a moving tool. You are a good girl. I do not wish to give these to anyone else. Thus, I shall gift them to you, Lin Mo declared, unbinding the 2 weapons and pushing them toward her. As Cold Spirit stared at the firearms before her and observed the shift in his demeanor, she found herself momentarily at a loss for words. I am a rather selfish person, yet I hold my own principles. You may ponder this. For the reincarnation space is no place for the weak. They will inevitably be eliminated, Lin Mo stated, rising to take his leave. Just as he passed by her, Cold Spirit grasped the hem of his garment. Wait. A faint smile curved Lin Mo's lips as he observed her reaction. Within the realm of consciousness, long you silently watched the unfolding drama. How utterly despicable. Observing the transformation in the girl's gaze from initial hatred to hesitation, then to confusion, and ultimately to a complex blend of emotions, stirred a restlessness in Long Yuya, who felt an overwhelming urge to deliver a punch, as he had once done to Xiaowei. After bidding farewell to the Cold Spirit, Lin Mo found himself contentedly seated in the bar, a smile gracing his lips. Manipulating the affections of a girl was remarkably effortless. In contrast to those materialistic women, dealing with a virtuous girl allowed for a broader array of tactics, albeit with heightened difficulty. Yet, once success was achieved, loyalty would be unwavering. Brother, doesn't your approach to courting women seem rather costly? Inquired the hotel attendant, placing a dish of peanuts before Lin Mo. He had witnessed everything unfold clearly. The esteemed individual had gifted 2 firearms in pursuit of a woman, a gesture that could have fetched thousands of reincarnation coins if sold. Such a display left him bewildered, for he struggled to comprehend the world of the affluent. Ah, you fail to understand. This is what we call emotional value. The next time I invite her out, I can advance our relationship, Lin Mo replied, swirling the goblet in his hand with a light-hearted demeanor. Such ignorance, the attendant remarked, setting down a plate of chicken and shaking his head. If you're merely seeking a physical encounter, I can introduce you to my older sister. She's quite provocative. Excuse me? What is your name, my friend? Is your sister beautiful? Lin Mo inquired, turning his gaze towards him. My name is Wang Fuguwei, and my sister is Li Meier. Behold, Wang Fuguwei said, pulling out his phone to reveal two glamorous women, one tall and striking, the other a charmingly petite beauty. Li Meier? Both of them are rather appealing. Which one is your sister? Lin Mo expressed interest while gazing at the enchanting images. The taller one is indeed beautiful, isn't she? If you're interested, I can facilitate an introduction, Wang Fuguwei replied with a grin. What is the cost for a rendezvous? Lin Mo queried. Upon hearing this, Wang Fuguwei was momentarily taken aback, then recalled his previous words. No, I misspoke. My sister is not involved in that profession, he stammered awkwardly, though she may be somewhat open-minded. She is not the type of person. I've yet to see her with any intimate companions. Then why are you mentioning this to me? Lin Mo responded, somewhat exasperated, having assumed he was dealing with a wayward girl, only to be misled. Brother, I merely thought you were quite capable. If you were to win my sister's affection, I might benefit as well, Wang Fuguwei explained. Is that so? Lin Mo scrutinized him, then glanced back at the woman in the photograph. Are you certain she is your sister? Absolutely, we share the same parents. Then why does she bear the surname Li while you are Wang? Because I take my father's surname, while she takes our mother's. As Lin Mo inquired while dining, he found the individual known as Wang Fuguwei to be quite intriguing. Eager to find a partner for his sister, Wang had the audacity to approach him. It was a rare encounter with someone so captivating. There had to be a catch. After finishing his meal, Lin Mo mused about his elder brother's intentions, suggesting they could meet again when he had more time to spend with his sister. He then turned and made his way to the front desk. Wang Fuguwei, left helpless, could only watch as Lin Mo departed. He is too clever. This is going to be difficult, he sighed, having initially assumed Lin Mo was merely a mindless lecher, only to discover he was not easily ensnared. After a satisfying meal and leaving the tavern, Lin Mo felt invigorated and decided to visit the dueling arena. With nothing pressing on his agenda, he sought to relax his muscles and perhaps achieve that coveted 100 consecutive victories. Previously, he had reached 20 wins before encountering a fire mage, which had dampened his enthusiasm for further combat. Upon arriving at the martial arts hall, Lin Mo entered the grand hall. A prompt appeared. Would you like to continue matching with your previous code? He considered switching codes, which would reset his points. Judging it prudent to avoid potential point manipulation with reincarnation coins, he confirmed his choice. His new code, Vegetative State, with a score of 20. He proceeded to start matching. After pressing confirm, Lin Mo transformed into a stream of data, vanishing from his original location and entering the dueling arena. The dueling arena was a favored locale among many reincarnators. Those who achieved 100 consecutive victories were invariably formidable. A saying circulated among the contractors: if you cannot identify your weaknesses, then come to the dueling arena. The rewards for achieving 100 victories were exceedingly generous. Drawing numerous challengers, each showcasing a diverse array of strengths, there was nothing they could not offer, limited only by one's imagination. Many contractors and workers lacking sufficient strength often visited to observe the battles of the strong. Some aimed to discern which abilities were superior to guide their own development, while others sought to learn combat techniques by studying how various fighters engaged. There were also those who merely sought entertainment in the spectacle. Unlike typical competitive events, the dueling arena did not facilitate betting or wagering. Those who attended were genuinely passionate about the art of combat. Oh, a newcomer with 20 consecutive victories, Vegetative State? I haven't heard of him before, remarked a worker in the hall. Neither have I. When did a 20-win streak emerge? Gradually, a number of spectators began to notice Lin Mo's dueling arena, yet due to the fact that his achievements were amassed within a single day, few were familiar with him. Furthermore, he had been absent for a month, leading to a dwindling memory of his presence. Within the darkened confines of the arena, Lin Mo adjusted his attire. Clad in a robe manifested from the dragon's armor of 10,000 dragons, he wiped his staff clean and slightly bent at the waist, complementing his magical robe. Now I am a mage, heh? He chuckled, resting the staff upon his shoulder. Where is this place? Long Yu suddenly inquired, having observed Lin Mo's antics, which either involved courting women or engaging in activities he found perplexing. The dueling arena is akin to the ancient martial competitions of your time. Many participants join, and the more victories one secures, the greater the rewards, Lin Mo explained. Martial competitions? You mean those performances where they leap around like monkeys on stage? Long Yu retorted, his tone laced with disdain, clearly unimpressed by such spectacles. Well, it's somewhat similar, yet fundamentally different. Here, you may fight as you wish. Any means are permissible, provided you can vanquish your opponent. Lin Mo gestured with open palms, uncertain as to why an audience was necessary, yet indifferent to the matter. By the way, would you care to give it a try? Lin Mo proposed. Foolish jester. Enjoy your antics alone, Long Yu replied. Very well. Lin Mo shook his head, realizing that persuading Long Yu to assist him was an improbable endeavor. Match successful. Opponent codename, Ace. Commencing random arena selection. Selected arena, Highland region. Simulating scene. As the shadowy figure emerged before him, Lin Mo's interest peaked. Having achieved 20 consecutive victories, he anticipated that his next opponent would be more formidable. Countless streams of data began to reorganize from the center of the arena, intertwining to form a vibrant meadow, the terrain sloping gracefully beneath a radiant sunlit sky. Lin Mo could discern his opponent clearly, a man bearing a long sword upon his back, unarmored and devoid of any particularly remarkable features. Quite intriguing, Lin. Your faction's abilities are indeed exceptional. It seems these elements are authentic, Long Yu remarked suddenly. What do you mean? Lin Mo inquired. I mean this suddenly conjured realm. I can distinctly sense its authenticity. These elements are real, not mere illusions, Long Yu elucidated, his perceptive abilities keen. The landscape was palpably real, yet oddly devoid of life save for the grass and sparse trees, a chilling emptiness. Is that so? Lin Mo responded, intrigued by Long Yu's observation, having previously assumed everything was fictitious. However, before he could further inquire, his opponent initiated an attack. Whoosh! A sharp blade of energy surged towards Lin Mo. He swiftly dodged to the left, evading the oncoming strike. Quite the challenge. Gazing at the sword mark etched into the ground, Lin Mo remarked. Chapter 78. Ruthless Lin Mo. Engaging in combat. He had always perceived sword energy as merely the compression and external manifestation of one's inner energy, finding nothing particularly extraordinary about it. However, the sword energy that had just been unleashed contained remarkably little power. Logically, it should not have been capable of carving such an extensive mark upon the earth. Pray tell, what is this ability of yours? A superpower, perhaps? Before Lin Mo could finish his inquiry, another wave of sword energy surged toward him. Not wishing to engage in trivial banter given the urgency of the situation, Lin Mo brandished his staff. Thunder's Fong. Violet lightning crackled as it channeled from Lin Mo's hand into the staff, coalescing into a magnificent lightning serpent that lunged directly at his adversary. Zing! Momentarily taken aback by the sudden onslaught of electricity, the opponent was bewildered. Isn't he supposed to be a vegetable? How is he wielding lightning? Yet, he did not falter. He swiftly evaded, sidestepping the serpent's bite. But before he could mount a counterattack, that very serpent he had dodged veered around and pursued him. Caught unawares, he was struck by the lightning serpent. Crackle, crackle, crackle. Oh! Electricity coursed through his body, and he let out a scream as his once pristine white robe was singed, his long hair becoming a tangled mess. Just when Lin Mo thought it was all over, the adversary shakily rose to his feet. Oh my, you possess quite the resilience. Lin Mo chuckled, raising his staff once more. Let us see if you can endure another strike. No sooner had he uttered these words than he unleashed another bolt of lightning. As the second wave of electricity bore down upon him, the opponent's eyes widened, and he swiftly hurled his sword skyward while forming hand seals. Summon the thunder. The incoming lightning was redirected by the sword soaring through the air, crashing against it and being absorbed. Go! With a commanding shout, the sword, imbued with thunder, charged toward Lin Mo. Faced with this furious assault, Lin Mo initially planned to evade with his heightened agility, only to realize that this strike seemed to possess a tracking capability. Every dodge he attempted caused the sword to adjust its trajectory accordingly. Futile. My sword bears your lightning signature. You cannot escape this strike, the opponent declared, a tactic devised specifically to counter mages. As a swordsman, he was meant to embody high mobility and high damage, the quintessential bane of mages. Yet, through a momentary lapse, he had allowed this lightning mage to gain the upper hand, a profound disgrace. Prepare to perish. As the attack drew ever closer, Lin Mo resolved to stand his ground. Dragon's armor. Activating the power of the myriad dragons, his staff transformed from a mere wooden stick into a magnificent black and purple scepter. Firmly planting himself, he gripped the base of the staff and prepared to swing against the oncoming sword with a decisive strike. Here goes. Bam! The staff clashed with the long sword, shattering it into pieces, and with a single strike, Lin Mo sent it flying back. The lightning that had surged forth returned to Lin Mo's body. This maneuver left the opposing ace utterly astonished. What manner of sorcerer are you? Before he could complete his words, the returning longsword pierced through his chest. Alas! The ace has fallen. The vegetative entity emerges victorious. Score 1. As the adversary met his demise, the arena began to dissolve into streams of data. Long Yu sensed the vanishing realm, and that tangible sensation faded once more. Youngster, if you could replicate this a few more times, I perceive an unusual energy fluctuation, quite peculiar. Long Yu remarked to Lin Mo, unable to articulate the nature of the disturbance. Indeed, Lin Mo nodded. After all, he intended to press on, eager to discern what insights Long Yu might glean. Stowing his staff, he drew forth his dual blades from Nepal, donning a more agile attire, and prepared for the next match. Matchmaking. Match found. Opponent codename, Battle Stab. Randomly selecting arena. The adversary that has emerged this time is clad in half armor, adorned with a horned helmet atop a robust figure, wielding a formidable spiked mace. The arena is set in a desert, where the ground is covered in sand, and a wave of oppressive heat envelopes the atmosphere. Reflecting on Long Yu's words, it appears that these scenarios are indeed genuine. One can only marvel at the prowess of the reincarnation space, capable of conjuring such vivid landscapes. Huh, a vegetable. Why don't you refer to it as a high-level paralysis? Huh? Zhang Ci remarked with a chuckle. Upon initially seeing the opponent's codename, he had anticipated a troublesome sorcerer, only to be met with the true visage of a diminutive, agile figure armed with 2 daggers. Before the two sides officially engaged, Lin Mo could already hear the taunts emanating from the opponent. The battle commenced. As the system voice concluded, Lin Mo launched the first assault. Whoosh, whoosh. He hurled 2 Nepali knives like darts. Simultaneously, he conjured a wooden spear to follow suit. A worthy challenge. Facing the incoming Nepali knives, Zhang Ci did not flinch. He swung his mace and charged forward. Clang. Sizzle. The flying blades collided with a resounding impact, one embedding itself in his shoulder while the other struck his helmet, severing a horn. Zhang Ci collapsed on the spot, his mace tumbling to the side. He stared in disbelief at the Nepali battle knife that pierced his shoulder. His feelings at that moment beyond description. His constitution was over 20. How could he possibly be injured by such a small blade? What immense strength was required to hurl that? Before he could even draw out the spear lodged in his shoulder, a long spear came flying, pinning him to the ground. Without granting him the opportunity to speak, Lin Mo seized the wolf fawn club that had fallen to the side and struck at his opponent. The impact drove the man's head deep into his chest, and with several blows, reduced him to mere pulp. Bah! What a disgrace! How dare you mock me? Spitting out a mouthful of blood that splattered on his lips, Lin Mo began to curse. Originally, he had intended to play around, but the man's foul mouth had provoked him. The plant man emerged victorious. In the audience, many were momentarily taken aback by the brutal scene unfolding below. This is rather savage. Such a style is indeed peculiar. Only an old spectator, who had watched for a month, recalled the plant man. Goodness, it's him. He perished. He vanished for an entire month, and I thought he had met his end in some dungeon. Truly, he is remarkable. A berserker who relishes in disguise. Wait a minute, my friend. I recall him being a mage. Did you not witness that lightning spell just now? Heh. You simply do not understand. Keep watching, and you will soon comprehend. After ruthlessly dispatching several opponents, Lin Mo's score reached 24. For his 25th adversary, something of substance appeared. The opponent's code name was Teacher B, a pale man clad in a black robe, exuding an aura of weakness while leaning on a skull-headed staff, appearing as if he were on the verge of death. Despite his frail appearance, his attire suggested he was indeed a mage. Hey there, my friend. Is that your natural state, or a result of your profession? You wouldn't happen to be a necromancer, would you? Lin Mo inquired with curiosity. Chapter 79, The Necromancer. Ahem, obedient boys, arise. Teacher B disregarded Lin Mo's words, coughed twice, and a shroud of black mist began to spread from beneath his feet. The dark fog seeped into the earth, transforming the once normal soil into corrupted ground. A chorus of withered arms emerged from the depths. followed by 3 decaying corpses clawing their way up from the earth. Observing this surreal scene, Lin Mo felt a sense of novelty. For it was the second time he had encountered someone exuding the breath of death. The last was the original owner of that dark dagger. Lin, my boy, consume him. His essence bears a unique fragrance, one I have never encountered before. Long Yu suddenly remarked. Unlike other abilities, the dark energy of death is fundamentally opposed to life. This genetic essence intrigued Long Yu, who wished to ascertain whether it could indeed be devoured. The last time, a mere dagger had completely eroded his shell. Although his suppressed recovery played a part, it was evident that this energy possessed a high tier of power. Consume him? Lin Mo glanced at the frail man opposite him and shook his head. I can't consume it. This is a dual arena, a realm of the virtual. Once the battle concludes, everything will revert to its original state, he asserted. He had long since attempted this. No matter what one did, the opponent would ultimately fully recover. Impossible. I can distinctly sense the unique genes within him. You must hastily take a piece of his flesh. Long Yu insisted, utilizing the life perception abilities of the Terminator. He could unmistakably detect the dark genes of his adversary, in essence unlike any conventional life form. Very well, I shall give it a try. Seeing Long Yu's fervor, Lin Mo decided not to refuse. After all, they were bound to eliminate the opponent. It was worth a shot, as there might be unexpected delights in store. At that moment, several undead creatures approached Lin Mo limping. He wondered if such beings possessed any extraordinary abilities. Lin Mo refrained from attacking and simply rested his staff against one of the undead. All its cells were lifeless, rendering any sense of vitality meaningless. What on earth are these creatures? Long Yu inquired, perplexed by their movement. He recalled having seen corpse herders before, but those were animated by vital energy or yang energy. Without it, corpses remained utterly motionless. Yet, this was beyond his comprehension. This is an undead being. I've only heard tales of such entities, but have never encountered one. Lin Mo remarked. With a swift motion of his staff, he decapitated 3 of the undead. They collapsed to the ground, rendered immobile. Is that all? Lin Mo glanced at these pitiful beings, wondering if even an ordinary person could dispatch them. Suddenly, the stench of decay emanated from the corpses. A nauseating odor that assaulted Lin Mo's senses. Goodness, a toxic gas attack. Lin Mo quickly retreated, covering his nose. As the deathly aura spread, the ground beneath him corroded into dark soil, and soon, several clawed hands emerged from beneath. Simultaneously, from the dark soil at the feet of the opposing necromancer, more undead began to crawl forth. In a matter of moments, the number of undead had increased to 6, still those grotesque, limping corpses advancing towards Lin Mo. Confronted by these repulsive creatures, Lin Mo's staff crackled with lightning. Perish, he commanded, and the violet lightning instantaneously charred the undead into ashes. However, as they fell, they contaminated a large swath of land, with more claws emerging from the ground. Lin Mo's lips twitched in irritation. Did these beings not require energy to manifest? Could they simply be summoned at will? Casting a glance at the frail-looking necromancer across from him, Lin Mo decided to remain patient, opting to first assess the capabilities of this undead master before ultimately dealing with him. As for the necromancer, Teacher B, he furrowed his brow, observing Lin Mo entangled with his undead minions. A flicker of concern crossed his mind. Could this individual withstand the influence of my death energy? Typically, when a normal person encounters death energy, they are immediately eroded, their life force consumed until they transform into undead. Even a contractee, though somewhat more resilient, would still be affected, akin to enduring a negative buff. Yet, this fellow has battled several undead. How is he not being impacted? As the life force within him dwindled, Teacher B grew increasingly anxious. His necromantic energy stemmed from the heart of a dark witch to unleash the powers of death. He had to sacrifice vitality, either his own or that of others. However, repeated crises compelled him to relinquish his own life force, transforming him from a robust warrior into his current weakened state. The necromantic abilities were immensely potent, and he hesitated to forfeit this power, thus seeking his fortune in the dueling arena, rumored to possess rewards that could restore his life limit. Die already. Why won't you perish? He exclaimed as Lin Mo continued to toy with the legion of undead. Teacher B sacrificed a significant portion of his vitality, coalescing a vast orb of death energy, which he thrust into the ground with his staff. Death summon. The surrounding dark soil stirred violently, and countless skeletal soldiers emerged, overwhelming in number. Teacher B's complexion shifted from ashen to a deep shade of blue, dark circles enveloping his eyes. blood vessels creeping across his gaze as he fixated intently on Lin Mo, aware of the unfolding events, called out, "Hey, don't you dare die." He conjured a massive bolt of lightning, channeling it into his staff before plunging it into the earth. A surge of electricity radiated outward, toppling every undead that came into contact with it. The peculiar control over lightning stemmed from the celestial energy of Long Yu, significantly enhancing Lin Mo's learning and mastery. Celestial energy, second level. Unlike Long Yu's prowess, Lin Mo's control was insufficient for rapid movement. However, his second level allowed him to propel himself like a cannonball. The energy exploded beneath his feet, and he charged towards the necromancer with a brutal assault. All skeletal soldiers in his path were shattered as Lin Mo swiftly approached the necromancer. The heart, it's the core of that energy, Long Yu warned. Understood. In the midst of Teacher B's bewildered gaze, Lin Mo executed a technique, piercing directly through his heart. Cough. You're a battle mage? Teacher B realized the nature of his adversary only after being struck through the heart. Will my 31 consecutive victories end here? The thought of his impending mission in 3 days loomed as he acknowledged that his remaining vitality was insufficient to survive the next realm, a bitter smile gracing his lips. Chapter 80, Death Enchantment. The heart imbued with death energy was extracted, and the once menacing undead army dissipated immediately, the deathly aura retreating underground as the undead collapsed, turning to ash and fading away. Yet, no system notification of completion echoed in his ears, and Teacher B opened his eyes in confusion. What are you doing? The refreshing sensation rendered Teacher B's voice less hoarse. He lowered his gaze to the hand resting upon his chest, from which emanated a vibrant life force that gradually revitalized his body. As an abundance of life energy flowed in, Teacher B began to regain his strength, transforming into a robust figure. Brother, what has happened to your body? You appear neither fully human nor ghostly, Lin Mo inquired, relieved to have staved off the impending death of the other. Overwhelmed by the long-lost vitality coursing through him, Teacher B felt tears welling in his eyes. He had long forgotten such a sensation. Ever since he had obtained that heart, he had been incredibly frail, living yet feeling like a mere specter of existence. Thank you for allowing me to feel alive again. Teacher B expressed his gratitude, but before he could finish, he noticed a symbol flicker on Lin Mo's forehead. And then Lin Mo bit down on the heart in his hand. After a few bites, the entire heart was consumed by Long Yu. Teacher B's words remained unspoken as Long Yu cast a glance his way and, with a casual wave of his hand, sent Teacher B's head soaring. The battle concluded. The vegetative being emerged victorious. Score, 25-1. As the fight ended, a wave of restorative energy swept through his body, replenishing the energy expended during the confrontation. However, Long Yu sensed that the energy within him had not dissipated as Lin Mo had suggested. Rather, it resided within the existence of the undead. Indeed, a smile crept upon Long Yu's lips. The type of detection in this place is ineffective against him, and the undead. Anything consumed by the undead remains undetectable. Lin Mo, within, was equally bewildered. What is happening? On the other side, Teacher B, who returned to the preparation space after failing the challenge, was similarly perplexed. The aura of death within him had vanished, replaced by a robust vitality. This data restoration indicates that everything is functioning normally, watching the system as if it were frozen. Incessantly repeating the data restoration, Teacher B was momentarily at a loss. It was the first time he had witnessed an error in the reincarnation space's system. Reflecting on the events that transpired, along with the witch's heart that had been consumed, Teacher B began to grasp the situation. Yet, he could not fathom how the individual opposite had accomplished this. Well, if it's gone, it's gone. This body is quite satisfactory. Teacher B glanced at his now normalized physique and smiled in relief. The necromantic abilities are potent yet rare, unsuitable for a living being like him. Without a special bloodline, it would be prudent to adhere to the warrior path. After vanquishing the necromancer, Lin Mo chose not to continue the battle, as he sensed something amiss with his body. The heart that had been swallowed by Long Yu exhibited a repulsive reaction with both the natural body and the undead. The natural body and the undead are products of life, while the witch's heart is of death, inherently conflicting. The undead's genetic fusion ability had forcibly melded them together, resulting in this rejection. I warned against consuming random things. This has left my stomach feeling rather uneasy, Lin Mo remarked with exasperation. Just endure it, once the rejection subsides. This energy level is remarkably high. Do you not wish to possess it? Long Yu replied with a smile. Though the words were reassuring, Lin Mo could only retch. He vomited forth a viscous liquid that splattered onto the ground. The decayed aura of death clashed with his vitality, which was currently elevated, resulting in a strong repulsive reaction. It was impossible for him to assimilate the energy of the witch's heart as the necromancer had done. However, Long Yu noticed the death energy dripping onto his clothing. Lin Mo, try absorbing it with the dragon armor, Long Yu suggested, observing several drops of death energy merging into the dragon magic armor. Hurry and try it. Why waste time? Very well. Lin Mo dismissed the mimicry of the dragon armor, revealing its menacing armored form. What is this? Lin Mo observed the areas tainted by the death aura transforming, displaying ethereal blue patterns. As he touched the unidentified death material on the ground, the death energy swiftly ascended his armored arm, staining it with the color of death and igniting the ghostly flames of the undead. Damn, is this enchantment? Viruses and death are inherently intertwined. After a wave of assimilation between the undead and the natural beings, although they cannot merge and were ultimately rejected, the virus armor, similarly despised by the natural beings, willingly embraced the death energy of the witch's heart. Indeed, this armor, do not seem to disdain anything, Dragon, you remarked casually. Now, let us test it. Extract all the genes from the heart within your body and allow the armor to absorb them. Understood. Lin Mo controlled the life energy within, forcing out all the dark biological genes of the witch's heart, which the Wanlong demon armor completely accepted. Absorbing the heart of death, the Wanlong demon armor has been enchanted. The aura of death permeates, enchantment complete. Upon hearing the equipment notification from the system, Lin Mo opened the equipment interface. Wanlong demon armor, enchanted form, death armor, death enchantment, sacrifice life to gain death energy, summon the undead, and command them. After absorbing the witch's heart, the Wanlong demon armor, which had begun to change, reverted, forming a ghostly blue diamond crystal at the chest. The death enchantment requires a continuous infusion of life energy. Otherwise, the death armor form cannot be maintained. Observing the notification, Lin Mo attempted to infuse life energy into the diamond-shaped death crystal at his chest. As the life energy flowed in, the death crystal ignited with ghostly flames, the blue fire spreading from his chest throughout his body. In mere seconds, Lin Mo transformed into a fearsome death knight. Intrigued by this newfound ability, Lin Mo poured life energy into the death armor. Waves of death energy emerged within the armor, the chilling aura making even the natural beings uncomfortable. However, Lin Mo soon discovered a flaw in the death armor's enchantment. Other abilities became unusable. The genes of the Terminator virus and the zombie virus fell into slumber, leaving only Wanlong's weapon crafting ability intact. Chapter 81. Training Grounds. The restoration ability persisted, albeit altered. Previously, the armor absorbed life energy to heal damage directly, but after transforming into the death armor, it converted life energy into death energy, which then restored the armor's damage. A series of life-related abilities were suppressed, leaving only Wanlong's weaponry, while all others were now necromantic in nature. Come forth. Summon the undead. Eager to utilize his new ability, Lin Mo summoned a sphere of ghostly blue energy into his hand and threw it to the ground. The death energy quietly landed, and then there was silence. Fool, there is nothing in this space. Do you expect to conjure something from thin air? Dragon, you mocked without hesitation. Perhaps you are right. Let us find another location, Lin Mo replied awkwardly, then clicked to exit. Do you wish to exit the challenge? Yes. It is no longer appropriate to continue this challenge. The act of consuming the heart of the undead mage was undoubtedly witnessed by numerous spectators. Perhaps, merely witnessing the act may not seem significant. After all, the dueling arena restores everything, and one might only perceive it as a display of brutality. However, to consume the heart of the undead mage and subsequently employ necromantic magic in the next battle would certainly attract attention. Although I am uncertain whether the reincarnation space has a reporting function, Long Yu's actions clearly exploit system loopholes, so it is wise to exercise caution. After departing from the dueling arena, Lin Mo arrived at the training hall, not far from his previous location, a place dedicated to teaching and training for the contractors. Unlike the circular structure of the dueling arena, the training hall resembles a grand pedestal for statues, adorned with numerous stone sculptures above. There are elderly figures clad in robes wielding staffs, robust men bearing colossal shields and swords, strikingly beautiful elven archers, diminutive masked assassins brandishing curved daggers, and a statuesque woman holding a small cup amidst tumultuous waves. While the architecture is enticing, it hardly justifies the exorbitant fees. A mere basic combat training session costs a staggering 1,000 reincarnation coins. It's outright robbery, Lin Mo muttered in frustration. Realizing why there were so few participants in the training hall, the costs were simply prohibitive. With such a price tag, could one perhaps expect to kiss the statues? I must uncover the reason behind this steep charge. With determination, Lin Mo forcefully kicked open the door to one of the training rooms and stepped inside. It's merely a training session. It cannot possibly be this expensive. There must be some hidden agenda. Charging 1,000 reincarnation coins for a basic training session explains the crowds in the adjacent dueling arena. Compared to this, the prices there are quite reasonable. Upon entering the training hall, Lin Mo surveyed his surroundings, finding nothing particularly remarkable. It resembled a closed football field, with a transparent glass floor obscuring the ceiling, and a large transparent screen situated in the center. Approaching the screen, he read, Basic Training Arena. 3 days of training to transform you from a novice into a formidable warrior. Please select your preferred training venue. A gentle reminder followed. Once you select a venue, training will commence. Combat will persist until time elapses. 3 days? Though it seemed rather lengthy, Lin Mo reasoned that he could not let this 1,000 coins go to waste. He must at least discern what this place truly is. Surveying the options, Lin Mo noticed several venues but paid them little mind, opting instead for a random selection. Training venue selection successful. Green battlefield. The fall of the empire. Teleportation commencing. Teleportation? Before Lin Mo could react, the reincarnation mark on his left arm flickered, and he promptly lost consciousness. As Lin Mo faded into unconsciousness, Long Yu immediately took control of the body. However, before he could take further action, the body began to undergo data transformation. Here we go again. Where shall we be taken this time? Long Yu was perplexed. Had not this insufferable brat claimed to come for training? Yet, he had begun the transmission once more. A stream of violet-red data surged onto the large screen, weaving through the data lines below and converging into a statue at the apex of the training hall. The eyes of the female archer statue gleamed with a golden light, as if she had come to life. A stone bow manifested a golden string. With her fingers gripping the string, she conjured a violet-red arrow, which she launched skyward. The arrow transformed into a shooting star, soaring rapidly into the heavens. As the sun gradually descended, outside the royal city of the Oka's empire, 2 armies clashed fiercely. One was the last hope of the kingdom, the mightiest guard force of the Oka's empire, the Knightly Royal Guard Corps. The other was a newly emerged revolutionary army, intent on toppling this decaying empire to forge a new nation for the rebirth of their homeland. This is a fierce struggle between the old and new factions, with the victory of either side heralding profound changes for the world. The air is filled with cries of slaughter and the anguished screams of the fallen. Rivers of blood flow beneath the city as the Revolutionary Army unleashes the relentless firepower of their advanced weaponry, causing the Imperial Guard to falter. Despite being composed of knights, each possessing formidable martial skills, they are rendered ineffective against the might of firearms. Their swords and shields offer little defense, and even their armor proves futile against the powerful artillery, leading to a swift decline in the ranks of the 10,000 strong Imperial Guard. Die. A handful of Imperial Knights, shielded by their comrades, charge into the heart of the revolutionary forces. Imperial formation. Provide cover for them, deprived of their ranged advantage. The revolutionaries are no match for the 5 knights in close quarters. In mere moments, 3 knights dispatched dozens of revolutionaries, their blades flashing amidst a torrent of blood. Kill. Seizing the moment, the remaining Imperial forces surge forward. Fire. Do not let them advance. At the command of the revolutionary leader, dozens of cannons are wheeled into position. Ignite. Boom, boom, boom. A barrage of cannonballs rains down upon the battlefield, sending countless Imperial knights flying. The onslaught intensifies with shells descending from the sky, inflicting devastating casualties upon the Imperial Guard. Yet, they do not waver, for this is their only chance to close the distance. Retreat is not an option. In that instant, a crimson meteor streaks amidst the cannon fire, landing at the heart of the battlefield. The revolutionary and Imperial forces collide. A brutal melee ensues, and in this close combat, the Imperial Guards might overwhelmingly crushes their adversaries. In a single encounter, nearly 100 revolutionaries perish. With each Imperial soldier raising their sword, an enemy's head is severed. The revolutionaries' weapons fail to penetrate the knight's armor. Both sides, now consumed by bloodlust, disregard their commander's orders. The revolutionaries, driven by desperation, fire indiscriminately at the enemy, heedless of the risk of friendly fire. Retreat. Retreat. Chapter 82. Come forth, my fallen. Realizing the catastrophic toll on their ranks, the revolutionary commander immediately orders a withdrawal. As they retreat while firing, they suffer further losses in the hundreds before finally pushing back the frenzied Imperial Guard. Thus, the first clash between the two factions comes to an end. The sun begins to set, casting its final rays upon the blood-soaked battlefield. Thousands of Imperial knights lie fallen less than 30 meters from the city, with not a single enemy body among them. All have perished from gunfire. Hundreds of Imperial soldiers, filled with sorrow, search through the fallen for any surviving comrades. Amidst the melee, a figure clad in crimson armor suddenly rises. Hiss. What is this? Lin Mo rubs his head, slightly dazed, before removing the severed arm that lay across his neck. Where am I? Countdown 71, 59. As the countdown loomed in his mind, Lin Mo vaguely recalled that he had ventured into the training grounds. Stop fidgeting. Someone is approaching, Long Yu cautioned. Heeding the warning, Lin Mo stealthily glanced back to see two armored figures, stained with blood, advancing towards him, wielding massive swords as they rummaged through the corpses scattered on the ground. Observing the fallen warrior's armor, Lin Mo activated the mimetic capabilities of the Wanch and Demon armor. Once his own armor transformed to match that of the surrounding bodies, Lin Mo lay down on the ground, feigning death. After approximately 5 minutes, when the inspectors had moved on, Lin Mo finally rose to his feet. So, this so-called training involves teleporting you to a battlefield to engage directly in combat? With Long Yu's explanation, Lin Mo began to comprehend the true purpose of this training ground. For ordinary individuals, it was undoubtedly a bargain. After all, for just over 1,000, they could experience real combat without the fear of actual death, likely mastering the arts of battle and slaughter in no time. However, for Lin Mo, it was a sheer waste. The invulnerability was of no use, making the teleportation fee equivalent to over 1,000 wasted. What a loss. Forget it. Let us consider it a lesson learned, Lin Mo muttered, then departed from the area, heading towards the nearby woods. He had not forgotten the reason for his presence here. 3 days were to be devoted to familiarizing himself with the necromantic abilities. Upon entering the woods, Lin Mo brushed his hand across the chest plate of his armor, igniting a flickering azure flame. Death Knight transformation. With a flick of his wrist to the right, he struck a pose as the ghostly flames blazed, swiftly enveloping his armor. Death armor enchantment complete. What a show-off. Long Yu scoffed. Humph. You simply lack the appreciation, you antiquated relic. You've fallen behind. Old-timer, Lin Mo retorted, then began to condense death energy in his hands. By the way, where did you learn that term? Pressing the death energy into the ground, the previously lush green earth instantly transformed into desolate, dark soil. Where are my undead? Noticing that no undead had yet manifested, Lin Mo infused even more death energy. The territory of the dark soil expanded significantly, yet still, no undead emerged. Odd, that guy did it this way too. Why aren't any undead crawling out? Lin Mo queried in bewilderment. Could it require mental energy to drive it? Long Yu suddenly suggested. Mental energy? I don't possess that, Lin Mo replied, shrugging his shoulders in resignation. Useless. Damn it. No one taught me, Lin Mo exclaimed, yet he relinquished control of his body to Long Yu. Taking command, Long Yu scrutinized the dark soil beneath him, closed his eyes, and formed a seal with one hand, unleashing the formidable mental energy from his mind. Arise. The spiritual energy transformed into a rune, delving into the dark soil. 1 second passed. 2 seconds passed. 3 seconds. Still, there was no response. Ha! You old fool, you are not up to the task. Lin Mo couldn't help but laugh aloud. Long Yu's face darkened. Come out, you wretch. Enraged, Long Yu clawed at the earth, intent on unearthing the undead within. However, he struck nothing but emptiness. Upon witnessing this, Lin Mo suddenly had a realization. I understand now. He forcefully pushed Long Yu aside, regaining control, and sprinted towards the edge of the forest. How perplexing it had become. Without corpses, how could there be undead? Lin Mo recalled that in any fantasy narrative, necromancers are universally reviled, primarily because their magic often necessitates the presence of the deceased. Souls, corpses, and bones. These are indispensable to many necromantic spells. Arriving swiftly at the battlefield, Lin Mo was baffled as to why the bodies had not been removed. Yet, since they remained, he would not hold back. Vital energy surged within him. infusing the death armor as it fervently converted the energy of death. Once he sensed it was sufficient, Lin Mo raised his right hand, channeling a substantial amount of death energy into his palm. With a forceful strike, he pressed this energy into the ground. The dark soil rapidly expanded, voraciously consuming the surrounding land. Come forth, my undead. The corpses on the ground were entirely engulfed by the dark soil, along with the armor, swords, and shields, all sinking into the earth. The death energy was abundant, and coupled with the inherent flesh and blood energy of the corpses, the transformation of the undead was swift. However, due to Lin Mo's ignorance of any necromantic spells, all the undead were converted into a singular form. 3 minutes passed, and Lin Mo gazed at the multitude of skeletons rising from the earth, somewhat perplexed. Why are they all skeletons? A legion of skeletal warriors clawed their way up from beneath, with most clad in the transformed soul armor, save for a few who were bare. Typically, should an ordinary undead not receive a spiritual imprint on its soul promptly after transformation, it would become a wild undead, attacking any living being in sight, including its creator. Yet, the skeletal warriors were entirely different. As the lowest tier of the undead, they possessed no intellect. They would not only assault the living, but also each other. As newly arisen skeletons, their soul flames were faint, rendering them susceptible to external influences. Lin Mo's life energy was unique, even when converted into death energy. It retained his phenomenal signature. The skeletal warriors born from this death energy bypassed the need for a spiritual imprint, recognizing him as their leader. Observing the group of skittish skeletons, Lin Mo reached out and grasped one. Can you speak? Lin Mo inquired. Is that so? The skeletal figure's jaw clacked together, producing a perplexing sound. Through its hollow eye sockets, it gazed at Lin Mo's soul flame, and he even sensed it blinking. Chapter 83. The Perfect Minions. Well, if you cannot, then so be it. Lin Mo resignedly set down the intellectually challenged skeletal soldier and turned his attention to the others. Do not move, he commanded the skeletal warriors. The previously curious skeletons instantly fell silent. Though their intelligence was lacking, obedience to their leader's commands was ingrained in their very essence, and they quickly comprehended their master's order. After attempting to issue several more commands, Lin Mo discovered that these beings seemed to understand only 2 directives: do not move and move. Rather than relying on this useless horde of skeletons, one might as well employ a virus to create minions. At least they possess more intellect than these skeletal frames, remarked Long Yu, observing the so-called undead. Whether it was the previous rotting corpses or these skeletons now, they are exceedingly weak. Not quite. Minions spawned from a virus cannot be easily transported or produced at will. Lin Mo countered. What attracted him to the necromantic arts was precisely this capability, to summon the undead at any moment to do his bidding. As for the weakness of the undead, well, it is true they may be somewhat inferior when compared to other species. But who would unleash the undead for the sake of combat? The pollution here is truly unparalleled. Gazing upon this land still exhaling dark fumes, tainted by the energy of the undead, the soil is shrouded in a morbid aura, devoid of any signs of recovery, as though the earth itself has succumbed to death. When the time comes to venture into another world, should I encounter someone unsatisfactory, I would unceremoniously unleash the undead upon them, relishing the horror it would invoke. Moreover, with such a multitude of armored skeleton soldiers at my disposal, their summoning would undoubtedly convey a sense of grandeur. Enjoy your time with them, Dragonwright remarked, having lost interest in the undead and retreating into the depths of the sea of consciousness. Once Dragonwright departed, Lin Mo began to assess the combat prowess of these skeletal soldiers. Grasping one of the skeletons, he tested its physical resilience, and within moments, he had disassembled the creature. Bones and armor lay strewn about, motionless, with the skull still clutched in his hand. Is this not dead? Observing the skull curiously gazing back at him, Lin Mo shook it gently and exerted just a modicum of force to dismantle it, its sturdiness proving inferior to that of an ordinary human. He attempted to reassemble the remains, and before long, he had pieced together all the bones. The soul flame within the skull, interwoven with the energy of the undead, reconnected the fragments, and it soon stood upright, revitalized. Watching the somewhat unsteady skeletal soldier, Lin Mo scratched his head in embarrassment. His understanding of human anatomy was limited, and some parts may have been misaligned, yet it mattered little. At least this skeleton retained a humanoid form. After testing several more skeletons, Lin Mo gleaned a general understanding of their capabilities. Their skeletal structure exhibited less resilience to blunt force compared to a normal human. Yet they were impervious to cuts and arrows unless completely disassembled. Even then, they would rise again, ready to engage. Surprisingly, their strength surpassed that of ordinary humans. The more potent the soul flame, the greater the skeletal soldiers' might. Their speed was also commendable, as their bony frames were lighter than the external armor, particularly those devoid of armor, who sprinted with remarkable swiftness. Then there was the matter of their undead resilience. These beings possessed remarkably hard skulls. So long as their heads remained intact, they would not perish. More accurately, as long as the soul flame remained alight, they continued to exist. Provided the bones could be connected to the skull, they could assimilate any bone, even if it was not originally theirs. Lin Emo, engrossed in his skeletal assembly gang, confirmed this remarkable truth. These skeletal soldiers possess a fundamental combat capability, remarkably proficient despite their lack of intellect. Aside from that, they seem quite competent. The next step is to ascertain whether they possess the potential for growth. Lin Emo gazed at these skeletal minions with a smile, expressing his desire for subordinates capable of assisting him with minor tasks, rather than mere rabble who could only intimidate ordinary individuals. With his palm outstretched, he conjured a dense sphere of death energy. The skeletal soldiers in the vicinity immediately turned their attention toward him, their eye sockets igniting with the flames of souls, revealing a profound yearning. However, as the energy resided in their leader's grasp, they refrained from any extraneous actions. You approach. Lin Emo beckoned to a barebone specter. It was presumed that the undead would require the absorption of souls to evolve, but this death energy was derived from the transformation of life energy. Although it bore a semblance of spiritual essence, it did not precisely constitute a soul, leaving uncertainty as to whether its absorption would facilitate growth. He decided to trial this on the diminutive skeletal soldier. Should it perish, it would be of little consequence. As the small skeletal figure gazed longingly, Lin Emo extended the death energy toward it. The little skeleton, in disbelief, looked up at Lin Mo's face, shrouded in deathly armor, seemingly questioning if this truly was meant for it. Upon receiving the death energy, the surrounding skeletal soldiers cast it envious glances. Nevertheless, the small skeleton exhibited no hesitation and promptly consumed the death energy. As the death energy merged with the flame of its soul, it was akin to a gust of wind threatening to extinguish a flickering flame upon dry tinder. The flame trembled precariously, as if on the verge of extinguishment. Observing this, Lin Emo sensed impending failure. The newly emerged skeletal soldier's soul was too feeble to sustain itself. Yet, unexpectedly, after a moment of intense convulsion, the flame within the little skeleton's head diminished significantly, but did not extinguish. Shortly thereafter, the absorbed death energy began to manifest its effects. The skeletal soldier's form gradually expanded, and the surface of its skeletal structure became lustrous and robust. The flame of its soul grew slightly, appearing more pleasing to the eye. At that moment, Lin Emo suddenly recalled that the reincarnation mark possessed an identification function. Pseudo-third-order skeleton soldier, stronger than a first-order skeleton. Yet its soul strength barely matches that of a first-order skeleton, rendering it feeble and easily defeated. Lin Emo then turned his gaze to the other skeleton soldiers, identifying them as follows. Ordinary armored skeleton soldier, 0th order. In comparison to standard skeletons, they are clad in sturdy armor, boasting exceptional defense. Most importantly, they embody the indelible spirit of knighthood. Ordinary skeleton soldier, 0th order. Worthless. This system evaluation might seem a bit presumptuous. However, one thing caught me off guard. With such a minuscule amount of energy, you've already reached the third tier? Are skeleton soldiers truly that inexpensive? Lin Emo tapped the skull of this third-tier skeleton soldier, finding it considerably sturdier than the others. Is it that the skeletons are of such poor quality? Or is the disparity between each tier of the undead negligible? You. Unleash a beating upon them. Lin Emo commanded the third-tier skeleton soldier. To the other observing skeletons, he added, all of you join in. Whoever topples it will receive my next enhancement. Caw. As soon as Lin Emo finished his words, the entire battalion of armored skeletons brandished their great swords and charged forth, intent on vanquishing this foe. Chapter 84. Advancing Skeleton Soldiers, the Cloak of Death. Before Lin Emo could retreat, a throng of skeletons surged forward. Hey, who struck me? A great sword had grazed his head, leaving Lin Emo momentarily stunned. Had it not been for his mask, he might have sustained a grievous injury. The surrounding skeleton soldiers halted, staring blankly at Lin Emo. Each skeleton brandished a sword, utterly clueless as to who was responsible, for they all bore an identical appearance. Strike! Just keep your distance from me, Lin Mo instructed, stepping back to observe the ensuing melee. Initially, the target was clear, the third-tier skeleton soldier. However, with over 1,000 skeletons assaulting a single one, only a few in the front managed to see the third-tier skeleton. The rest were merely flailing without direction. Regardless of the target, it was simply a matter of hacking away. Naturally, the skeletons being struck were unwilling to accept their fate and retaliated. Thus, the brawl transformed into a free-for-all. The clashing of blades echoed as many fell in swift succession. Lin Mo contemplated calling for a ceasefire, but upon witnessing some skeletons devouring the soul flames of their fallen comrades, he realized this could serve as an excellent method for nurturing formidable skeleton warriors. Hence, he refrained from intervening. The third-tier skeleton was impressively resilient. Ordinary armored skeletons could not breach its defenses. Its strength was formidable, able to send other skeletons' heads flying with a mere blow. Moreover, it possessed a unique ability, manifesting a specialized bone in its grasp, forming a bone knife capable of dispatching an armored skeleton with just a few strikes. However, outnumbered, it soon succumbed to the relentless assault of the other skeletons. Its bones shattered and scattered, ultimately falling to the ground. Subsequently, the armored skeletons began to quarrel over the spoils. As time elapsed, the location where Lin Mo had unleashed his necromantic magic became the epicenter of the battlefield, even under the cover of night. The sounds of clashing skeletons were detected by the scouts of both factions. Report. This is dire news, Your Majesty. A soldier rushed into the castle, approaching the king in a state of urgency. At this critical juncture, facing the threat of national demise, the king felt a pang of anxiety as he furrowed his brow upon hearing the soldier's frantic voice. Has the rebel army commenced their assault once more? Upon witnessing the breathless soldiers, the king inquired, "What is amiss?" "Nay, my liege, at the heart of the battlefield beyond our city, the undead have emerged." "What?" The king's eyes widened in disbelief. How could there still be undead after all these years? Did not the church declare that the crisis of the undead had been resolved long ago? What is the situation? Are there many of them? Your Majesty, the battlefield is teeming with skeletal undead, densely packed. I dare not approach, the soldier lamented in response to the king's inquiries. Summon the royal guard at once, commanded the king to a nearby sentinel. At once, faced with the sudden emergence of the undead, the king understood that if they were to engage in civil strife at such a moment, it would be tantamount to courting disaster. The painful lessons of centuries past had taught humanity that in the face of certain crises, internal conflicts only hasten the demise of a nation. Had it not been for the divine intervention of the church, their world would have surely perished. Facing thousands of undead, human strength alone was utterly insufficient to prevail. Meanwhile, the Revolutionary Army's encampment received word of the undead's appearance on the battlefield. "Brave soldiers, it appears we must alter our plans for tomorrow," declared the commander. "A new enemy has arrived." As more and more corpses were absorbed, the dark soil began to expand relentlessly, ultimately engulfing the entire battlefield. On that day, thousands of humans fell in battle, their bodies commencing transformation into newly formed skeletal soldiers. Upon awakening, the skeletons sensed the many drifting souls flames at the battlefield's center, a primal urge compelling them to charge forth and join the fray. The slaughter persisted until dawn, at which point Lin Mo ordered a cessation of hostilities. Approximately 400 skeletons remained, with 381 being armored skeletons and merely 19 being bone skeletons. Compared to the previous night, their numbers had significantly dwindled, yet their quality had remarkably improved. Most armored skeletons were of the first tier, with only one at the second tier. The bone skeletons were all of the first tier, with none at the second and one at the third tier, the latter being the one birthed by Lin Mo. As these skeleton warriors absorbed the flames of their kindred souls, their intelligence began to rise, and they started to learn the art of grouping together. The bone skeletons, too, benefited from the presence of the third-tier skeleton. Otherwise, they would not have endured a night under the armored skeleton's command. The bone skeleton's spiritual deficiencies were rectified, rendering them complete third-tier skeleton warriors. Observing the scattered bones and shattered armor, Lin Mo shook his head, reflecting on the ferocity of the battle throughout the night. Those bony warriors had not ceased their struggle. Yet, he bore no regrets for urging these creatures to fight with such fervor, for the benefits reaped were immense. The advancement of these undead has revealed remarkable special abilities, much to his astonishment. Undead, armored skeleton, level, second tier. Ability, osteogenesis, bone armor. Undead, skeletal warrior, level, third tier. Ability, osteogenesis, bone war blade, incredible strength. It remains uncertain whether all deceased soldiers share this trait or if it is an innate quality of skeletal warriors. However, Lin Mo's skeletal soldiers possess identical talents, with each higher tier granting an additional ability. These two are the most formidable of the skeletons, while the remaining undead exhibit slightly fewer abilities. Nonetheless, that is sufficient. It is now time to contemplate how to transport you all together, Lin Mo declared. He was quite satisfied with the skeleton soldiers, yet he was uncertain how to lead them, nor did he know where the necromancer had originally placed his undead. Seemingly sensing Lin Mo's thoughts, the ghostly crystal embedded in the chest of the death armor flickered, and immediately, a message was imparted to Lin Mo. Thus, it dawned upon him. The heart of the witch was no ordinary dark artifact. It could store and nurture death energy to cultivate the undead. By infusing sufficient death energy into the death armor, he could enshrine the undead within and summon them at will when necessary. As he laid his hand upon the death armor, a substantial amount of life energy began to transmute into death energy, coalescing within the crystal. Come forth. Once the death energy amassed to a certain threshold, it erupted suddenly, a thick, inky black smoke emanating from Lin Mo's center and spreading outward. All skeleton soldiers that came into contact with the black mist were drawn in. After absorbing all the skeletons, the black mist recoalesced back onto the armor, gathering behind Lin Mo and slowly weaving into a cloak that burned with ghostly blue flames. Chapter 85. The Royal City. Oh my, this looks rather splendid. Lin Mo admired the death cloak draped over his shoulders, striking a pose as the ghostly blue flames danced in the wind, faintly revealing the undead within the shadows of the cloak. In close, as he released the death enchantment, the armor ignited with ghostly flames began to dissipate, all fire and dark power converging towards his chest, causing the death cloak to gradually vanish. Ultimately, all the death energy was concentrated within the ghostly crystal at his heart. The armor reverted back to the dragon's magic armor, and the suffocating sensation of suppressed life energy within him evaporated. This feels much more comfortable. Lin Mo patted the dragon armor on his body, activating its mimicry to transform it into a black hoodie. Though the death armor looked impressive, wearing it felt as though he were shrouded in death, lacking the intimate connection he felt with the dragon armor. The rising sun illuminated Lin Mo's face, dispelling the deathly aura that had enveloped him throughout the night. Now that he had discovered the method to wield the undead, it was time to take action. He couldn't possibly squander 1,000 reincarnation coins just to embark on a 3-day excursion, could he? Not long after Lin Mo departed the battlefield, two armies approached from the east and west. Upon witnessing the ground strewn with bones and countless shattered armors, the soldiers on both sides widened their eyes in astonishment. The undead were merely a concept they had heard of. Most had come with a mindset prepared for death. However, upon seeing the battlefield littered with corpses, many began to feel a sense of trepidation. Captain, should we retreat? This place seems rather eerie. A soldier standing beside the captain of the Imperial Guard said, his voice trembling. Steady yourself, lad. It is daytime. Blessed by the sun god, do not fear the undead. The leader consoled him, stating that the undead fear the brilliance of sunlight, a widely acknowledged truth. Under the radiant glow of the sun, all spirits are significantly diminished in power, with the weaker ones turning to mere ashes. This also represents humanity's sole opportunity to combat the undead, as the sun during the day dispels the encroaching miasma of death, allowing them to confront the undead safely upon their cursed grounds. Help! Upon hearing the cries for assistance, the onlookers turned their gaze to discover a young lad from the knightly order who had accidentally fallen, ensnared by several severed skeletal arms, causing him to scream in terror. Observing this, the crowd exhaled in relief. Just the previous day, the knightly order had suffered significant losses. To replenish their ranks, the king had conscripted most of the robust men from the city into the order. Chuck, your courage is rather lacking. It is merely a handful of skeletal hands that have frightened you so, remarked an elder knight as he approached the bewildered Chuck, pulling him to his feet. I am so sorry. The young man named Chuck mumbled, his head bowed in embarrassment. All right, it's fine. The captain addressed the assembly. Let us search for the undead. If we find nothing, we shall commence turning the soil. The land is strewn with the remnants of skeletons, seemingly a newly emerged realm of the undead. The spirits have either been scorched by the sun or have hidden themselves beneath the earth. Their only recourse is to turn the soil, eliminating any lurking specters, while allowing the sun's rays to purify the ground and diminish the lingering aura of death. Once a necropolis manifests, It will not vanish unless the sun god orchestrates another grand cleansing. Their task is to daily till this land, driving away nearby creatures to reduce the population of death that haunts this place, thereby minimizing the threat posed by the undead. The leader, born into a noble family, possesses some understanding of the undead, these methods forged by the sacrifices of ancestors. Yes, Commander. Now let us commence our labor. Be vigilant. Meanwhile, the revolutionary forces also entered the battlefield. Upon witnessing the sea of bones, they were momentarily taken aback, but the leader quickly regained composure. Fear not, these are merely bones. There is nothing to dread. Search thoroughly and eliminate any living undead. The captain commanded, brandishing a pistol, though his heart raced and his eyes scanned the surroundings, wary of any sudden emergence of spirits. The soldiers, compelled by orders, began to disperse. Despite their trepidation, they steeled themselves, gripping their weapons tightly as they sought traces of the undead. However, after a thorough search, none were found. When the captain heard his men's reports, he was momentarily stunned, then seized a nearby scout. "Are you certain there were undead here last night?" he inquired. "Why, yes, I am sure. Last night, I indeed saw a large group of skeletons fighting," the scout stammered. The captain surveyed the surrounding bones. Indeed, these were not remnants of human endeavor. Could it be that the undead were all scorched by the sun? A soldier suddenly posited. What do you mean?" the captain asked, turning to him. "I once heard a wandering poet from my hometown say that the undead fear sunlight. Upon exposure, they are reduced to ash," the soldier explained. "Is that so? Are you certain?" "Well, I'm not entirely sure. That's just what the poet claimed." The soldier scratched his head, uncertain. Hearing this, the captain found himself somewhat inclined to believe the soldier's words, for they had yet to encounter a single undead. Perhaps they had all perished. "All right, everyone. Gather and form battle lines," the captain suddenly commanded. "Whatever we encounter, when I say fire, shoot without hesitation." With the undead seemingly absent, he felt emboldened to expand their victories. The Oka's empire would likely dispatch the Royal Knight Corps to search for the undead, if indeed none existed, then. Such immense military achievements belonged solely to him. Upon departing from the battlefield, Lin Mo ventured to the place most resonant with life, the capital of the Oka's empire. Thus far, no extraordinary powers have been discovered in this world. It bears a striking resemblance to the medieval West. After all, apart from the medieval West, Lin Mo could scarcely conceive of another era where individuals donned such distinctly medieval armor and full regalia. Moreover, the sight of thousands of armored soldiers, with potentially even more engaged in battle by day, suggests that this realm is not a typical medieval Western world. Its wealth is quite extraordinary. Particularly notable is the fact that Lin Mo stumbled upon a firearm on the battlefield, an anomaly indeed. Soon, Lin Mo arrived near the capital and beheld the city encircled by towering walls. Chapter 86. The Carnage of the Capital. Wow, quite a spectacle indeed. Gazing at the colossal walls of the capital, Lin Mo remarked with a smile. The city profoundly aligns with his fantasies of the Western Middle Ages. Not the disheveled urban sprawls of history, but rather a fantastical medieval city that exists solely within the realm of imagination. At this moment, the grand gates stood wide open, guarded by vigilant soldiers wielding halberds. With no intention of concealing his presence, Lin Mo strode boldly forward along the expansive road outside the royal city. Moving at a leisurely pace, the soldiers took note of him, and upon recognizing his humanity, lowered their bows. "Who goes there?" As Lin Mo approached the entrance, a guard stepped forward to intercept him. Momentarily taken aback by the guard's fluent English, Lin Mo suddenly recalled a crucial detail. He did not speak the language. "Do you understand Chinese?" he inquired. The guard, startled by Lin Mo's words, was unable to comprehend. Nevertheless, he brandished his halberd towards Lin Mo, perceiving the distinctly foreign features that marked him as an outsider. Without hesitation, the guard lunged forward with his spear. A sharp clang resonated as the halberd struck Lin Mo's thin outer garment. The guard stood in shock, but before he could react further, Lin Mo delivered a swift kick to the halberd, causing the spearhead to rebound and pierce the guard's skull. "Well, it seems I have been overly courteous to your kind," Lin Mo remarked coolly, pushing the lifeless body aside. Nearby, other guards sensed that something was amiss and quickly raised the alarm. 7 or 8 soldiers, brandishing halberds and short swords, charged at Lin Mo, hurling profanities. "Come, I shall grant you a fair demise," Lin Mo declared, drawing a cherry blossom blade from his personal space. As they closed in, he surged forward, cleaving through both flesh and armor with brutal force, devoid of finesse, pure raw strength. The sentinels atop the city walls, initially eager to witness the spectacle of their comrades dispatching an intruder, were instead met with a ghastly scene. They hurriedly sounded the alarm. Woo! The resounding call echoed through the gates. Inside the castle, the king, startled awake by the alarm, sprang from his bed, startling the queen beside him. With no time to linger in her presence, he hastily donned his garments and rushed outside. Soldiers, alerted by the blaring sirens, began to assemble. This is an alarm signaling the presence of intruders, yet most of the soldiers in the city have followed the royal knights to combat the undead, leaving only a scant number of guards within the city. Ultimately, a mere 200 individuals had gathered. The group hurriedly made their way to the city gates. Arriving shortly thereafter, where are the enemies? Upon reaching the location, the 200 found no adversaries in sight, only the gaping city gates, a ground littered with dismembered corpses, and a lone figure clad in black, standing amidst a multitude of fallen guards. Are you the invader? Oh, reinforcements have arrived? With a sinister smile, Lin Mo acknowledged the arrival of the support. Come, let me see if you are worthy of survival, he declared, raising his blade towards them. The battle erupted instantaneously. The clash at the city gates captivated the attention of numerous residents. The populace was acutely aware of the ongoing war within their nation, regardless of which side triumphed. They were destined to be exploited. If fortune favored them, they might only lose their wealth, perhaps preserving their lives. Yet, if luck turned against them, they could find themselves bereft of both life and possessions, their entire families slaughtered. Particularly for those with beautiful wives at home, the fate was even more dire. Consequently, many women had taken to disheveling themselves, fearful that the invaders might covet their beauty and abduct them. Upon hearing the anguished cries emanating from the city gates, a few audacious souls ventured to take a glance, only to have a severed head tumble before them, prompting a hasty retreat. The brutality of the slaughter at the gates was overwhelming. Within mere minutes, it devolved into a one-man massacre orchestrated by Lin Mo. Initially, the soldiers had dared to mount an attack, but soon enough, they were in full flight, pursued and slain by Lin Mo. He showed no regard for their circumstances. Whether they were unaware of the situation or merely following orders, all who dared to engage him met their demise. Chasing down the remaining soldiers, Lin Mo slaughtered his way into the slums. The inhabitants of this place have long endured the exploitation and bullying by soldiers. Upon witnessing the soldiers being pursued, they hastily concealed themselves, though a few cautiously peered out from their abodes to observe. Only 2 soldiers remained in flight. One soldier, realizing that the relentless pursuer was closing in, glanced at his companion running alongside him. Suddenly, a sharp sound pierced the air. Bang! Before his companion could react, he was knocked to the ground. Turning to look back, the familiar friend of yesteryear had already fled far away. The demon, however, now stood before him. No, please, do not kill me, he pleaded, scrambling backward in sheer terror as he beheld Lin Mo approaching the fallen soldier. Lin Mo hurled his knife toward the last soldier, desperately trying to escape. A sickening thud echoed as that soldier collapsed to the ground. The soldier who had fallen at Lin Mo's feet was prepared to close his eyes in resignation, yet the anticipated pain did not arrive. Opening his eyes, he was startled to find the executioner standing before him, devoid of a blade. He exhaled in relief, believing he had been spared. However, Lin Mo swiftly grasped his throat, lifting him with ease. It might hurt a bit, so do try not to scream, Lin Mo said with a smile. Then, the ghostly crystal on his chest flickered, channeling deathly energy into his grasp. The rite of necromancy commenced. Ethereal blue flames ignited, spreading from Lin Mo's hand to envelop the soldier entirely. The soldier screamed in agony, but soon his vocal cords were consumed, leaving him to writhe helplessly. The flames of death enveloped him. As Lin Mo's natural form absorbed the life energy embedded within his flesh, and his soul began to be tainted by the essence of death, transforming into the spectral fire of the undead. After approximately 3 minutes, the transformation was complete. Lin Mo had acquired a skeletal warrior. Indeed, without the dark soil, relying solely on the energy of death required significantly more time and resources, Lin Mo remarked, glancing at the diminutive skeleton. He then activated the ghostly crystal at its chest, drawing it inside. Observing the terrified, impoverished souls hiding in the houses, Lin Mo shook his head. He approached the last soldier, who was still crawling forward. Stepping onto his back, ignoring the cries of anguish, Lin Mo unsheathed his cherry blossom blade and plunged it into the soldier's heart, delivering the final blow. Just as Lin Mo prepared to unleash death energy to transform the corpse, a grimy figure rushed toward him. It was a woman. Upon closer inspection, she would likely possess a fair appearance if cleansed, though she appeared somewhat gaunt. Her steps were unsteady, indicative of her frail condition, her pallor suggesting illness. With lips that were notably pale. Chapter 87. The Pile of Corpses and the Beautiful Woman. A woman rushed to Lin Mo's side. Arms outstretched in a gesture that implored for an embrace, her gaze hazy and seemingly unhinged. The hero regarded this peculiar woman and approached her. Although he could not comprehend her words, they did not appear to be malevolent. As he drew nearer, she suddenly enveloped him in her embrace, collapsing against him. "Are you not afraid of me? Have you lost your mind?" Lin Mo lifted her up, gazing into her eyes, only to find her pupils unfocused. Reminiscent of someone under the influence of drugs. "Let go of my mother," a young boy called out, brandishing a soldier's longsword he had picked up from the ground as he rushed towards them. Casting aside the lifeless body, Lin Mo seized the boy's sword. Exerting a firm grip, with a sharp crack, he crushed the blade before the boy's astonished eyes. "Little one, do you wish to challenge me as well?" Lin Mo tightened his grip around the boy's neck, lifting him off the ground and speaking in a calm tone. Watching the boy struggle and utter incomprehensible words, Lin Mo contemplated for a moment before tossing him aside. He had no desire to harm a child. Surveying his surroundings and noting the absence of any opposition, Lin Mo picked up a corpse from the ground and made his way toward the gate. The mentally unstable woman immediately followed, mumbling unintelligible English as she staggered to keep pace with him. The boy observed his mother trailing behind the man, gritting his teeth before attempting to follow. However, shards of the shattered sword on the ground cut into his bare feet. As Lin Mo gathered the bodies of the soldiers at the city gate, he glanced up at the blazing sun, feeling the weak presence of the skeletal soldier within him. Perhaps it would be best to wait until nightfall to begin the necromancy. The sight of hundreds of corpses piled together was indeed impressive, many residents having cautiously approached to investigate the sudden silence outside. Were taken aback and dared not to flee or draw near, fearful of the reaper seated before the heap of bodies. Thus, the atmosphere grew tense. Although Lin Mo harbored no fondness for these brutes, they had not provoked him, and indiscriminate slaughter was not his intent. There was no need to use these unfortunate souls for necromancy, given the abundance of soldiers. Interestingly, the mentally disturbed woman continued to follow Lin Mo, eventually sitting beside him. Staring blankly as she murmured incessantly, Lin Mo was at a loss regarding how to deal with her. "Long Yu, do you understand what she is saying?" He suddenly recalled that Long Yu seemed to have studied English. Responding to Lin Mo's call, Long Yu extended his mental perception. "It seems she is saying hero, but I cannot be certain," he replied, admitting that his own grasp of English was only at a basic level, and the local spoken English was quite unrefined. "Hero? Huh." Lin Mo felt a faint smile creeping onto his face. He had just slaughtered every soldier in the city, and yet he was hailed as a hero. But wait. He recalled the muskets and the armored soldiers he had seen on the battlefield. Could it be that a coup was unfolding in this nation? This had become rather intriguing. He retrieved a piece of beef jerky from his backpack, placing it in his mouth to chew. It had come from a chest of a contractor he had encountered previously, of little use, but it served to satisfy cravings on occasion. Noticing a woman beside him watching intently, he inquired, "Would you like some?" and offered her a piece of the jerky. The woman hesitated at first, then glanced at Lin Mo. Upon seeing his nod, she accepted the jerky. Mimicking his actions, she attempted to bite into the tough meat, but her teeth were in poor condition, rendering her unable to manage it. Lin Mo observed her teeth grime-coated them, not merely the dirt of neglect, but the kind that suggested a history of hardship, as if her teeth had endured much wear and tear. It was evident she had suffered greatly throughout her life. Feeling a pang of empathy, he beckoned her closer. Producing a bottle of water from his space, he opened it and handed it to her. The woman, upon seeing the water, reached out slowly to accept it and began to drink, moistening her lips before returning to the tough beef jerky. He could not bear to see a girl endure such suffering, particularly one as unfortunate as her. Glancing at the early morning light, Lin Mo bit into his own finger, breaking the skin, and brought it to her lips. Life transmission, activate. Initially bewildered, the woman did not comprehend his intention. However, as a surge of life energy began to flow into her, the injuries inflicted by her prolonged suffering began to mend. Unlike previous instances, this time Lin Mo infused her with an abundance of life energy, and a purple glow emanated from within her, purifying her entire being from the inside out. All wounds and impurities were cleansed, leaving the woman staring in astonishment at Lin Mo, bewildered by the transformation. Her eyes blinking in disbelief as she continued to nibble on his finger. In mere seconds, the purple glow gradually faded. Observing from a distance, the residents who had been covertly watching were taken aback by the spectacle. The woman, once filthy, now appeared strikingly beautiful, her disheveled hair transformed into a golden sheen. Her skin refined and fair. A miracle. It was indeed a miracle. The frightened residents, suddenly emboldened, hurried to kneel about 10 meters from Lin Mo, murmuring prayers of gratitude for the divine intervention. Yet, Lin Mo paid little heed to the crowd, his gaze fixated on the woman he had just purified. He had anticipated she would be lovely, given her inherent beauty. However, he had not expected her to be this stunning. The woman continued to gnaw on the beef jerky, her teeth having regrown, and her entire physique reached the pinnacle of genetic expression. Her immaculate skin, juxtaposed with the tattered burlap garment, imparted to Lin Mo the impression of having stumbled upon an otherworldly beauty who had escaped from a calamity. At that moment, amidst the throng, a youth emerged, ceaselessly uttering words that Lin Mo could not comprehend. However, instead of approaching, he halted at a distance of approximately 3 steps from the woman. "Mother," he gasped, unable to believe his own eyes. Yet, upon gazing at her visage, he recognized that it was indeed his mother, the woman he had known before her descent into madness, who had often washed her face, presenting a clean and familiar appearance. Relieved to see her unharmed, he longed to embrace her. Yet, observing her pristine arms and the man beside him who was watching intently, the youth hesitated. "Heh, Longyu, what is this fellow babbling about? He has been following us all this way," Lin Mo inquired, now perceiving that this boy was indeed drawn to the woman beside him. Chapter 88, The Transformation of the Corpse Demon. "Ha, that is the son of this woman. Ha ha ha." Upon discerning the youth's words, Longyu burst into laughter. "You've taken away his mother, and yet you don't allow him to follow? Ha ha ha. Lin Mo stared in bewilderment at the woman, still holding his hand. She appears remarkably youthful, entirely unlike a woman who has borne a son, especially considering that the child seems to be around 10 years of age. It seems improbable. The young boy yearns to approach her, yet he restrains himself upon witnessing his mother laughing joyfully while embracing another's hand. He has never seen her so elated. The last time he beheld her smile was when he was 8 years old, as she returned home, drenched, cradling a fish, her first display of joy he had ever witnessed. They are slaves in the capital, devoid of names, and have resided in the slums for over a decade. He remains oblivious to the identity of his father. Now, at the age of 11, his mother has been unwell for more than a year. Finally witnessing her smile again, he wishes to shield her from painful memories, believing that perhaps his departure might afford her a better life. Just as he is about to leave, Lin Mo calls out to him. "Where are you headed, boy?" "To the land of the dead, those wretched scoundrels." The commander of the Royal Forest Knights cries out in anguish, yet his orders fall on deaf ears. Initially, they were engaged in digging, but suddenly, the revolutionary forces launched a surprise attack, and gunfire erupted, causing a multitude to fall. To perish in the land of the dead is to truly become one of the undead. The realm of the undead is exceedingly peculiar. Even in the brightness of day, the deceased undergo a swift transformation, with vast plumes of black smoke rising from the depths, obscuring the sun's radiant light. The fallen are immediately engulfed by the earth, and before long, they emerge as skeletal wraiths. However, for the formidable Imperial Guards, these skeletons pose little challenge. The greater concern lies in their loss of sunlight's protection. The pervasive aura of death incessantly erodes their corporeal forms, causing the weaker among them to succumb swiftly. The more they engage in combat, the more they are besieged by the encroaching essence of death. The revolutionary forces find themselves in a similar predicament. Initially, when the clouds had yet to obscure the sun, they brazenly fired upon the Imperial Guards. Yet, as the sunlight vanished, the miasma of death infiltrated their ranks. The frail members of the revolution could scarcely withstand the deathly influence, collapsing in droves within mere moments. Moreover, the death energy emanating from Lin Mo possesses a potent contagion. The transformation into wraiths occurs at an alarming rate, and those wounded by the undead, compounded by the death energy, quickly succumb to becoming new wraiths themselves. In no time, the revolutionary forces faced total annihilation, with not a single soul managing to escape. All had been transformed into the undead, relentlessly charging towards the retreating Imperial Guards. As darkness began to envelop the land, the once 1,000-strong Imperial contingent dwindled to a mere few hundred. Upon fleeing the cursed domain, they hastened towards the royal city. The majority of the undead, deterred by the enduring sunlight outside, did not pursue, only a handful of skeletal soldiers, having absorbed sufficient souls to advance to the first tier of undead, gave chase. Most of the undead bided their time, awaiting the setting sun to pursue the most vibrant source of life. In the royal city, upon learning that this woman had become a mother, Lin Mo's intrigue in her waned considerably. He found himself more drawn to the allure of a pure maiden than a married woman. Kid, you've made her quite beautiful, yet abstain from indulging yourself. Do you wish for others to exploit this mother and child after your departure? Long Yu interjected, recalling how he had once been similarly threatened by this little rascal, and now the tables had turned. Why should I concern myself? Lin Mo retorted. We were merely passing acquaintances. I merely aided her in healing her body. Am I then to bear responsibility? Yet he conceded, you make a valid point, after all. She is a woman who stirred my heart. I cannot allow others to lay hands on her. With that, he seized the woman, lifting her effortlessly. Due to her mental state, she offered no resistance, merely gazing vacantly at Lin Mo. Long Yu, bolster your mental strength and assist me, Lin Mo instructed. What are you planning? Long Yu inquired. I intend to transform her into an undead, but I wish for her to retain a semblance of beauty. I have no desire to forge her into a mere skeleton. Lin Mo remarked that the woman had already succumbed to madness, and once he departed, her existence would be fleeting. After all, war ravaged the nation, and a deranged woman would merely be a burden to the young boy. Why not transform her into a wraith and enshroud her within the shroud of death? This way, wherever he went, he would possess a companion, albeit a spectral one. To forge a wraith? Long Yu pondered. Indeed, it was feasible. It presented an excellent opportunity for him to hone his skills and familiarize himself with the essence of necromantic power. If it goes awry, do not lay the blame on me, he cautioned. Ever since he transcended the mental barrier imposed by his master, he had begun to pursue novel experiences, and the art of corpse refinement was uncharted territory for him. Just unleash your full potential. I shall bear the burden, Lin Mo replied with a smile. With life energy present, the margin for error was significantly enhanced. After confirming, Long Yu seized half of the control over the body. Let us commence, young lady. It may be somewhat painful, but I implore you to endure, he instructed in pristine English to the woman who was gazing at him. The boy beside them remained oblivious to the man's intent. With a flourish, Long Yu conjured death energy in his left hand and life energy in his right, manifesting a duality of black and violet energies. Under the formidable suppression of Long Yu's mental prowess, the death energy penetrated the woman's body, initiating a transformation. The death energy was of exceedingly high purity, capable of spawning a multitude of wraith varieties. The reason they had only produced skeleton warriors was due to Lin Mo's insufficient control, restricting him to that singular form. Long Yu aimed to remodel her soul with death energy, converting it into the ethereal flame of the undead, all while ensuring the soul remained tethered to the corporeal form, thus preserving bodily vitality. Ultimately, she would likely metamorphose into a creature akin to a corpse demon, as Long Yu was modeling his efforts after those he had previously encountered. Corpse demons bore an uncanny resemblance to living women, yet they were indeed the deceased. To prevent decay, they incessantly consumed the vital essence of men to sustain their corporeal forms. The celestial Kirin had once guided him in capturing a corpse demon, providing him with insight into such entities, which were embodiments of extreme yang energy. However, while the energy of death bore similarities to this dark essence, they were fundamentally distinct. What she would ultimately become was uncertain to Long Yu. Suddenly, azure flames ignited within the woman, the torment of her soul eliciting involuntary cries of pain. The boy attempted to approach, but was thwarted by the barrier of Long Yu's vital energy. Chapter 89. Chaos. The Saint Mage approaches. As twilight deepens, the sun gradually descends beyond the horizon, and dark, ominous clouds begin to shroud the sky above the royal city. 3 miles outside the city, hundreds of imperial guards are sprinting fiercely, pursued by a multitude of towering skeletal specters. Behind them, an overwhelming horde of skeletal undead swarms forth. Wherever these wraiths tread, not a blade of grass remains. The assembled army of the undead exudes an aura of dread, a palpable miasma of death that threatens to obliterate any life that dares to stand in its path. Within the confines of the royal city, a ritual akin to a sacrificial offering unfolds. Ethereal blue flames envelop a strikingly beautiful blonde woman, yet despite the fire, she bears no signs of being scorched. Dragon Rite continuously reshapes her soul with the flames of the undead, while Lin Mo employs life energy to mend her corporeal form. ensuring that her spirit and body remain intertwined. The commotion attracted an increasing number of residents, who gathered to witness a ritual shrouded in mystery. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the witch's transformation ceremony reached its conclusion. A flawless creation. Long Yu smiled as he gazed at the woman absorbing the energy of death, a masterpiece of his own making. The death energy emanated from the heart of the witch. And naturally, this transformed woman could also be deemed a witch, albeit one imbued with the powers of the undead. Unlike ordinary dark witches, this was a necromancer, a fusion of the witch with the essence of death. Before Lin Mo could fully appreciate his creation, Long Yu abruptly turned to address the crowd of onlookers. Become my subordinates. As long as you are willing to serve me, you shall never again suffer the pangs of hunger or oppression, for you need only obey me. Long Yu proclaimed in pure English, then gestured forward as a surge of death energy cascaded into the ground, coalescing into a vast blue flame pit. Come forth. Become my people. His voice resonated with sonic waves that soon enveloped the entire city, reaching every ear present. Infused with a hint of mental power, his words invigorated those who listened. Ordinarily, such temptation would bear little effect on humanity, yet within the royal city resided a multitude of oppressed commoners. Especially after the nation was plunged into turmoil, the lower class had endured a life of starvation, with death encroaching upon them daily. Lured by Long Yu's subtle allure, some impoverished souls began to step forward. Will we truly never again go hungry? A frail man queried as he approached Long Yu. However, Long Yu offered no reply, nor did he cast even a glance in the man's direction. Noticing this, the emaciated man glanced at the immense azure flame pit below, steeled himself, and leaped in. With no hope left for life, the prospect of enduring another day felt like an extravagant wish. Better to take a chance. As he plunged into the inferno, his flesh and soul were seared by the flames, rendering his vocal cords incapable of sound, forcing him to silently endure the agony of the fiery death. Ultimately, he emerged as a skeleton warrior, engulfed in flames. The intense pain he once felt dissipated, replaced by an indescribable comfort, a sensation he had never experienced in his life. Upon witnessing the newly transformed skeleton emerge from the fire pit, Lin Mo sensed something amiss and quickly activated his identification function. Undead, skeleton warrior level, first tier ability, bone proliferation description, an undead being transformed from a resolute living individual, possessing greater intelligence and potential compared to ordinary skeleton warriors. Greater intelligence? Does this mean it retains memories from its former life? Long Yu, what have you done? Uncertain how this came to pass, I too have engaged in the alchemical creation of living beings, yet the skeletal soldiers I conjured were nothing more than dim-witted entities, mere shadows of the extraordinary prowess exhibited by this first-tier skeleton. I did not employ any particular method, it was merely its innate talent, Long Yu remarked, having only diminished the intensity of the deathly flames without any extraneous actions. Upon witnessing the first individual to enter emerge transformed into a skeleton, and furthermore, walking with life, many were rendered speechless. The notion that one could emerge as a monster instilled fear in the hearts of many. Suddenly, with a resounding crash, the half-open city gates were flung wide, and a throng of individuals surged inside. Quick! Shut the city gates! Commanded a member of the Imperial Guard, the first to enter. Yet upon seeing the multitude of gathered citizens and the newly transformed skeleton, he was left in stunned silence. Undead. Curse it! Once all members of the Imperial Guard had entered, news of the undead siege spread, causing widespread panic. Those who had previously hesitated now rushed toward the flames, preferring to embrace transformation into monsters rather than face the gnawing jaws of the undead outside, seeking a modicum of suffering. Meanwhile, Lin Mo was not idle. Witnessing the survival of so many soldiers stirred his ambitions, for these individuals were the finest candidates for his retinue. At that moment, a horn echoed from the heart of the city. Protect the king. Recognizing the cry for help, the remaining royal guards hastened towards the castle. Attempting to flee? Lin Mo chuckled, his left hand brushing across his chest, igniting the flames of death upon his body. The death armor, the cloak, ablaze with spectral fire, billowed in the wind, while the ground beneath Lin Mo transformed instantaneously into dark soil. Countless skeletal claws emerged from the earth, as innumerable skeletal wraiths clawed their way up from the ground beneath Lin Mo's feet. Advance. Annihilate them. The deep voice resonated from within the death armor, and the summoned undead surged toward the royal guards. They were not mere minions. This was a formidable force of 400 first-tier undead, and over 300 armored skeletons. The skeletal warriors charged en masse at the royal guards, and amidst the chaos, over 100 were swiftly dispatched in a single encounter. The impending battle unleashed a wave of panic, causing numerous citizens to flee in search of safety from the perilous city. Some impoverished souls rushed into the spectral flames of Lin Mo, opting for the transformation into undead. However, the majority became mere mindless skeletons, with only a few possessing the resolve to retain their will. In an instant, the royal city descended into utter turmoil, filled with those fleeing, those fighting, and those lost in confusion. To the north, a peculiar battalion made its way towards the royal city of the Oka's empire. The contingent, comprising approximately 200 individuals, was adorned in resplendent platinum armor. Encircling them were a cadre of knights mounted on steeds, while at the heart of the assembly stood a group of figures clad in flowing platinum robes. Esteemed High Mage, we are but 5 miles from the royal city of Okas. Having traversed the night in haste, do you deem it necessary for us to pause for respite? Inquired the knight commander, approaching the rear of the formation to address a High Mage. Chapter 90. The High Mage, the Holy Paladin. I harbor an ominous premonition. We must hasten our journey. The High Mage responded, gripping her staff, her brow furrowed in concern as she gazed anxiously at the dimming sky. Ordinarily, matters of regime change would not concern the Church, for in any nation, the Holy Church stands unparalleled, untouchable by any force, and thus, it refrains from aiding any faction. However, this instance was different. News from King Okas indicated the unsettling discovery of the undead beyond the city's walls. This is indeed not auspicious news, for it is the eradication of all undead that has bestowed the Holy Church with its current transcendent status. Although the credibility of the reports from the royal capital concerning the presence of the undead is quite low, likely a final struggle by King Okas to cling to power, the Church cannot turn a blind eye to the claim of their emergence. Thus, under the leadership of the Commander of Knights, the party hastened their pace toward the royal city. As the royal city fell under siege, all of the Imperial Guard had been transformed into undead by Lin Mo, who subsequently commanded the undead to cease their assault. The nobles abandoned all, fleeing the city, leaving behind a group of impoverished citizens who had surrendered. Those willing to become undead had already undergone the transformation, rendering the remaining populace a pitiful and cowardly lot, leading Lin Mo to refrain from further actions against them. Thousands of skeletal legions gathered outside the city, yet without Lin Mo's command, they did not invade. You two should join them, Lin Mo remarked to the boy who had been silently observing beside him, gazing at the witch. The boy exchanged a glance with him, seemingly comprehending his intent, and made his way toward the impoverished individuals. Lin Mo's decision to refrain from indiscriminate slaughter was the last vestige of his mercy. He could not possibly take a child with him, as he did not accept everything. The witch stood quietly, her spirit having not recovered even after her soul was rendered undead, now marked by an air of cold detachment. Lin Mo held her atop the city wall, surveying the gathering skeletal legion below. With a sweeping gesture, a dense plume of black smoke erupted from his cloak, enveloping the thousands of skeletons below. This sufficed. These undead would temporarily serve his purpose. As over 7,000 undead coalesced, Lin Mo felt the potent aura of death emanating from his cloak. Suddenly, he sensed a new life force emerging outside the city. Gazing northward from the city wall, he beheld an exquisitely adorned procession advancing toward them. The heavy miasma of death soon caused the Holy Mage's entourage to halt. Where are the undead? The Commander of Knights inquired, scanning the surroundings and observing that much of the area beyond the royal city was saturated with the essence of the undead, yet not a single one could be seen. This city had indeed become a realm of the undead, yet the presence of life within suggested that the king still resisted within the castle. An elder Holy Mage stepped forward, a member of the Church's council. Holy Maiden, it appears we are to face a formidable battle, the elder mage declared. Turning to the Holy Maiden, this was the first time in his long life that he had witnessed such an extensive domain of the undead. At that moment, the Knight Commander suddenly spotted 2 figures atop the city wall. Elder, there are individuals on the wall. Upon hearing this, the elder squinted towards the heights of the battlements. Humph. So it is those damn fellows. The sight of the spectral flames flickering upon their forms ignited the elder's ire. He pondered how such a vast realm of the undead could manifest, only to realize it was the work of necromancers. Knight Commander, prepare for an assault. If we can dispatch those 2 above, this crisis shall be resolved, declared the elder, raising his staff high. A beam of holy light soared into the heavens, exploding in the air and illuminating the previously darkened sky. I understand. The Knight Commander removed his helmet and brandished his lance, stepping forth at the front of the ranks. Holy Paladins, heed my command. Yes, charge. 180 holy cavalrymen surged towards the royal city, with a dozen holy mages following closely behind, casting numerous spells of holy light upon the riders. Meanwhile, Lin Mo, initially under the impression that they were merely a lost convoy, realized upon witnessing the holy spells that they were indeed foes. Why do you come now of all times? Just as I was preparing to withdraw, are you seeking trouble? Lin Mo remarked. The deathly power surged underground, and the once retreated skeletal legion returned to the earth. Countless undead clawed their way up from below. Go forth. Let me see what these priests are truly capable of, commanded Lin Mo, as the undead legion charged at the holy cavalry. Lin Mo had initially intended to spend but 3 days in this ordinary world, yet extraordinary powers had emerged far sooner than anticipated, particularly the radiant light he had never encountered before. This called for a more engaging experience. Perhaps he could become a necromancer wielding holy light. Thousands of undead emerged from the depths, many clad in armor, presenting a significant threat to the holy cavalry. Fortunately, with the support of the holy mages, the holy light fell upon the skeletal undead like snow meeting intense heat, obliterating large swathes of the skeletal warriors. As the dense ranks of skeletons were dispersed, the holy cavalry effortlessly scattered numerous skeletal soldiers. Each thrust of their lances through the ranks sent a cascade of bones flying. Moreover, those skeletons that fell under the enchantment of holy light were utterly vanquished, their spectral flames purified. In a mere encounter, the skeletal forces suffered considerable losses, causing Lin Mo a pang of regret. What a peculiar power this is. It seems specifically designed to counter the undead, remarked Longyu. Holy light does not belong to ordinary magic. It is the power bestowed upon the faithful by their deities, obtained through belief. Or perhaps it is the might of the sun, Lin Mo elucidated. Deities? Do not dismiss such notions. These entities certainly exist. The faith can elevate mortals to divinity, and such gods are prevalent in many realms. Are these gods powerful? Longyu inquired. At the very least, I believe they would have no trouble vanquishing our current selves. Lin Mo remarked that the divine powers of the West derive from primordial deities found in mythology or are shaped by the collective faith of humanity. This phenomenon is truly enigmatic. Both he and Longyu lean towards the realm of life sciences, yet they remain oblivious to such arcane matters. However, these deities, under normal circumstances, are unable to descend to the mortal realm. As Lin Mo spoke, a smile curled at the corners of his mouth. We can ruthlessly torment his followers. With that, 2 spheres of death energy coalesced in Lin Mo's hands. My undead, let the evolution commence. The 2 potent spheres of death energy sank underground, infiltrating the bodies of every skeletal soldier, initiating their ascension. Merely a few thousand undead was a cost Lin Mo could easily afford. Chapter 91, Temptation. The skeletal soldiers, infused with abundant death energy, swiftly began their metamorphosis. The armor-clad skeletons transformed their armaments into skeletal armor, while the bone skeletons wielded an array of bone weapons, all evolving into first-tier skeletal warriors, while those of the second tier ascended to the third. Among the throng of skeletons stood an exceptionally tall 4th-tier skeletal soldier, its bones robust and wielding a massive skeletal battle blade. Undead, bone skeleton level, 4th tier. 4th tier awakening, frenzied aura. Under the command of this 4th-tier skeletal entity, a legion of thousands encircled the Holy Knights battalion. The skeletal warriors, armed with long spears, hurled their weapons, and in an instant, dozens of Holy Knights fell. The armored skeletons, clad in sturdy armor, fiercely impeded the panicking steeds, their blades slicing downwards, amidst a cascade of holy light. The sea of skeletons engulfed the Holy Knights' ranks. The tide of battle had shifted. Witnessing their knights fall, the holy mages in the rear wore expressions of disbelief. They had never before faced defeat against the undead. Yet this time no. Retreat. Lady Saint, we must withdraw. Though they could not comprehend the sudden surge in the undead strength, the Elder was the first to issue a retreat order. Without the Holy Knight Battalion, their magical prowess would be utterly insufficient to confront these fearless undead. As the holy mages mounted their steeds, preparing to flee, a profusion of thorny plants erupted from the ground, blocking their escape route. Observing this scene, the Elder felt a heavy weight in his heart. It seemed they were trapped. The path was obstructed, and the Saintess, gazing at the encroaching undead, felt a sense of helplessness. She was still too young, having never witnessed such a formidable display. for it was rare to encounter an undead horde of this magnitude in the world. Elder, what should I do? The saintess turned to the elder. Lady Saint, you must flee. We may perish here, but you cannot. No. At that moment, a deep voice emerged from within the skeletal legion. Is it not preferable to remain? Your arrival has brought me great delight. The skeletal soldiers parted to create a path, allowing Lin Imo, clad in deathly armor, to step forth slowly. The skeletal undead swiftly encircled all the holy mages, their eyes alight with a fervent desire for the living, an insatiable hunger for life, yearning to rend and devour all that breathes. Yet, under the king's command, the skeletal warriors dared not make any excessive movements. Perform for me. I wish to witness the essence of your light magic, Lin Imo remarked, feeling assured that Long Yu would comprehend his words. Why do you do this? Are you aware that by creating so many undead, you risk plunging this world into ruin once more? The elder inquired, furrowing his brow at Lin Mo's statement. World destruction? Lin Imo paused, then let out a laugh. What concern is it of mine? Ha! Rather than fretting over such matters, you would do better to ponder how to appease me, that I might spare your lives. He stepped closer to the elder, a grin upon his face. Begone, you traitorous human. The elder retorted, channeling his magical energy into his staff, which then radiated brilliantly as he unleashed a golden beam towards Lin Imo, holy purification beam. Faced with this sudden assault, Lin Imo showed no inclination to evade. Instead, he unfastened the gauntlet from his arm, revealing his hand, which he raised to directly intercept the golden light. The heat emanating from the beam caused a mild burning sensation in his palm. Yet aside from this and a slight diminishment of the deathly aura surrounding him, it bore no further consequence. Conversely, Lin Mo's previously deemed ineffective ability to absorb sunlight began to draw in the golden light, transforming it into life energy that coalesced within him. Oh, indeed. It is the holy light derived from solar energy. No wonder it possesses such suppressive power over the undead, Lin Imo remarked, observing his hand, now restored to its former state. Witnessing his long-prepared ultimate technique effortlessly countered, the elder was left in shock. How could this be? Lin Imo swiftly seized a nearby holy mage, activating his ability to absorb the undying essence. The young holy mage's blood and genetic data were rapidly drawn forth. In an instant, Long Yu acquired all of his genetic information, yet found it indistinguishable from that of other humans. Within his own being, Long Yu sensed nothing related to the light magic. The drained holy mage collapsed to the ground, startling those around him. Life, it seemed, was merely that of an ordinary human. Its uniqueness lay within the soul. Long Yu spoke, under the scrutinizing gaze of the elder. Lin Imo coalesced a sphere of deathly energy and hurled it onto the corpse of the holy mage. The mage's mental prowess surpassed that of ordinary humans, and after approximately a minute of being tainted by the deathly energy, he transformed into a skeletal wraith. Unlike the other skeletal warriors, this one wielded a long bone staff, its form engulfed in the flames of the undead. Undead, skeletal mage level. First tier abilities, skeleton summoning, breath of the undead indeed. A skeletal creation birthed from a mage's remains was markedly different. If you wish to kill, then kill. Do not desecrate the body of the holy mage. The elder was incensed upon witnessing his comrade's transformation into a wraith. The other holy mages yearned to resist. Yet the sight of the restless skeletal undead around them quelled the courage they had mustered. Ultimately, they were but a group of youngsters. I had expected you to choose self-sacrifice to meet your deity, Lin Imo remarked, striding among the holy mages and observing their fearful expressions. What do you intend to do? The elder inquired. Teach me the secrets of light magic, Lin Imo replied. What? The elder and the surrounding holy mages were taken aback. Having never heard of a necromancer desiring to learn light magic, that is impossible. Only those who devote themselves to the deity of light can master such magic. You, a traitorous human, should abandon this thought. My God will bring forth retribution. Before the holy mage could finish his words, Lin Imo unleashed a concentrated mass of deathly energy upon him. The elder barely had time to intervene before this holy mage succumbed, collapsing to the ground as he began to undergo necromancy. I can perceive your intelligence. Reveal to me the mysteries of light magic, and I shall grant you your freedom. What say you? Lin Imo inquired, a smile gracing his lips as he regarded the elder. The elder, initially contemplating resistance against this necromancer's threat, was suddenly taken aback as Lin Imo swiftly abducted the maiden hiding amidst the crowd. Damn it. Chapter 92. Long Yu's deception, the subjugation of the holy elder. The surrounding holy mages immediately unleashed their spells, Yet all were thwarted by Lin Mo's botanical defenses. Holy light proved ineffective against life forms other than the undead, particularly against plant-based entities, which not only remained unscathed, but also provided energy to the adversary. Ah, how delightful. This girl holds great significance for you, does she not? Lin Mo remarked as he removed the maiden's hood, inhaling the fragrance of her golden locks, his expression twisted in a perverse smile. The maiden struggled. Yet after a forceful grip from Lin Mo, her face flushed crimson, her strength to resist waning. Even Long Yu, witnessing this grotesque display, nearly refrained from aiding him in translation. No, do not harm her. The elder hastily intervened to stop the holy mages from taking action. Initially intending to provide the saintess with an opportunity to escape, circumstances had now rendered this impossible, and he resigned himself to fate. Observing the old man finally relinquishing his resistance, Lin Mo could not help but smile, then snapped his fingers. Instantly, the skeletal soldiers surged forth, brandishing their weapons, swords, spears, and axes, toward the holy mages. Lin Mo extended his hand toward the elder, using his concentrated mental energy to draw him closer, preventing him from being struck down by the undead. Do not resist. You wouldn't wish for any harm to befall this girl, would you? Lin Mo remarked, gazing at the elder. With no other choice, the elder set down his staff and sighed. It was over. They had amassed a cavalry of nearly 200 undead, along with a dozen or so necromancers. Now, all that remained was to extract the secrets of light magic. This training would be deemed a resounding success. Upon returning to the royal city, within the king's castle, Lin Mo gleaned a general understanding of this so-called light magic through the elder's explanations. To learn light magic, one must pray at the headquarters of the Holy Church. By offering one's faith to the God of light, one would receive a mark of light. This divine illumination could channel sunlight, enabling the use of light magic. Essentially, ordinary mages are incapable of wielding sacred light. It is the power of the God of light. And to gain access to light magic, one must dedicate their faith. This indeed posed a challenge for Lin Mo. To sacrifice his beliefs? Certainly. After all, such things hold little value. They could be given to anyone. Yet, those who know their own affairs understand that Lin Mo's heart is tumultuous, rendering it impossible for him to genuinely believe in anyone. Now that you have clarified matters, might we be set free? The elder inquired, though he deemed it unlikely, yet harbored a flicker of hope that Lin Mo would grant their release. Did I ever mention I would release you? Lin Mo chuckled. What a jest. How could one relinquish meat that is already on the table? Old man, how about becoming my subordinate? I truly value your intellect. Why not join me in my endeavors? Long Yu interjected suddenly, harboring intentions to recruit those with a wealth of knowledge rather than eliminating them outright. I can see that your faith is not pure. One must ultimately live for oneself, do they not? Long Yu continued to entice. Listening to Long Yu's words, the elder fell silent. Indeed, humanity is complex. In his youth, he had steadfastly believed in the God of light, yet as he aged, he began to secretly yearn for longevity, a desire he had long suppressed. Elder, do not heed his deceitful words. The saintess, noticing the elder's hesitation, hurriedly exclaimed, but Lin Mo swiftly covered her mouth, glaring fiercely at her. Little girl, do you know the fate that befalls the loquacious? Lin Mo coldly remarked, wishing for an astute, high IQ subordinate well-versed in magic, but not one who would disrupt the proceedings. Seeing the saintess attempt to speak again, Lin Mo's expression darkened. With a swift motion, he removed the death armor adorning his body. Long Yu, continue your conversation with this old man. I wish to have some fun with our saintess. Lin Mo commanded the death armor, then seized the saintess by her collar, dragging her away. As the elder attempted to rise, Long Yu restrained him. Fear not. This lady is quite pleasing to the eye. He will not kill her, Long Yu assured. Yet, these words only heightened the elder's anxiety. After dragging the saintess out of the parlor, Lin Mo surveyed his surroundings and made his way toward the chambers. All the while, the saintess incessantly muttered to herself, seemingly berating her own folly. Though Lin Mo could not comprehend her words and chose to ignore her. The bloodstained ground and the ravaged steps bore witness to the aftermath of the undead invasion and the ensuing conflict with the soldiers. Upon seeing this, the saintess quieted considerably, no longer daring to raise her voice. Once he located a clean room, Lin Mo unceremoniously tossed her onto the bed. What do you intend to do? Keep your distance. The saintess, realizing his intentions, hastily unleashed a beam of light magic at him. However, the holy light had no effect on Lin Mo. Instead, he absorbed it, transforming it into life energy. With Long Yu absent and unable to understand her words, Lin Mo refrained from further dialogue and lunged forward, grabbing her collar. He yanked it downwards. A radiant light captured my gaze, emanating from the body of the saintly maiden, who was enveloped in a shimmering glow that offered her protection. Indeed, I had witnessed many wonders throughout my life, yet this divine luminescence was an unprecedented sight. Under the pitiful gaze of the saint, Lin Mo unleashed a formidable surge of life energy, breaking through her protective holy light. Though the elder felt a pang of discomfort in his heart, as he was relinquishing the very faith he had cherished for a lifetime, the prospect of death was universally unappealing. Faced with the specter of mortality, he ultimately made the judicious choice. Initially, Long Yu had intended to perform the necromantic transformation ritual himself, but the elder opted to take matters into his own hands. I still wish to retain my human form. Allow me to undertake this, he declared. Even in the face of becoming a wraith, he aspired to evolve into a lich, a being forged from the essence of fallen human mages. Liches, created by those who refuse to succumb to death, yet yearn to delve into the arcane mysteries, represent a unique lineage of magical undead. Long Yu provided the death energy necessary for the transformation, and as the elder surveyed the energy, he hesitated momentarily before his resolve solidified. Seizing the death energy, he thrust it into his chest, merging it with his heart. Simultaneously, he intoned various incantations, his formidable mental prowess radiating outward as he inscribed magical runes upon his body. During his tenure as a high priest, he had not only mastered the light magic, but had also dabbled in various elemental and psychic magics, including curses and dark arts, though his position had barred him from fully pursuing these disciplines. Now, however, he could unreservedly embark on the path of magic he had long envisioned. Come forth, my soul, the elder cried to the heavens, the luminous sigil upon his forehead shattering, and with it, his faith in the light dissipated entirely. Chapter 93. One must act for oneself or face annihilation. May I inquire once more, who exactly are you? As the radiant sigil shattered, the elder's skin began to change hue, and blue flames of the undead flickered in his eyes. Absorbing this newfound necrotic power, he discerned a distinction. This essence of undeath was markedly different from that of the various wraiths he had previously encountered, imbued with a profound aura of mortality. I am the king of corpses, known as Long Yu. I was once a mere human, yet due to certain circumstances, I have arrived in this realm. Fear not, for you shall depart this world alongside us, embarking on conquests in other dimensions. Long Yu spoke in a calm manner, subsequently sharing additional tidbits about himself. I see. You are not of this world, hence I need not be concerned. The elder's expression twitched. The process of becoming undead was excruciatingly painful, a sensation he had not experienced for many years. Although his transformation into a wight was not by his own volition, the allure of immortality remained one of his deepest desires. He felt a hint of reluctance at the thought of turning against his former companions. However, since his new master was not from this world and would not linger here for long, his sole concern was alleviated. After a brief moment, the elder's flesh and blood withered, resembling a half-buried old man, his skin turning a deep shade of gray. The transformation into a lich was complete. Well, now that you have undergone the transformation, take some time to recuperate, said Long Yu, waving his hand toward the lich. A miasma of death emanated from the ghostly crystal embedded in his chest, enveloping the lich in dark energy. Once everything was concluded, Long Yu sensed Lin Mo's location, his mind filled with thoughts of those under his control. Meanwhile, Lin Mo, after approximately half an hour, had also concluded his endeavors. As his physique strengthened, he noticed his speed in such matters was increasing, though he could not discern why. Nonetheless, it was more pleasurable than before, albeit somewhat taxing on the women involved. The saintess lay on the bed like a puddle of mud, utterly drained of strength. Watching the man who had just finished with her dressing by the bedside, she felt a pang of grievance, having lost her purity in such a manner. Tears streamed down her cheeks, and just as her sobs began to escape, Lin Mo grasped her neck, unceremoniously yanking her up. Hold it in. If you cry again, I will lock you in a dark room for eternity, making you bear children endlessly. Do you believe me? Lin Mo threatened. Although the saintess did not comprehend his words, she understood it as a threat and immediately ceased her crying, stifling her grievances as she wiped her tears and runny nose. That's more like it. After dressing her properly, Lin Mo prepared to leave the room with the saintess. Acquired the light mark. Nature's body is absorbing and assimilating? What is going on? Where did this light mark come from? Lin Mo opened his personal interface and quickly found the newly manifested ability beneath nature's body. Light enchantment, capable of converting life energy into light energy. Where did this come from? I don't even worship the god of light, he pondered. The only connection he had with anything related to light was the saintess of the Holy Church of Light. To become a saintess, one must possess exceptional qualities. Could it be? The saintess, having just dressed, noticed Lin Mo's sudden gaze upon her, but before she could comprehend the situation, he pushed her back into the room. After a while, Lin Mo shook his head as he exited the room. It seemed that only the first instance had yielded results. He wondered if there would be another saintess in the future. Lin Mo expressed his lingering thoughts. Trailing behind him was the saintess, her legs trembling and unable to close. Too intimidated to raise her gaze. Upon reuniting with Long Yu, they exchanged insights regarding their findings. It was only natural for the elder to submit. His waning faith had long been apparent, and the choice to transform into an undead being for survival was hardly shocking. Yet, Lin Mo's greatest delight lay in the elder's metamorphosis into a lich, as this meant someone could impart the knowledge of light magic. Upon learning that Lin Mo had claimed the saintess's first blood and subsequently acquired the power of light, Long Yu found himself at a loss for words. It could only be said that fortune favored the foolish. This rascal had managed to endure for so long, indeed blessed with extraordinary luck. After releasing the Lich Elder, he discovered Lin Mo had engaged with the Saintess and obtained the power of light, leaving him momentarily speechless. My lord, I cannot fathom the circumstances. Historically, no Saintess has ever been defiled, as they are destined to ascend to the heavenly realm to accompany the divine. I do not understand why this has transpired. The Lich Elder remarked, speaking in the tongue of the undead. Clad in his deathly armor, Lin Mo comprehended without the need for translation. Is there a second Saintess? Lin Mo inquired. There is none. The next Saintess can only be selected by the deity after the current one ascends to the heavens, the Lich Elder responded. Lin Mo felt a twinge of regret. It resembled the Emperor selecting a consort, suggesting that this so-called deity of light was not as benevolent as presumed. Then teach me the light magic. Impart all your knowledge to me, Lin Mo declared, recognizing the utility of light magic, particularly against dark forces, where it proved to be exceedingly effective. Certainly, we still have over a day left. Long Yu, do you have any thoughts? Lin Mo asked, gazing down at his armor, struggling to conceive of further actions. Refine an elixir of immortality, Long Yu responded without hesitation. What? Lin Mo was momentarily taken aback. Just like last time. Utilize your botanical abilities to cultivate a blood tree and capture individuals for nurturing, Long Yu instructed. Since witnessing Lin Mo produce an immortal fruit previously, he had been coveting such a creation. That might not be appropriate. Lin Mo hesitated, reluctant to breach his moral boundaries by indiscriminately slaughtering humans. He feared this might lead him to become a heartless tyrant. They are merely savages. What are you hesitating for? Long Yu questioned. Young man, you have seen the nature of people in this world. Cast aside your compassion. For these brutes, death is the best fate. Long Yu's tone turned cold. Although he harbored no animosity towards humanity in general, this was reserved for the people of Yanhuang. He would show no mercy to these savages. One must look after oneself. Otherwise, one faces annihilation. You are currently under the control of that space, and instead of contemplating how to grow stronger, you waste time pondering these insignificant ants? Long Yu spoke fiercely, expressing his confusion over Lin Mo's mindset. It was perplexing how one could possess such a vile nature, yet still consider the plight of the weak. Chapter 94, Subsonic Waves, City of Carnage. Listening to Long Yu's words, Lin Mo remained silent for a considerable time. Enough. After all, he had no intention of playing the role of a benevolent figure. If he were to embrace villainy, he would do so wholeheartedly. Beside them, the Lich Elder supported the Saintess. Observing Lin Mo's changing countenance with a mixture of concern and bewilderment. Engage? What was he planning? Before the Lich Elder could grasp the situation, Lin Mo suddenly seized the Saintess by her side. Long Yu, seeing Lin Mo's resolve solidify, felt a flicker of satisfaction within. Yes, precisely. One must be ruthless. Without ruthlessness, one cannot stand firm. Eliminate her. Help me transform her into a witch. Long Yu remarked, you'll inevitably meet your demise at the hands of a woman. Once the Saintess was transformed into a witch and cast into the realm of the undead, dawn broke. Although Long Yu fell silent after their grim task, Lin Mo intended to maximize the remaining day. Lich Elder, do you know where the most life abounds in this vicinity? With the sun rising in the west, Lin Mo inquired, realizing that the living in the royal city were scarce. He required a city with a larger populace. Master, if you proceed northward, you will find a place called Soli City, with a permanent population of 1 per million, making it the most populous city in the area, the Lich Elder replied. Stepping aside, though he was unaware of the Master's intentions, he was certain they were anything but noble. Lead the way, of course. Upon reaching the gates of the royal city, Lin Mo summoned 2 skeletal steeds, acquired from the skeletal cavalry. The journey was somewhat distant, and Lin Mo had no desire to traverse it on foot. The restless skeletal steed served as a fitting means of transportation. Once all belongings were secured, the Lich Elder led the way as the two made their journey towards Soli City. A night had already passed since the departure of the Holy Mage's entourage, and Soli City was not far from the royal city. Rumors of the undead disturbances in the royal city had left the Lord of Soli City quite anxious. Given their proximity, if the royal city fell, Soli City would likely be next. Fortunately, the Holy Church had intervened, providing a sense of reassurance to the Lord, as the passing holy mages and paladins offered a semblance of safety. Perhaps the undead crisis had been resolved. He mused while gazing at the sunlit sky from within the walls of the Lord's manor. Soon, it would be his time to shine. He had secretly acquired an arsenal of firearms and merely awaited the right opportunity. The nobility, after all, is not dictated by birthright. When the time came, his family would adopt a new name, and their lineage would commence with him. He chuckled. All he needed was for the undead threat to dissipate, for the revolutionary forces to overthrow the king, and for the nation to descend into chaos. Suddenly, a soldier burst into the manor, interrupting Varg's daydreams. What is it? The Lord inquired. My lord, scouts have reported that they have spotted what appears to be undead entities approaching from a mile away, the soldier replied. What? Varg sprang to his feet. What in the blazes are those wretched holy mages doing? Are there many undead? Not many, just 2 riding skeletal horses. Varg pondered. These must be the undead that the holy mages overlooked during their battle, still mounted, which explained their ability to wander forth. Let us go and take a look. I have yet to see what the undead truly look like. Outside the city, Lin Mo concealed the skeletal horse and the Lich Elder, restoring the death armor to the dragon magic armor. After all, the power of death conflicted with that of life, and Lin Mo had no desire to hinder the growth of the blood tree due to the undead. What to do? Gazing upon the vast city, Lin Mo was confronted with a dilemma. While annihilating it would be effortless, capturing all its inhabitants proved to be a daunting task. Even deploying a virus required time to take effect, and with only 1 day at his disposal, he could not afford to wait for the outbreak. Many soldiers at the city gates had noticed him, and the sudden transformation of this undead into a humanoid form rendered them hesitant to act, leaving them to await the Lord's arrival. Longyu, do you possess any means to swiftly eliminate everyone? Lin Mo inquired. He had a method of his own, unleashing a surge of life energy to fully activate his control over flora, inundating the city with an overwhelming expanse of vegetation. However, this approach would be counterproductive. It was likely that the loss of life would not even suffice to replenish the energy expended in such an eruption. I told you to read more, but you wouldn't listen, Longyu remarked. What does reading have to do with this? Fool. Longyu seized control of his body and approached a position approximately 300 meters from the city gate. The archers atop the city walls swiftly knocked their arrows, ready to release them at the slightest advance. What were his intentions? Unclear, but should he take another step forward, I shall transform him into a hedgehog. Haha, look. He buzzes. Waves of inaudible sound rippled through the air. A few leaders were engaged in light-hearted banter when suddenly, a disorienting sensation surged through their minds, causing them to stagger as if intoxicated. It felt as though drums were pounding within their skulls, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. Some even had their eyeballs explode, dying on the spot. Hearts ruptured, and all internal organs sustained grievous injuries. Not just the soldiers on the walls, but everyone within the city fell to the ground, writhing in agony. 3 minutes later, outside the city, Longyu ceased his infrasonic assault, and the wildly beating hearts returned to a normal rhythm. Ha! How delightful! Longyu chuckled, proclaiming that knowledge is power, and this particular technique was a culmination of his extensive study of physics, a brutal method for dispatching the weak. By emitting infrasonic waves of varying frequencies, he relentlessly assailed the internal organs of those weaker than himself until they were shattered. This was an extensive A0E skill capable of annihilating a city within 3 minutes. Now, it seemed there wasn't even a living cockroach left within the city. All right, lad. It's your turn to act. Long Yu declared, relinquishing control of his body, for he was unfamiliar with the abilities of the plant domain. The natural body would not heed his command. Upon reclaiming control, Lin Mo activated his life perception ability, discovering that within Soli City, nearly all life signals had become exceedingly faint, save for a few exceptions. 3 minutes of citywide slaughter without hesitation. Lin Mo spread his hands and pressed them against the ground. Thorn vines. Ignoring the spiny tendrils, they erupted from the earth, surging up the walls to frantically absorb the blood and life essence of the guards. Ultimately, a massive thorn vine emerged atop the walls. Countless tendrils lunged toward the flesh within the city, the thorn vine growing ever longer. Why not use trees this time? Long Yu inquired suddenly. Inappropriate. These aren't your mindless corpses. They obediently approached to nourish the plants, Lin Mo replied. The vines continued to flourish, and at the center, the thorn vine blossomed a resplendent red flower at its pinnacle. What have you done, demon? I shall kill you, demon. The Lord of Wager emerged from the gate. Bloodied and wild-eyed, his gaze fixated on Lin Mo, madness and bloodlust evident in his expression. Chapter 95. And the police are coming. Everything is gone. Decades of effort. The painstakingly amassed fortune, all obliterated. You will pay for this, demon. The Lord of Wag City charged towards Lin Mo, driven by the desire to eliminate the one who had shattered his existence. It seems your sonic attack is not as formidable as you claimed. There are still survivors. Lin Mo remarked, gesturing nonchalantly at the approaching lord. A vine descended from the city walls, its sharp thorns piercing through the lord's body and ensnaring him. Having accomplished this, Lin Mo made no further movements, patiently awaiting the blossoming and fruition of the lifeblood vine. Time flowed steadily, and as numerous vines and roots surged into the city, every creature's corpse and trace of blood within Soli City was siphoned away, converging upon the thorny plant adorning the walls. The once verdant vines morphed into a deep brown hue, and amidst them, a blood-red flower unfurled. As the sun sank beneath the horizon, the blood flower gradually withered, revealing a fruit adorned with intricate patterns at its center. Upon plucking the fruit, one could observe the thorny vines swiftly desiccating, transforming into a pile of withered vines, while the roots sprawling throughout Soli City also succumbed to desiccation. Within the entirety of Soli City, not a single trace of life remained, enveloped in a haunting silence. Compared to the last one, this specimen is somewhat smaller, yet still quite remarkable, remarked Long Yu. Previously, the fruit had measured over 3 meters in width, whereas this one was merely the size of a palm. Of course, this is hardly a comparison, Lin Mo replied, before devouring the life fruit in one swift motion. Training complete. The sound of the reincarnation space echoed in his mind, signaling the conclusion of 3 days of training. His body transformed into a stream of data, dissipating amidst the vastness of existence. For others, this training might merely represent a rigorous exercise on the battlefield, yet for Lin Mo, it was a bountiful harvest, akin to an exhilarating foraging expedition. Due to the absorption of numerous essences of life, his body propelled his soul towards ascendance, rendering Lin Mo's spirit increasingly robust. The disorienting effects of the reincarnation space's transmission diminished significantly for him. Within the system data of the reincarnation space, there were no alterations to his physique or soul. Upon returning to the reincarnation space, Lin Mo noted that his training had precisely spanned 3 days, devoid of any temporal discrepancies. Jerba had not yet returned. After meandering for a while within the reincarnation space, Lin Mo opted to return to the realm of reality. Although this transition necessitated the expenditure of 100 reincarnation coins and led him to a world distinct from his previous one, Lin Mo sensed that this reality was not merely what it seemed. There must be more beneath the surface. He felt compelled to ascertain the true nature of the reincarnation space within this new reality. Previously, he held an indifferent attitude towards conflicts, believing that all were merely laborers exchanging effort for remuneration. However, Lin Mo now recognized the wisdom in avoiding such aimlessness. Whether to resist or not was a separate matter, but he must possess the means to do so. The distinction between the inability to resist and the unwillingness to resist was significant. In the reality, Miss Guan Xiaoman, I apologize for the intrusion. Should you encounter any troubles, please do not conceal them. Rest assured, officer, there is nothing amiss, Guan Xiaoman replied, wiping the virtual sweat from her brow. Very well, do take care. After finally bidding farewell to the officer, Guan Xiaoman exhaled in relief. It had been a month since that individual named Lin Mo had vanished, and the police had visited her almost every other day. This was already the 9th visit that month. With a click, she closed the door and switched on the television. I'm done with live broadcasts. It's utterly exhausting. As she reclined on the sofa, she felt as though she had sat upon something. Turning her head, she beheld a tall figure with long hair, adorned with a rune upon his forehead. Seated beside her on the couch, her weight precariously resting upon his hand. Ah, a ghost. Her mouth was immediately covered. Below in the community, within the police car, the conversation unfolded. How goes it? What else could it be? The same as before. Sigh. I wonder what the leadership is thinking, tasking us with monitoring a young girl just to apprehend a man running about in the nude. Ever since we caught sight of that perverse streaker on the surveillance footage infiltrating the community, the higher-ups have insisted that we track him down. Yet, after a month of inquiries at every household, we've unearthed not a single clue. The man has simply vanished, making it feel akin to a homicide investigation. Enough of the complaints. This is our final assignment. Once we finish for the day, shall we go out for a drink? That is not permissible. My wife forbids it. Haha. Away with you. In the room, after the initial panic subsided, Guan Xiaoman recognized Lin Mo. What has happened to you? She inquired. Observing the peculiar attire adorning Lin Mo and the runes etched upon his forehead. You look as if you have transformed into a zombie, perhaps struck by a Taoist priest? Her curiosity piqued. She speculated that Lin Mo might have traversed to another world, given his status as a traveler with the ability to journey across realms. The circumstances are rather unique. I had a confrontation with a being more formidable than a zombie, and thus I have become this way, Lin Mo explained. Suppressing the urge to curse at Longyu, he still preferred the tangible nature of the real world, where his existence felt authentic, devoid of the artificiality experienced within the reincarnation space. Is that truly so? Guan Xiaoman, intrigued by his admission, expressed her fascination, having never encountered a zombie before. Shall I take a bite out of you, the kind that grants eternal life? Lin Mo said with a playful smile. Suddenly realizing that the abilities of an immortal being were not suppressed by the reincarnation space. Absolutely not. She recoiled from his approaching mouth, displaying evident disdain. Before recalling the earlier inquiries posed by the police. By the way, Lin Mo, while you were away, the police came looking for you, 9 times in fact. Seemingly intent on capturing you, Guan Xiaoman stated. Police? To apprehend me? Lin Mo was momentarily taken aback. After Guan Xiaoman elucidated the details, he remained perplexed. He had committed no wrongdoing, stolen nothing, nor had he interacted with anyone other than her. How could the police possibly know of him? Observing Lin Mo deep in thought, Guan Xiaoman quietly settled beside him, watching in silence. By the way, have you disclosed anything about me? Absolutely not. Guan Xiaoman shook her head vigorously. She would never betray Lin Mo, especially given his extraordinary abilities and origins from another realm. Moreover, she believed the police would be ill-equipped to handle him. It was best to avoid any trouble, particularly since Lin Mo had mentioned his indifference towards taking lives. Should he become enraged, the police might fail to apprehend him. But the consequences for her could be dire. Is that so? Chapter 96. Archenemy of the Reincarnation Space. Indeed, I, Guan Xiaoman, would never betray a friend. She declared with conviction, though her darting eyes betrayed her inner turmoil. Very well, I trust you. But suddenly, a series of knocks echoed at the door. Could it be the police returning? Guan Xiaoman, in a panic, pushed Lin Mo into the room and concealed him within the wardrobe. After tidying up the living area and wiping her face, she approached the door. Who is it? Xiaoman, it's me. Oh, as the door swung open. It was not the landlady who greeted Guan Xiaoman, but a woman clad in a specialized combat uniform. Just as Guan Xiaoman opened her mouth to inquire, the woman cast her a flirtatious glance, rendering her momentarily spellbound. The woman stepped inside, her eyes flashing with a crimson light as they swept across the room. Found you, she exclaimed, and with that, she produced a small blue cube and pressed a button atop it. A surge of blue light erupted, swiftly enveloping the entire community. Wherever the light touched, all inhabitants vanished, leaving only Lin Mo and the mysterious woman behind. Target locked by the reincarnation hunter, camouflage restrictions lifted. Contractor Lin Mo. Please escape immediately. Though the circumstances were unclear, Lin Mo decided against hiding now that his adversary had made her move. Well, aren't you quite handsome? Too bad you serve as a pawn for the virus. The woman remarked, brandishing a long knife and aiming it at Lin Mo. As Lin Mo emerged from the wardrobe, the woman lunged forward, her blade slicing downwards. He caught her knife with his hand and surveyed the bizarre space around him, furrowing his brow. "Could you please enlighten me on what's happening?" "I don't believe I've wronged anyone," Lin Emo said, seizing the woman's long knife and positioning it against her throat. The woman displayed no intention of capitulating, swiftly retreating to evade his attack. Requesting backup. Threat level has escalated to B. She called for assistance, but Lin Emo was quicker, closing the distance and gripping her throat. "How curious. Your animosity towards me suggests you cannot be spared." He lifted her and, with the long knife poised, executed a swift beheading. Lin Emo was certain he had never encountered her before, and the reincarnation space's command for retreat indicated she was an enemy of that realm. Just as he intended to activate the reincarnation mark, he discovered that the mark on his left arm had ceased to respond, resembling nothing more than a mere tattoo. Have they severed my connection to the reincarnation space? He pondered, eyeing the blue cube hovering in midair. As he approached, an indescribable sense of repulsion washed over him. Yet, he refused to relent. He forced his way forward, causing the blue light on the cube's surface to diminish slightly, and the surrounding space shuddered momentarily. Effective. Just as Lin Emo was about to grasp the cube, 3 teleportation arrays materialized beside him, and 3 fully armed individuals emerged. Upon witnessing Lin Mo's intent to disrupt the Matrix, the trio was momentarily taken aback before hastily drawing their weapons and launching an attack. "Stop right there." As he approached the coveted object, observing the anxious expressions of those around him, Lin Emo was resolute in his determination to seize it, fully aware of its worth. A blade struck his back, a gun jabbed at his waist, and another assailant, armed with a sniper rifle, unleashed a barrage of shots aimed at his head. Enduring the onslaught from the 3 adversaries, Lin Emo successfully acquired the small blue cube. The hunters' expressions darkened, and they ceased their attacks. The Matrix was a shared asset among every cycle's hunting team, capable of ensnaring foes during combat. Yet, in the hands of these virus-infested lackeys, it meant the loss of their ability to restrain their opponent's departure. Ouch, that stung quite a bit. Suddenly, I found myself in no rush to leave. Lin Emo gingerly touched his injured side and turned to face the others. At that moment, the 3 hunters realized that the wounds inflicted by their previous assault had already healed. "Old Shao and I will engage. Godo, provide us with cover," declared one of the hunters wielding a large blade, as he charged forward alongside another armed with a long spear. The situation proved to be quite precarious. "Requesting backup," exclaimed the man named Godo, as he retrieved his communicator and raised his sniper rifle, aiming at Lin Emo. The battle was on the brink of eruption. Aware of the adversary's exceptionally sharp blade, Lin Emo refrained from direct confrontation, swiftly donning the Wanlong demon armor and brandishing the Sakura fireblade to engage in combat. As the struggle ensued, the 3 hunters grew increasingly alarmed. Though the opponent's strength was not overwhelmingly superior, his defensive and regenerative capabilities were unprecedented. After a prolonged entanglement yielding little success, the hunter with the battle blade retreated. Ultimate move, cross slash. The virus firewall has been breached. He unleashed his formidable technique, delivering 2 nearly simultaneous slashes that struck before Lin Emo, shattering the protective gauntlets he had raised in defense. This left Lin Emo utterly astonished. How could these individuals possibly breach his defenses with such rudimentary attacks? This armor was a fusion of various formidable biological bloodlines, and yet it was cleaved asunder? What an absurdity! The force that penetrated his defenses could not have relied solely on brute strength. Rather, an unknown power had forcibly shattered the Wanlong demon armor. Furthermore, Lin Emo realized with dismay that his life energy was unable to mend the damage inflicted upon the arm armor. Within his perception, it appeared as though the Wanlong armor remained unscathed. At this moment, the hunters showed no signs of ceasing their assault. Seizing the fleeting distraction of Lin Emo, a hunter wielding a long spear swiftly approached from behind. "Perish!" he cried, invoking the ultimate technique, Eternal Flow Spear. The spear, gleaming with a cold luminescence, lunged toward Lin Mo's back. These reincarnation hunters specialized in exterminating the viruses that threatened the world. Every strike they unleashed was imbued with a unique law designed to combat such malevolence. No matter how formidable one might be, if tainted by the virus, their defenses would prove futile against an onslaught that targeted the very essence of the contagion. Just as the spear was about to pierce Lin Emo, an arm emerged from behind him, seizing the spearhead with a firm grip. "What a predicament, kid," Dragon Yu remarked, effortlessly snapping the weapon in 2, rendering the attack utterly inconsequential to him. Dragon Yu had been observing for a while and discerned that every time these so-called hunters struck, Lin Mo's soul suffered harm, and the mark etched upon it faded incrementally. It appeared that these individuals were the sworn nemesis of that realm. Anything possessing the attributes of the reincarnation space could not withstand their onslaught. "Humph, I never asked for your assistance," Lin Mo retorted, as he summoned a tremendous surge of thunderous power. "Though I know not who you truly are, prepare to meet your end." With a crackle, violet-red lightning erupted from Lin Mo, enveloping the entire edifice in its wrath. Chapter 97. Contemplation and Peril. The lightning swept through the building, reducing countless furnishings and rooms to mere rubble. The three hunters were vaporized instantaneously, reduced to ash and obliterated. Following this explosive display, Lin Mo surveyed the precarious state of his surroundings, casting his gaze downward to the flickering blue cube in his grasp, alongside the dimmed reincarnation mark. The purpose of this object remains elusive. It is prudent to ensure that the reincarnation space does not discover it. Longyu. Lin Mo glanced at Longyu beside him and handed the object over. It would be best to conceal this item for the time being, especially since the undead entity lies beyond the detection range of the reincarnation space. Longyu accepted the matrix, swallowed it whole, and returned to Lin Mo's interior. After securely hiding the item, Lin Mo began to disrupt the surrounding space. The realm, conjured by the blue blocks, lacked robustness. After Lin Mo struck the ground repeatedly, the entire space shattered like a mirror. Everything around reverted to normal. The buildings that Lin Mo had previously obliterated restored to their original state. Reconnecting. Connection established. Contractor Lin Mo, you have been locked onto by the enemy. Please evacuate promptly. Ignoring the warnings from the reincarnation space, Lin Mo turned his attention to the dazed Guan Xiaoman. "Xiaoman, how long have I been gone?" "Huh? Oh, you left?" Guan Xiaoman's mind was still muddled. The woman had employed a mind-altering skill on her, and she had yet to recover. Observing her state, Lin Mo refrained from further questioning and swiftly rendered her unconscious with a precise strike. After placing her on the bed, Lin Mo approached the balcony and pried open a section of the safety railing, climbing up the adjacent pipe. Upon contacting the reincarnation space again, he found himself shackled anew, with all abilities save for those of the undead entity sealed. Fortunately, it was midnight, and Guan Xiaoman's residence was on the 4th floor. Few would glance upward at the building. Lin Mo felt an odd sensation. The inexplicable enemies and their attitudes towards him were perplexing. Moreover, what was this virus? After reaching the rooftop, Lin Mo sat down, contemplating the words spoken by those individuals moments prior. He had been insulted as a lackey of the virus, presumably for his actions within the reincarnation space. Was the reincarnation space itself the virus? Upon reflection, it seemed accurate that contractors wreak havoc across various worlds, completing tasks. And in that sense, they could indeed be likened to a virus for many realms. But what roles did those attacking him play? Particularly since their assaults could harm him, yet left Longyu unscathed. The sole distinction between him and Longyu lay in the fact that his soul was bound to the reincarnation space, while Longyu was an undocumented entity. Could it be that these attackers were specifically targeting the reincarnation space? As the sun descended slowly, the twilight cast a warm glow upon Lin Mo's face, filling his mind with an abundance of questions. Initially, he had intended to linger within the reincarnation space and gradually develop his strength. But after the defenses were breached by these three enigmatic figures, he felt disinclined to rely on the resources within the reincarnation space for growth. Hearing their assessment of him as merely B-level indicated that these individuals might possess only B-level strength, or perhaps even C-level. If B-level could breach his defenses, what would happen if a few A-level or higher entities appeared? Would they not easily dispatch him? Until the sun set, those foes did not reappear. Lin Mo pondered for a moment and chose to return to the reincarnation space. For the time being, he still needed to utilize this realm to grow in other worlds. Although a sense of estrangement had begun to form in his heart, returning was the only option, since the attributes of the reincarnation space would eventually reveal flaws, rendering them susceptible to those individuals. There was no need to enhance his physique with the attributes from this place. He could simply consume the immortal entities in the future. The natural physique might be locked by the reincarnation space, rendering it impossible to grow stronger through conventional means, but the immortal entities were different. They had not been detected by the reincarnation space. After consuming the dragon of 10,000 and the fruit of life, Lin Mo could distinctly feel his body growing stronger. Yet there was no change reflected on the attribute panel. A prompt from the reincarnation space immediately followed his return. Residual power of the laws detected in the body. Would you like to eliminate it? Upon hearing this, Lin Mo was momentarily taken aback. How could such an exquisite entity find its way into his very being? While it is true that after merging with Long Yu, he has become remarkably formidable, he still pales in comparison to the formidable powers governed by the laws of the universe. Casting a glance at the indelible marks on his armored arms, it dawned on him that the so-called power of the laws must be this very thing. Absolutely not. Lin Mo vehemently rejected the notion, for such a power, which sounded exceedingly impressive, would simply become his if he were to cleanse it away. After several consecutive refusals, the cycle of reincarnation ceased its inquiries. The more it persisted, the more Lin Mo understood that this power of the laws was indeed something of great value. It was merely a slight deficiency in protection for his hands, nothing to fret over. In fact, it might even provide a refreshing respite. With Galba absent and unfamiliar with anyone else, Lin Mo found himself compelled to visit the tavern he knew to be a reliable source of information, the very establishment Galba had taken him to previously. The Elven Tavern. Upon returning to this verdant locale, Lin Mo couldn't help but reminisce about Galba's drunken ramblings, particularly his tales of the tavern's enchanting proprietress and how he had gallantly rescued her from peril, as if he were a knight saving a damsel in distress. Lin Mo struggled to fathom how a defenseless goblin could possibly be a hero. After all, was Galba not of a stature lesser than the length of her legs? Upon entering the tavern, a petite green sprite flitted towards him. "Good day, sir. May I inquire if you possess an invitation?" Just as she was about to ask, upon recognizing him as the individual Galba had brought, her expression shifted. It's you. What was your name again?" The sprite inquired with a look of sincere apology. "Lin Mo, a friend of Galba. Is it not permissible for me to enter?" he asked, recalling Galba's remark that this place was not accessible to just anyone. "Of course. You are welcome. Please, come in, Mr. Lin Mo," the sprite replied, gesturing with a welcoming motion before leading him into the tavern. "This place is different from last time. Previously, it was adorned with a verdant green backdrop, but now it has transformed into a warm orange yellow, evoking the essence of autumn. Mr. Lin Mo, have you come here in search of Galba?" inquired Xiao Chui as she guided Lin Mo to a particular spot. "Not exactly. I came to inquire about a few matters. Since Galba is absent, I thought I might explore here, as taverns typically serve as rich channels for information," Lin Mo confessed, revealing his intentions without pretense. Chapter 98. The Reincarnation Hunter, the Power of the Loss. "So, you seek to purchase information? Is it for sale?" Lin Mo asked. "Certainly. Follow me," replied Xiao Chui, offering him a knowing smile before darting deeper into the tavern. Observing this, Lin Mo followed suit, his pockets holding only 400 reincarnation coins. He hoped the cost of information wouldn't be exorbitant, lest he find himself in an embarrassing predicament. As Lin Mo ventured further into the tavern, patrons cast curious glances in his direction. "Who is that? He seems unfamiliar," one whispered. "He appears rather handsome, albeit a bit pale. Is he perhaps adopting a vampiric aesthetic?" Another speculated. "Shoo, keep your voice down. He is likely a guest of the proprietress. Let us not provoke a situation that might lead to his expulsion," came the hushed reply, followed by laughter. After traversing a staircase and making a winding turn, Xiao Chui finally came to a halt. This place bears no resemblance to a tavern. Rather, it resembles a diminutive forest palace, adorned with exquisite murals upon the walls and a plethora of intricate decorations. Xiao Chui approached the entrance and slipped through a narrow door. Lin Mo found it inappropriate to follow and chose to wait outside. After a while, Xiao Chui emerged, clutching a key as large as her own petite frame. "Come, follow me," she whispered softly. This left Lin Mo utterly bewildered. He had come in search of intelligence. Yet this felt akin to thievery. Though he was tempted to inquire about her intentions, he ultimately decided to follow her and discern her purpose. Pursuing her, Lin Mo arrived at the threshold of an adjacent room. Xiao Chui, with a key in hand, unlocked the door, and Lin Mo stepped inside. As he entered, he was momentarily taken aback by the sight of shelves lined with rows of books, reminiscent of a library. "Well, here we are. Whatever information you seek can be found here, but first, you must part with some money," Xiao Chui exclaimed cheerfully, her eyes sparkling with visions of currency. "This is the library of the Elven Queen, a repository of information curated by the proprietress, containing various records of adventures undertaken by her and her team of contractors. I require information about the real world, particularly regarding those who attack contractors. Is there any here?" Lin Mo inquired. Upon hearing Lin Mo's question, Xiao Chui hesitated momentarily, recalling that the scrolls within held tales of the adventure realm, while matters of the real world seemed absent. Just as she pondered how to persuade him to purchase other information, a hand reached in from outside the door and seized her. Ah! Shortly thereafter, a woman adorned in a flowing green leaf-patterned dress, exquisite in appearance and reminiscent of the legendary elven folk, entered. What a disaster! Xiao Chui quickly covered her face, afraid to meet the gaze of the proprietress. You've stolen my key to sell information again. Half of your wages will be deducted this month, said Aileen, swiftly tucking Xiao Chui into her pocket, denying her any chance to protest. I apologize, dear guest, but we do not sell information here. Aileen was about to ask Lin Mo to leave when Xiao Chui's head popped out from her pocket. Wait, Sister Aileen, he is a friend of Galba. A friend of Galba? Aileen glanced curiously at Lin Mo. Galba has many friends, but one as seemingly ordinary as you is quite rare. Yes, I am Lin Mo, he replied, nodding awkwardly. Ah, so it's you. Galba has mentioned you. He spoke highly of your potential. Aileen smiled. In that case, follow me. Feel free to ask me anything. My name is Amira Aileen. Accompanying Aileen to the room where Xiao Chui had initially stolen the key, they sat down. Aileen poured a cup of tea for Lin Mo, and after receiving it, he voiced his inquiries. Upon hearing Lin Mo's question, the once smiling Aileen's expression turned serious. You mean to say you encountered a reincarnation hunter in the real world and managed to escape? Well, sort of, Lin Mo replied, choosing not to disclose the fact that he had vanquished those individuals. You are indeed fortunate. Aileen took a sip of her tea and began to elaborate on the matter of reincarnation hunters. We do not know the exact origins of the reincarnation hunters, but it is certain that they target contractors like us. These hunters appear in a limited number of adventure realms, varying in strength. However, they all share one commonality: their intent to eliminate intruders like us. Generally, contractors do not encounter reincarnation hunters unless they reach a certain level of strength. And when they do meet, it is usually a fight to the death. The hunters in the real world are significantly more powerful than those in the adventure realms. I truly cannot fathom how you managed to escape. Among all the people I know, you are the first to have eluded a hunter from the real world. Aileen expressed her admiration, recalling a fortunate encounter with hunters who, despite lacking overwhelming destructive abilities, possess sheer brute strength in their attributes and seemingly mundane skills. Often, the hunters' unassuming techniques could spell doom for their contractors. Aileen, though not particularly knowledgeable, shared what she could with Lin Mo, while many questions remained unanswered. Her insights proved somewhat useful. By the way, Aileen, are you familiar with the power of the laws? Lin Mo inquired once more. The power of the laws? How do you know about that? Aileen regarded him with curiosity. Just something I overheard while battling those hunters, Lin Mo replied awkwardly, concealing the fact that he had been wounded by a blade imbued with the power of the laws. You hardly seem like a novice, Aileen remarked with a smile, noting Lin Mo's sheepish demeanor. The power of the laws, as Aileen elaborated, is a universally acknowledged force, often referred to as the power of the world. Its applications are numerous. For instance, if one possesses the law of fire, they can control flames at will. The more potent the law, the less likely ordinary flames can harm the wielder, and one can even enchant various items with fire. In essence, it is a versatile ability, the extent of which depends on the user's ingenuity. Aileen explained that everything adheres to its own laws, with the difference lying in abundance. However, as contractors, we should not aspire to possess the power of the laws, for such power requires the recognition of a world, its acknowledgement. Reluctantly, I must admit that in the eyes of the world, we are merely a band of robbers, utterly unwelcomed by any realm, Aileen continued. Only with the world's endorsement can one wield the power of the laws. But where could a world ever accept a group of thieves? If it weren't for the existence of the reincarnation space, they would be expelled the moment they trespassed into another world. Chapter 99. Aileen's Invitation, the True Contractor. After clarifying everything he wished to understand, Lin Mo stood up, intending to leave, when Aileen, the proprietress, spoke up. Lin Mo, may I inquire whether you currently have a team? Aileen asked. Not yet. Are you looking to recruit me, Aileen? Lin Mo responded, puzzled. He had previously heard Galba speak highly of the proprietress, a seasoned contractor, and found it hard to believe she would take an interest in him, as he merely appeared to be a promising newcomer. Not quite. My trading company has a team that is currently short-handed. Would you be interested in joining? Aileen clarified. Forming a team will increase the danger level, but the rewards can be several times greater than going solo. Would you be willing? Eileen recognized that many capable individuals tend to be proud and reluctant to share their gains, yet she could see that Lin Mo possessed genuine talent. Having escaped from the hunters of the real world, she was determined not to let the opportunity to recruit him slip away. Are there any tangible benefits involved? Lin Mo inquired. If this had been not long ago, he would have unequivocally declined the notion of forming a team. Yet now, he hesitated to ask for the freedom attribute points granted by the system. He needed to venture into worlds of heightened danger to accelerate his development and ensure his survival in future perils. For him, teaming up was optional. He sought tangible benefits. Attribute points and equipment could influence encounters with hunters, but his offensive skills would remain unweakened. Practical benefits? Erin tilted her head in contemplation. Her pondering, coupled with the tumultuous waves before her, left Lin Mo momentarily entranced. What do you require? As long as it is not excessively outrageous, I can procure it for you. Erin stated. Do you have skill books? You seek skill books? Which types do you need? My Elven Guild possesses many skill books. Erin sighed in relief, having anticipated a more outlandish request, only to find it was merely for skill books. The guild may lack in other items, but it abounded in skill books and equipment. Plant magic, light magic, necromancy, and even lightning magic would suffice, Lin Mo replied. Though he could effortlessly conjure various spells due to the enhancement of his intellect and spirit from the first level of celestial chi, he felt an underlying emptiness. Erin, listening to Lin Mo, appeared bewildered. Wait, are you certain you can wield such a variety of magic? She asked. Didn't T. Galba mention that this fellow specializes in tanking? How can he also be a mage with such a diverse repertoire of spells? Can life magic, like plant magic, truly coexist with dark necromancy within the same body? Well, due to the uniqueness of my profession, I have a broader range of options available, Lin Mo candidly replied. Since he was to form a team, some truths were unavoidable. It was better to reveal them now to enhance his perceived value in the eyes of others. Very well, please wait a moment. I will promptly summon someone to assist you, Erin said, revealing her reincarnation mark and beginning communication with the guild's assistant. At this moment, Lin Mo noticed the reincarnation mark on Erin's left arm, which bore the same infinity symbol, yet in a deeper hue, exuding an essence of naturalness as if it were an inherent part of her. Sister Erin, why does your reincarnation mark differ from mine? Lin Mo inquired curiously. After conveying her request to her assistant, Erin turned to acknowledge Lin Mo's inquisitive gaze. Are you referring to this? It's because my authority surpasses yours, and only seasoned contractors possess such a mark. Erin boasted, waving her arm for Lin Mo to see. Authority? What significance does it hold? He asked. Its significance is substantial. You are aware of the bounty hall, correct? Erin queried. Yes, I am, Lin Mo nodded, recalling his previous visit when he found it devoid of anything noteworthy. The higher your authority, the more advanced tasks you can undertake. Furthermore, if you encounter a mission that proves insurmountable, you can simply pay a fee in reincarnation coins to avert punishment. Most importantly, with an elevation in authority, you need not fear death. Each demise merely results in a reduction of your authority level, Erin explained patiently, sharing numerous little-known truths about the reincarnation space. According to its standards, they were the true contractors, while others were merely expendable pawns in a secure world. How is one's authority elevated? Lin Mo inquired further. By participating in the duel arena. Once you achieve a consecutive victory of 100 matches, your authority will be unlocked, granting you a chance at resurrection, Erin replied. Observing the mark on Erin's hand, Lin Mo speculated that it represented a deeper connection to the reincarnation space, suggesting that her ability to resurrect was likely intertwined with it. After chatting for a while longer, Erin's assistant relayed a message. Let us proceed to the training ground. I wish to assess your capabilities, Erin stated. Initially, her intention was merely to bring Lin Mo under her wing, but if he indeed possessed diverse magical abilities, she would need to treat him with utmost seriousness, as he could potentially become a formidable ally in the future, truly worth investing in. Upon arriving at the training ground and following Erin inside, Lin Mo began to understand why she deemed ordinary contractors as mere cannon fodder. Unlike his previous visit, upon Erin's entrance, the entire arena transformed, revealing a plethora of functionalities tailored to her, as opposed to the singular training portal he had encountered before. The current offerings included teaching, simulation, lectures, actual combat, and a myriad of bizarre options for selecting opponents. Previously, Lin Mo had considered the training fee of 1,000 reincarnation coins quite reasonable for novices. But now it dawned on him that ordinary contractors were not even deemed worthy of proper training. Being cast into the battlefield was merely a matter of convenience. Upon their arrival, two individuals, a man and a woman, awaited them. Lin Mo recognized a familiar face among them. "Jack," he exclaimed, clad in his usual suit. Jack had donned a hat this time, due to the formal setting. "Ah, Mr. Lin Mo, what a pleasant surprise to see you." Jack glanced behind Aaron and, upon realizing there was no one else around, turned his gaze towards Lin Mo. "So the person the boss was referring to is you," he exclaimed, marveling at the rapid growth of his acquaintance. It had been only a short while since their last meeting, and now he felt he could do no more than deliver gifts to him. "You two know each other?" Aaron inquired with curiosity. "Indeed, boss," Jack replied earnestly, his expression serious. "Remember when I mentioned that someone had purchased the cursed skill? You laughed about it for quite some time. That individual was none other than Mr. Lin Mo. Aaron's reaction. Chapter 100. The Gate of Divine Spirits. "Jack, if you can't contribute to the conversation, kindly refrain from speaking," the assistant interjected. Adjusting her glasses, Jack turned to her, bewildered. "Did I say something wrong?" "Ahem. Let us focus on the matter at hand." "No more distractions," Aaron interrupted, gesturing to her assistant. Observing Aaron's signal, the assistant promptly opened a briefcase, revealing a massive projection of a product panel. "Skill pool. Magic category," the assistant, well-versed in her boss's daily talent recruitment endeavors, quickly located the types of magic Lin Mo required. "We have 148 books on plant magic skills. These are all currently in stock. The lightning magic skill books are quite popular, and only 8 remain, all rare and originally brought back by you. Boss, no one can afford them. As for the light magic skill books, they are exceedingly scarce. We currently possess only 3 decent ones. Regarding necromantic magic skill books, I've cleared the warehouse and managed to find just one." As the assistant continued to flip through the product catalog, introducing these skills, Lin Mo couldn't help but admire the substantial resources of Aaron's Elven Trading Company. Typically, the skill books sold to trading companies are not particularly potent, as the powerful ones are retained for personal use and rarely made available for sale. Yet, this Elven company had managed to amass such a wealth of skills in a short period. Truly impressive. "Are all these for me, Sister Aaron?" Lin Mo asked with an eager expression, leaning closer. "Go on, dream on," Aaron retorted, pulling out a wooden stick and playfully pushing him away. "I'll be generous and let you choose 4. As she said this, she considered that these items were of little consequence to her. As long as they could yield greater returns in the future, she would have no qualms about giving them all away. However, she needed to assess his value first before deciding whether to make further investments or cut her losses. "Really 4? Lin Mo blinked, momentarily stunned by this unexpected generosity. He had thought that being allowed to select even one would be quite a feat, yet here he was, offered 4. "However, don't celebrate too soon. There are conditions." Eileen revealed a cunning smile and gestured for her assistant. The assistant swiftly approached, retrieving a parchment contract from her bag. "Come now, sign this, and you shall receive 4 skill books," she said. Lin Mo accepted the parchment and examined the terms inscribed upon it. To accept the gifts of the Elven Merchant Guild, one must serve the guild for a year, refraining from causing harm to its members. Violations would incur a penalty of ghostly retribution. The requirements were rather straightforward. Serve the Elven Merchant Guild, which entailed forming teams to embark on quests in other realms. Upon completion of these tasks, any rewards deemed unnecessary must be sold to the guild at a low price, and one must not harm the guild's members. However, the duration of 1 year seemed rather lengthy. 12 months, with at least 1 quest per month, necessitating a minimum of 12 collaborations with the guild members. "May I inquire as to the nature of this ghostly retribution?" Lin Mo asked, discerning that this contract did not appear to originate from the cycle space. "Should you breach the contract, it will summon a specter to consume both your body and soul," the assistant replied, explaining that this was a unique stipulation of their Elven Merchant Guild. Such a degree of punishment is utterly devastating for contractees of lesser prowess. However, it bears minimal impact on those of higher rank. Once physical and intellectual attributes surpass the threshold of 100, its efficacy diminishes significantly. Nonetheless, this mechanism is fundamentally designed for lower-tier contractees. Who among the virtuous would employ it to bind a more formidable contractee? Once the latter ascends to a higher tier, the terms of the contract would have long been fulfilled. "Let us select skills first. We shall finalize this afterward," Eileen advised. Lin Mo decided to return the contract for the moment, as he wished to examine the skills available. What if none appealed to him? He opened the skill menu and first directed his gaze towards the Soul Necromantic skill book at the bottom. Necromancy spell, Guardian of the Undead grade, none. Description, requires the sacrifice of one undead being. The sacrificed entity will be transformed into a protective spirit, serving functions such as shielding and auxiliary attacks. The strength of the undead correlates with the potency of the effect, which varies according to the type of undead. In the face of imminent death, the protective spirit will shield its master from a fatal blow, averting demise. How shall I articulate this skill? It is truly remarkable. It transforms the undead into a protective shield, capable of fending off fatal harm at critical moments, a quintessential life-saving skill. However, its potency hinges upon the strength of the undead. If they are feeble, it may prove to be of little use. This one is a must, Lin Mo declared. Observing this, the assistant swiftly swiped across the skill bar, and a black skill book soared forth. Upon receiving the book on the Undead Guardian skill and placing it into his personal space, Lin Mo turned his attention to other skills. He surveyed the light magic spells and found 3 skill books, all pertaining to offensive capabilities. After discreetly inquiring with the Lich Elder in the Undead realm, who assured him of his mastery over these spells, Lin Mo decided to forego further exploration of the light magic. Instead, he shifted his focus to the tomes of lightning magic. There were 8 lightning skills, each more extreme than the last, yet they merely represented various methods of utilizing electricity. The only spell that caught his eye was a familiar enchantment, Thunder Magic, Lightning Armor. Grade, Purple. Description, shapes a substantial amount of lightning energy to envelop the body, forming a suit of lightning armor that grants immunity to electric shocks weaker than oneself, enhances speed and defense, and provides electric counterattack capabilities. This is essential. No one would disdain high defense, although he had already accumulated numerous layers of protection. This lightning skill offered the best value. Next, Lin Mo glanced at the plant-related skills, which were abundant, over 100 skill books, leaving him quite dazzled. Most were unfamiliar to him, and many resembled grass-type skills from Pokemon. After some time, he noticed a particularly unique skill, Celestial Technique, Divine Gate. Grade, Purple. Description, an advanced version of the wood release cutting technique, which absorbs natural energy, created by the ninja god Hashirama Senju. Upon striking, it can suppress the vast majority of life forms. Even elements from Naruto are present. This is indeed the wood release of Hashirama Senju. Have you pilfered from Konoha's repository? After scanning through the collection, he found no other wood release skills among the 100+ tomes, only this singular one. Sister Eileen, are there any other wood release skills available? Lin Mo inquired, as he harbored a fondness for Hashirama's techniques. Although he was uncertain about the feasibility of utilizing them without chakra, he would inevitably return to the Naruto world. The next world will be Naruto. I can hardly wait. Chapter 101. Testing Strength, no explanation for combo moves. None remain. This divine gate was acquired after a battle with a contractor. It is the Soul One. Eileen remarked that she had yet to venture into the world of Naruto. The peril level in that realm is exceedingly high, and the rewards are scant. Chakra can manifest in various attributes, showcasing immense power. It is derived from the fusion of one's cellular energy and mental fortitude, independent of external forces. This proves invaluable to most contractors, especially when they find themselves in low magic or magic-less worlds, where sorcerers and numerous contractors may falter, relying solely on their innate strength. However, the crux of the matter is that the Naruto world is inherently formidable, untouched by the cycles of reincarnation. Should one overexert themselves within that domain, the Sage of Six Paths, empowered by the world's essence, will swiftly impart the harsh lessons of cruelty. In Eileen's eyes, the Naruto world is indeed a treasure trove, yet it demands significant time and effort to conquer, gradually depleting the world's power. Well, just one will suffice. Lacking sufficient wood release techniques, Lin Mo turned his attention to other botanical skills. After some deliberation, he ultimately settled on a Pokemon skill, Grass-type Mega Drain. Rarity, Green. Description, grasp the enemy and swiftly siphon a substantial portion of their life force to replenish one's own vitality. For reasons unknown, Lin Mo found himself drawn to this self-serving ability. Having selected 4 skill books, it was time to sign the contract, Eileen reminded him. Without hesitation, Lin Mo pricked his finger, pressing his blood and fingerprint onto the parchment. The parchment absorbed his blood and swiftly ascended, transforming into a beam of white light that entered Lin Mo's chest and merged with him. All done. In a week, our team will embark on a mission. So do not be late, the assistant said, before departing with Jack. The training grounds were left with Lin, Mo, and Eileen. Aren't you going to try out these skills? I specially opened this training ground for you. Eileen smiled, wafting a fragrant aura as she approached Lin Mo. Yet he remained unmoved, standing still. Hey, Lin Mo. Eileen waved her hand before his eyes, noticing that he seemed to be lost in thought. Oh, my apologies. I got a bit carried away. Upon noticing Aaron's gaze fixed upon him, Lin Mo instinctively took 2 steps back, a sense of awkwardness washing over him. The reason for his discomfort lay in the turmoil caused by the contract that had recently entered his body. The moment it made its way inside, the contract surged directly towards his soul, only to be intercepted by Long Yu, who was nearby. The strength of the contract itself was not overly formidable. It could only enter his body with Lin Mo's consent. However, while Lin Mo had consented, Long Yu had not. And he promptly consumed the contract as if it were a mere supplement. A millennium prior, he had been a being of divine caliber. Yet after being confined within a diminutive coffin for 1,000 years, he had emerged unscathed, albeit with an astonishingly high mental fortitude. Consequently, the diminutive demon contract held no sway over him. Thus, Lin Mo found himself in a state of bewilderment, realizing that the contract was essentially null and void. He could leave at any moment he wished. Nevertheless, having taken something that belonged to another, he felt it necessary to maintain some semblance of dignity in the absence of extraordinary circumstances. Extracting 4 skill books, Lin Mo crushed them into fragments. For streams of light surged into his body, merging the azure lightning energy with the genetic essence of an electric eel, bestowing him with the ability to don lightning armor. The black energy of the undead flowed into the spectral crystal nestled within his chest. Meanwhile, the energy composed of chakra and natural chakra, alongside the essence of grass-type Pokemon, was absorbed by his natural body, resulting in the emergence of corresponding skills and energies. Witnessing the assimilation of these 4 distinct elemental energies, Aaron could not suppress her curiosity. Little Lin, how on earth do you achieve this? She inquired, unable to contain her intrigue. It's a secret. And please, Aaron, do refrain from calling me Little Lin. It lacks elegance, he replied. After absorbing the skill energies, Lin Mo chose to leave the familiarization of those skills to Long Yu, who relished such tasks. Shall we engage in a duel? I would like to witness your prowess. Aaron suddenly proposed, eager to ascertain the extent of his strength. With a snap of her fingers, the surrounding environment transformed swiftly into an arena. Fear not. Here. You shall not be harmed in battle. Therefore, unleash your full power. Let me see what you are truly capable of. Aaron's attire shifted from an elaborate floral dress to a flowing robe, a gleaming emerald crystal sword clasped in her hand as she charged toward Lin Mo. Are we truly going to fight? Lin Mo asked, narrowly evading Aaron's swift strike. However, she immediately pursued him, her blade sparking against his clothing. Lin Mo's base agility stood at 28 points, and the enhancement from his undead form had not been factored in. His true agility was at least 50 points or more. Yet, even so, he found Aaron's speed to be superior. Agility, after all, was his weakest attribute, whether through his undead form or natural body. The boosts to agility were relatively meager, with his defense and strength reigning supreme. Your attire is quite impressive. The quality is remarkable, he remarked. Eileen teased with her words. Yet her sword did not cease its dance. The more they clashed, the more astonished she became, unable to fathom that this was a novice. His defense was simply extraordinary. According to the information provided by Galba, Lin Mo had only been a contractor for just over 2 months, under normal circumstances. One would have completed perhaps 2 missions at most, yet how could anyone become so formidable after only 2 tasks? Could it be that he utilized a cooldown card? As Eileen pondered this perplexity, Lin Mo struck. He was not one to simply endure without retaliation. With a surge of power, a violet light enveloped Lin Mo. And before Eileen could react, her legs were ensnared by vines and roots that seemed to emerge from nowhere, with more creeping up her body. In the physical assessment, the determination failed, resulting in a 3-second immobilization. Due to Lin Mo's inferior data panel, he could not surpass Eileen, thus only achieving the most basic 3 seconds of confinement. Upon hearing the system's verdict, Eileen was momentarily stunned. You little rascal, you possess a system skill. She was utterly flabbergasted. What kind of person was this? Such a skill was beyond her reach, despite her high permissions. However, Lin Mo was relentless in his assault. Having ensnared her, he proceeded with a series of unyielding combos. He leapt high, crashing down before Eileen, hands forming seals. Ming Shenmen. Wait. I surrender, Eileen hastily declared, fully aware of how insidious this ability could be. But as soon as she spoke, 3 dark red Ming Shenmen descended from above, seamlessly connecting to capture her, pinning her down with unyielding force. The oppressive capability of Ming Shenmen was excruciating for Eileen, yet before she could abort the training, a shadow darkened the light from the ceiling. Upon looking up, she was greeted by the sight of a colossal wooden arm. Chapter 102, System Skill, Seduction. Everything around began to dissolve into streams of data, gradually restoring the training ground to its original form. Having leveled up thrice, this Trayan is indeed remarkable, Lin Mo exclaimed, clapping his hands in awe. The original Trance summon was lackluster, slow, and with a brief summoning duration. But now, it was entirely different. The summoned wooden figure had become disproportionately large, possessing strength surpassing his own, and the summoning duration had extended to 10 minutes. The only drawback was its reduced speed, yet this posed no issue. With the Ming Shenmen ensnaring her, no one could evade the Trent's mighty fists. Eileen lay on the ground, staring vacantly at the ceiling. How careless of me. I never anticipated you had such a trick up your sleeve. Rubbing her still aching head, she slowly sat up. It had been far too long since she had faced weaker opponents. As a mage, she ought not to engage in combat with a warrior wielding only a sword. Hey, Eileen, are you all right? Lin Mo extended a hand to help her up. Quickly, tell me, how did you acquire that system skill? System skill? What do you mean? Eileen seized Lin Mo by the collar, her voice filled with indignation. You truly do not know? I'm not quite sure. I seldom utilize this skill. It has a cooldown, making it rather cumbersome, Lin Mo remarked. Indeed, the entangling counter was not particularly effective. When faced with foes of lesser intelligence, he could simply defeat them with his fists. However, against those with superior intellect, the counter mark took an eternity to activate, and opportunities to strike were scarce. Once the opponent became vigilant, a mere blink-type skill could easily evade the attack. Not effective? Who are you trying to fool? Erin recalled how she had been caught off guard and ensnared, unable to utilize any abilities, enduring a full barrage of his skills. With such potency, you dare to claim it's ineffective? No way. Quickly tell me. From which realm did you acquire this skill? Erin pouted, wrapping her legs around Lin Mo's waist, flipping him onto the ground, and tugging at his collar. The unintentional friction nearly rendered even the worldly wise Lin Mo bashful. Enough of the antics, Erin. First, enlighten me on what system skills are. As they settled down, Erin's hair and elegant attire lay in disarray from their earlier tussle, yet her elven ears added an intriguing allure to her appearance. Lin Mo, on the other hand, sat beside her, maintaining a serious demeanor while shielding his groin area. Though my heart is tumultuous, I shall explain, Erin began. System skills are those supported by the back end of the reincarnation space, nearly akin to rule-based abilities. Provided that the target is not stronger than the reincarnation space, they will be effective